Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku became Sukuna's vessel. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Ryaman Sukuna Part 1. Nobody's POV. Waking up tired was the last thing IZUKU Midoriya expected. A cheerful voice greeted him, and when he looked up he saw a man with silver hair. IZUKU thought the man looked like Kakashi. A voice then asked which one he was right now. The silver-haired man chuckled and identified himself as Satoru Gojo, explaining that he was in charge of the first years at Jiu-Jitsu Tech. IZUKU scanned the room and saw nothing but paper talismans and candles. The words Jiu-Jitsu and Fushiguro registered in his mind and he reacted instinctively, trying to call for Sasaki and Iguchi, but he discovered his arms were chained. Gojo stood nearby and told IZUKU that he should not be worrying about others. IZUKU felt a surge of nervousness as Gojo explained that the authorities had decided he would be quietly removed. A cold realization settled over IZUKU as he tried to process what that meant. Not everyone was born equally. It all started in Quig, China, when a luminescent baby was born with a unique power called a quirk. Over time, quirks spread across the world and humanity realized that the dream of becoming heroes could become a reality. Now, 80% of the world was comprised of superhumans and hero work had become a public profession, while the remaining 20% did not possess this gift. In that 20% was a young boy with black hair tipped in green and emerald eyes. He was known as someone who could not do anything because he had no quirk. When he was diagnosed quirkless, he felt anger and struck the wall hard enough to crack the plaster. His mother questioned the doctor, and the doctor confirmed the diagnosis. The boy, IZUKU Midoriya, felt confused. He was physically stronger than a typical person without a quirk and could go toe-to-toe with his main bully and former childhood friend. He finally defended himself, but that only widened the distance between him and his peers and teachers. Years later his mother became ill. IZUKU wanted to help. His mother told him she would be all right, but she was not. At 14, IZUKU sat in his apartment talking on the phone to his mother. She told him to stop worrying and to go to school and enjoy his club, and he sighed. On the walk to school he looked up and saw creatures flying in the sky. He had seen them for as long as he could remember, but no one else noticed what he saw. A few nights earlier, a young man had been arguing over the phone about a rumored special-grade cursed object stored in an outdoor thermometer box. His contact had laughed and insisted recovering it would be easy. When the young man opened the box, it was empty. The contact mocked him and warned not to go home until the object was recovered, then hung up. The young man swore to himself that he would make the other person pay for the joke. Back at school, IZUKU tried to enjoy his day and ignore the voices of his peers. He went to a place where he could be himself, the Occult Research Club. Since his first year of junior high, the club members had welcomed him regardless of his lack of a quirk. Now he was one of the oldest members, alongside two second-year students. Iguchi was tall with short black hair that stood up in the back and thick rectangular eyebrows. Sasaki was the only girl in the club, with brown hair cut into a bob, blue eyes, and glasses. Both of them admired IZUKU for keeping the club alive. IZUKU asked if the two of them were ready. They nodded, and IZUKU led the club in calling on the spirits to reveal an animal the student council president might be vulnerable to. The planchette moved and the letters spelled a name the three read aloud. They laughed when the name came out. IZUKU joked that a sea angel could beat the president and teased that the president was a small fry. The club door burst open and the student council president marched in, announcing his presence in a loud voice. IZUKU remarked that the president really lived up to his nickname. The president tried to use his quirk to intimidate them but stopped himself. He complained that the Occult Club had not submitted its activity reports and that there was no room in the school for clubs like theirs, because the room would be used that day as the girls' track and field changing room. IZUKU sighed at the familiar harassment. He told the president that they should not be underestimated. He then pointed to the paranormal activity around the rugby field and suggested it might be related to the rugby players falling ill. The club believed it connected to an employee who had gone missing during the field's construction, but a senior student informed them that ticks were the more likely cause of the sudden illnesses. The student council president declared he was tired of the club spreading rumors. He also noted that the club did not meet the minimum 3-member requirement, because IZUKU was officially registered with the track and field team. This surprised Iguchi and Sasaki. IZUKU said he had never changed clubs, and the track and field coach interrupted to reveal that he had rewritten IZUKU's club application himself. The coach intended to use IZUKU's extraordinary abilities for the team. IZUKU refused. It was his final year and he resented the coach's attitude. The coach challenged him to a competition that would determine his membership, and IZUKU sighed and agreed to get it over with. Meanwhile, on the track field, the same young man from the thermometer box incident investigated the rugby field. He blended in with other students but could sense a grade 2 curse in the area. A giant tick-like cursed spirit perched on top of the scoring poles, barely within view. The boy wondered if the presence had anything to do with the rumored cursed object at the school. Ryaman Sukuna Part 2. IZUKU was on the field when the coach challenged him to a game of shot put. He easily hurled the heavy ball 30 meters and the coach admitted defeat. Sasaki and Iguchi told him that he did not need to feel obligated to the Occult Research Club, but Izuku laughed and pulled them into a group hug. He explained that he had grown attached to the club since his first day at school and wanted to help his senpai and, when the time came, help them in return. He smiled as he said that they could not take the club on without him, and he teased that they could not visit haunted spots without his help. The two had fallen quiet and Izuku laughed to break the mood. From afar, Megumi watched the scene before moving on. He ran into Izuku on the latter's way to the hospital and was surprised to see Izuku move with almost inhuman speed. Megumi sensed that Izuku's curse energy had increased. At Tsujisawa Hospital, Izuku visited his mother and smiled at her. Inko told him he had grown a lot. Izuku replied that he was not so little anymore and asked how she was feeling. Inko admitted that the pain remained and that she did not know how long she had left, but she asked Izuku to promise to be strong enough to help others when they needed it. Izuku nodded and held her hand. Inko reflected on memories and told him she was scared to leave him but trusted that he would become an amazing person because he was special, kind, and sweet. When she closed her eyes, she gave him one last smile. Izuku let go of her hand and clenched his fist, trying to hold back his tears. He said goodbye and promised he would see her again when his time came, holding on to the precious memories. As night fell, Izuku was at a desk signing some documents. A nurse placed the final papers on the desk and asked if he was okay. He smiled and wiped a few tears away, saying he would be fine because his mother would not want him to be sad and would want him to laugh. The nurse watched him until a tall young man with black spiky hair approached and asked if he was Izuku Midoriya. The stranger introduced himself as Megumi Fushiguro, a first year from Jiu-Jitsu Specialty High School, and said there was no time to waste. Megumi explained that a talisman used to seal a curse had worn off, signaling danger. Izuku, puzzled, handed over the small box Megumi requested, but the contents were missing. Megumi grabbed Izuku by the collar and demanded where the contents were. Izuku tried to calm him, saying he was sure his kohai had it. When Megumi asked where they lived, Izuku faltered and remembered they had mentioned peeling off a seal at school that night. Megumi warned that it was worse than bad, the students could die. Izuku reacted with fear. In the Occult Research Club room, Sasaki and Iguchi were trying to remove what had been covering the object. Sasaki complained about how hard it was to peel a piece of paper and Iguchi questioned whether sneaking into the school had been necessary. Sasaki argued that atmosphere mattered for something like this and that setting a creepy mood made it more thrilling. When the covering came off, the two looked in shock at a small human-like relic. They were uneasy, and they did not notice something watching them from above. Megumi and Izuku ran toward the school, careful to avoid being seen by professionals and the police. Izuku asked whether seals came off easily. Megumi answered that they should not, that someone with no cursed energy normally could not remove them, but this time the object was too strong. The seal looked old, almost like ordinary paper. When the two of them reached the school, Izuku stopped, sensing something wrong. He wondered if it was a curse and felt a strange pressure in the air. Megumi told him to stay back. Izuku insisted that he was coming along and refused to abandon his friends. He did not want to be called Deku again after trying to move on from those so-called heroes. Megumi glared and ordered him to stay put, then headed inside. Inside the school, a strange creature paced the halls, murmuring about the hour. Sasaki hid, trembling, and wondered aloud what that creature was, having never seen a quirk like that. She jumped when she saw Iguchi and relaxed for a moment until something on his head made her scream. Megumi entered and heard the screams. He fended off the spirits, summoning his divine dogs using the 10 Shadows technique. Izuku clenched his fist, thoughts turning inward. He admitted to himself that he was afraid of dying. He felt the presence of death around the school. He recalled his mother's voice, telling him to promise to be strong enough to help others in need. He tightened his grip, resolved to act. Megumi kept taking out curses until he found one that had 2 hostages. He realized the curse was trying to swallow the cursed object and the people together and moved to stop it, but he was too late. Izuku smashed through a window and appeared, startling Megumi. He moved quickly, striking the curse and pulling Sasaki and Iguchi clear, giving them room to escape. Megumi destroyed another incoming curse and, for once, admitted quietly that the rescue had been well done. IZUKU noticed two dogs eating the remains of a curse and asked about them. Megumi explained that they were his shikigami and asked if IZUKU could see them. IZUKU learned that normally curses were invisible to most people, quirks included, except in places like this or when facing death. A small object dropped from Sasaki's hand. IZUKU picked it up and Megumi identified it as part of a special-grade cursed object, a fragment of Ryaman Sukuna. The name stirred something in IZUKU, a strange connection he could not explain. Megumi told him it was dangerous and asked him to hand it over. When IZUKU reached to give it, Megumi shoved him aside and urged him to run. The roof above shattered and something slammed through. Curses crashed in and attacked Megumi. His shikigami vanished as his incantation timed out. He was thrown outside, disoriented and unable to defend himself. Before the curse could finish its attack, IZUKU charged in despite Megumi's orders to run. He struck the creature with his bare hands, but physical attacks could not exorcise a curse the way another curse could. The creature seized IZUKU and tried to swallow him. Using his leg strength, IZUKU forced his way out of the creature's mouth. He remembered hearing that the cursed fragment would strengthen the entity, and, desperate, he swallowed the small cursed fragment, hoping to draw its energy into himself. Megumi shouted in horror, certain IZUKU would die. Instead, a surge of power erupted. The impossible happened. The cursed fragment reincarnated. IZUKU's eyes flashed red, extra eyes seemed to appear, dark markings spread across his upper body, and his hair bristled. His voice changed, taking on a deep, menacing tone. The new presence laughed and spoke about pleasure in flesh and a desire to find people, especially women, reveling in the sight of them and hinting at a coming slaughter. The tone was cruel and excited, but it was cut off when IZUKU suddenly spoke, asking if he could have his body back. There was a struggle for control, and IZUKU managed to regain himself. Megumi warned him to stay still. Standing over him, Megumi declared that under Jiu-Jitsu regulations IZUKU Midoriya was no longer considered entirely human and that he would exorcise the curse. IZUKU asked if everything was okay. Gojo replied that he was shocked IZUKU could control it. IZUKU admitted he could still hear the other presence. Gojo explained that was a known side effect. Gojo then tapped IZUKU's forehead, rendering him unconscious. Megumi Fushiguro demanded to know what Gojo had done. Gojo answered that IZUKU was knocked out and that, if he woke and was not possessed, he might have potential as a vessel. Gojo asked Megumi what he thought should be done with him. Megumi said that even if IZUKU was potentially a vessel, regulations required execution, but he did not want to let him die. Gojo teased whether that was a personal opinion. Megumi confirmed it was, and asked Gojo to handle it. Gojo laughed, gave Megumi a thumbs up, and agreed to honor his precious student's request. Back in the present, Gojo reiterated that IZUKU was scheduled for execution. IZUKU protested that the story made no sense. Gojo acknowledged the confusion and said the execution was suspended for now. IZUKU asked why it had been put on hold. Gojo reached into his pocket, produced a small object, and showed it to IZUKU. He explained that it was the same type of cursed object as the one inside IZUKU. There were 20 in total, and they possessed 6. IZUKU asked if the entity had 4 arms. Gojo confirmed that and was a little surprised IZUKU knew. Gojo tossed the cursed finger against the wall. The impact left spider-like cracks. IZUKU reacted to the damage and reminded himself that this was not a quirk but something different, though similar. Gojo warned that the object could not be destroyed and grew stronger over time. No one could seal it properly right now, and that was where IZUKU came in. IZUKU asked what that had to do with him. Gojo explained that if IZUKU died, the curse inside him Sukuna would die as well. The elders wanted immediate execution, but Gojo proposed waiting until IZUKU absorbed the rest of Sukuna so they could eliminate the entire threat at once. In other words, IZUKU faced 2 options: die now, or find the remaining parts of Sukuna and die after taking them into himself. IZUKU reacted with disbelief. Meanwhile, Sasaki sat with a sad expression until she heard a knock at the door and saw IZUKU. Sasaki asked about Iguchi. IZUKU reported that the doctors said Iguchi was not in life-threatening condition but remained unconscious. Sasaki blamed herself for inviting him to school that night and explained that they had been attacked by a monster. She had been captured. IZUKU reassured her that it was not her fault and said he believed the attackers were curses. He explained that the finger was a special-grade cursed object that had gathered other curses and grown stronger. Sasaki spoke with tears in her eyes. Izuku promised that someone would come tomorrow to help Iguchi and that she did not need to worry. Sasaki hesitated, then stepped back and smiled, asking Izuku not to forget her or Iguchi. Izuku smiled and waved goodbye. Later, Izuku and Gojo sat on a bench. Gojo asked who had packed Izuku's things. Izuku replied that his mother had. Gojo apologized for bringing up difficult topics at such a time. Izuku asked if there were many casualties with curses like these. Gojo explained that this was an unusual case. Generally, encounters with strong curses could be very destructive. He warned that investigating Sukuna's remains would likely reveal disturbing scenes and that there was no guarantee Izuku would never become a target. He urged Izuku to choose his path. Izuku asked if eliminating Sukuna would reduce deaths caused by curses. He admitted he wanted another option and hoped to figure one out soon. Gojo affirmed that they would consider options. Izuku sighed and asked if Gojo still had one of the fingers. Gojo confirmed that he did. Izuku looked at the finger, put it into his mouth, and swallowed it. He began to tremble, then laughed and took a deep breath, remarking that the experience was overwhelming. Gojo observed that Izuku's ability to control Sukuna was genuine and rare, appearing perhaps once every 1,000 years or so. Izuku checked if Gojo was all right. Gojo brushed it off and asked if Izuku felt prepared for what was coming. Izuku admitted he was not really prepared but intended to absorb the rest of Sukuna and see what would happen. Gojo expressed approval and told him to gather his belongings by the end of the day. When Izuku asked where they were going, an unseen voice answered that they were heading to Tokyo. Izuku turned and saw Megumi Fushiguro behind him. Gojo felt relieved and told Izuku that he was glad he was all right and asked him to take care of himself. Fushiguro reassured Izuku that his injuries were only bruises and would heal, and he invited Izuku to enroll in the same Jiu-Jitsu school he attended. Gojo explained that Tokyo Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu High School had 3 first-year students now, including Izuku. Izuku bowed his head and accepted Gojo's guidance. Fushiguro returned the bow. Gojo then pointed out that Izuku had an interview with the principal and warned him that a bad impression might cost him admission. Izuku grew pale at the thought of failure. A voice from the mouth on Izuku's left cheek interrupted, criticizing the idea of hierarchy based purely on strength. Izuku apologized to Gojo and explained that the voice belonged to Sukuna and that he appeared unpredictably. Gojo commented with amusement about the interesting nature of Izuku's body. Sukuna said he owed Gojo a debt but threatened that once he reclaimed the body he would be the first to kill him. Izuku urged Sukuna to stop, and Sukuna continued to speak, amused and provocative. Gojo laughed and said that being noticed by Sukuna was an odd sort of honor, and that Izuku must have strong resolve to speak back. Gojo and Izuku entered the building. A stern man with short black hair, a trimmed goatee, and dark sunglasses sat on the floor working on small figures. Gojo arrived 8 minutes late and the man, Masamichi Yaga, chided him about his habit of being late while continuing his work. Yaga asked whether this was the boy, and Izuku bowed and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. When Yaga asked why he had come, Izuku said he wanted to learn Jiu-Jitsu. Yaga pressed further, asking what Izuku hoped to find in studying curses and exorcism. Izuku said he wanted to collect the remaining fingers of Sukuna because they were dangerous to leave unaddressed. Yaga questioned why that mattered to Izuku. Gojo suggested that Yaga's skepticism was familiar. Yaga spoke about incidents and loss as inevitabilities and challenged Izuku's motives. Izuku answered that he was fulfilling a last request and simply wanted to help people as best he could. Yaga dismissed the idea of fighting curses as someone else's will and pronounced Izuku's motivation a failure. As he spoke, one of the small figures beside him began to move. Yaga explained that they were not mere dolls but cursed constructs infused with his technique, and he named one Kathy. The cursed construct rushed forward and threw a punch. Izuku blocked the attack with his bag, and a brief, fast-paced scuffle followed, unfolding like an energetic action scene. Gojo noted that the hit had been heavy. Yaga observed that people were more honest when cornered and warned that until he received a worthy answer, the doll would keep attacking. Izuku took steady breaths and rushed toward the doll. He insisted that the request was not just for someone else, and that it came from his mother's dying wish. He struck the doll with his full strength and pushed it back. The doll bounced and pivoted, then struck Izuku and sent him sliding against the wall. Yaga pointed out that a family member was still someone else. Izuku watched the doll spin and dance, annoyed and unsettled. Izuku thought that the doll did not show fear or pain and wondered how he could avoid being hit. Yaga replied that a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer constantly faced death, and sometimes one had to confront curses that had harmed people and put them to rest. It was an unpleasant job that required motivation and a certain edge. Doing it merely because someone else had asked was not good enough. He teased that it would have been better if IZUKU had been honest and admitted he was only postponing his execution. IZUKU narrowed his eyes and snapped that Yaga knew nothing. Yaga countered by asking whether IZUKU would blame his mother if he were killed by a curse. Angered, IZUKU nearly lunged at Yaga but was stopped by a presence inside him. Sukuna wondered why he should stop IZUKU, and IZUKU asked why Sukuna had intervened, certain the spirit would not care. Sukuna then declared that he wanted IZUKU to stay alive as his vessel and left it at that. Trying to calm himself, IZUKU told Yaga that he had almost lost control. Yaga replied that education also meant helping students reach painful realizations. The remark made IZUKU listen, and he managed to avoid another swing from the doll. Yaga said that it was hard to know what a person's heart felt when facing death, but he could say one thing for sure: a jujutsu sorcerer's death rarely came without regret. At that rate, IZUKU might even end up resenting his beloved mother, Yaga warned, and asked one last time why he was here. As the doll advanced, time seemed to slow for IZUKU. He reflected that he had always been better than most at sports and fights despite bearing the stigma of having no quirk and being judged by others. Over the years he had never felt that something was uniquely his responsibility until now. He realized that accepting Sukuna was a choice only he could make. Even if he could run from the execution looming over him, fleeing the mission would leave him haunted by the possibility that his inaction let others suffer because of Sukuna. He could not convince himself that it would not be his fault. IZUKU dodged the doll's attack, tackled it, and held it firmly using his strength. With a serious look on his face, he declared that while he could imagine what he might think when he died, he knew he would not regret the way he had lived. Gojo smiled at IZUKU's resolve. Yaga returned a small smile and instructed Gojo to show IZUKU his dorm and explain the security and rules. When IZUKU asked if that meant he had passed, Yaga nodded and welcomed him to Jiu-Jitsu's specialty high. IZUKU smiled and moved to thank them, then blocked a final swing from the doll. Yaga apologized for forgetting to end the incantation, and IZUKU responded with a smile that it was fine. Sukuna mused again that IZUKU Midoriya was truly strange, and IZUKU decided to take that as a compliment. Secret execution. Fushiguro declared that IZUKU was cursed and insisted he would exorcise him. IZUKU was confused and tried to explain that it was not a simple problem. More importantly, both he and Fushiguro were injured and needed to get to a hospital. As IZUKU spoke, the marks on his body began to fade. Fushiguro wondered aloud whether the change was caused by the cursed object or by IZUKU himself and admitted he could not tell what to do. IZUKU felt disoriented and wanted to get his friends to medical care, but before he could act, a voice asked what was happening. Gojo Satoru stepped into the room. Fushiguro recognized him and expressed surprise at his arrival. Gojo, a young man with upright white hair, a BNHA over his eyes, and dressed in the Jiu-Jitsu uniform, noted that IZUKU looked badly hurt and admitted he had almost not come. He added that upper management had gotten involved after hearing a special-grade cursed object had gone missing, so he had agreed to come as long as he had time to enjoy the sights. Gojo then asked whether they had found the cursed object. IZUKU apologized and revealed that he had swallowed the cursed object. Gojo reacted with interest and moved closer to examine IZUKU. He found the situation amusing in a grim way and asked how IZUKU felt. IZUKU said he felt okay. Gojo requested that IZUKU allow Sukuna, the cursed presence inside him, to take over for 10 seconds so they could assess the condition. IZUKU hesitated but agreed to try. Gojo reassured them, mentioning his strength, and handed a bag to Fushiguro, asking him to hold it. Fushiguro wondered what was inside. Gojo explained that the bag contained kikufuka machi, a Sendai specialty, and admitted he preferred the edamame cream flavor. Fushiguro muttered that Gojo had bought souvenirs despite the danger nearby. Gojo clarified that the machi was for him to eat on the bullet train home. At that moment, Sukuna surged forward, ready to attack. Steel Beam Girl Part 1. Later, Gojo led IZUKU to one of the dorm rooms and told him he could use the space as he pleased. IZUKU bowed his head in gratitude and thanked Gojo for the accommodation. Gojo mentioned that the second and third years were out and that IZUKU would meet them soon, though there were not many of them. IZUKU set his bag down and opened a hero analysis book while Gojo smiled. Gojo suggested that IZUKU did not need to fight and proposed that he and Fushiguro could retrieve the Sukuna fingers themselves, asking IZUKU why he would get involved. IZUKU considered the idea but said it would be amusing to see Fushiguro return beaten while he relaxed, though he would feel a bit sorry for him. Gojo conceded the point but insisted there was no way IZUKU would be kept out of the field. Gojo explained that if the fingers were easy to find, they would already have been recovered. Some fingers gave off an overwhelming presence, others remained quiet, and some had already been consumed by cursed monsters. Since IZUKU now carried a part of Sukuna, he could act as a kind of radar for the other fingers. Gojo pointed out that IZUKU's status as a vessel made him useful on missions. IZUKU realized Gojo's reasoning and hesitated at the thought that Sukuna might not be considerate. Sukuna interjected internally that he would not be considerate. Gojo said he believed they could reach a win-win agreement. As the two of them exited the room, the door next door opened and Fushiguro appeared. He commented on the number of empty rooms. IZUKU smiled and expressed relief that Fushiguro was feeling better. Fushiguro acknowledged the thanks, and Gojo remarked that he had expected a livelier atmosphere. Fushiguro noted that classes and missions were already enough activity. Gojo encouraged a positive outlook and reminded them that they would go out the following day to retrieve the third first-year student's finger, beginning at Morioka train station. On the platform, a station announcement informed passengers that the train bound for Tokyo was arriving and advised them to stand behind the yellow line for safety. One of the travelers reflected that it had taken 4 hours to reach Morioka, thought about leaving the countryside behind, and wondered what would happen if they were noticed by a talent scout in Tokyo. They cut to a shopping district in Shibuya where citizens enjoyed the many shops. IZUKU and Fushiguro waited for their third first-year member. IZUKU wondered aloud whether 3 people made too small a first-year cohort. Fushiguro explained that very few people could see curses, which made shamans a minority. IZUKU finished his popsicle and asked why he was listed as the third student. Fushiguro said the transfer had been arranged some time ago and suggested the new student might have had special circumstances. Fushiguro admitted he was still curious about IZUKU's quirks and how they worked. IZUKU opened his notebook and, speaking to Fushiguro's interest, explained his theory that quirks were a low level of curse energy or something present without a strong connection in some people, and that for some reason those people did not align strongly with curse energy. Gojo arrived and thanked them for waiting. He noticed IZUKU's uniform and remarked on its fit. IZUKU was wearing the Jiu-Jitsu high uniform, though it differed from Fushiguro's. IZUKU had a red hoodie and sneakers with red and white coloring and metal-reinforced soles. IZUKU mentioned the hoodie felt a bit odd, and Gojo revealed that uniforms could be customized upon request and that he had arranged a custom version for IZUKU. IZUKU felt something off about his shoes but set the feeling aside. Fushiguro moved closer to warn IZUKU to be careful around Gojo because Gojo had a tendency to do unusual things. Fushiguro then asked why they were meeting in Harajuku. Gojo said the new student had asked to meet there. IZUKU wondered what their third member would be like. The voice inside him, Sukuna, hoped the new student would have a striking presence that would make a strong impression. IZUKU questioned the voice's frivolous appraisal, and Sukuna replied that IZUKU would understand when he met the person. A few moments later, a man had approached a young woman offering a name card and an invitation to model. The woman declined, but the man resisted letting her go and tried to follow. He was stopped when someone grabbed his shoulder and confronted him. A young woman challenged the man about the modeling offer. The man, flustered, said he was in a rush and tried to leave, but the girl persisted. IZUKU watched from nearby in large red sunglasses with the word Rook in capital letters across the frame and felt a mixture of sympathy and amusement for the man. Fushiguro expressed mild surprise that IZUKU would wear such conspicuous sunglasses. IZUKU admitted the fanboy in him still liked trying new things beyond the hero image. Fushiguro accepted that. Gojo called them over. They met near a row of 400 yen lockers, where the 3 young men joined the young woman. The girl introduced herself as Kujisaki Nobara and described herself as a confident presence among a group of boys. Nobara sized them up. IZUKU smiled and introduced himself as Midoriya IZUKU, and Fushiguro introduced himself as Fushiguro Megumi. Nobara stared at both of them, forming instant impressions. She thought one of them looked like someone who would do dangerous stunts to show off, and the green-haired one elicited a surprising protective feeling from her. Nobara admitted she did not always have good luck with her surroundings. The voice inside IZUKU, Sukuna, mentally graded her with quiet amusement, and IZUKU asked why Sukuna was evaluating her. Sukuna replied that IZUKU would learn more in time. Fushiguro asked Nobara if she had plans after the meeting. Gojo announced that he had gathered his 3 students and intended to take them sightseeing in Tokyo. Nobara grew excited while Fushiguro and IZUKU exchanged uneasy looks. Gojo declared that they would go to Roppongi. Nobara and Izuku brightened at the name, and Izuku remarked that Roppongi was amazing by day and even more thrilling by night. When they arrived, the group found themselves in front of an abandoned building and a nearby cemetery. Fushiguro pointed out that curses tended to gather near such places. Nobara accused Gojo of teasing, but Gojo explained there had been a curse outbreak at the cemetery and in the abandoned building. Izuku grew serious and speculated that people's fear of grave sites could generate curses, similar to what had happened back at the school. Fushiguro confirmed Izuku's reasoning. Nobara asked what was going on when she realized there was more to Izuku's situation. Fushiguro clarified Izuku's circumstances to her, and Nobara reacted with shock when she learned that Izuku had swallowed a special-grade cursed object. She stepped back, disgusted and startled. A short neutral pause followed as the group prepared to face the situation together. Izuku thought the place unsanitary and sighed before looking toward Gojo. Gojo explained that he wanted to see how far the students could go and framed the task as a practical test, assigning Nobara and Izuku to exorcise the curses inside the building. Izuku worried and reminded Gojo that he could normally only exorcise a curse with another sensei since he could not use sorcery yet. Gojo acknowledged this and pointed out that Izuku was part curse, with its magic flowing through him. Lacking control over it meant he would need help, which was why Gojo allowed him to use a tool. When Izuku looked, he found a small dagger and felt an aura radiating from it. Gojo identified it as Slaughter Demon, a weapon with cursed energy confined inside, and said it should be effective against the curses. Izuku then glanced down at his feet, catching Gojo's attention, and Gojo smiled as he noted that the shoes were also imbued with cursed energy. Gojo explained that since Izuku relied on his legs more than his fists, the metal had been reinforced with cursed energy so he could surprise any curses with his movements. As Izuku prepared to enter the building with Nobara, Gojo stopped him and cautioned him to suppress Sukuna. Gojo warned that if Sukuna was not kept in check, its sudden release could overwhelm nearby curses and sweep up anyone close by in the resulting burst of energy. Izuku nodded and handed his notebook to Fushiguro, who caught it. Izuku said he would do what he could and asked Fushiguro to read page 168, promising there would be something interesting there. Nobara urged them to hurry, and Izuku hurried after her. Fushiguro considered going in as well, but Gojo told him not to push himself since he was still recovering. Fushiguro insisted that someone should keep an eye on Izuku. Gojo agreed, but reminded him that the real test this time was Nobara. He then asked Fushiguro what Izuku had wanted him to see in the notebook. Fushiguro turned to the indicated page and began to read. Gojo watched and laughed, saying that he was impressed by what the boy had done. The notebook contained neatly maintained sections on curse energy theories, limitations, advantages, and other relevant information. The clarity and thoroughness of Izuku's notes made them almost rub their eyes in disbelief at how meticulously everything had been written. Right now, inside the building, Nobara sighed and complained that it was bothersome to have to deal with curses first thing in Tokyo. Izuku explained that they had to exorcise some curses, so it could not be avoided. Nobara proposed splitting up to save time, saying she would start from the top and clear floor by floor while Izuku began from the bottom so they could finish quickly and grab sushi afterwards. Izuku agreed and warned her to be careful because they did not know how dangerous the curses might be. Nobara glanced at Izuku and felt a brief blush before running down the stairs and delivering a quick kick. Izuku winced and thought it was unfair, while Nobara retorted that she did not want complaints from someone who had been a normal person until recently. Izuku apologized, and Nobara grumbled that this was why he was unpopular, then went upstairs, leaving Izuku alone and wondering if she even knew whether he was popular with girls. Sukuna's voice surfaced in Izuku's head, remarking that the girl could be harsh, and Izuku scolded the voice for speaking like that. Sukuna shrugged internally, saying the girl's attitude gave a reason to push her. Izuku found the comment unsettling. As Izuku finished his thought, a curse appeared above and lunged like a snake. Izuku reacted without hesitation, cutting it with the slaughter demon technique and flipping out of the way. The cursed spirit tried to strike again, but Izuku dodged and countered with precise slashes aimed at its base, then leapt and delivered a decisive strike that dispelled the curse. Izuku acknowledged the encounter and moved on. Outside the building, Gojo reflected on Izuku, thinking that Izuku showed no hesitation toward grotesque curses. Gojo observed that, unlike many who had been surrounded by curses for a long time, Izuku had once lived a normal high school life and probably would have tried to go pro as a hero. Gojo told Megumi that many talented jujutsu sorcerers had given up due to fear and disgust at destroying curses, and today he wanted to see whether Nobara shared that same resolute, almost reckless determination. In another room, Nobara focused on a particular mannequin that seemed more than just a prop. She asked the object if it intended to hide inside, then prepared 2 large nails and a hammer. Nobara warned the presence that if it did not come out, she would exorcise it as it was. Megumi had mentioned Nobara's experience, and Gojo had noted that curses in Tokyo were born from many minds and could be larger and more complex than those in the countryside. Nobara drove her nails with the hammer and struck the mannequin's head. The blow should have toppled it, but the figure remained standing. Gojo wondered whether Nobara realized that Tokyo curses were on another level. The mannequin's eyes appeared as it readied an attack. Nobara warned the figure that it was best to remove the nails because her cursed energy flowed through them. She snapped her fingers and the mannequin's head shattered in a burst of cursed energy, the remains falling limp. Nobara felt relieved that the threat was settled. At that moment, the sound of boxes shifting drew Nobara's attention. She found a small child with tears in his eyes who must have snuck in and encountered the curse. Nobara approached and tried to coax the child out, assuring him that it was all right, but he refused. Nobara sighed and said that kids did not warm up to her easily before deciding to call IZUKU. Before she could, the child was grabbed by a hairy-looking cursed spirit. Nobara readied herself to fight, but the spirit held up a hand and threatened the child, using the hostage to prevent an attack. Nobara cursed silently at the tactic and assessed the threat. The curse's intelligence explained why it chose to take a hostage, and Nobara calculated that it appeared to be a low-grade curse with dangerous cunning. She kept herself calm, recognizing that if she died the child would be in danger, but if the child died she would survive, so she reluctantly dropped her hammer and nails and declared herself unarmed, telling the creature to let the boy go. The curse refused and wore a smug expression. Nobara cursed herself for hesitating and thought of Saori for a fleeting moment, wishing she could have said goodbye. A sudden crash came as a fist broke through the wall, and a swift strike severed the curse's hold on the child. The cursed spirit recoiled and was shoved back as its grip was broken. Nobara and the child turned to see IZUKU standing nearby with a serious expression that softened when he checked on the child. The child nodded, easing IZUKU's concern. As IZUKU's attention shifted, the curse slipped through the wall in an attempt to escape. IZUKU reacted, but the curse was getting away. Nobara shouted for IZUKU to hand her the arm, prompting him to hesitate briefly and then smirk. The curse leaped through the building, drawing the attention of Fushiguro and Gojo as well. Fushiguro prepared to exorcise it, but Gojo told him to hold on. Nobara placed a straw doll on top of the severed arm of the cursed spirit, and the child wondered about the straw doll while IZUKU found it interesting. Sukuna muttered that he had seen better, and IZUKU thought the voice was unpleasant. Nobara readied her hammer and nail and activated the straw doll technique. She drove the nail into the doll, channeling resonance through it, and the cursed arm was neutralized, the spirit's connection severed. The immediate threat ended, and the team regrouped to ensure the child was safe. The area was gloomy as rain poured down from dark clouds overhead. Ijichi explained to IZUKU that their team had verified the cursed womb 3 hours earlier. Once 90% of the center had been evacuated, the decision had been made to seal it off. Citizens within a 500-meter radius had also been moved to safety. IZUKU asked what a window was. Ijichi clarified that a window was a member of Jujutsu High who could see curses but was not a sorcerer. IZUKU nodded. Ijichi reported that detainee block 2 still contained 5 detainees along with the cursed womb, and that if the womb underwent metamorphosis it would likely become a special grade cursed spirit. Fushiguro and Nobara both registered the name, special grade, with concern. IZUKU asked whether a sorcerer was normally assigned to a curse of a similar grade. Fushiguro confirmed that was the case and added that Gojo would normally be called in for a situation like this, but then admitted that Gojo was away on a business trip. Ijichi warned that they were short-handed and that missions often pushed beyond their limits. He emphasized that this case was abnormal and urgent, and explicitly instructed them not to fight. Ijichi told them that if they encountered a special grade, their options were to run or die, and reminded them that their mission was strictly verification and rescue of survivors. A woman in the crowd pressed forward and demanded to know where her son Tadashi was. A man stepped in front of her and tried to hold her back while others urged her to stay back for her own safety. The woman broke down in tears, pleading and asking why this was happening. Ijichi explained that she was a guardian who had come to visit and that there was a possibility poisonous gas had spread through the center. He asked everyone to step away for now. The woman continued to cry. IZUKU grew serious and told Fushiguro and Nobara that they were going to save the people inside. Nobara agreed without hesitation. The trio set off toward the detention center. Ijichi warned them to be careful and said he would put up his veil. A black sludge began to form in the sky and expand, a barrier that concealed the area from the nearby residential district. Fushiguro explained that the veil hid their operations from the outside. Nobara called IZUKU ignorant for not grasping this immediately, teasing him in a way that brought a faint pink to her face. IZUKU looked away, flustered. Fushiguro performed a series of hand signs and summoned a white dog from his shadow. He explained that the dog would alert them if the curse drew near. IZUKU knelt and petted the dog, encouraging it and thanking it for its help while Nobara fussed over it and offered jerky. Fushiguro watched with mild irritation, and IZUKU thanked him for his reliability, saying that because of him they would be able to rescue the people and save themselves. The door to the detention block opened and the three rushed inside. As they ran down the corridors, the building around them began to look distorted, with sections merged together as if multiple structures had been fused. Nobara wondered aloud what was happening. IZUKU narrowed his eyes and realized the layout had changed. What had once been a two-story dormitory now felt wrong. Fushiguro recognized the signs of a deployed innate domain fueled by cursed energy and noted that he had never seen one this large. He then noticed that the entrance they had used was gone. The missing door made the situation worse. Sukuna's taunting voice rose in Izuku's mind, mocking how they would get out, but Izuku remained outwardly silent. Nobara grabbed Izuku by the arm and started a nervous, jittery routine while fretting about what to do. When Fushiguro suggested trusting the dog to remember the scent of the entrance, Nobara calmed and began petting the dog again, offering it more jerky. The dog's tail wagged happily and it seemed to enjoy the treat, which lightened the tension for a moment. They pushed onward, moving through the maze-like interior. Minutes passed before they turned a corner and came upon three motionless people on the floor. The sight shocked them. The victims lay still and showed clear signs of having been in danger, but there were no graphic details to see. Nobara described the scene as atrocious. Fushiguro confirmed that there were three people. Izuku grabbed the shirt of one of the bodies and checked the name tag. The tag read Okazaki Tadashi, matching the name the mother had called for outside. The realization hit him hard. A panicked woman asked if her son Tadashi was okay. Izuku, hair covering his eyes, suggested taking the body back. Nobara reacted with confusion. Izuku explained that the boy belonged to that woman. Nobara started to argue, but Izuku pointed out that the boy's face was not too badly mangled and that the mother would not accept being told her son was dead when they had no body. Fushiguro suddenly grabbed the back of Izuku's hoodie and ordered them to find and verify two more people and to leave that body behind. Izuku protested that they could not come back because the way they had entered was gone. Fushiguro clarified that he meant leave the body and move on. He refused to risk his life to save people he had not intended to save. Izuku seized Fushiguro by the collar and demanded to know what he meant. Fushiguro explained that this was a juvenile detention center and that JUJUTSU sorcerers had access to the scene's background. He revealed that Okazaki Tadashi had struck a young girl on her way home from school while driving without a license and that it had been his second such offense. He reminded Izuku of the danger of saving people who might hurt others later. Izuku asked why Fushiguro had bothered saving him in the first place. Fushiguro gave no answer. Nobara scolded them both for their fighting and told them to be mindful of the situation, but before she could finish, the ground opened beneath her and she disappeared. Izuku shouted her name and cursed that their demon dogs should have sensed the curse, only to see one of the demon dogs' heads protruding from the wall. Izuku and Fushiguro realized they were surrounded. On Izuku's left and Fushiguro's right, a snake-like cursed spirit stood beside them. Both recognized it as a special grade and found themselves momentarily frozen with fear. Izuku forced himself to remember his mother's gentle words about helping others and lunged forward, grabbing his blade to slash at the spirit. In a split second the spirit struck back and Izuku's left hand was gravely injured and rendered useless. He looked at his ruined hand and, oddly, felt no pain. Nobara wandered down a dark corridor, unsure of her location. She felt the presence of a curse and took a fighting stance. The curse before her bore many small faces and eyes that shifted unervingly. Nobara was surprised by how many features it had and readied herself. Back with Izuku and Fushiguro, Izuku wrapped a belt around his injured wrist and called for help from the presence inside him. A harsh voice answered in his mind, refusing to help at first. The presence Sukuna explained that even though it shared his body, the fragmented power was struggling to reassemble. After some reluctance, Sukuna agreed to help on the condition that once they switched, Sukuna would hunt down the boy and the lively woman. the voice made the intent clear and menacing. Izuku rejected that plan, but Sukuna warned that if Izuku focused too much on him, their friends would die. The special grade cursed spirit charged and unleashed a blast of raw cursed energy that exploded between them. The force of the attack left Fushiguro's ears ringing. Through the ringing, Izuku called out for Fushiguro to take Kujisaki and get out while he distracted the spirit. He asked them to give a signal when they were clear, at which point he would switch with Sukuna. Fushiguro protested that Izuku could not possibly switch with only one arm against a special grade, but Izuku insisted the spirit was toying with them and that he could buy some time. After Izuku pleaded calmly, Fushiguro reluctantly nodded and jumped into the hole created by the explosion, moving deeper into the detention block. A shadow on Fushiguro's back formed into a bird-like shape, then into a creature that moved ahead of him. He ran down the corridor, thinking not to let Izuku and Kujisaki die. He performed a hand sign and activated a restraining technique. A black dog made of shadow sprang forth and was sent to find Kujisaki. Nobara clutched a single nail in her left hand and sighed, noting she should have brought more. She prepared to act. Izuku stood before the cursed spirit as it shifted and revealed more of its lower form. He tried to lighten the moment with a nervous quip about how the spirit seemed more mobile now, but his thoughts were interrupted when the spirit fired another blast of cursed energy that slammed him into a wall and forced him to cough. The spirit leapt and struck again, sending Izuku through the wall. It towered over him as it prepared to strike once more. He rose and prepared to block, but the attack damaged his fingers and left them numb and useless. His mind raced through pain and panic, tumbling through memories and regrets, and he fought to silence the spiraling thoughts. The force of the attack pushed him, and in that moment, all he heard. He remembered his mother's words to help others and wondered if he had grown weak. Meanwhile, Nobara hung upside down, staring at the face of the curse. She recognized it and vowed to retaliate. The curse lifted her and threatened to consume her, her face twisted with disgust. Before it could, someone intervened and pulled her away. A large snake struck the curse, and a cursed frog then seized Nobara and carried her, briefly sheltering her in its mouth. Fushiguro announced that they were escaping, and Nobara complained that she hated frogs. Fushiguro dismissed her complaint and urged them to move. Back with Izuku, he lay battered and exhausted before the looming special grade. Izuku reflected that he had been full of himself and had believed he was strong enough to choose his fate, but now he felt broken. He stared at his damaged hand, where several fingers were gone, and admitted to himself that he was weak. He rose from his crouch and pleaded mentally that he did not want to die. Memories of his desire to make a difference and to keep spending time with his friends flashed through his mind, and tears tracked down his face. He remembered Principal Yaga's warning that jujutsu sorcerers never die without regret, and he resolved that if he had to die he wanted it to feel meaningful. He gathered his remaining strength, focused his emotions into his fist, and launched an attack. The special grade intercepted the blow with barely concealed amusement. Hearing Fushiguro's howl, Izuku signaled the switch to Sukuna. Tattoos spread across Izuku's face as Sukuna took control, wearing a sinister smile that unnerved the special grade. Sukuna mocked the earlier display and admitted grudging respect for Izuku's attempt while plotting how to make the brat regret his choices. He considered that a direct pursuit would only allow Izuku to switch back, so he decided instead to reset the situation to his advantage. Sukuna regenerated his hand and motioned for the curse to follow him, instructing it to go after the students. The special grade prepared a counterattack, but Sukuna easily healed further and blocked the assault. He taunted the spirit about cursed beings usually remaining where they were born, and then vanished from the spirit's sight. When he reappeared, he slammed the spirit into the ground and continued to taunt it for failing to finish him off. Sukuna pressed his advantage, stomping down and shattering the floor beneath them. As they fell, the special grade grabbed Sukuna's leg and attempted to hold him back while displaying a missing limb as evidence of the fight's toll. The spirit was overwhelmed and vanished beneath water and rubble. Outside, Fushiguro ordered the evacuation area expanded to 10 kilometers and told Ijichi that he would wait for Izuku to return. Ijichi said he would take Kujisaki to the hospital and then return as quickly as possible. Fushiguro insisted that Ijichi should not linger and asked him to request a grade 1 sorcerer if possible, preferring to keep the heroes unaware of the situation. Ijichi promised to do what he could and departed by car. Fushiguro resolved internally that if the worst happened, it would be his responsibility to end the threat. Back in the battle, Sukuna remarked that both he and the other being were classified as special grade. The cursed spirit had been hurled against the wall and initially left incapacitated, but it soon regenerated its limbs and returned to a standing position. Sukuna encouraged it sarcastically to keep trying and then lectured the spirit on healing, noting that cursed energy made recovery easier for spirits than for humans. He decided to demonstrate what real jujutsu looked like. Sukuna activated a domain expansion, invoking Malevolent Shrine. The special grade was struck by precise, overwhelming attacks from the domain and was quickly incapacitated without gruesome detail. Sukuna then extracted a cursed object from the spirit and claimed it for himself. The spirit was engulfed by Sukuna's cursed energy and rendered unable to continue the fight. Sukuna declared the confrontation over and expected IZUKU to respond, but there was no immediate switch. He grew curious about IZUKU's silence and decided to make use of his control while it lasted, wearing a sinister smile as he contemplated his next move. Just outside the detention center, rain fell under a dark, gloomy sky. Fushiguro stood at the gate and sensed that the innate domain had closed, a sign that the special grade had been defeated. Fushiguro thought they only needed IZUKU to return safely. The air shifted, and a far more sinister presence made his eyes widen. Sukuna informed Fushiguro that IZUKU was not coming back. Fushiguro turned and found IZUKU's body standing before him, hair tied up and wearing a smirk that did not belong to the boy. Sukuna, occupying that face, stepped forward and made light conversation, his tone deceptively cheerful. He accused IZUKU of trying to use him without a pact and said the boy was having trouble switching back, but that it was only a matter of time. To emphasize the point, Sukuna produced a strange, pulsing cursed artifact in his hand and used it as leverage, claiming he was taking IZUKU hostage. Fushiguro recoiled in shock and demanded clarification. Sukuna laughed and stated that he could live without the artifact, but IZUKU could not. He tossed the relic aside and it fell silent. Then Sukuna produced a relic associated with the King of Curses and consumed it, which caused a surge of power and released the voice of the spirit inside. Sukuna yawned and declared himself free, taunting Fushiguro and promising to kill him. His nails sharpened with the boost of cursed energy. Fushiguro told himself that their positions were reversed now, but he believed that IZUKU would come back even if it cost him his life. That stubbornness was part of who IZUKU was. Sukuna dismissed that faith as overestimation, insisting IZUKU was only tougher and denser than most and had been terrified and remorseful moments earlier, hardly someone who would throw his life away. Fushiguro noticed that Sukuna's arm had been restored and that he was healing in ways that suggested access to reverse curse techniques. Sukuna's incarnation had taken tangible form. Fushiguro resolved that he had to buy time and force Sukuna to mend his body before the real IZUKU could return, to make the King of Curses believe he couldn't defeat Fushiguro without being whole. He reminded himself that his own paralysis in the face of a special grade had shown how dangerous this opponent was, but that made the task all the more necessary. He formed a hand sign and summoned Nu, then rushed in. Sukuna smirked and prompted them to use the open space now that they were outside. Fushiguro launched a swift kick. Sukuna wondered aloud why he relied on Shikigami yet engaged directly. Their exchanges were a blur of movement strikes blocked or narrowly missed, each blow testing the other's limits. Sukuna encouraged Fushiguro to put more curse into his attacks, relishing the fight as he drew them out. Sukuna seized Fushiguro's fist, drew him in, and landed a powerful strike that sent him stumbling back. Fushiguro's shadow morphed into Orochi, a pale snake that coiled and wrapped around Sukuna's waist to restrain him. Nu's bird Shikigami charged with crackling energy, its wings electrified to assault Sukuna from above. Sukuna merely smiled and dispelled the snake with a surge of cursed energy. Taken aback, Fushiguro felt the wind knocked from him as Sukuna grabbed his jacket and tossed him through the air, urging them again to use the open space. Sukuna battered Fushiguro, sending him crashing into buildings. The bird Shikigami caught Fushiguro and carried him away, but Sukuna's speed and power were on another level entirely. He smashed Fushiguro and the bird through a glass-domed roof. They fell through the roof and hit the ground beneath a cloud of dust and smoke. Sukuna landed before him, unhurried. Fushiguro assessed the situation. He had used one Shikigami to drag them out of an innate domain. The white snake and Orochi had been dispersed, and Nu was pushed to its limit. He hand-gestured and released the bird Shikigami, letting it disappear so it would not be destroyed. Sukuna watched thoughtfully and then remarked that Fushiguro's Shikigami were formed from shadows. Fushiguro took in that revelation but knew it changed little in the moment. He still needed to act. Sukuna criticized Fushiguro for risking his life over stubborn ideals and called the boy he protected not worth such sacrifice. Fushiguro began to rise, determined despite the odds. At that moment, voices came from nearby. A newcomer stammered the name Deku. Fushiguro turned to see a group arrive. A blonde-haired boy with striking red eyes, another boy with red hair, and a young woman with pink skin, pink hair, and small horns, who was holding an older, injured man and crying. Confusion and alarm washed over Fushiguro as he realized the situation had just become even more complicated. 4 hours earlier at UA High, a girl with the same hair color as the familiar cinnamon roll student arrived. She was Mizuki Yagi, the daughter of Toshinori Yagi, known as All Might. Since discovering she had a half-brother a few months ago, Mizuki had grown a little distant from her father. He had been her only parent. She had no memories of her mother, and the distance had left her quietly frustrated. After she mentioned the situation to Katsuki, his behavior toward anyone connected to IZUKU had become colder, which only made Mizuki hope she would be able to find him someday. In the present classroom, Kaminari complained that the media swarm that morning had been stressful and that he was surprised they had forced their way through the school gate. Momo pointed out that it was understandable. With the number one hero becoming a teacher, people wanted answers. Jairu said it had been annoying and that the reporters had practically crushed anyone in their way to get information. Hagakure admitted that the attention had been exciting, since she rarely received requests for interviews. Ojiro dryly noted that her visibility or lack of it would complicate matters. The door burst open and Shota Aizawa, the class's homeroom teacher, entered in a dark tracksuit. Aizawa asked the class to settle, and silence fell. He then told them they would each be given a task that could influence their futures. Aizawa explained that they needed to choose a class representative, and that the choice would shape how the public viewed the class and, by extension, their potential as heroes, so they should choose carefully. Kirishima asked who they thought would be suitable. Shiro said it could not be someone who was unreliable, which ruled out both Kaminari and himself in his opinion. Jairu pointed out that Kaminari's quirk could be unpredictable under stress and that could cause problems for someone representing the class. Kaminari bristled at the suggestion but could not offer a convincing defense. Shiro also said he did not see himself or Ashido as natural decision-makers. Mina protested that she could make a good class rep, but Shiro felt her playful manner might distract the public. Mina sighed and conceded, adding that she only asked that the representative not be inappropriate in behavior. The students instinctively turned their attention to Mineta, who began to tremble under their stares. Jairu immediately dismissed Mineta as a candidate and said he himself did not feel suited to leadership. Shiro added that the representative should not be someone who caused trouble without reason, which led Katsuki to object loudly when he felt he was being accused of starting trouble. Hagakure said she worried people might not take her seriously because she was invisible. Kirishima tallied the remaining plausible candidates: Yairozu, Yagi, Azui, Ida, Uraraka, Sato, Shoji, Kirishima himself, Koda, Tokoyami, Ojiro, Aoyama, and Todoroki. Ida argued that the role required trust and leadership, so they should hold an election to see who naturally had support. Tsu objected that they had only known each other a short time, and Kirishima worried that candidates might simply vote for themselves. Ida countered that the most voted for candidates would be the likeliest to represent the class well and asked Aizawa for permission. Aizawa, half asleep and uninterested in theatrics, told them to proceed and get it over with. A few minutes later, the votes were tallied. Tenya Ida received 7 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu received 6 votes. Mizuki Yagi received 4 votes. Minoru Mineta received 1 vote. Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo each received 1 vote. Aizawa announced that Ida would be the class representative, with Yaoyorozu as deputy. Ida accepted the honor and promised not to fail them. Kirishima expressed support for the choice, and Mizuki quietly acknowledged that Ida was a capable leader. Aizawa then explained that their next lesson would be special training designed to prepare them for realistic hero work, rescue training simulating situations at an undisclosed UA facility, such as shipwrecks and earthquakes. Kaminari said it sounded exciting, and Kirishima called it proper hero work. Aizawa noted that, because of the morning's media incident, things would be handled differently going forward. Ojiro asked how they would be different, and Aizawa answered that they would be taught by 3 instructors. Aizawa informed the class that All Might and another faculty member would be monitoring their performance at an off-site facility. Ida asked if that was to ensure nothing went wrong during their training. Aizawa confirmed and explained that the principal believed this arrangement would keep them safe without changing their training too much. He then told them to put on their hero costumes and meet at the front to board the bus. Each student grabbed their costume case, changed into their hero costume, and made their way to the bus. Ida instructed everyone to line up single file and board in an orderly manner. Kirishima pointed out that the bus was big enough for 2 lines, and Ida reacted to himself in a moment of frustrated embarrassment. On the bus, Mizuki asked the others who they thought the third teacher would be. Katsuki said he just hoped the training would be worthwhile, then turned his head to avoid Mizuki's stare, thinking that she suddenly wanted to talk to him. The ride lasted about 45 minutes, with students sitting in their respective groups. Azui asked Mizuki a question and asked to be called Tsu. Mizuki and Azui compared quirks, with Azui noting that Mizuki's strength-based quirk seemed similar to All Might's in some ways. The students agreed that strength quirks shared some common mechanics. Aizawa announced their arrival and told them to stop dawdling. The class stepped out at the UA off-site facility and walked toward a dome-shaped building. A new hero introduced herself as 13 and welcomed them, saying she had been waiting. The students reacted in awe. Mizuki recognized 13 as the space hero who had rescued many people, and Uraraka admitted that 13 was one of her favorite heroes. 13 said she could not wait to show them what was inside. They entered the building, and Kirishima exclaimed that it felt like an amusement park. 13 described the facility she had designed to prepare students for various disasters: a shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, calling it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or UFE. The students compared it to a theme park. Aizawa wondered aloud where All Might was and joked that perhaps he had booked an interview. 13 explained that All Might had overexerted himself on the way to school that morning and had used up his power, so he was resting in the teacher's lounge. Aizawa grumbled about All Might's irresponsibility and said it should be fine with the two of them. With time pressing, he said they should begin. 13 prepared to give them instructions, and the students interrupted to let her start. She then warned them seriously about the dangers of powerful quirks. She explained that her quirk, called Black Hole, could absorb and disperse objects, and that many quirks could be dangerous if used without focus. She reminded them that Aizawa's fitness tests and All Might's combat training had already taught them some of those risks, and she urged them to carry those lessons into this class. Today's focus would be on using quirks to save lives, not to attack. The students cheered at the reminder of their responsibility to protect others. Kirishima asked what was happening downstairs, pointing toward the fountain area. 13 and Aizawa turned to look and saw a purple, mist-like circle hovering above the fountain. The lights began to dim, and the mist expanded. Aizawa ordered everyone to stay together and remain still while calling on 13 to protect the students. Kirishima stepped forward in surprise, wondering if the training had started already, but Aizawa warned him to stay back and put on his goggles. Aizawa then confirmed that the situation was real and that villains had appeared. The class went from a simulated exercise mindset into fear. They were no longer there to rescue anyone in a drill. Their new, immediate objective was to get through the situation safely. A smoke-like figure watched from nearby and observed that the only real heroes present appeared to be 13 and Eraserhead. He found it perplexing that the schedule they had received indicated All Might would also be there. Aizawa accused the intruders of sneaking onto the grounds using the press as cover. Shigaraki, annoyed by All Might's absence, noted that the group had come seeking the symbol of peace and that All Might was not present. He suggested causing enough chaos among the students to draw him out instead. The remark changed the tone of the intruders' plan into something menacing but non-graphic. Kirishima reacted with disbelief that there were actual villains on campus and asked how so many of them could have gotten past such secure facilities. Yaoyorozu questioned 13 about why the security alarms had not activated. 13 admitted she was not sure, and the students grew more worried. They wondered whether the entire campus was under attack. Shoto Todoroki wondered whether this was the villain's only target. If the alarm sensors had not been triggered, one of the intruders must have a quirk masking their presence. They had chosen this isolated facility while classes were in session. They were fools for trespassing, but they had thought it through. Whatever their plan, it had to have a concrete objective. Aizawa walked past 13 and ordered 13 to evacuate the students and alert the main campus. He warned that whoever could block the sensors might be jamming regular communications, and he instructed Kaminari to try contacting the school. Kaminari attempted to reach the campus with his communicator. Mizuki told her teacher that she could not handle the intruders alone. Her quirk only nullified others and her combat style suited stealth and one-on-one situations. Aizawa remained calm and reminded her that being a pro meant more than a single trick, then entrusted 13 with the evacuation. He leapt from the top of the stairs and moved toward the villains. A squad with long-range quirks took aim at Aizawa. One of the attackers named Victor tried to fire his ability, but nothing came from his fingers. Victor realized his quirk had been neutralized, and his companion from the stitched group called out in confusion about their missing shots. Aizawa used his capture scarf to wrap around 3 of the villains and slam them into the ground. One of the attackers recognized him as Eraserhead and noted that he could cancel quirks simply by looking. Another, calling himself Steel Bulwark, rushed forward and boasted that a heteromorphic type quirk would be immune, but Aizawa countered and struck the villain, sending him flying. He explained that such a villain was only dangerous if he could reach him. He kept moving, dodging and striking, throwing foes into one another and keeping the attackers off balance. Across the scene, Shigaraki observed that Aizawa was living up to his reputation, making it difficult for the villains to coordinate. The prod of a true professional, Shigaraki thought, was the worst part of dealing with pros. Back at the top of the stairs, Mizuki watched her teacher with awe until Ida urged her to stop analyzing and move. The students proceeded toward the USJ entrance, but the same purple mist that had brought the villains inside suddenly cut off their escape. Kurogiri announced that there would be no escape and introduced his group as the League of Villains, taunting the location as an appropriate place for the symbol of peace to fall. He remarked that All Might had been expected but was absent, though he suggested that it did not change his intentions. Kirishima and Bakugo rushed at the mist, Bakugo's attack producing a dramatic explosion in the cavernous space. The dust cleared to reveal Kurogiri, unfazed, warning them to be careful or someone would get hurt. 13 ordered 2 of the students to get out of the way, but Kurogiri threatened to scatter them across the facility and called for their deaths. The purple mist expanded, obscuring the surroundings. Kirishima struggled to see through the fog. Ida reacted quickly, grabbing Uraraka and Sato to protect them, and Shoji moved to cover Mina and Siro. Others hesitated, frozen by the sudden dome surrounding their classmates. Ida looked at the purple barrier and asked what was happening. A sudden portal opened above a body of water, and Mizuki fell through with a startled cry. She assumed the mist had come from a warping quirk and feared the attackers had come to target her father. As she pushed upward, she saw a villain swimming toward her and panicked. The attacker lunged, but a hero intervened, delivering a precise kick that stopped the threat. Azui used her tongue to secure Mizuki and guide her to the surface. They surfaced in the shipwreck zone. Azui used her tongue to place one of the students onto the deck. He complained loudly as he clambered up. Mizuki thanked Azui for saving her, and Azui told her to use her chosen name. Mizuki apologized and noted how badly the day had gone. She reflected that the villains had known their schedule and the perfect moment to strike while the teachers were occupied managing the media outside. They had likely accessed school files and waited for the opportunity Todoroki had suspected. Mineta made an awkward comment that was immediately dismissed. Mineta insisted that All Might would arrive and crush the villains once he showed up. Tsu warned that the villains had time to plan and might have found a way to defeat him. Mizuki listened, curious about the new possibility Tsu raised, and Tsu added that they should worry less about All Might and more about the immediate danger they might not survive long enough to see any hero arrive. Mineta panicked and demanded that Tsu be quiet. Tsu made a questioning croak. Villains rose from the water. A shark-like villain threatened them in a loud, menacing voice, and Mineta screamed in fear. Mizuki reflected that Azui might be right. If the villains were here for All Might, they probably had a way to neutralize him. She wondered why All Might in particular would be targeted, whether it was his symbolic status or something else, but she pushed the questions aside and resolved to act. She urged her classmates to work together and protect All Might until help arrived, pointing out that no one at UA knew what had happened and this was up to them. Mineta balked and argued that they should wait for professional heroes. Mizuki countered that the villains clearly had an advantage in water and would likely force a fight there. Tsu observed that, if so, the villains must have known what was inside the USJ before they warped them in. Mizuki admitted a small mistake in naming but corrected herself and said that Tsu had been warped to the shipwrecked zone. Mineta asked why that mattered. Mizuki explained that it suggested the villains probably did not know what their quirks were. Tsu agreed with another croak and pointed out that if the villains had known she was amphibious, they would not have sent her to a watery area. Mizuki reasoned that the villains had separated them because they did not know their abilities. They were cautious, keeping their distance from the boat rather than rushing in. That caution meant the villains were being careful, not careless. They discussed their quirks. Tsu described her ability to leap great distances, cling to surfaces, and extend a long tongue. She also mentioned she could secrete a mildly irritating mucus but that it would not be useful in the current situation. Mizuki explained that she possessed super strength but could only safely use about 20% without risking injury. Mineta, flustered, explained that he produced sticky spheres that varied in adhesion depending on his condition. They regenerated quickly, but using too many took a toll on him. The students regarded Mineta with serious faces when he insisted his quirk was not suited for battle. He protested loudly that this was why they should wait for professionals. Mizuki reassured him that his power could be useful if they figured out how to apply it. A water construct lashed out and struck the boat, splitting it in half. The vessel began to sink. Tsu warned that the ship was going down. In a panic, Mineta started flinging his sticky spheres toward the side of the boat so they would land in the water. Mizuki, trying to stay calm, told him to calm down, and then noticed that several of the villains were deliberately avoiding the ball. Mizuki realized the villains were afraid to touch Mineta's projectiles. A villain shouted that once the students were submerged, they would be at a disadvantage and easy to finish off. Mineta pressed himself against the wall, terrified. They feared they were going to be fish food as the ship keeled and water rushed in. Tsu asked Mineta if he was really sure the hero thing was right for him. Mineta snapped at her, insisting that it was weirder not to be scared. They had only just left junior high a few days ago and now faced a life-or-death situation at UA. He then blurted an embarrassing, awkward remark and fell silent. Mizuki slapped him across the face, and he quieted, tears welling in his eyes. Mizuki reminded them that an enemy certain of victory was bound to make a mistake, echoing something All Might had said in an interview once. Mineta demanded to know what she meant. Mizuki's fist trembled as she steadied herself and declared that now was their chance. She believed they could beat the villains. The villains watched as the boat continued to sink and jeered that the kids were probably already crying for their mothers. One of them emphasized that Shigaraki had told them to judge opponents by their quirks, not their ages, and that they should not be underestimated, though he admitted they had an advantage in the water and felt confident. The villains were startled when Mizuki launched herself from the top of the ship with a defiant battle cry. She readied her fingers and prepared an attack using one for all. Tsu asked Mineta if he was ready. Mineta noted that even though Mizuki was just as scared as he was and shaking, she was going through with it. Mizuki dove toward the water and unleashed a powerful smash attack that sent a massive current into the ocean, creating a whirlpool that began to drag the villains in. Mizuki signaled to Tsu and Mineta to act. Tsu leaped high and grabbed Mizuki with her tongue just before she hit the water. Mineta, both frightened and impressed by Mizuki's courage, launched his sticky spheres into the whirlpool, intending to tangle the villains and keep them from escaping. The sticky spheres swirled around and began to adhere to the villains as they were pulled toward the vortex. Some of the villains panicked and shouted that they could not get the spheres off. The spheres caused the villains to become stuck to one another, unable to move freely. Tsu reported that they had rounded the villains all up and praised both teammates for their effort. The trio made it to shore of the shipwreck zone. Mineta made an awkward joke that the others ignored. Mizuki questioned why he had shared that and expressed disbelief that they had managed to subdue so many at. Tsu suggested they think about their next move, and Mizuki agreed that getting help should be their top priority. She proposed following the shoreline to the exit to avoid the central plaza entirely, and Tsu agreed, noting that they would be less likely to run into the villains that Mr. Aizawa was fighting. Mizuki worried about how long Aizawa would be able to hold the villains off and feared for his safety. She did not mean they should jump into the thick of the battle, but she wondered if they could find a way to take a few opponents out and lighten his load. Mineta protested at the idea of getting them killed. Mizuki clarified they would leave the moment it seemed too dangerous. With that, the three began to hide and move along the shoreline, keeping an eye on the situation. Aizawa continued to fight as a mysterious man covered in hands rushed toward him. Shigaraki counted the timing of his attacks under his breath while Aizawa called the figure the final boss and threw his capture tape in an attempt to restrain him. Shigaraki continued to track the seconds between Aizawa's moves and taunted him as Aizawa closed in and struck with an elbow. One of the villain's hands intercepted the elbow, and Shigaraki observed that Aizawa's tell was his hair. When it dropped, it meant Aizawa had stopped using his quirk. As Shigaraki taunted him, Aizawa's sleeve began to fray and show signs of damage, and the villain began to show similar deterioration. Shigaraki warned Aizawa not to push himself too hard. Aizawa responded by punching the villain away with resolve, thinking that his elbow had been ruined in the exchange. The villains rushed him again, and despite the strain and injury, Aizawa kept fighting, breathing heavily. Shigaraki mocked Aizawa's quirk, suggesting it was better suited to stealth and surprise than head-to-head battles, and teased that Aizawa had leapt into the middle of the fight to reassure his students. Shigaraki then indicated that he was not the final boss. A larger creature appeared behind him. the bioengineered creature, a Nomu, struck Aizawa's face, shattering his goggles and leaving him stunned. Mizuki reacted in horror as the Nomu slammed Aizawa into the ground. She cried out in concern for him. Shigaraki explained that the creature was a bioengineered anti-symbol of peace known as Nomu. Mizuki, horrified, wondered how such a thing could be created. The Nomu then grabbed Aizawa's arm and wrenched it, forcing him to cry out from the pain. Aizawa tried to use his quirk to erase the Nomu's ability, but the creature overpowered him and pinned his other arm, and Aizawa felt his body being pushed to its limits as he struggled under the force. It seemed certain now that his quirk had been erased. That meant he was still unnaturally strong even without powers, possibly as strong as All Might. The Nomu repeatedly slammed its head into the ground, shaking the area. Mineta said he could not watch anymore and urged everyone to leave immediately. Tsu croaked in agreement. Mizuki clenched her fist and thought that she could not just sit there and let him die. She had to do something. Kurogyari appeared beside Shigaraki. Shigaraki asked whether Kurogyari had managed to eliminate 13. Kurogyari reported that 13 was incapacitated, but he had been unable to disperse some of the students and one had escaped. Shigaraki scowled in frustration and warned Kurogyari that, if he were not their warp gate, he would tear him apart. He added that if dozens of pros showed up to stop them, it would be game over, and he was disappointed to be ending this now. He said they should go home. Mineta asked if he had heard correctly and whether Shigaraki was really planning to leave. Tsu said she thought that was the case. Mineta celebrated the apparent safety and the chance to avoid further fighting. Tsu admitted she had a bad feeling about it. Mizuki found it strange that they would retreat now, even if help was on the way. She wondered why they would not seize this opportunity, since UA would surely strengthen security afterward. Before they left, Shigaraki said they should make sure the symbol of peace was broken and wreck his pride, but he was interrupted as Mina stepped forward. Mina demanded that they leave their teacher alone. Shigaraki dismissed her as just another brat. Aizawa told Ishido to get out of there, but Ishido refused, insisting she would not stand by and watch him die and that she intended to save him. From the back, Katsuki and Kirishima arrived. Kirishima declared that anyone who tried to hurt their teacher would have to get through them. Mizuki urged them not to act rashly. Shigaraki commented that the students were brave but suggested they would not live to become heroes. He ordered the Nomu to attack. The Nomu charged. Mizuki refused to let them die and felt she had no choice but to use her full power. Her arm began to glow as she prepared an attack, but before she could finish, the glass dome above cracked and two figures fell through. They hit the ground with a thunderous impact, sending dust and smoke across the area. As the haze cleared, one of the newcomers observed that the Shikigami appeared to be created from shadows. The other dismissed the observation. The first wondered why someone had retreated earlier, calling it a waste of talent, and then indicated his injured chest, making clear he had been hurt. The dark-haired boy, Fushiguro, struggled to rise, while the one known as Sukuna scoffed that the boy on the ground was not worth their time. Someone stammered the name Deku. Sukuna responded with indifference. The black-haired boy looked surprised as the smoke continued to swirl, and the green-haired boy stood over him. Mizuki felt a shock of recognition. The green-haired young man resembled her so closely, same hair, same style and color, that she realized he must be IZUKU. The realization hit her like a jolt as she thought he might be her brother. Sukuna felt confused when the green-haired girl addressed him as Big Brother and the blonde-haired boy used another name for him. Sukuna noted aloud that the boy seemed to have friends here. Katsuki felt his arms tremble as he stared at the boy he had once known. The boy looked different now, radiating a dangerous aura. Shigaraki scratched his neck and demanded to know who the newcomer was, insisting the newcomer was ruining the situation. Sukuna warned the boy to act or he might kill the children who were his friends. The boy replied that even if he tried, Sukuna would still kill them. Sukuna laughed, which enraged Shigaraki. Shigaraki ordered his Nomu to attack. The Nomu rushed forward and grabbed Sukuna's leg. Sukuna regarded the creature with a raised eyebrow while it tried to slam him into the ground. Sukuna taunted the Nomu, pointing out the creature's missing arm as he held it up, and Shigaraki protested that he had not seen it happen. The Nomu regenerated its arm, but Sukuna scoffed, dismissing it as all show and little substance. Shigaraki charged and touched Sukuna's arm, daring him to fight with only one arm. Another student tried to intervene by calling for IZUKU, but Sukuna's interest in Shigaraki was brief and cool. Sukuna examined Shigaraki's power and judged it interesting but not worth his time. Then Sukuna restored his own arm, a motion that shocked Katsuki. The boy everyone had known as quirkless had not been able to do something like that before. Kirishima asked Katsuki what he meant, and Katsuki insisted that IZUKU had been quirkless. Mizuki widened her eyes at the revelation, but Fushiguro stood and pleaded with everyone to leave, insisting that the person before them was not IZUKU and that staying would get them killed. Mizuki refused to abandon him. Sukuna continued to engage the Nomu without effort. He observed that the creature could regenerate limbs like a curse, then targeted its neural center and disabled it instantly with a precise strike. The Nomu went down, and Shigaraki reacted with stunned outrage, accusing Sukuna of cheating because his pet had been destroyed. Sukuna replied that the creature had been strong enough but had become boring, and he wanted to begin a larger massacre while keeping the boy as a hostage. Shigaraki demanded to know who Sukuna was. Sukuna refused to reveal his identity to someone he considered already defeated. The doors of the USJ burst open, drawing Sukuna's attention. Footsteps sounded at the top of the stairs, and the students on the ground registered relief as the symbol of peace arrived. All Might announced his presence and prepared to protect the students. Sukuna regarded the hero with disinterest and noted the boy nearby seemed to feel a deep hatred toward the hero. All Might explained that he had felt uneasy when Aizawa and 13 were not answering his calls, had rushed over, and had run into Ida on the way. He regretted that such terror had unfolded on his watch and intended to reassure the children that they would be all right. Mineta exclaimed that rescue had come. Mizuki observed that All Might was here and not smiling. Shigaraki seethed that his timing could not be worse. His Nomu had died just as All Might arrived and ordered Kurogiri to warp them out, vowing to kill All Might and the boy someday. Sukuna watched as Shigaraki threatened to dismantle the boy at a molecular level. Then Shigaraki cried out in pain and found his right hand had been severed. He screamed and Kurogiri quickly fled, taking Shigaraki with him. Sukuna noted, with a small degree of disappointment, that he had hoped to take off the entire arm but that removing the hand would still reduce Shigaraki's threat. Mineta said he was glad the two villains were gone, but All Might immediately moved to gather the students and Aizawa, ordering them to return to the entrance as quickly as possible. All Might warned that the newcomer's bloodlust was overwhelming and dangerous. Later, in a white, sterile room, Gojo and Ijichi stood side by side, staring at the deceased body of Izuku Midoriya. Ijichi explained that when encountering such a threat, the choices had been to run or die, and he had warned the students that fighting was not an option. Gojo said the situation had been intentional. He argued that deploying first years to rescue 5 people in the presence of a special grade threat was ill-advised and reminded Ijichi that he had intervened to keep Izuku from being executed, stalling that outcome indefinitely. Gojo explained that some higher-ups who resented the situation had taken advantage of his absence and the special grade designation to remove the target quietly, and Ijichi nearly broke down at the news. Gojo added that if the other 2 had also died, it would have made things worse for him while solving 2 problems at once. Ijichi said that no one expected it to become a special grade by the time the dispatch was issued. Gojo muttered that searching for someone to blame was a pain and that he sometimes felt like eliminating the higher-ups, which shocked Ijichi. The door slid open and a long-haired brunette and a small white-haired child stepped inside. The brunette observed that Gojo was unusually emotional. Ijichi expressed relief at seeing her and addressed her as Shoko. The woman teased that it seemed Ijichi had taken a liking to Gojo, and Gojo shrugged, saying he had always been a kind teacher who cared for his students. Shoko told Ijichi not to torment him too much, noting Ijichi's difficult position caught between them and the higher-ups. Ijichi felt unexpectedly appreciated by Shoko's kindness. Gojo said he did not care about the man's hardships. Shoko lifted the blanket off the body and noted that this appeared to be Sukuna's vessel. The small white-haired child stepped back, startled but watching quietly. Shoko asked whether she could take the body apart as she wished, and Gojo told her to make good use of it. Shoko assured him she would. Ijichi thought Shoko looked sleep-deprived. Inside the hollow in Izuku's chest, a strange, otherworldly plane unfolded. Water stretched out under a pale sky, and a jagged mound of pale relics rose in the center. Sukuna's voice cut through the space, telling Izuku not to look inside without permission and sounding both irritated and amused. Izuku flipped him off and demanded that he get down and go away. Sukuna responded with a dry comment about the thanks he was receiving for having fixed Izuku's arm. Izuku snapped that Sukuna had taken his heart earlier, and the comment stung. He glanced around the surreal environment and, eager to get the confrontation over with, grabbed a horned relic from the mound and hurled it at Sukuna. Sukuna leaped toward the enormous spine above them and evaded the throw. Izuku sprinted along the giant rib, chasing Sukuna and challenging him. He launched a flurry of punches, which Sukuna dodged and parried with effortless movements. IZUKU refused to relent and struck where Sukuna had just been standing, catching the curse off guard. Sukuna narrowly avoided a kick when IZUKU flipped into a handstand, and the two traded rapid, stylized blows across the ribcage. Sukuna appeared behind IZUKU, seized his arm and tried to kick him away, but IZUKU held on. Both fell together toward the water below and hit with a heavy splash. IZUKU groaned as he landed hard. Sukuna landed nearby and grabbed IZUKU by the collar. He explained that this place was not the afterlife but his innate domain, that they were inside his mind, and that they were not truly dead. Sukuna offered a bargain. If IZUKU accepted his conditions, Sukuna would repair his heart and return them to life. IZUKU narrowed his eyes and accused Sukuna of only speaking to avoid dying and the inconvenience of finding a new vessel. Sukuna dismissed that accusation and said the situation had altered his expectations. In the near future he anticipated something interesting would occur. He then set out the terms plainly. Sukuna explained that his first condition was that when he chanted the word extension, IZUKU would relinquish control of his body for 1 minute. His second condition was that IZUKU would forget the promise afterward. IZUKU refused outright, furious over Sukuna's past deeds and especially his attempts to harm IZUKU's friends. Sukuna sighed and moved closer, offering a further assurance. He promised not to kill or injure anyone during that minute. He emphasized that this would function like a pact, and that he himself would bear the consequences if he broke it. IZUKU admitted that he was trying to trust Sukuna but found it difficult. Sukuna pointed out that belief was beside the point. The pact would bind him. IZUKU asked what had been different before when a similar switch had occurred, and Sukuna explained that mutual interest had been a key factor that tied one of the foundations of Jiu-Jitsu contracts. IZUKU then added an extra condition of his own. When Sukuna took over he would not be allowed to harm Sukuna for 1 minute. Sukuna clicked his tongue and chuckled, accepting that condition and asking about the remaining terms. IZUKU assumed a fighting stance and asked Ryaman to teach him how to use his curse techniques. Sukuna laughed at the request and challenged IZUKU to prove he could put up a fight. Both IZUKU and Sukuna readied themselves for combat. Gojo laughed as he watched, and Ijichi nodded in agreement. Gojo warned Ijichi that he had a bad personality and joked about flicking Ijichi on the forehead, which made Ijichi flinch at the thought. Ijichi asked why Gojo had chosen to teach at the school. Gojo explained that he had a dream. He described the top of the Jiu-Jitsu world as corrupt, full of conservative, traditional and arrogant fools like rotten fruit on sale and said he wanted to reset that world. Gojo said that killing those at the top would be easy but pointless because they would only be replaced, revolution would not follow. That was why he chose education instead, to raise strong, clever comrades. He admitted he sometimes tossed missions to his students as a form of tough love. Ijichi wondered if Gojo simply wanted to slack off. Gojo praised the students' talent, singling out the third-year Hikari and the second-year Okatsu as ones who could one day rival him. He clenched his fists as he thought about IZUKU being among those with potential. Shoko then called to them, telling them she was about to begin and asking if they would watch from there. Behind her, IZUKU slowly rose from the table, which startled Ijichi. Shoko turned and was shocked by IZUKU's return. IZUKU opened his eyes and, disoriented, wrapped a cloth around himself to preserve his modesty. Ijichi stammered in relief at IZUKU being alive, and Gojo told him to be quiet. Shoko looked disappointed as IZUKU scratched the back of his head. Footsteps approached, and IZUKU turned to see Gojo welcoming him back from the dead. IZUKU grinned and said it felt good to be back. He and Gojo exchanged a friendly gesture while a small white-haired girl stood behind Ijichi and watched the interaction, drawing IZUKU's curious attention. Outside the morgue, Shoko suggested revising the reports, but Gojo told her to leave them as they were. When Shoko asked why, Gojo explained that he wanted to give IZUKU time to gain the minimum power necessary before he became a target again. He asked Shoko to leave IZUKU listed as dead in the records. Shoko questioned whether that extended to public records, and Gojo confirmed it. Shoko then asked if Gojo planned to keep IZUKU completely hidden, and Gojo clarified that he intended for IZUKU to make his comeback in time for the exchange event. Gojo said the reason was simple: no one should take youth's events away from young people. IZUKU changed into a green long-sleeved hoodie, black joggers, and shoes with built-in cursed metal. He smiled at the thought that everyone would be surprised by his return. Gojo, however, noted that not everyone would be fooled. Later, in a cafe, Geto met with several curses who had gathered around him, their presence noticed only by a few, including a frightened worker. One of the curses suggested killing Sahoru Gojo if they joined forces, but Geto warned that Gojo would likely escape or they would be exorcised. He advised that their energy would be better spent sealing Gojo rather than killing him and proposed using a special-grade cursed object called the Prison Realm. The curses reacted with surprise at the idea of the Prison Realm. Meanwhile, a table had been taking up space and a manager complained about the situation. An employee bowed, announced his resignation, and hurried out of the cafe. The manager shouted after him in confusion. Jogo, whose head resembled a volcanic formation, excitedly displayed his power. Geto cautioned him not to make the room unbearably hot. The manager approached the table to take an order, but a sudden burst of cursed fire engulfed him, and panic erupted in the restaurant. Screams echoed as more patrons were affected by the violent display. Geto sighed at the commotion and waved his hand as the attacks continued in a dramatic, destructive fashion. He noted that he was glad they had not chosen an expensive establishment. A waitress tried to flee but fell. Jogo asked Geto how his strength compared to the power of Sukuna's fingers, and Geto estimated that Jogo was roughly equivalent to having 8 or 9 of them. Jogo declared that this was sufficient and demanded the prison realm, promising in return that he would kill Satoru Gojo. The scene ended with the waitress overwhelmed by the cursed onslaught and reduced to ash in an instant, leaving only an eerie stillness behind. The sun shone over Tokyo. Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu High School as Fushiguro and Nobara sat on the steps behind the building. Nobara commented that the wish to live a long life had little meaning when someone died soon after. She asked Fushiguro if it was his first time losing a partner, and he admitted that it was the first time at his age. Nobara remarked that he seemed to be handling it well, and Fushiguro returned the sentiment. Nobara added that she had only known the person for about 2 weeks and would not break down over someone she barely knew, though her lips trembled slightly as she tried to maintain composure. Fushiguro sighed and remarked on the heat, and Nobara nodded, wondering if it was time for summer uniforms. Footsteps approached, and someone called out to Fushiguro, asking why he looked more glum than usual and joking whether this was a wake. Fushiguro identified the newcomer as Zenin-senpai. The newcomer snapped back that he did not want to be called by his last name, and the call of Maki. Maki followed as Maki drew closer. Maki insisted that everyone listen. An upperclassman asked whether she really understood why the mood had been so heavy. Maki demanded what he was talking about. The upperclassman answered that someone had died yesterday, one of the first-year boys. Toge Inumaki, who spoke only in rice ball ingredients, simply muttered bonito flakes. Maki turned back to her fellow classmates with a cold expression and told them they should have told her sooner, because now she looked heartless. Another upperclassman agreed that she had come off that way. Inumaki added tuna and mayonnaise before the conversation shifted. Fushiguro introduced the visitors to Nobara as second-year upperclassmen. One of them urged Maki to be kinder to the underclassmen. Maki countered that there was more to kindness than being soft on people. Fushiguro praised Zenin-senpai as the best at wielding cursed tools. He explained that Inumaki was the cursed speech user who could only communicate through rice ball ingredients. Someone else observed that Maki softened when Yuto was around. Fushiguro also pointed out Panda and mentioned Okatsu-senpai, who was overseas at the moment. Nobara blinked in mild disbelief at the idea of a panda being named Panda. Fushiguro then asked what the visitors wanted. Panda apologized for intruding during a time of mourning and asked the group to participate in the Kyoto Sister School Exchange event. Nobara asked what that event was. Fushiguro explained that it was a 2-day get-together with the Kyoto school in which the principals from Tokyo and Kyoto each proposed competition formats. Panda clarified that the first day was team battles and the second day was individual battles. Inumaki added salmon roe. Nobara realized they would be fighting other jujutsu sorcerers. Maki confirmed that the matches were jujutsu battles in which everything short of killing was permitted. Panda promised they would train the newcomers so they would not be killed and punched the air enthusiastically. Nobara questioned whether they had time to train, given a shortage of sorcerers. Panda explained that seasonal shifts in people's emotions caused curse outbreaks in early summer, which made that their busiest season. Maki noted that sometimes they were busy year-round but things should settle down soon. Maki pressed the question of whether Nobara and Fushiguro would participate, pointing out that they had just lost a partner. Fushiguro and Nobara agreed to join. Both of them thought of IZUKU, clenching their hands and resolving that they had to get stronger for his sake and would do whatever it took to achieve that. Nobara warned that if training and the exchange proved pointless, she would quit immediately. Fushiguro echoed the sentiment. Panda said that people with that kind of cockiness were the most worthwhile to train. Inumaki finished by uttering bonito flakes again. Meanwhile, at UA High, Class 1A sat in silence after the events at the USJ. One student recalled the terrifying sequence. First the bird-like monster, then the villain fighting All Might. Another classmate remarked that the villain's bloodlust had been frightening. A quieter student who struggled with his quirk asked for clarification, and others explained that 2 people had crashed from the sky and taken down the bird creature. Someone else pointed out that the rescuer resembled Yagi. Several students focused on Mineta as he shivered and admitted that the whole ordeal had left him deeply shaken. The girls in Class 1A worried about where Mizuki was and whether she was all right. The scene shifted to All Might's office, where Mizuki's eyes widened when she was told that IZUKU was dead. Tashinori confirmed that the morgue had verified the death. Mizuki said nothing at first, tears slipping down her face as memories replayed in her mind. Tashinori spoke gently, reminding her that being a hero was a hard path that sometimes involved regret and that even he had failed to save people close to him. He acknowledged that Mizuki had wanted to bring IZUKU home and fix past mistakes, but he did not want her to feel overwhelmed by the responsibility. Mizuki surprised him with her resolve. She clenched her fist and declared that although she had failed to save IZUKU, she would not give up on saving others. She wanted to make sure that others would not have to feel the same loss and vowed to become a hero who saved everyone with a smile. Tashinori returned her determination with a reassuring smile. A short time later, Gojo waited at a grand white gate. He asked if IZUKU was ready. IZUKU walked up with a serious expression and told Gojo that he was ready. Gojo ushered him forward and IZUKU's training officially began. Gojo warned IZUKU to brace himself, and IZUKU accepted that he was prepared to endure whatever trials Gojo set before him. In a small apartment, Fushiguro stood before a woman who was the mother of Okazaki Tadashi. Fushiguro told her that by the time they arrived on the scene, her son had already been found dead. The mother was shocked by the news. Fushiguro admitted that he had been skeptical about saving anyone in that situation, but that his friend had been different. A short, quiet pause bridged the silence that followed. A man informed Mrs. Tadashi that they had not been successful but that they had tried to bring her son's body back after confirming his death. He produced a small, sealed plastic bag and handed it to her as something to keep. Fushiguro bowed and expressed his sorrow that they had been unable to save Tadashi. Mrs. Tadashi told them it was all right and that she would be the only one to mourn his passing, then she broke down in tears on the floor. The scene shifted back to the Jiu-Jitsu high track field, where Nobara and Panda were racing each other across the grass when Fushiguro arrived. Maki noted that he was late. Toge replied with a single word, kelp. Maki asked what had kept him, and Fushiguro brushed the question off, which made Maki sigh and tell him to forget it. Then Megumi asked Maki what kind of people she wanted to save as a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. Maki, confused by the question, answered that she did not care whether her actions saved anyone. Megumi sighed and admitted he should not have asked. The comment riled Maki, but before she could react a shout drew their attention. Nobara, clearly fed up with interview prep and school uniforms and wanting to buy cute tracksuits, interrupted the conversation. Panda then launched Nobara up into the air in a playful but solid toss, which made her cry out. Megumi watched, bewildered, and Panda explained that they were doing falling practice. Toge added a short, vegetable-themed prompt, mustard leaf. Maki observed that Megumi and the others were weak in close quarters and folded her arms. She instructed Megumi to land a blow on them first and they would talk afterwards. Megumi sighed, nodded, and braced himself for the exercise. In a private training room, Gojo stood with IZUKU and told him that his close combat skill was ahead of most, but that he needed to learn to control his cursed energy and acquire the basics of Jiu-Jitsu. IZUKU listened with a serious expression until Gojo asked what was bothering him. IZUKU admitted that he felt weak, that he had been unable to save anyone, and that he had nearly killed Fushiguro and his friends. He said he wanted to become strong and asked Gojo to teach him to be the strongest. Gojo smiled and agreed to begin with the fundamentals. Gojo demonstrated the difference between raw cursed energy and a cursed technique by crushing soda cans in different ways. He explained the analogy that cursed energy by itself is like electricity and cursed techniques are like appliances that shape and use that energy. IZUKU compared the idea to electricity running through devices, and Gojo approved. When IZUKU asked whether he would be learning a curse technique, Gojo told him that he could not use cursed techniques yet. Gojo explained that most cursed techniques are ingrained into a sorcerer's body from birth and that a sorcerer's ability is largely determined by innate talent. IZUKU reflected on the distance he had to travel to reach that level. He wondered quietly about his own background and whether his family had any connection to Jiu-Jitsu, then pushed the thought aside and resolved to train what he could do for now. Gojo encouraged him to enhance his existing strengths by learning to imbue his fighting style with cursed energy. He said he feared a sorcerer who could force their way through with fundamentals more than one who relied on inferior techniques. To test IZUKU's control, Gojo raised his hand and invited him to hit it, though he doubted IZUKU could put cursed energy behind the strike. IZUKU shrugged, readied his fist, and punched Gojo's hand. Gojo noted that the blow had no cursed energy behind it. He explained that cursed energy springs from negative emotions and that in a previous incident IZUKU had likely been full of anger and fear, which had powered his attack. IZUKU wondered aloud whether he would have to be constantly worked up to use cursed energy. They both imagined a compact, irritated Fushiguro bursting into the thought and dismissed the caricature with a wave. Elsewhere, Fushiguro sensed something odd. Maki asked what was wrong, and he said he felt unusually irritated, though not at her. Maki reminded him that there was only a month and a half until the exchange event and urged him not to dawdle. She tossed him a bow staff for practice, and Fushiguro remarked that it felt good in his hands. Back with Gojo and IZUKU, Gojo explained that other sorcerers trained to produce cursed energy from faint emotional sparks and learned not to waste it during sudden flare-ups. He said that there were several methods to train that control and that they would begin by building on IZUKU's strengths. Gojo told them he had a pretty exhausting training method planned for IZUKU. IZUKU, intrigued, asked what it would be, and Sukuna watched with interest. Gojo produced a stack of movies from his pockets, and IZUKU and Sukuna looked baffled until Gojo explained that IZUKU would be watching films. Gojo clarified that the selection ranged from masterpieces to low-budget horror and even odd foreign art films, and that IZUKU would watch them non-stop whenever he was awake. Gojo added that IZUKU would not just be passively viewing. IZUKU thought Gojo could not be serious, but the expression on Gojo's face made it clear he was. Gojo then produced a small doll-like object. IZUKU pointed at it and asked what it was. Gojo explained that it was a cursed corpse created by the principal. IZUKU examined the doll, shaking it and manipulating its arms while asking what Gojo was getting at. Gojo demonstrated by letting the air bubble around the corpse pop, and the doll lunged at IZUKU. IZUKU blocked the attack and slammed the doll to the ground in a practiced motion. Gojo explained that the cursed corpse would wake and attack unless a steady, set amount of cursed energy was poured into it. The doll rose, struck a fighting pose for a moment, and then settled back down. Gojo instructed that IZUKU's first goal was to watch an entire movie from start to finish without waking the cursed corpse. This exercise was designed to train a steady output of cursed energy regardless of emotional swings. IZUKU could not allow his output to spike or drop. Gojo had set the doll to the faint level of cursed energy IZUKU could currently maintain, but it would demand more over time. Sukuna muttered in disbelief and frustration at what he was seeing. IZUKU took a steadying breath and forced his attention back to the task. Then IZUKU noticed a small figure standing behind Gojo and pointed her out. Gojo looked down, chuckled, and lifted the child into his arms. He teased that the girl was his daughter before clarifying that her name was Eri. Gojo explained that Eri's real family details were unknown to them. They had found her running away from something and decided to take her in and help her. IZUKU reacted that this sounded like kidnapping and Gojo admitted the truth of that but said Eri had chosen to stay because she believed he had saved her. IZUKU felt moved and stepped forward to introduce himself. He told Eri his name, and she tucked her head against Gojo's shoulder. Gojo reassured IZUKU that Eri was shy around new people and would warm up in time. Sukuna continued to grumble under his breath, and IZUKU's eye twitched at the commotion, but he refocused when Gojo reached for a DVD case and recommended a particular movie. Gojo casually mentioned the film's dramatic ending, spoiling it in the process. IZUKU complained inwardly about the spoiler and began to suggest starting with an action movie, but the cursed corpse suddenly stirred and struck again. IZUKU caught the strike, growled, and threw the doll to the floor. Gojo reminded IZUKU to keep his cursed energy steady even when irritated. Eri, trying to be encouraging, patted IZUKU on the knee and told him she believed he could do it. IZUKU thanked her, and the doll reacted by swiping at him once more. IZUKU absorbed the blow, and the training session continued. Later, the scene shifted to Fushiguro and his companions. Fushiguro asked Maki how she managed to carry multiple curse tools without losing the ability to fight freely. Maki shrugged and explained in a dramatic manner that she made Panda carry them. Panda rose and flexed. Fushiguro internally cursed his own question and admitted he should not have asked. Panda added that some sorcerers kept cursed spirits capable of storing and retrieving objects. Fushiguro reacted that such a thing seemed impossible. Maki explained that those creatures were rare and took time to tame, and asked to be informed if any were found. Panda noted that a year's supply of kalpa would be appropriate. Fushiguro replayed Sukuna's words in his head, puzzled by the suggestion that he had the potential to defeat special-grade sorcerers. He knelt and pressed his fingertips into the ground until his hand began to sink into the soil. Toge pointed and gave his usual one-word cue about tuna. Maki looked puzzled by the exchange. Fushiguro told his senpai that he thought he might be able to do it. Not everyone was with him. Nobara prowled the shopping district, demanding to know where Urahara had gone. Elsewhere, Izuku lay on the couch watching a movie to help control his cursed energy flow. Two off-screen voices debated whether to cut a red wire or a blue wire and reminisced about the color coding of trash bags back where they used to live, creating a distracted background as Izuku sipped his soda. A cursed training doll lunged and struck, but Izuku caught the blow at the last second and admonished the toy not to do that while he was drinking. Eri sat beside him, quietly watching the screen and having her snack. Sukuna cut the communication between them, prompting Gojo to chime in and tell Izuku not to drink if he preferred not to. Izuku protested that watching movies at home required chips and soda, pointing to Eri as an example. Gojo conceded the point, walked over, and continued to monitor his cursed energy. He told them he had some business to attend to and asked them to hang on. Izuku asked whether the training would make him stronger, and Gojo laughed, pointing out that Eri had undergone the same training and that her cursed energy had risen significantly because of it. Izuku registered the possibility that he might be weaker than her and felt a pang of disappointment. Sukuna's laughter echoed in Izuku's mind, cruel and mocking, while Eri offered quiet encouragement, telling him she believed he could become stronger. The cursed doll launched another strike. Izuku intercepted it and held firm. Before leaving, Gojo asked whether Izuku had spoken with Sukuna while he had been near death and whether any conditions or contracts had been proposed. Izuku considered the question and said he could not remember, though he did know and chose not to reveal it for his own reasons. Gojo waved goodbye to Eri and Izuku and departed. Izuku felt uneasy about withholding the truth from his teacher but resolved to handle things on his own until he was ready to share everything. He asked Sukuna to teach more of his technique while he focused on increasing his cursed energy, and Sukuna chuckled and promised a lot of history. Gojo and Ijichi drove toward a meeting with Principal Yaga. With a bit of time before the appointment, Ijichi offered to stop somewhere, but Gojo declined and instead asked Ijichi to look into Izuku's background, family relations, and any details about his blood parents beyond Inko Midoriya. When Gojo ordered the car to stop and told Ijichi to go on ahead, Ijichi hesitated, then drove off. From above, a fierce screech sliced through the air as the cursed Jogo attacked. Gojo stepped aside with effortless precision. Inside Izuku's subconscious, he and Ryaman Sukuna faced each other in training combat. Sukuna urged him to put his back into it. Izuku ducked a close-range blow and returned a quick strike to Sukuna's midsection that pushed the older presence back. Sukuna chuckled as he observed a faint glow from Izuku's hand and noted mentally that Izuku was nearing a particular attack, making him all the more intrigued by the boy. As Jogo launched himself, debris from the road erupted into the air and Jogo manipulated it, binding a strange material to the highway wall where Gojo's back had been turned. Gojo moved with calm precision, evading the forced assault and asking plainly who had attacked. Jogo unleashed a blast of lava that engulfed Gojo, the explosion spraying molten rock past the highway and into the forest behind them. The ground sizzled and smoked, leaving a giant cloud of ash. Jogo stood amid the destruction, the earth crushed where he had stood, and he laughed menacingly, noting that it had been easier than he expected. As the smoke cleared, Gojo remained covered in cooling lava but was unharmed. The molten coating slid away as he expressed annoyance, holding two fingers up and frowning at his opponent. Jogo twisted his ear and offered a single derisive retort while smoke rose from the top of his head. Gojo observed that Jogo was a cursed spirit capable of clear speech and registered the overwhelming amount of cursed energy emanating from him, concluding he must be an unregistered special grade, possibly stronger than Sukuna at certain points. He reflected on why the sudden appearance of such beings disrupted the usual order. Jogo chuckled and prepared to engage, taunting that he had wounded Gojo's pride. Gojo cracked his knuckles and, grinning, made it clear that he was beginning to enjoy the fight. Jogo continued to toy with a bug perched atop his head, showing no real sense of danger, and then summoned more insects with a sharp motion of his hand. He commanded ember insects to rush forward. They streamed out at speeds too quick for ordinary people to follow. Gojo raised his arm to defend himself. An illusory barrier sprang into being around him, stopping the insects short and leaving a deep indentation in the barrier where they struck. The buzzing intensified, but the insects could not breach the wall. Gojo watched one insect's long stinger tremble and then saw the swarm open their mandibles and emit a piercing sound, the tiny bodies vibrating violently before detonating in a massive, non-graphic blast that engulfed Gojo for a moment. Gojo analyzed the tactic as a two-stage attack of sound and explosions, appreciating its cleverness, and leapt onto the top of the illusory wall as the insects failed to penetrate it. Jogo closed the distance at a run, shaping a ball of fire in his palm. He slammed that palm into Gojo's head, which was wreathed in flames for an instant. Jogo grinned and followed with a strike to Gojo's back. The blow sent Gojo slumping, and a second burst of purple-tinged flame rippled outward in a devastating blast that damaged nearby trees and cracked the concrete. Arrogantly, Jogo declared that the human had been weak and fragile, dismissing him as unworthy and claiming he would spread what he considered true strength through destruction. He began to walk away. Gojo called after him in a light-hearted tone, dusting off his uniform and complaining about the smoke. Jogo spun. Offended and confused, he believed he had struck and killed Gojo. Gojo explained with a grin that Jogo had not actually landed a hit. He clarified that Jogo had come into contact with the figurative infinity that existed between them. When Jogo hesitated, Gojo invited him to try again. After a moment's thought, Jogo placed his hand on top of Gojo's and let out a surprised gasp. An invisible force held them apart, like two magnets repelling. The closer Jogo pressed, the more resistance slowed him. Gojo pointed this out and suggested, with a playful tone, that they could simply keep their hands in that position. Disgusted, Jogo refused and lunged to finish Gojo, but he was too slow. Gojo struck him in the stomach with a rapid, precise blow that caused Jogo to retch and stagger, clearly hurt while still restrained by the invisible barrier. Any expelled matter did not reach Gojo, stopped by the infinity between them. Gojo followed with a flurry of additional attacks, each one driving Jogo back. With a twisting motion he drove his leg into Jogo's side, sending the cursed spirit tumbling into the air but remaining within striking distance. He flew backwards, the curse screaming as he did so. Gojo explained that infinity existed everywhere, speaking as if teaching a student. He lifted a finger and bright red cursed energy swirled into a small ball. He announced that his jujutsu simply brought that infinity forward into reality and identified the technique as cursed technique reversal. Red. Jogo took the blast and was sent careening deep into the forest, colliding with several trees. He struggled to right himself as the force dragging him back was relentless. Smoke and debris filled the area. After sliding past a few more trunks, he found his footing and forced himself to sprint on. His fist ignited in cursed flame for a moment before Gojo landed a sudden strike that launched him in the opposite direction. Gojo grinned, enjoying the fight, and unleashed a rapid series of precise, overwhelming strikes that left Jogo staggered and dazed. Every attempt the cursed one made to escape failed as Gojo maintained control of the fight. He forced Jogo into the ground with a crushing impact that sent rocks and branches skittering away. Gojo's grip on Jogo's face held him fast and left him struggling to breathe. The smirk on Gojo's face grew colder as he watched his opponent suffer. Jogo managed to break free with a powerful kick, and they landed far apart. They circled each other, and Jogo launched himself into the air, calling forth a surge of purple fire. His intent to end the fight was evident in the size of the blast. Gojo sidestepped the explosion with ease and positioned himself to deliver a decisive kick. A streak of blue and white followed Gojo's movement as he drove Jogo like a projectile across the clearing and sent him tumbling into the neighboring lake. The curse skid along the surface and then sank beneath the water. Gojo brightened as soon as the curse disappeared from sight, still hovering in the air. He thought the situation was perfect. Jogo lay weakened and battered on the shore, every motion slow and pained. His clothes remained intact despite the onslaught, the only small mercy he could find. Fatigue crept into his bones, but he still had one trick left. He remembered Geto's warning that confronting Gojo would cost him his life, a caution he had brushed off. He rose slowly, arms heavy, and decided that if he could not strike Gojo directly, he would try to drag him into his domain. As Jogo scanned the area, a trail of smoke rose into the air. Gojo landed behind him, carrying a teenager and a sleeping child who had been unaware of the battle. Gojo apologized as he touched down and set them down. IZUKU demanded to know why they were there, clutching the sleeping Eri, who had one eye open briefly before settling back to sleep. Gojo asked whether they had been waiting, amusement in his tone. Jogo stared at the teenager in disbelief, recognizing him as Sukuna's vessel. Gojo held Izuku up like a prize and introduced the boy and the little girl, explaining that Izuku would watch over Eri while she slept. Izuku took in the scene and almost laughed at the absurdity. Sukuna observed through the boy's eyes, annoyed that his earlier plans had been cut short. When Gojo descended the stairs, he saw Izuku beginning to adapt to handling the small curse doll while Eri slept on his lap with a faint smile. Gojo kept his distance from the teenager and child, preparing a surprise for Izuku. An actor on the television inside the house delivered an emotional line about protection and never leaving, and Izuku watched the show, engrossed. The cursed doll dozed between his palms with one of Izuku's legs elevated. He remained perfectly still, focused. Gojo observed that Izuku learned quickly and stayed back, offering a simple greeting. At that moment, Izuku's complexion went pale and his eyes sharpened, clear signs that he had finally mastered the circulation of cursed energy. Izuku addressed Gojo as sensei. Gojo smiled, pleased with the boy's progress, and noted that speaking to him posed no problem. He told Izuku that they were heading out for an extracurricular lesson. He would teach him about the pinnacle of Jiu-Jitsu combat, domain expansion. Izuku, still holding the sleeping girl, asked if Eri would be coming along as well. Gojo nodded. Izuku carefully placed a foot on the water and, when his leg did not sink, took another step into the lake, thoughts and questions racing through his mind. He asked his sensei what was happening. They had been at the school just 10 seconds earlier. Gojo noted lightly that they had warped here and offered no further explanation. Izuku felt a bead of sweat trace down his forehead at Gojo's silence and told himself he could not expect a crash course on why they were here. It still annoyed him that their training had been interrupted. Gojo promised they would return to training once the situation was resolved and addressed Ryaman directly. Ryaman replied with a brusque retort, which only irritated Midoriya Izuku a little. Jogo recalled Geto's words at the cafe and realized that Sukuna's vessel was indeed alive. Jogo reminded himself of the mission, render Gojo Satoru incapable of fighting and recruit Ryaman Sukuna and Midoriya Izuku. He noted that he could not kill Midoriya because of their future plans and wondered whether Midoriya had understood their goals. Jogo asked what Midoriya was for, whether he and the other child were meant to serve as shields. Gojo laughed and explained that Midoriya was meant only to observe, while the other child was asleep because it was her bedtime. He had been unable to find a babysitter but was teaching Midoriya many things, and he urged Jogo to keep fighting. Jogo scoffed that bringing someone who would slow them down was foolish. Gojo laughed genuinely, grinning broadly, dismissed Jogo's concerns, and taunted him as weak. If Jogo had been angry before, by now his fury had reached a fever pitch. Lava burst from the knobs on his head and ears, the molten flow spreading across the lake as his rage radiated outward. Jogo balled his hands into fists and roared threats at Izuku, promising to swallow his smug face. The surge of lava swept across the area and headed straight for Izuku, Eri, and Gojo. Izuku recoiled while holding Eri close and stepped back, a spike of fear running through him. He had never seen anything like this. The curses he had faced before seemed insignificant compared to this monstrous presence. He thought that Jogo was no ordinary threat, far more terrifying than any monster before. Gojo placed his palm gently on Izuku's head and offered a reassuring smile. He told Izuku to stay close to him and remain calm. Jogo then concentrated and activated a domain expansion. Dark, dense rock rose around them, encircling the group. Cracks appeared throughout the stone where lava had broken through, and a second layer of rock formed, sealing them off further. Lava constantly exploded within the enclosure, and being struck by it would cause serious harm. Izuku looked around in panic, while Gojo remained composed. Jogo laughed cruelly and named his technique, calling it the Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Gojo explained calmly that the structure was a domain expansion, an area constructed with cursed energy and layered with a cursed technique. A spray of lava landed on Izuku's hand. He panicked and waved it away, letting Gojo hold Eri while he tried to cool his hand. Gojo continued, speaking as he assessed the situation. He clarified that what they had experienced earlier at the juvenile detention center had been an incomplete domain lacking a proper technique. A full domain would have been lethal to the first years. He noted that spreading a domain consumed enormous energy but granted powerful environmental effects, such as stat boosts. Izuku likened it to buffs in a video game, and Gojo nodded agreement. Gojo also explained that the techniques embedded in a domain are guaranteed to hit anyone inside it. He demonstrated by casually swatting at a massive boulder sent toward them. The the rock crumbled as if it were nothing. Jogo, exasperated by the delay, remarked to himself that most sorcerers would have been reduced to ash the instant they entered his domain. Gojo described countermeasures. One could absorb a hit with a curse technique, attempt the difficult feat of leaving the domain, or lay down a competing domain. Jogo cut across Gojo's words with contempt, saying that if he neutralized Gojo's defenses with a dense domain his techniques would reach them. Gojo agreed, smiling. The word infinity drew Izuku's attention. Jogo's smile widened as he remembered the prison realm. He had once thought of adding it to his collection. Pride burned in him at the thought of being challenged by Gojo's difference in power. He could not accept being outmatched. Gojo explained that when two domains are cast simultaneously, the more refined one dominates the space, though factors like compatibility and the amount of cursed energy mattered. He returned Eri to Izuku and slowly pulled off his blndfld as he spoke. Jogo stamped the ground, a hairline crack forming beneath him as smoke poured from his head. He declared that not even ashes would remain of Gojo and then cause the earth to rupture. Lava erupted toward Gojo, Eri, and Izuku, moving swiftly and scattering rocks across the field. The flow halted a couple of feet from the trio as if something intervened. Gojo removed the last of his blndfld and his white hair swept across his face. He opened an eye that was crystalline and brilliantly clear. With a subtle gesture, he activated his own technique. The space around Gojo, Izuku, and the sleeping Eri shifted in color and sensation. The energy from Gojo's technique pinned Jogo in place. He became stunned and could not move. For Jogo, perception seemed both expanded and fragmented at once. He could sense everything but the information was incomplete and overwhelming, leaving him paralyzed. Gojo placed one hand on Jogo's head while using the other to carry Izuku and Eri away so they would not be affected. He explained that this space represented the inner world of Limitless, where perception and action were experienced in a way that repeated infinitely. The effect left Jogo unable to act despite being granted so much input. Gojo commented that it was ironic. Given everything, Jogo was rendered helpless. He said he had questions for Jogo and that he would spare him for the moment. Izuku looked up at Gojo with a puzzled expression, a bead of sweat forming on his cheek as he processed what had just happened. Gojo's grip tightened on Jogo, and with a single effortless motion he ended the cursed spirit's threat. The domain collapsed around the defeated form. Gojo tossed the remains aside and demanded to know who had sent them. Izuku watched in awe, thinking that Gojo truly was the strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer and feeling both relieved and wary at the same time. Sukuna simply observed in silence. Geto and Hanami, watching from a distance, took in the scene. Geto said he would leave and that he couldn't let people from the school see his face, and he implied that he did not expect another to come to Jogo's rescue. Hanami, looking at a white flower that bloomed on his finger, asserted that they were the true humans and that such emotions did exist. As Geto began to walk away, Hanami vanished into a swirl of petals. Gojo rolled the discarded remains on the ground and, his blndfld partially back in place, pressed down to keep Jogo from answering. He demanded to know who had ordered the attack and insisted on an answer, though he added that he could exorcise Jogo regardless. Jogo spat defiant words, refusing to give information. Gojo warned him not to be stubborn. Izuku's attention drifted to a tree, where he noticed petals beginning to appear. A thick plant, shaped like a palm of flowers, erupted between Gojo and Jogo, and flowers spread across the field. The sudden bloom cheered Gojo, who smiled and visibly relaxed. Izuku mirrored that reaction, both of them taking a momentary break from the tension. Jogo produced a strained laugh, and Gojo realized the flowers were part of a charm meant to strip away his will to fight. He slapped his face to clear his head. Still under a lingering influence, Izuku was caught by a root that yanked him into the air, and Eri, now awake, clung to him for safety. When Gojo turned, Hanami scooped up Jogo's remains and rushed away. Upside down, Izuku at first called for Gojo to follow, then changed his plea when a plant creature lunged toward him and Eri. Gojo dispelled the creature with a focused burst of cursed energy, and Izuku landed with Eri safely protected. Izuku checked on Eri. She nodded and nestled into his jacket as he rubbed her hair to calm her down. Gojo noted to himself that whoever had fled was skilled at hiding their presence and far more unsettling than Jogo had seemed. He patted Eri and lifted her to his shoulder, then turned his attention back to Izuku. Gojo told Izuku that he wanted everyone to become strong enough to defeat threats like that one. Sukuna's presence offered a mocking remark about how close Izuku might be to his limits, which Gojo ignored as he emphasized the need for a concrete goal. He explained that training would be accelerated. For the next month they would study and spar, then move on to practical combat and increasingly difficult missions, culminating in a demonstration at an exchange event. IZUKU asked what the exchange event was. Gojo was surprised that IZUKU did not already know and pressed on, outlining the plan to prepare him for fieldwork and the coming challenges. Meanwhile, Yaga frowned at Gojo's lateness while Ijichi stood nervously nearby, remarking that someone had not arrived on time. Geto entered an apartment that led to a domain that opened onto a bright beach with seagulls. He observed the peaceful scene and glanced at Dagon's form in the water. Under a beach umbrella, a pale, stitched curse flipped a page of a book and asked after Jogo's condition. Geto reported that Jogo was on death's door but that Hanami had intervened, so he would likely recover. Mahito chided Geto for being irresponsible, and Geto insisted he had tried to stop Jogo. Hanami and Jogo arrived inside the domain. Mahito expressed relief at their safety and mild amusement. Jogo complained about his state, and Geto responded that Jogo was fortunate to have escaped with so little. Tension and rivalries flared briefly between them. Geto then outlined the group's plan to seal Gojo Satoru at the right time and place, aiming to execute the operation in Shibuya on October 21st after securing a strategic advantage. He promised to provide further details later. Mahito closed his book, agreed without objection, and urged that they act with the cunning appropriate to curses. A darker grin formed slowly on Mahito's face as he finished his sentence. Mizuki Yagi stared at the rundown apartment, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. She reminded herself that this was the place and that she had to do it not only for her own future but for her brother's as well. She muttered a short farewell to her brother in her heart and stepped inside with a determined look. Elsewhere, in a dim laboratory, Tamura Shigaraki floated inside a giant tube filled with an eerie liquid. One of his limbs was missing. He slept fitfully as his mind replayed the event that had cost him that limb and stoked a new motive. He would hunt down the one responsible. The thought of killing settled over him like a promise. Kujisaki jabbed the vending machine button and took the can as it dropped. She shot an annoyed glance at the machine and said she wished there were more vending machines. Fushiguro replied that not many people could enter the school, so there was little point in more machines. Panda scanned the area and asked where the first-year students were. Maki answered briskly that she had sent them on an errand. Panda asked if it would be all right, worrying aloud about whether the principal of Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High School was expected today for the Goodwill event meeting and whether that might cause complications. He noted that the abnormal case that had sent the first years out had been handled by higher-ups with a tense relationship with Satoru, and that the principal of Kyoto was among those higher-ups. Maki observed that Midoriya, the first year they had targeted, was dead, and she did not expect the higher-ups to move against Megumi and Kujisaki. She added that even the old man in Kyoto would likely avoid causing surface trouble. Panda suggested that teachers might have their own positions but that students did not necessarily share them. He wondered aloud whether Mai would be present. It was only a guess since the meeting officially had nothing to do with the students, but Tadu and Mai were known to cause trouble. While Panda worried, Fushiguro and Kujisaki found themselves facing two inscrutable strangers. Fushiguro asked why Zenin Sr. was there. Kujisaki recognized a resemblance and asked whether the two were sisters. Fushiguro clarified that they were twins. One of the twins adopted a playful manner and invited Fushiguro to call her Mai. A bulky teen with a scar lifted his chin, his expression menacing, and asked whether these two were substitutes for Okatsu and the other third-year students. Mai explained in a mocking, cloying tone that they had followed the principal because they were worried. She asked whether they felt sadness over the classmate who had died, or perhaps not. She went on, with sarcasm, to say that the dead student had been a half-cursed monster, inhuman and dirty, and that it was a relief that he had died. Fushiguro's face darkened and Kujisaki's eyes flared with anger at that insult. The bulky teen sighed and told Mai to stop wasting time. He said he only wanted to know whether Fushiguro and Kujisaki were capable replacements for Okatsu. He tossed his jacket to the ground and turned to Fushiguro, demanding to know what kind of woman he liked. He warned that, based on the answer, he might rough him up until he was half dead right there, then adopted a fighting stance and declared, with a grin, that he preferred tall women with a strong presence. Fushiguro asked why he should answer a stranger he had just met. Kujisaki teased Fushiguro, calling him boring and nudging him to respond. Fushiguro told her to be quiet and pointed out that the situation was already strange. The bulky teen introduced himself as Aoi Tadu, a third-year student at Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High School, and declared that they were friends now. He pushed Fushiguro again for an answer, saying it was fine either way and that tastes could reveal personality. He warned that the Goodwill event was his last chance to show his passion and that he hated being bored. Kujisaki, glancing at Mai in a black sleeveless dress with a high collar and a daring slit at the side, remarked that the outfit looked like a summer uniform and admitted to feeling annoyed and a little jealous. Fushiguro assessed the situation quietly, noting that Kujisaki was unarmed and that a fight should be avoided. He remembered his sister Tsumiki's words about the complexity of forgiveness and the place it had in kindness. When Tadu pressed him again about what kind of woman he liked, Fushiguro finally answered that he had no particular preferences. Fushiguro finally said that he did not ask for anything else as long as she was not easily swayed. Mai smiled sweetly to show her approval. Kujisaki made a sharp remark. Fushiguro's lips twitched with annoyance. Tadu's eyes filled with tears as he looked at Fushiguro with disappointment. Tadu declared that Fushiguro was boring. Fushiguro's expression twisted in surprise at Tadu's sudden outburst. Tadu charged at him and hit him with a powerful lariat that sent Fushiguro flying. Kujisaki voiced her worry, but Mai held her back and feigned concern for Fushiguro, saying he deserved sympathy despite being a grade 2 who still felt like a first year beside their grade 1 peer. Mai added that she would console him later. Kujisaki bluntly compared herself to Maki, saying Maki was far more beautiful, and teased that Fushiguro looked tired and worn. Mai narrowed her eyes and promised to teach Kujisaki to speak more politely, then drew a revolver and leveled it at Kujisaki's midsection. Fushiguro groaned and slowly rose to his feet. Tadu advanced with deliberate steps, telling Fushiguro that he had judged him as boring at first but had asked to be sure. Fushiguro snapped that Tadu's thinking might be as odd as a pineapple, and then realized who Tadu was. He remembered the previous year's incident when Geto had launched a massive curse technique attack and taken down multiple powerful spirits, and the thought that Tadu was involved hit him hard. He marveled that a grade 1 sorcerer could defeat such threats. Fushiguro asked whether the rumor that Tadu did not use cursed techniques was true. Tadu denied the rumor casually and confirmed he had used them against a special grade, which left Fushiguro stunned and relieved. He prepared his own technique, spreading his fingers like wings and murmuring an incantation. He called forth summoned toads from the shadows beneath his feet and commanded them, invoking the well's unknown abyss and a pairing of New and Toad. Tadu flexed his neck as if unimpressed. Fushiguro analyzed Tadu's movements and decided to keep his distance and use the toads to control the field. Before he could execute the plan, Tadu suddenly appeared behind him with lightning speed and brushed aside the summoned toads. Fushiguro thought that Tadu's speed had been underestimated. Tadu taunted that Fushiguro was shallow in both physique and preferences, then grabbed Fushiguro around the midsection. With a practiced wrestling move, Tadu lifted and slammed Fushiguro into the ground. Fushiguro staggered and showed signs of an injury to his head, but the scene was more about the force of the impact than any gore. Tadu launched into the air, and Fushiguro struggled to get up. Tadu's speed and power overwhelmed him. Fushiguro found it difficult to block or counter as punches rained down. Tadu then pinned Fushiguro's head and slammed him into a wooden pillar, causing the pillar to crack and fragments to fly. Tadu dragged Fushiguro along, breaking through more pillars as he moved. Tadu complained that this was all too boring. As he prepared another blow, long tendrils erupted from the ground and wrapped around his limbs. The tendrils held him briefly before he effortlessly broke free, commenting that he felt no enthusiasm from his opponent. Fushiguro, breathing hard and bloodied lightly from his injuries, muttered that he had only been trying to be polite. Tadu answered that if politeness was the problem, he would take action, and his eyes flashed with fierce determination. Just then, Inumaki arrived and used his curse speech to command Tadu to freeze. Tadu halted as the command took hold. Panda soared through the air and landed a heavy punch that pushed Tadu back. Panda then muttered that they had arrived just in time. Inumaki covered his mouth again and uttered a small word about bonito flakes, acknowledging he had been late. Tadu spat something out and greeted Panda with familiarity. Panda asked why Tadu couldn't have waited for the Goodwill event and teased that he would make a fuss if Tadu did not leave. Tadu smirked and said he would go back, asking where his shirt was and suggesting that the day might not be boring after all. He then instructed that someone named Okatsu had to attend the event as well. Panda noted mentally that this was troublesome, and he also said, matter-of-factly, that as a panda he did not fully understand human language. Inumaki replied with a single word, salmon. On the other side, Mai loaded another bullet, clicking it into place. Mai held her revolver steady, aiming it at Kujisaki's motionless form. She taunted that anyone who wanted to be a jujitsu sorcerer should learn to pick their opponents, punctuating the challenge with a light chuckle. Maki stepped forward with her polearm and nudged Mai's revolver, asking sharply what Mai was doing to her assistant. Mai returned the insult, saying she had mistaken Maki for a loser. Maki retorted that Mai only knew how to channel cursed energy into tools and had no real knowledge of curse techniques. Mai shot back that using tools was better than nothing and teased that Maki's neck would be sore from always looking up, suggesting she should learn to look down sometimes. Maki snorted dismissively and called the argument a disgrace, then turned her attention to Kujisaki, who lay sprawled on the ground, and asked if she could stand. Mai smirked and declared that Kujisaki would be down for a while and that she had taught her a lesson. Maki leveled her polearm at Mai's face and asked in a low, dangerous tone whether Mai planned to fight. At that, Kujisaki suddenly sprang to her feet, tackled Maki in a quick, energetic move, and wrapped an arm around Maki in a firm hold while wearing a mischievous smile. Kujisaki praised Maki for the support and demanded compensation for the sportswear Mai had ruined, joking that she would make Maki's uniform her summer outfit. Mai shot back bitterly that next time she would add more holes, and mocked the idea that Kujisaki could wear it with her short legs. Kujisaki tightened her hold with a flash of anger in her eyes and vowed to make Mai pay for what she had done, her voice burning with fierce determination. The confrontation reached its peak just as Tadu appeared and broke up the escalating scene, urging Mai to go back with him. Kujisaki stared in surprise when Tadu arrived and then realized that his jacket was nearby. She rose and asked where Fushiguro was, and Maki reassured her that Panda and Inumaki had gone to help him. Tadu casually observed that things looked interesting here. Mai ground her teeth, ready to escalate things further, her finger tightening on the revolver, but Tadu said she could not stay because he had something important to do in Tokyo. He produced tickets to an individual handshake event with Takada and insisted Mai come with him. The two girls were left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Tadu picked up his jacket and warned that if he missed the venue, there would be consequences, urging Mai to hurry. Mai followed in exasperation, muttering that he was selfish. As Tadu walked away, he complained about someone skipping the usual Kyoto stop for their tour. Before departing, Mai warned that the matter would not end so easily during the goodwill event. Kujisaki, seething, called after them and demanded that they leave the uniform behind. Maki brought her back to reason with a light bonk to the head from her polearm and chided her, reminding her that winning or losing here brought no benefit and that they would settle things at the goodwill event. Later, Kujisaki asked Maki if it was true that she had no cursed energy. Maki confirmed it matter-of-factly and explained that without her glasses she could not even see curses. She removed them to demonstrate. Maki described the curse tool she used, saying it was an implement imbued with a curse and that, unlike others, she relied on tools rather than her own cursed energy to use sorcery and techniques. Kujisaki wondered if it was similar to IZUKU's knife and his shoes. When Kujisaki pressed why Maki had become a jujitsu sorcerer, Maki admitted she had acted on a whim. She had wanted to see how her family would react if someone who had been looked down on became a great sorcerer. The idea amused her, and Kujisaki's eyes shone with admiration and respect at Maki's bold declaration. Maki urged her to go see Shoko, and Kujisaki ran over, leaning in to express how much she respected Maki. At the administrative office, Gakuganji complained that Principal Yaga still had not arrived and fretted that his own days were numbered, so his time was precious. The door slid open and Gojo sauntered in, announcing that Yaga would not be coming for a while. Gakuganji raised an eyebrow in response. Gojo settled opposite him, leaning back casually, and admitted that he had given Yaga a fake meeting time after pressuring Ijichi. He joked sarcastically that he had been under Gakuganji's care. Gakuganji stroked his white beard and asked what he meant, and Gojo leaned forward to suggest that Gakuganji was involved in the situation with Midoriya, given his position at the head of the conservative faction. Gakuganji lamented that youngsters these days could not speak with respect, while Gojo said bluntly that he had never intended to show respect and grumbled about the arrogance of some older people. A girl positioned near the doorway spoke up to scold that their behavior was problematic and should be reported to the relevant department, but inwardly she was thrilled to see Satoru Gojo in person and could barely contain her excitement. Gojo waved off her warning, saying he did not intend to stay long. The girl maintained a stern expression outwardly while giddy inside that he had addressed her. Gojo's tone then turned serious as he reported that he had been attacked the previous night by 2 unregistered special-grade cursed spirits. Gakuganji acknowledged the news with concern. Gojo downplayed it, comparing the experience to a rough encounter on the street, and observed that those cursed spirits could communicate and must have allies of the same level. He warned that the threat was not limited to conventional enemies and named powerful individuals Hikari, Okatsu, and Tadu, while noting that the level of students had also risen dramatically in recent years. Gojo's thoughts shifted to the Geto Suguru incident from the previous year, recalling the man's manic smile and the towering mass of cursed spirits that had accompanied him. Gojo announced the appearance of Sukuna's vessel. Gakuganji asked what he was trying to say. Gojo chuckled and explained that the power suppressed for status and tradition had begun to grow and surge, and that special grade would no longer be the ceiling for the next generation. Gojo added with a toothy grin that if Gakuganji thought he would be the only one bearing his fangs, he was in for a ride. Gakuganji warned him that he was talking too much. Gojo, amused, remarked that he had said everything he wanted and should leave now. As Gojo turned to go, he remembered something and swung back around, waving his hand to tell Gakuganji that Principal Yaga would be there in 2 hours. The girl by the door felt a jolt of surprise at the timing. Gakuganji sighed as Gojo departed, then told Miwa to bring him some tea. Miwa acknowledged him with practiced professionalism, excused herself, and left. In the hallway, Miwa allowed herself a quiet moment of excitement, thinking that if she caught up to Gojo she would ask for a photo. At the idol's handshake event, Tadu held Takada's hand and blushed as he asked for her signature move. Takada smiled and obliged, holding out her hand for the handshake and then making a peace pose and a wink to the crowd. The men in the audience reacted to her charm as she finished with her signature catchphrase. Tadu grinned as his time with Takada ended and a staff member indicated that his turn was over. 1 month later, records from a September screening at Kinema Cinema in Kawasaki, Kanagawa Prefecture noted that after the movie screening, staff discovered 3 high school students found dead with unusual head injuries. The official cause of death was listed as severe head trauma consistent with head deformation. The discovery was treated as a disturbing and mysterious incident. Mahito walked down a back alley and heard a teenage voice call after him, asking if he had been responsible for the cinema incident. Mahito turned, a sly smile on his lips, noting with amusement that the teen could see him. Under the pouring rain outside the cinema, 2 figures stood beneath umbrellas. One was a boy in a school uniform with a red hood, and the other was a man in a sharp business suit who adjusted his glasses and asked Midoriya if he was prepared. Izuku Midoriya met the cinema entrance with steady resolve and affirmed that he was ready. They entered together. Izuku reflected on recent events and the hurt he had seen on the face of his distant relative, his sister Mizuki. He replayed the memory of her pain and told himself he was sorry to Mizuki. A few days earlier, Mizuki Yagi approached a dilapidated building she believed would house her internship. She hesitated at the entrance, then entered and immediately startled at what she found inside. The person lying on the ground, who turned out to be the elderly hero Gran Torino, suddenly lifted his head and declared he was fine. Mizuki screamed again as Gran Torino laughed at how easily she was startled. Gran Torino stood and explained that he had dropped his ketchup-covered food and tripped into it. He asked for Mizuki's name and then pretended not to hear her reply, asking her to repeat it and then falling back onto his seat while declaring he wanted something to eat. He called Mizuki by a name she had never heard before, which confused her. Mizuki excused herself politely to make a phone call to her father for advice about her mentor's strange behavior. Before she could complete the call, Gran Torino opened the case for her hero costume. He urged her in a serious tone to put the suit on and show how well she could handle one for all. Mizuki began to take him seriously, only for Gran Torino to feign confusion about who she was again, which made her stumble to the floor. In a private room, Izuku sat in a meditative state with Eri watching. Izuku appeared surrounded by a strange energy that Eri echoed with her own, and Gojo observed the scene with amusement. In Izuku's subconscious, he grappled with Sukuna in a struggle that felt like life or death, both wearing wide, unsettling grins as they fought. Back with Mizuki, she insisted that she needed to master one for all quickly because All Might was running out of time and she could not afford to waste any more moments. When she prepared to leave, Gran Torino suddenly pushed off the ground and zipped around the room with startling speed, coming within inches of Mizuki before landing and perching near the doorway. Mizuki looked up in shock as Gran Torino declared that she needed to prove herself with one for all. The lighting cast an odd shadow on Gran Torino's face as he spoke about watching the sports festival. He called Mizuki's use of her power during the festival unthinkable and remarked that All Might was a novice at teaching. A flashback showed All Might referring to the students in a brusque, matter-of-fact way, a detail Gran Torino echoed when he addressed Mizuki. She decided that the use of the same phrase and their matching feigned cluelessness confirmed that this man had indeed been her father's teacher. Gran Torino declared that he could not stand to see OFA being treated reverently and that he would teach her how to use it. Mizuki smiled with determination and told him she looked forward to working with him. Mizuki resolved to get stronger, to protect those she cared about, and to never repeat past mistakes. As she thought this, the sparks of OFA responded to her will. As Mizuki put on her suit, she found a note explaining that her gear had received some upgrades. She felt a little annoyed that no one had consulted her first. Once she was dressed and announced she was ready, Gran Torino instructed her to activate OFA. Mizuki immediately worried about using it indoors and accidentally unleashing full power. Gran teased that she was a chatterbox. Suddenly Gran jumped, darting and bouncing around the room. He changed direction and struck Mizuki from behind with a quick kick. Mizuki braced herself, steadied her footing, and asked if they were really going into combat so soon as Gran landed on and demolished a microwave. Gran observed that he had not expected the ninth holder to be so cautious and repeated that All Might had been a novice. He zipped around again and landed 2 brief hits while Mizuki tried to process everything. Gran continued to move at high speed, but Mizuki's analytical mind gained time to assert itself. She sensed Gran pass behind her twice, anticipated his next approach, turned to face him, and began to power up OFA. Gran still managed to evade and brought Mizuki down in a flurry of restrained, high-speed maneuvers. Explained that since she was using OFA, she should understand it by its nature, but her admiration for her father and sense of duty were weighing her down. He added that she needed to get stronger quickly because enemies would not wait, and that she was treating OFA as more special than it really was. Mizuki clenched her fist as the face of her deceased brother flashed through her mind. She asked what she should do. Gran noticed how tightly she had clenched her fist and told her that, for now, she needed to think about herself. Then Gran left to get some food, leaving Mizuki confused. Alone, Mizuki curled her legs close to her chest and replayed a memory that felt familiar though it was not entirely her own. A childhood scene with her brother, her father, and a mother she now realized there had been more than one of. She sat with those thoughts for a moment. Somewhere in Hosu, Tenya Ida walked while reviewing the pro-hero manual and thinking about how patrols had shifted to the streets recently. He was mainly preoccupied with the hero killer and felt compelled to pursue him. Ida could not forgive Stain. The scene shifted to the bar the League of Villains used as a base. Stain sat with Shigaraki and Kurojairi. Shigaraki, newly removed from the healing tube that had partially restored a lost limb, still carried frustration despite limitations. Shigaraki invited Stain to join the League, claiming Stain's experience would be valuable. Stain asked what the League wanted. Shigaraki replied that he wanted to kill All Might and destroy things he disliked. Shigaraki produced a photo of Mizuki from the sports festival and said that included kids like her. Stain became visibly angry and declared that coming here had been foolish. He said people like Shigaraki were precisely those he most despised and that killing without conviction was pointless. He reached for his weapons as if prepared to attack. Kurojairi reflected that they had approached Stain partly to help Shigaraki develop conviction, since Shigaraki currently cared only about destruction. As Stain drew his weapons, Kurojairi asked the older voice on the screen whether this was acceptable. The voice on the screen replied that Shigaraki would never learn if they were given answers too easily and that this was what education meant. Back at Gran Torino's place, Mizuki stood before the broken microwave, thinking hard about Gran Torino's words. What did it mean that she treated OFA as too special or that her movements were too stiff? What would being flexible look like? She suddenly produced a notebook and began to write. She realized she had been treating her smashes as special moves rather than simply using the quirk. She needed to think of OFA more naturally. Gran Torino lingered out of sight by the door, listening to Mizuki. He recalled how she had shown creative thinking at the sports festival and reflected that Toshinori's child was becoming something even he might not have expected. He thought about the other child Toshinori had lost and how the girl must have much on her mind, remembering a brother she had believed gone. He hoped she would be all right. The scene changed to the center of Tokyo, where Best Jeanist sat in an office speaking with Bakugo. Best Jeanist said he disliked Bakugo's attitude, and Bakugo reminded him that Best Jeanist had made the offer. Best Jeanist explained that he had been looking for high-potential students and that Bakugo had stood out for how well he handled a volatile quirk. He proposed recruiting Bakugo as a sidekick but warned that Bakugo had a fatal flaw. Bakugo thought he was the strongest and acted like it without caring how that looked. His nature was ferocious. Bakugo took a few steps forward, demanding to know whether Best Jeanist had invited him only to lecture him. Best Jeanist used his quirk to hold Bakugo in place and explained that, as a hero, he felt responsible for shaping people like him. Heroes and villains were two sides of the same coin, and Best Jeanist intended to coach Bakugo on his speech, appearance, emotional control, and moral conduct. There was much for Bakugo to learn to become a great hero. At the agency of the chivalrous hero, Fourth Kind, Kirishima and Tetsu were surprised to run into each other in costume but greeted each other warmly as brothers. Fourth Kind suggested they begin, and the boys bowed. Fourth Kind said he had admired their guts at the festival but reminded them that being a hero required more than brawn. He would teach them the nuance that came with experience. When the boys began to get excited, Fourth Kind scolded them for interrupting and added that they would be learning manners too. Fourth Kind then explained how hero wages worked and the differences between being a pro and working as a civil servant, even though pros technically filled civil servant roles. The boys' expressions made it clear they would rather be somewhere else. The scene shifted to Uraraka listening to Gunhead talk about controlling crime. Gunhead explained how pros were called by the police to assist with incidents and how a pro's pay was assessed by a specialized agency. Uraraka listened attentively and found his manner of speaking endearing. At a TV station, the snake hero Uwabami spoke with Momo and Kendo about how heroes sometimes took side jobs. Uwabami asked them to stay while she filmed a commercial. Kendo admitted she had hoped for some hands-on hero work, and Momo argued that they would have to do things like this to succeed. She declared she would learn everything she could since Uwabami had invited her. Uwabami asked why she had chosen them, and Momo immediately credited their qualifications. Uwabami agreed that qualifications mattered but also admitted she had picked them because they were appealing on camera, which left the girls looking dismayed. At Tatooine Station, Gyro was shown jogging with death arms, reflecting that keeping up this routine felt harder than classwork. Mount Lady lounged on a couch eating chips and remarked that part of being a hero was learning how to spend idle hours. While she relaxed, Mineta quietly cleaned the floor. At a harbor, Tsuyu did push-ups with a group in sailor uniforms. At Endeavor's agency, Endeavor welcomed his son and said he was glad his son was ready to follow a mighty path. Shoto corrected him, saying he planned to forge his own way rather than simply follow his father. Endeavor smiled and replied that either way Shoto needed to prepare. They were going out and Endeavor intended to show him what being a hero. Back at Gran Torino's building, it was nighttime. Gran snored in bed while Mizuki stood nearby, wondering if she was really asleep. Gran Torino had told Mizuki that if she could maintain her power use while moving, her performance would improve drastically compared to the sports festival. He challenged her to land a hit on him within 3 minutes and immediately began bouncing around the room. Mizuki took a steadying breath and tried to land a strike, but Gran was too fast. She found his hits more disorienting than painful, and keeping one for all flowing through her body steadily was exhausting. Watching Gran move gave her an idea, so she dove under the couch to buy a moment of time. Gran scolded her for being obvious about her hiding place, but the couch suddenly flew upward and knocked him off balance. Mizuki smirked and launched upward using one for all to swipe at Gran, but he dodged as she landed. Gran bounced off a wall and came at her from behind. Mizuki used one for all to leap out of the way and end up above him. She pushed off the ceiling and surged after Gran. He managed to dodge, then pushed off another wall and struck her in the midsection hard enough to send her to the opposite wall. When time was up, Gran declared the round over. Mizuki groaned as she sat against the wall, her body sore from holding one for all. She muttered about how difficult it was to keep her power steady and acknowledged she had a long way to go. Gran countered that she had used analysis and prediction effectively to catch him off guard, and that she had clearly improved since yesterday. A faint mark on Gran's face reminded him that it had been a while since he'd had to move so actively in a spar. He looked at Mizuki, who was already muttering plans for adapting to the new challenge and had not noticed the mark. Gran grinned, thinking the girl could become something formidable. Gran told Mizuki she needed to get used to her power. She was eager to continue sparring, but Gran remembered they had not eaten breakfast yet and went to finish preparing it. He returned distraught to find the fish-shaped pastries scattered all over the floor. Mizuki frantically promised to go get more. She ran down the street toward the store, thinking that she could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel and that she was going to make this new aspect of her quirk her own. Izuku stopped when he noticed his younger sister Mizuki and decided to follow her at a distance. Izuku told himself he should talk to his little sister, but he also told himself that now was not the moment. The scene shifted to show Uraraka learning the basics of hand-to-hand combat under Gunhead and his sidekicks. Gunhead instructed Uraraka and the others to be purposeful with their punches and emphasized that basic physical strength mattered most in close combat. He struck a little pose as he explained, and Uraraka found the gesture endearing. The focus moved to fourth kind berating Kirishima and Tetsu for not making tea correctly. Fourth kind gave each of them a firm rap on the head to drive his point home, but their quirks activated and softened the impact. Fourth kind admitted he enjoyed testing their quirks, and the two agreed, though the camera revealed that the hero himself was nursing sore hands. Best Jeanist then spoke about how a hero should put those around him at ease, stressing that capability, appearance, words, and actions all mattered and that elegance was important. As he spoke, the camera showed the new hairstyle Best Jeanist had given Bakugo. The sidekicks congratulated their boss on his work, and Bakugo realized he had made a poor choice in internships, just as his hair inexplicably poofed back into its usual style. Iwabumi posed for pictures while Kendo and Momo talked on the sidelines. Kendo thought of herself as just part of Iwabumi's entourage, and Momo insisted that this kind of public presence was a necessary part of being a hero. Momo declared there had to be something to learn from the experience, though they were momentarily distracted by Iwabumi's unusual new pose. Kendo reflected that Momo did not want to accept their current position. Back at UA, Yagi and Tsukachi met in one of the lounges. Yagi asked for an update on what Tsukachi had learned about the USJ incident. Tsukachi explained that DNA tests on the Nomu were pointing toward the mastermind behind the attack. He described their study of the Nomu, noting that it gave no reaction to their tests and seemed unable to think for itself. They had traced the Nomu's original identity to an ordinary thug, but further analysis revealed DNA from at least 4 different people in that body. Yagi wondered aloud whether the Nomu still counted as human at that point. Tsukachi responded that the Nomu's body had been extensively modified to hold multiple quirks, and that the reduced brain function was likely a consequence of trying to integrate so many abilities. He warned that multiple quirks and mixed DNA were precisely what worried them. For different DNA to confer additional quirks, it would have to be fully integrated. He suggested that someone with the ability to give quirks to others was likely involved. Yagi rose in alarm and asked if that could be true. Tsukachi said the evidence pointed that way and thought All Might needed to know. All Might approached the window, shifted into his muscular form, and quietly asked whether the culprit might be on the move again. At the villain's bar, Stain confronted Shigaraki over the offer to join him. Stain argued that conviction and desire were necessary to achieve any goal and that those lacking such resolve would be weeded out. He expressed his contempt for fake heroes and careless villains and said they should be purged. Stain held Shigaraki down with his blade while he spoke, and Kurojairi indicated he could not intervene and showed that his arm had been injured. Shigaraki demanded that Kurojairi send Stain away, but Stain continued, saying their societal view of heroes had become corrupt. When Stain moved his blade toward Shigaraki's neck, Shigaraki quickly intercepted the attack with his functional hand. The blade cracked and crumbled, and Shigaraki warned that his damaged hand should not be harmed. Stain looked startled and leapt back as Shigaraki swung at him. Shigaraki complained about being injured again after just finishing recovery and asked if Stain would take responsibility. Stain acknowledged that their goals directly contradicted one another but suggested they could agree that the current system needed to be destroyed. Shigaraki dismissed the idea of working with someone as extreme as Stain. Stain said he had been testing Shigaraki's motives, asserting that people showed their true selves on the verge of death. He remarked that there was a sprout of desire inside Shigaraki and wondered how it might grow, saying he might observe Shigaraki's development before deciding whether to dispose of him. Stain then instructed them to return him to Hosu so he could finish his business there. The scene changed to Manuel's hero agency at the end of the night. Manuel removed his helmet and said that villains were unlikely to emerge with the city on such high alert, then walked off. Ida stayed behind and reflected on the implications of Stain's actions. Ida had learned that the hero killer had wounded at least 4 heroes whenever she appeared. He did not know if it was superstition or something else, but the fact remained that Tensei was the only one attacked in that area, so Stain was likely to show up there again. Ida could not help but think of Tensei as he watched the streets. A close-up of Ida's face showed his resolve. He dared the hero killer to strike again so he could deal with her personally. The next morning the focus shifted to Mizuki, who was sparring with Gran Torino once more. She managed to maintain 5% of her strength this time but still ended up thrown against the wall. Gran called a halt, warning that continued full-force sparring might teach her unsafe habits. Mizuki lay on the ground, dazed and bruised. Mizuki tried to persuade Gran to keep training so she could become accustomed to using 5% full cowl, but Gran insisted it was enough. Gran then told Mizuki to put on her costume and move on to phase 2. Nearby, IZUKU watched and noted how much his little sister was improving, though not yet at the level of the threats he had faced or would soon face. Mizuki donned her costume as they left the building. Gran explained that they were going to seek out villains so Mizuki would gain experience fighting people besides Gran and would not be caught off guard in new situations. Mizuki understood but hesitated at the suddenness. Gran pointed out that Mizuki had already faced villains before and had nothing major planned. Gran hailed a taxi and said they would head to Shibuya, where higher population meant more crimes to encounter. Mizuki grew nervous about wearing her outfit in such a popular area, and Gran encouraged her to see it as an opportunity. Mizuki realized the train to Shibuya would pass by Hosu and thought about Ida, making a note to try contacting him later. Above the train roof, IZUKU sat with the wind in his hair, telling himself he was a little crazy but doing this to keep an eye on her. He reminded himself he had a mission to return to afterward. On a separate patrol, Manuel and Ida walked together. Manuel asked Ida if he was here to pursue the hero killer, admitting he could not think of another reason Ida would intern with that agency. Manuel welcomed Ida but warned him not to pursue a personal grudge as a hero. Using a quirk for personal gain would be a serious crime. Ida thanked Manuel for the warning, and they continued their patrol. As they walked, Ida wondered what else he was supposed to do with his feelings if not pursue Stain. On a rooftop, Stain spoke of reforming the city and said more victims would be necessary for that goal. Shigaraki stepped out of a portal behind him and asked what his plan was. Kurogiri asked if that was what Stain had meant when he said he had things to do. Stain declared that the title of hero should be earned by great deeds, not sought for money, and vowed not to stop until the world realized its mistake. He left, and the leaders of the League of Villains watched him go. Shigaraki mocked Stain's rhetoric as the start of a grassroots movement and scoffed at the notion of noble motives. Kurogiri cautioned against dismissing Stain, noting that in cities Stain visited there had been a drop in crime that some attributed to a change in how people thought about heroes. Shigaraki decided Stain's methods were inefficient and irritating. He told Kurogiri to summon the Nomus. 3 Nomus emerged from the portal, one reminiscent of the USJ creature, one that could fly, and a slimmer, crazed-looking one. Shigaraki muttered about getting back at Stain for the harm he had suffered and said that if killing people was the intent, he could do it himself. Near Hosu, the train carrying Mizuki and Gran approached. Mizuki noted that the train would not arrive until nighttime, and Gran said more scuffles tended to happen then. Mizuki checked her phone. A message she had sent to Ida about passing through the area had not been returned, which worried her. Memories ran through her head as she fretted, but a passenger suddenly pointed out that a building outside the window had exploded. IZUKU saw the blast with narrowing eyes that then widened in alarm. Mizuki and Gran twisted in their seats to get a better view. An announcement urged passengers to hold on as an impact rocked the car and something burst through the side. When the dust settled, the slim Nomu had struck a hero and sent him sprawling across the floor. Gran ordered Mizuki to stay and shot after the Nomu. He managed to knock the creature off the hero and out of the train car, sprinting after it as it tumbled among the buildings. Mizuki ignored Gran's order and ran to the opening to see where her mentor had gone. She then saw a red haze in the distance. Flames dotted the streets and panicked cries filled the air as a Nomu walked the avenues. Manuel and Ida were a short distance away and were called into action. Ida ran after Manuel, wondering if the attack could be the work of Stain, but he dismissed that idea as too flashy for the hero killer. Then Ida suddenly stopped and looked to the side. His eyes went wide, and he ran off in a different direction, away from Manuel. The scene shifted to an alley where Stain stood, clearly annoyed by the chaos the League of Villains was spreading. He vowed to deal with them after finishing with the hero he had pinned to the wall. The pro-hero native strained and said that his body would not move. He insulted Stain, and Stain warned him to choose his last words carefully. Stain readied his sword when Ida's boot flew at him. In one swift motion Stain knocked Ida's helmet off and sent him crashing to the ground. Stain wondered what a child was doing dressed like that and tried to get Ida to leave. Ida refused and explained that he knew who Stain was and had been chasing him. Stain noticed the look in Ida's eyes and asked if he was there for revenge, warning him to be careful because he might become a target as well. Ida was insulted that Stain did not consider him a target. With memories of Tensei flashing through him, Ida revealed that he was the younger brother of the hero Stain had attacked and declared that he would defeat Stain in his brother's place. He announced he would take the name Ingenium and told Stain to remember it as the one who defeated him. Stain met his gaze, acknowledged the words, and ordered him to die. Back in the train car, an employee was desperately trying to get passengers to calm down and stay put until help arrived. Mizuki politely informed the employee that she was leaving, then jumped out of the hole and ran while the man yelled after her. Izuku Midoriya wondered what she was doing as he jumped off the train's roof and followed her. Mizuki compared the Nomu she had just seen to the USJ Nomu, trying to figure out what it was doing here. She decided she needed to be as fast as possible and activated full cowl, leaping from one building to another and landing at the edge of a roof. Izuku, meanwhile, began to sweat. Izuku asked if it was the same monster she had faced before. Mizuki replied that it was similar to the one she had defeated previously and warned that there might be more in the area, but reminded him that his priority was his sister. Izuku said nothing more and continued to follow her. The slim Nomu from the train broke down a wall as people fled. Gran rocketed over and kicked it back, reflecting on when he had last fought so hard and how he'd been drawn into something so chaotic. Gran noticed the Nomu attacked whoever was closest and had to back out when flames engulfed the creature. Endeavor had arrived. Endeavor said he had been searching for the hero killer, but the Nomu had interfered. The civilian couple who had been saved asked what Endeavor was doing there. He smirked and said it was obviously because he was a hero. People fled in panic while Mizuki ran against the flow toward the center of the action, thinking about USJ and knowing that if these Nomu were as powerful then Ida and the entire city would be in danger. She forced herself to think and find the best course of action. She changed direction when she heard someone calling for Tenya. She halted as a bus fell from above and crushed a car in front of her, creating an explosion that nearly knocked her over. Nomu rampaged through the area, and the heroes were struggling to contain them. One hero tore out a water hydrant and told Manuel to put out the fire. Mizuki recognized Manuel's name from where Ida interned and ran over. Manuel worried that Ida had chosen this moment to run off, which stunned Mizuki. She could not fathom why someone so diligent would leave now. A nearby hero ordered Mizuki to fall back and follow evacuation instructions. She apologized for getting in the way but did not leave. Her thoughts raced as she tried to figure out where Ida could have gone. Then she thought of the hero killer, and the answer struck her. She turned and ran, then stopped when she saw someone standing amid flames, her big brother, who simply stared at her as the wind blew his hair. She held her breath as she watched him run. She followed and called his name, trying to stop him. The heroes continued fighting and were thrown around by the Nomu as more property was destroyed. One hero asked what the Nomu wanted. Shigaraki watched the scene from a distance, gleefully commenting on how effective the Nomu were. Kurogiri asked if he would take part in the fight. Shigaraki used his injury as an excuse to remain on the sidelines. His thoughts flashed back to a bar conversation with his sensei, who had said 6 Nomu were fully ready, though not as strong as the USJ one. Shigaraki had asked for them. When Sensei asked why, Shigaraki had said he disliked the hero killer and reminded Sensei that he had been promised permission to destroy things he disliked. Sensei agreed to give him 3 as a learning experience. Back in the present, Shigaraki laughed and declared that after this, Stain would be forgotten. After Ida proclaimed who he was, Stain took it in and calmly ordered him to die. Ida attacked in a fury, using his quirk to speed up his kick, but Stain remained faster. As he dodged, Stain said he had let Ingenium live so that his name would spread. Stain declared that both Ida and his brother were weak because they were fakes. Ida growled. Despite being struck, he told Stain to shut up. Ida accused Stain of having made his brother Tensei unable to continue his hero work, even though Tensei had used his quirk to save and lead others. Ida's mind flashed back to scenes of his brother rescuing people and to a family dinner where their father praised Tensei's successes and the number of sidekicks he had led. Tensei had shrugged off the praise and said he was only successful because of the support he received, and that he worked to support them in return. He had said he was doing his best to live up to the title of hero and was glad his work helped so many people. Ida shouted that he would never forgive Stain and that he would kill him. Stain pointed at the fallen pro-hero native and told Ida to save him first. Stain told Ida to reflect on himself, to save others instead of using his power for his own gain, and warned that being consumed by hate and ignoring others was the opposite of what a hero should be. Stain removed his sword and performed something that left Ida unable to move. Stain then struck Ida's legs, and Ida cried out as he fell, unable to stand. Stain acted with cold purpose, and Ida found himself helpless as Stain raised his sword above him. Tears streamed down Ida's face as memories of his brother crowded his mind. He insisted that Stain was only the villain who had hurt his brother, regardless of what Stain argued. His life flashed past him in a series of worried faces from friends that filled him with regret. Footsteps sounded down the alley and drew Stain's attention. A green blur bounced off the walls and formed into Mizuki in a full cowl who struck Stain in the face. Ida, surprised, realized who had come to his aid. Mizuki announced that she had come to save him. In a quick flashback, Mizuki had been chasing after her brother and had noticed him leading her toward the alleys. The sight made her widen her eyes, wondering if he was pointing her to Ida. She had been searching for Ida and reconsidered her assumptions about why he had run off as she pondered a possible connection between the hero killer and the League. Using full cowl, she had bounded toward the rooftops, followed by a certain green-haired ally. As she turned a corner and saw what she needed, Mizuki had zipped down the alley and landed a clean punch on Stain. She felt a brief surge of triumph as Stain stepped back. Stain recognized Mizuki from a wanted picture. Ida asked what she was doing there, and Mizuki explained that she had triangulated likely locations for Stain based on information she had gathered about the hero killer. She asked if Ida could move and suggested getting to a more open area where they might get the attention of pro-heroes. Ida said he could not move and that whatever Stain had done after cutting him likely affected his quirk. Mizuki noticed the unconscious pro-hero as well and realized that if it had been only Ida she could have carried him, but she could not carry both. Ida told Mizuki not to get involved, insisting it was not her fight. Mizuki clenched her teeth at his words. Stain declared that he had a duty to kill Ida and that if Mizuki interfered then the weaker would be culled. He demanded to know what she would do. Mizuki watched him warily, recognizing how much more dangerous Stain was than the villains they had faced at the USJ. Still, she steeled herself to fight. She had slipped her phone behind her back and sent her location to someone, regretting that she had not arranged for a pro to come with her. She resolved to protect Ida and Native while stalling for time to draw Stain away. Ida tried to tell her to leave again, but Mizuki gave him a hard glare and reminded him that if heroes only interfered in things that directly involved them, no one would ever be helped. She echoed All Might's lesson that stepping in when it mattered was the essence of being a hero. Stain smiled at Mizuki's resolve. Mizuki rushed forward. Stain tried to use his longer reach with a dagger to stop her, but her full cowl let her slide between his legs. He swung his sword behind him, but Mizuki leapt and brought down a low-powered smash onto his back. Ida watched in awe, noting how her movements reminded him of Bakugo's fighting style. Mizuki felt relief that her full cowl had held through the sequence, but that relief was cut short when Stain brought his blade to his lips and a strange, paralyzing effect spread from the weapon's edge. Mizuki suddenly found herself unable to move from a small graze on her arm, and she realized that whatever had been on the blade had been the trigger. Stain acknowledged how Mizuki had handled herself in the fight and decided she was not merely talk. He walked toward Ida and raised his sword once again. Mizuki yelled desperately for Stain to stop, but the man did not listen as he moved in to strike Ida. A sudden, quick reaction intercepted the attack. Someone used a blade to block and a fist to shove Stain back, forcing him to skid and drag along the ground until his sword stopped him. Stain glared at the newcomer and saw a young man with green and black hair, wearing a black hoodie over a green shirt, dark blue pants, and his signature metal-lined shoes. Mizuki looked up as the person turned toward her and realized who it was. She called out that he was her big brother. Stain bristled at the interruption while IZUKU focused on his sister, who lay on the ground. IZUKU smiled and confirmed that he was there. Mizuki burst into tears at the reunion, but it was cut short when IZUKU noticed a dagger aimed at the back of his head and reacted, turning his attention back to Stain. IZUKU warned Stain that his interference would cost him. Stain dashed at IZUKU with his blade, but IZUKU avoided the slash with ease and kicked to unbalance him. Stain registered the boy's speed and power, thinking that both siblings were formidable. IZUKU closed the distance and struck Stain hard enough to send him upward, then grabbed the pro-hero who had been with Stain. Stain flung multiple daggers toward IZUKU, and Mizuki shouted for her brother to watch out. IZUKU only sighed as he noted that the timing had taken a moment. Before things could escalate further, a blast of fire melted the incoming daggers, turning them into harmless liquid metal. Stain narrowed his eyes and turned toward the wielder of the flames. Shoto Todoroki had arrived. Todoroki explained that locating the scene had taken him a few seconds because Mizuki's call had been unlike her usual messages. IZUKU welcomed Todoroki and motioned for him to keep Stain occupied. Todoroki responded by creating ice to lift Mizuki, IZUKU, and the pro-hero off the ground while shooting fire at Stain. The ice formed a slide that set Mizuki and the pro-hero down next to Ida, where Todoroki stood protectively over them. IZUKU watched Todoroki protect them and felt relieved at how protective his sister's new friend could be. He stood by Todoroki and said he would help hold Stain down and try to take him out. Mizuki warned them that Stain's quirk could paralyze people through contact with his blood, so distance would be essential. Todoroki said keeping Stain from closing in was the plan. A blade flew toward Todoroki and IZUKU kicked it away with his leg, but a second blade cut Todoroki's cheek in a non-graphic wound. Stain lunged at Todoroki but was stopped by a column of ice, which sent his sword spinning into the air. Stain tried to get close enough to make contact with Todoroki's cheek to activate his quirk, but Todoroki pushed him back with a wave of fire. Unseen, IZUKU seized the moment in midair, grabbed Stain's sword, and dove down to slash at him. The blow only grazed Stain's arm, leaving a shallow wound, but it angered him and earned a hard glare from IZUKU. The boy then suggested he might keep the sword as a souvenir. Ida demanded to know why Mizuki, her brother, and Todoroki had arrived. He felt the responsibility of inheriting Ingenium's name and believed it should be his fight. Todoroki remarked that Ida's fierce stance was unexpected, and he wondered what pressures Ida might be facing within his family. Mizuki watched Todoroki and IZUKU work together to keep Stain at bay, and she discovered she could move her fingers again. Stain sliced through the ice in front of him and taunted Todoroki for blocking his sight of a faster opponent. Todoroki began to defend his choice when two blades struck his arm, causing him to stagger. Stain leaped to attack from above but recoiled as he felt pressure against two parts of his body. Mizuki and IZUKU had pushed him up against the side of a building. Mizuki shouted that she could move now, and IZUKU clenched his fist, relieved to hear it. There was a tense exchange of thoughts and determination between IZUKU and himself about letting the others have a chance to fight. Todoroki wondered if there was a time limit on how long the newly mobile allies could stay active. A nearby pro noted that, if so, Mizuki would likely be the last to recover. Stain mentally speculated about Mizuki's blood type before elbowing her off and avoiding an IZUKU kick. Mizuki quickly put distance between herself and Stain as Todoroki ordered her to move. A wave of ice spikes forced Stain back, and IZUKU jumped out of the way to allow Mizuki to regroup with Todoroki. She then outlined 3 theories about how Stain's quirk might be limited based on what she'd observed. The final theory involved blood type. Stain reacted with a cold smile and confirmed that the blood type idea was correct. He received an up-close explanation of Stain's quirk. Stain's ability, Blood Curdle, could stop people from moving for a certain number of minutes based on their blood type. Mizuki and IZUKU admitted that knowing the quirk did not help much in the moment. Todoroki had hoped to carry the other 2 out if one of them recovered, but Stain proved too fast. The best they could do was stall him and avoid close combat until professional heroes arrived. IZUKU landed nearby and offered to carry Native and Ida, though he hesitated because there was no telling what Stain might do next. Mizuki agreed and told her brother to stay and keep their numbers up. She told Todoroki that he was weakening from the fight. Mizuki said she would distract Stain while Todoroki supported her from further back. IZUKU grabbed his little sister's shoulder to get her attention and reminded her not to forget him. Mizuki smiled and accepted. She agreed that they would face it together. Todoroki admitted it was a big risk but resolved to do what he could. IZUKU put a hand on the sword at his back and resolved that the 3 of them would protect their friends. Todoroki worried about Ida after hearing what had happened to his brother. He recognized the look of pent-up resentment from his own past and how such emotions could give someone tunnel vision. As the thought nagged him, IZUKU and Mizuki grew more restless and Todoroki intensified his ice to hold the area. Todoroki remembered the day he had visited his mother and explained everything. She had cried and forgiven his long absence more quickly than he expected. She had told him that his ability to move forward would be her salvation. The old him could never have chosen his father's agency for an internship, but he wanted to see what Endeavor did in person. He had no plans to forgive him, yet he could still respect the judgment and instincts of someone who had held such a position for so long. He thought again about how Mizuki, a girl who did not have to be involved, had changed his entire mindset about his quirk with a few simple words, and he marveled that it had taken an outsider to open his eyes. Ida thought about Stain's words about saving Native, and how Mizuki, IZUKU, and Todoroki each declared they would save him in their own ways. He also considered his own threats against Stain and how different they sounded in his head. Mizuki stumbled back against a wall after Stain struck at her leg. Stain's attack immobilized her briefly with his quirk, and Todoroki's flames interrupted a follow-up blow, but she remained affected. IZUKU, furious, rushed in and struck at Stain, accusing him of hurting his sister. IZUKU swung his sword. Stain parried and lunged toward IZUKU's chest, wounding him, but IZUKU ignored the pain and punched Stain in the face, staggering the attacker. Stain smirked and made a taunting gesture with his blade. IZUKU seized the blade and kicked Stain away, panic mixed with determination on his face. IZUKU could not say why, but something about Stain unsettled him more than simple cruelty. Ida tried to urge caution, and Todoroki snapped that if Ida truly wanted to stand for his beliefs he would have to act, urging him to remember what he wanted to be. Ida recalled his vow that Ingenium would defeat Stain and felt his fingers begin to move. Mizuki, still briefly frozen, tried to help by calling out where Stain was approaching from. Stain was pushed back at first but then started closing the distance again. He taunted Todoroki, claiming Todoroki's focus on his own quirk made him careless. He moved in close, and in a tense slow-motion beat his blade came dangerously close to Todoroki's arm. IZUKU, some distance away with widened eyes, launched himself toward them. At that same moment, Ida forced himself upright. He told himself that if he did nothing now he would never be on par with his friends or his brother. That resolve powered him to activate his reciprocal burst and join the fight. From another vantage, Sukuna watched through IZUKU's perspective with a mild, detached interest. Though he enjoyed combat, this felt more personal for the three teens, and he sighed at the predictability of it all. He already knew the likely outcome and found it tiresome. Ida's mind drifted back further, remembering how he had first told his friends about his brother and how much he had wanted to be like him. Lying there, protected by his friends yet consumed with vengeance, he realized how narrow-minded and selfish he had become. A flashback showed a younger Tenya talking with Tensei. Tensei had asked if Tenya wanted to be a hero. Tenya had answered emphatically, if a bit stiffly. Tensei joked about his brother being like a machine and explained that part of his reason for being a hero was expectation, but another part was that he admired people who helped others in any small way. Tenya had taken things literally and asked why Tensei did not work at a service counter instead. Tensei had patted him and teased him for it, then told him that Tenya was smarter and more athletic than he had been at that age, and if Tenya admired him then perhaps Tenya could be an amazing hero. Ida remembered Stain calling him and his brother fakes and, for a moment, accepted that criticism, yet that did not stop him from forcing his body to move. The three teens braced themselves as the confrontation intensified, each driven by their own resolve to protect one another and to stand up for what they believed. One kick knocked the blade away from Todoroki, and a second sent Stain flying. IZUKU was the one who had stepped in unseen, driving Stain back with a crippling blow that left the hero killer dazed and pressed against the wall. IZUKU then grabbed his younger sister and glared at Stain as he stood in front of her. Todoroki noted that Stain's quirk was not as formidable as they had feared now that he had been disrupted. Ida apologized to Mizuki and Todoroki, explaining that they should not have been dragged into his fight and that he would not allow them to be hurt any further. Stain sneered that the apology was irrelevant and accused Ida of being a fraud who could never change. Todoroki labeled Stain an anachronistic fundamentalist and warned Ida not to fall for a murderer's twisted logic. Ida conceded that Stain had a point. He had no right to call himself a hero right now but insisted he would not give up and would not let the name Ingenium be tarnished. Stain lunged again, and Todoroki used flames to hold him back. IZUKU moved in to clash with Stain, and he told the others to keep a plan while he kept the villain occupied. A terse, internal presence registered that the plan might be slipping, then that it was not yet over. IZUKU finished the moment by disrupting Stain and forcing him to vanish briefly. Native then pointed out that Stain was primarily focused on himself and Ida, and suggested that Mizuki, IZUKU, and Todoroki use the chance to get clear. Todoroki countered that Stain would not allow them to flee easily and that something had shifted in the fight. They had managed to fluster the hero killer. Todoroki analyzed Stain's quirk while Stain tried to close the distance again. IZUKU prevented him by snatching the hero killer's blade as a makeshift staff and hurling it. Stain avoided the throw, but the distraction was enough for IZUKU to land a precise kick that staggered Stain and left him reeling. Todoroki concluded that Stain's ability was limited in power and scope. It struggled against multiple opponents and, with a time constraint, the killer was growing desperate. He also acknowledged Stain's reckless tenacity. Ida attempted to reactivate his engines but found them unresponsive after his earlier exertion. He asked Todoroki to cool his systems to give them a chance to restart. Stain used the moment to throw another blade at Todoroki. Ida blocked with his arm and was struck again in the other arm, taking the blows without showing fear. Todoroki wanted to help physically, but Ida insisted he focus on his engines. Mizuki, free to move, prepared to use her quirk as she watched her brother hold the line and waited for the right moment. Todoroki iced Ida's engines and simultaneously launched flames at Stain. IZUKU avoided the fire and followed up with a powerful kick that sent Stain high into the air. Using fierce determination, Ida pried the blade free from his arm and declared he would not be stopped. He activated Recipro Extend to boost himself into the air and charged towards Stain while Mizuki launched herself as well, her energy focused and precise. IZUKU and Todoroki exchanged grins when they realized Ida and Mizuki would reach Stain together. The combined assault surprised Stain and landed a forceful punch to his face and a reciprocating kick to his back. The impact left him tumbling. A short time earlier, Endeavor and Gran Torino had been locked in a separate battle with the Nomu that had attacked the train. Endeavor had unleashed a searing blast, forcing the Nomu to retreat slightly, but the creature had not been defeated. Endeavor observed that the Nomu had taken heavy damage from the heat attack, and Gran Torino warned that it likely possessed more than one quirk. Endeavor readied himself as the Nomu charged back. Gran Torino ensured the civilians had been evacuated before re-engaging. As the Nomu leaped toward Endeavor, Gran Torino blasted upward and slammed it into the ground, buying them a moment. Gran Torino grumbled about being rusty and about the street damage, and Endeavor conceded a reluctant compliment. They agreed to deal with the Nomu quickly so they could return to assist with the main fight. Endeavor remembered when he had last seen Todoroki. Todoroki had been running after his father but had stopped when his phone buzzed. After reading the message, Todoroki had sprinted toward the new address, telling Endeavor to come with backup when he could. He trusted his father to resolve things quickly. Back at the Stain fight, Ida, Mizuki, and Stain were beginning to fall after the combined attack. Mizuki felt a sudden ache in her limbs and worried silently that she might have re-injured herself. Stain regained enough composure to grab his sword and swing at Ida, the blade narrowly missing. Ida affirmed he would defeat Stain properly, as a hero standing against a villain, and followed with another powerful kick. Todoroki added flames to drive Stain back and then formed an ice slide to cushion the landing for his friends. IZUKU secured Mizuki safely in his arms as they struck the ice wall, and only Ida banged his head on the ice behind Todoroki. They moved to rise immediately but froze when they saw Stain lying limp and unmoving on one of the ice pillars. Mizuki, still held by her brother, hoped Stain was simply knocked out. Todoroki spoke of restraining and disarming him, and the group prepared to secure the hero killer. Meanwhile, the pros dealing with the Nomu were still engaged and working to bring the threat under control. The heroes launched a coordinated assault, but the Nomu halted them with a powerful shockwave. It used the confusion to close on one of the pros, but Endeavor intercepted and sent it flying with a single punch. Endeavor realized the Nomu was regenerating, so he focused a continuous, concentrated blast of fire around its head. The flames shifted from red to blue, and when they subsided the Nomu collapsed. Endeavor asserted that carbonized cells could not regenerate. A winged Nomu then took to the sky, carrying someone in its claws. Endeavor immediately took command, directing heroes whose quirks were ineffective against the Nomu to a nearby address that Todoroki had run toward, and then he pursued the creature himself. In pursuit, Endeavor performed impressive feats with his quirk, running up walls and launching fire like a thunderbolt. He forced the Nomu to drop the person it carried and caught them before they hit the ground, declaring that the Nomu would not escape. Back in the alley, Stain's weapons lay scattered while the group tended to Native. After his paralysis, Native struggled to his feet and offered his thanks. Todoroki and Ida kept Stain secured. Ida offered to pull Stain along, but Todoroki refused, mindful of Ida's injured arms. As they moved, Native apologized for being of little help during the fight. Mizuki, exhausted, argued that it likely would not have changed the outcome given how strong Stain had been. Todoroki agreed that even with them working as a team it had been a close battle. Ida listened in silence. Suddenly Izuku's expression changed, and he urged Todoroki to release Stain immediately. Todoroki complied, and multiple blades sliced through the restraints, freeing Stain. A heavy, oppressive presence hit them all at once. Their limbs felt unusually heavy and a cold dread pressed down on them. Ida, Native, and Todoroki were shaken. Mizuki began to sweat as the aura around Stain intensified. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He felt a familiar energy stirring inside him, something ancient and dangerous. Sukuna, meanwhile, erupted in rage and smashed a nearby stone relic. His fury echoed inside Izuku's mind as he demanded who had desecrated part of him and vowed to make them pay. Stain abruptly stopped coughing and pushed himself to his feet. His clothes were torn and strange markings traced across his skin. His arms moved with an unnatural contortion, his eyes were blank and unfocused, and his voice came out strained and crooked. He spoke of cleansing and purging, then vanished from sight and reappeared near Ida, brandishing a long katana and preparing to strike. The attack was halted by a surge of blue energy. The assailant snarled in frustration at the intervention. IZUKU stood between them, but the presence controlling him had shifted. Ryaman Sukuna was asserting control. Mizuki stared at the back of her brother and could tell by the vacant, disinterested look in his eyes that it was Sukuna guiding him. Sukuna warned the others to leave if they valued their lives, then moved with blinding speed to strike Stain and followed the deformed hero killer. Mizuki shed tears, helpless to act for her brother. Sukuna's eyes narrowed with cold fury as he vowed that whoever had done this would not live to see another day. Mizuki asked what had happened to Stain. Sukuna explained that Stain was no longer fully human because someone had grafted part of Sukuna's power into him and modified him, and that revelation only drove Sukuna to greater wrath. Stain landed on the roof of an abandoned building, scanning his surroundings, and was abruptly slammed to the ground by Sukuna, whose power shook the structure. Stain reacted immediately, producing a katana and sending it toward Sukuna. Sukuna deflected the blade and, in a swift strike, sheared Stain's arm away. Stain did not flinch. He smiled, and the severed limb healed almost instantly. Enraged, Sukuna surged forward, snatching another katana from Stain and launching a flurry of attacks. Stain dodged them all with a manic laugh, taunting that he would purge the weak. Sukuna, disgusted, retorted that Stain had relied on borrowed power that belonged to Sukuna himself. He infused the katana with a blue aura and vowed to reclaim what had been taken. Meanwhile, Mizuki, Todoroki, Ida, and Native reached the street in a daze. Mizuki barely registered her friends' voices as guilt and fear swirled through her. Across the sidewalk, Gran Torino stood watching. He demanded to know why Mizuki was there, then launched himself into the air. When he came back down, he was about to plant his boot in Mizuki's face but stopped when he saw her. She clung to the old man and sobbed that she had failed over and over. The old man calmly patted her back and turned to the two boys, looking for an explanation. The two boys explained that Mizuki's brother had helped them defeat Stain. The old man was shocked at the idea that they had defeated the hero killer and that Toshinori's eldest child was still alive and fighting someone who had gained new strength and a different appearance. Before they could continue, a noise from above announced something striking the ground hard and cracking the pavement. As the dust cleared, they saw Stain on the ground, struggling to rise and clearly badly hurt. They all widened their eyes at the sight. Someone else landed close to Stain, breathing heavily and wounded, gripping one of Stain's katanas tightly. Mizuki tried to rush to her big brother's side but was stopped when Stain suddenly rose and struck IZUKU. The others saw the blade embedded in IZUKU's back. Todoroki and Ida reacted with shock. They thought they were about to witness the young man die again, and the pro-heroes were momentarily unable to act because Mizuki had darted forward, tears streaming down her face. IZUKU, however, stared at the deranged man before him with a blank look. IZUKU told Sukuna that he had only a few seconds left before the 1-minute mark. Stain, driven to a feral panic, felt fear as markings returned on IZUKU and Sukuna fixed him with a glare. Sukuna said he needed only a few seconds. He clasped his hands together and activated a domain expansion. A bell rang and the sky seemed to tint red. 6 eyes flashed briefly before a large shrine materialized behind Sukuna, its presence radiating a deadly aura and filling everyone with dread. Stain's human side tried to flee, but the space before him had become a void. In an instant the attack overwhelmed him and he was incapacitated, unable to respond. Everyone recoiled at the suddenness of it. Sukuna approached Stain's fallen form and searched for something but found nothing. Frustrated and angry that his finger had not been the source of Stain's sudden surge of energy, Sukuna struck the fallen form and the nearby building in fury as he tried to understand what had happened. Voices nearby drew their attention, and the other heroes Endeavor had sent arrived on the scene. One of the heroes noted how injured the children were and said they needed to call an ambulance. Another hero noticed IZUKU close to Stain's fallen body and called for the police while ordering IZUKU to remain still. It was not IZUKU standing there but Sukuna, still holding the katana. His presence made many of the heroes stagger, though the 3 teens and Mizuki were not affected. Mizuki identified him as her big brother, and Sukuna glared at her before warning that she needed to become stronger or she would not be saved again. He then used the katana to cut down a flying Nomu that crashed to the ground. A fist came at Sukuna, which interrupted his aura, and allowed the heroes to steady themselves. Sukuna looked with annoyance at the pro-hero who had intervened. He declared that his time was nearly up and ordered them off him. He then dashed forward and struck Endeavor, sending the pro-hero crashing into a nearby building. Sukuna sheathed the katana hastily and leapt away from the scene. Shigaraki watched through binoculars and erupted in anger at the sight of the same boy who had cut his hand, who had also taken down a Nomu so easily. He cursed the interference, smashed his binoculars, and left the area through Kurogiri's quirk. The heroes were stunned but focused on tending to the injured. Mizuki stared at Stain's fallen form and thought that he did not deserve such a fate. Exhausted by the shock, she slipped into unconsciousness. Sukuna landed on a building, hands twitching slightly as his time limit expired. He told the area that he was returning to his humble abode. When IZUKU regained control of his body, he sighed, looked at the katana, apologized to Mizuki, and decided he had overstayed his welcome, heading back to his school. Chapter end. Voices came from behind the school building. A hulking teen punched a lanky boy, sending him backward into the wire fence. The thin boy groaned and clutched his bruised cheek as the others mocked him and laughed at his expense. One girl expressed disgust, but the boys continued their taunting. Yoshino gritted his teeth and, surrounded by the bullies, tried to steady himself. He thought bleakly about how bitter everything felt as a red haze clouded his vision. However, Yoshino imagined a button that could kill anyone who did not like him and pictured himself pressing it without hesitation. The others laughed around him, oblivious to the bleakness of his thoughts. Yoshino tried to get the sales representative's attention, but the clerk wore headphones and was eating on the job. Growing impatient, Yoshino raised his voice to call for service. The clerk removed the headphones and turned, annoyed. The clerk informed him that the ticket cost 1,800 yen. Yoshino handed over the payment with a smile. A man with blue hair entered the theater as the clerk returned his change and said the movie would be screening soon. The theater filled with loud laughter as the film played. A group of high schoolers nearby joked about someone carrying 50,000 yen despite being in middle school. Yoshino frowned and rested his chin in his hands, thinking that high school students should not be skipping classes to watch a movie, even as he recognized his own hypocrisy. The loud, crude laughter made it difficult for him to follow the film. Yoshino felt increasingly frustrated that he could not hear the dialogue. Tension built when one of the group mocked someone named Tsubasa and the situation escalated into bullying. Yoshino had been hit and held his side in pain, denying he had seen whatever they were accusing him of. The bully pressed on, taunting Tsubasa, and the girl egged them on, urging them to hit harder and using the moment to boost her own ego. A round man nearby who appeared to be a teacher looked away and pretended not to notice. One boy in the group found a 50% off coupon on his phone and shared it aloud while another called Tsubasa's name on a call. The interruptions and chatter continued through the film. Yoshino, blocked from view by the assailant, braced to speak. He muttered that Tsubasa was not as charming as he believed and that the others only flattered him. Before he could finish, he was struck again. As the movie reached its climax, a stranger appeared behind the high school boys. A cursed figure named Mahito leaned over the group, his expression twisted with malice. In an instant, Mahito reached out and unleashed a strange, otherworldly effect. The boys' bodies were warped by that power, their forms altered and they collapsed, motionless and unnaturally still. Yoshino recoiled in horror at the sudden, surreal scene and realized that the blue-haired man he had noticed earlier was connected to what had happened. Fear and curiosity propelled Yoshino to bolt from the theater. He wondered if the man could really be human, if such a thing could happen in ordinary life. Memories of the bullying flooded him, how they had hit him and taken pictures, how one of the girls had taunted him as he cried. The rain on that memory made his resolve tremble. Yoshino asked himself, quietly, whether he could ever do anything like the power he had just witnessed. Authorities quickly cordoned off the area and urged onlookers to stay back. The scene was treated as a crime scene and the victims appeared to be high school students who had been rendered unresponsive by an unexplained force. Officers noted the situation as they supervised the careful removal of those affected. At the Kinema Cinema Batting Center the following Monday at 10:30 a.m., staff moved through the office tense and unsettled. One man muttered about who had been allowed into the theater before forensic teams arrived and noted, with irritation, that one of them was a kid. A colleague reviewed surveillance footage and admitted uncertainty about the details, saying it was beyond ordinary explanation and hinting at events that did not fit within normal understanding. He suggested they leave it be if they wanted to keep their jobs. Nanami pointed toward the ground and identified traces left behind as residues of cursed energy, then directed IZUKU to the evidence. Izuku, wearing his school uniform and carrying a long bag slung over one shoulder, admitted that he could not see the residues. Nanami observed that Izuku was not trying hard enough and explained that curses usually left visual traces when curse techniques were used. These traces, called residuals, were harder to perceive than active spirits and required practice to detect. Nanami told Izuku that he had to look carefully. Izuku nodded, drew a steady breath, and focused until he could sense what had been hidden. Then he noticed footprints that had not been there before and smiled, telling Nanami that he could see them. Nanami explained that a sorcerer was considered qualified when they could sense signs before seeing them. They crawled out from behind the yellow tape. Izuku suggested that Nanami could be more encouraging. Nanami replied that he neither praised nor insulted anyone, he simply observed the facts and judged accordingly. He admitted he had once been mistaken about society, but then abruptly cut the topic short and said they should focus on chasing their target. Izuku agreed and Nanami signaled that they should begin. As they moved, Izuku felt a distance between himself and the older sorcerer and wondered if they would ever truly connect. A few days earlier he had returned from a visit with Eri, who had hugged him, and had received an affectionate pat on the head from Gojo. Despite trying to steady himself, he had not been able to shake the weight of that night. He had gone to the showers and watched the water wash over him as memories replayed. He cursed inwardly at the sense of responsibility he felt for the harm that had been inflicted on people who did not deserve it. He finished his shower, dressed in clean clothes, and paused when he saw the katana that had belonged to the hero killer. Its presence and the aura around it unsettled him. Aina reminded him that it might be a good idea to keep a blade as a memento, and another voice warned that the weapon felt dangerous and hinted at a deeper threat, suggesting it might eventually be used to take control of him. Izuku did not respond aloud. He took the katana and headed toward where Gojo and Eri were waiting. Gojo explained to Izuku in the tunnel that he would not be able to accompany him this time, but reassured him that he had arranged for a trustworthy junior sorcerer to go along. When Izuku asked about Eri, Gojo said that she was spending time with Shoko, that she had enjoyed herself, and that she had spoken warmly of Izuku. Izuku smiled at the thought of Eri's kindness. In the room they entered, a man stood waiting. Gojo introduced him enthusiastically as Nanami Kento, the former office worker who had become a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, and added that he was a grade 1 sorcerer. Nanami, flat in tone, asked Gojo to stop touching him, and adjusted his glasses with an unimpressed expression. Izuku noticed the many people who covered their eyes and, in private banter with the voice inside him, admitted to appreciating Nanami's strong jawline. Izuku wanted to ask why Nanami had not become a sorcerer earlier, but Nanami suggested they begin with introductions. Nanami bowed and introduced himself to Midoriya, and Izuku returned the bow respectfully. Nanami declared that during university he had decided that jujutsu work was no good, and that his time in an office had taught him the same about corporate life. Because both paths felt wrong to him, he chose the one that suited him better and returned to sorcery. Gojo and Izuku exchanged a quiet comment about how stern Nanami seemed. Nanami addressed Izuku directly to make it clear that he did not share all of Gojo's casual attitudes. He trusted and had confidence in Gojo, but did not respect him. He explained that he disliked the way higher-ups handled their responsibilities, yet he followed the rules strictly himself. Nanami then told Izuku that he could not acknowledge him as a jujutsu sorcerer yet. While Izuku carried the dangerous presence of Sukuna, Nanami expected him to prove his usefulness. Izuku looked down at the bag holding the katana and admitted inwardly that he felt weak and useless. He recalled the recent defeat and the person who had died as a result of events he had been part of, and the sorrow reflected in his little sister's eyes. That memory tightened his fist, and he vowed to become stronger. He acknowledged that if he could not grow stronger, he would not even be able to determine his own fate. Gojo listened with a faint, encouraging smile. Izuku turned to Nanami with determination and insisted that he would make Nanami acknowledge him eventually and asked for a little more time. Nanami retorted that Izuku should take those words to the higher-ups instead, then bluntly stated that he did not particularly care. Izuku, frustrated, declared that he understood. They paused there, the moment closing around their unspoken commitments. Some time later, in the present, Izuku and Nanami ascended a flight of stairs, their footsteps echoing down the quiet corridor. Izuku asked whether the surveillance camera had recorded anything, and Nanami confirmed that it had not. Nanami noted that, aside from the victim, there had been another teenager. Izuku wondered whether the culprit might be a cursed spirit. Nanami trailed off, thinking. They reached the rooftop, rain pounding against their umbrellas. Nanami pointed out that the teenager also had a motive, but the police should handle that line of inquiry. Then Nanami felt a presence behind them. Izuku read the change in his mentor's expression, and they turned together to face a monstrous creature perched on the waiting area chairs, repeatedly murmuring the phrase lunchbox. Izuku stepped forward, preparing to engage, but Nanami held him back and took charge, instructing Izuku to deal with the other target. Izuku shifted to face the second cursed spirit as it muttered something about detergent. Nanami calmly told him to call for help if he could not defeat it. Izuku sighed, opened the bag on his back, and produced the katana that had belonged to Stain, remarking that Nanami was underestimating him. Nanami removed his suit jacket and loosened his tie, explaining that he was not looking down on Izuku but reminding him that as an adult it was his responsibility to protect the younger sorcerer. Izuku assumed a Kogasumi stance, stating that he would rather be underestimated than treated like a child. Nanami acknowledged Izuku's many near-death experiences but countered that those did not make him an adult, and spoke about how small, repeated disappointments are what often mature people. He gestured toward the approaching cursed spirit as he spoke. Thunder rolled and the rain intensified. Nanami moved with speed and precision, avoiding the spirit's attacks and explaining the principle behind his technique. He could create weak points on an enemy, regardless of its strength. He described how dividing an opponent's form and striking specific points produced critical effects. Nanami held up a blunt knife wrapped in cloth with a splattered black dot design and said that the binding vow of revealing one's method could actually increase the effectiveness of his curse technique. As Izuku fought the other spirit, he listened and acknowledged that he understood the idea. In a moment of carelessness, however, the spirit surprised him and hurled him toward the chain-link fence. The batting center screen announced a home run as Izuku used the fence as a springboard and landed safely. He wondered aloud whether it was wise to reveal technique like that. The cursed spirit taunted him and tried to break his focus. Nanami reassured Izuku that revealing the technique was safe against an enemy of this level and reiterated that showing his hand could strengthen its effect. When the spirit charged, Nanami planted his feet and amplified his energy. In his vision, faint lines indicated the spirit's weak points. With one precise sweep of his blunt knife, he disrupted the spirit's form in a clean, stylized way, causing it to unravel and collapse into shadowy fragments. He casually tapped the blade against his palm afterward. Nanami warned Izuku about a threat behind him. Izuku used the sword's blunt side to block a heavy strike. The impact sent him skidding backward, but he regained his footing. Nanami scolded him for letting himself be distracted. The spirit shrieked again and prepared another assault. Izuku breathed deeply, gathered his energy, and recalled the lessons taught by Gojo. Gojo had explained that Izuku's cursed energy exhibited a time lag and could not keep up with his instantaneous explosive power. He had pointed out that Izuku's method of stopping cursed energy was still raw and left traces that produced an irregular flow. This made the visible surge of cursed energy arrive just after the initial blow, allowing a single attack to land with a delayed, secondary impact. When Izuku asked whether a weapon would produce the same effect, Gojo confirmed that it would, especially with a blade that carried traces of other powerful energies. Putting the lesson into practice, Izuku channeled his energy into a slash. The first cut struck with physical force and was immediately followed by a delayed second impact of cursed energy, creating a double effect. Gojo identified the pair of techniques as the divergent fist when using bare hands and divergent slash when using a blade. Izuku admitted he liked how it flowed. Gojo cautioned that mastering it would not be easy but that it would become a powerful asset. Nanami observed that Izuku's underlying power exceeded that of ordinary sorcerers. The initial physical strike did not carry much cursed energy, yet it landed with force well above typical levels, and the subsequent injection of true cursed energy amplified the effect. Nanami thought that any opponent would find that combination particularly frustrating. And there was still room for improvement, he thought, if the attack landed with full strength followed by all of his cursed energy. No wonder that man had brought him here. The defeated cursed spirit groaned, muttering the words lunchbox as it tried to stand despite missing limbs. Nanami halted Izuku before he could finish it off and showed his phone to him. Izuku looked confused, and Nanami explained that he had taken a photo of their opponent. Izuku, rainwater as his face, reminded him that cursed spirits could not be photographed. Nanami, calm and deliberate, urged him to listen. On the phone, Yeri Shoko identified the creatures as having once been human. She described bodies on a dissecting table in the morgue, their forms altered by cursed energy, and spoke of signs of tampering near the brain stem. Nanami and Izuku sat on the sofa with the phone on speaker as Yeri explained that the modifications looked designed to cause confusion and a disorder of consciousness. If the culprit could alter the brain, they might also force the use of cursed energy, since the relationship between the brain and cursed energy was still not fully understood. Yeri asked whether Midoriya was listening, and Izuku confirmed that he was. She clarified that the immediate cause of death had been the shock from the modifications and made it clear that they had not been killed by Izuku or Nanami. Izuku answered with a heavy voice. After the call ended, Izuku tightened his grip on a towel and muttered that, no matter what, those deaths weighed on him equally. He added that the situation felt particularly distasteful, anger apparent on his face. Nanami watched the resolve in Izuku and noted to himself how fiercely the young man could be moved for others. He then suggested that the residual traces were probably bait to draw them out and that their opponent was skilled. He rose, stating that this would not be wrapped up easily and urged them to do their best. Izuku responded with renewed determination. Underneath the bridge in his makeshift base, Mahito lounged on a hammock and turned the pages of a book about special-grade imaginary cursed spirits, remarking that some cursed spirits were formed from the cursed energy that radiated from humans. He reflected that even without a physical form, shared human fears could be enough for powerful curses to manifest. Yoshino guessed that Mahito meant famous monsters or ghost stories, and Mahito confirmed, pointing to examples like Hanako and the nine-tailed fox and noting that Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers categorized such phenomena accordingly. He added that unknown and powerful curses were often treated the same way. Mahito went on to say that people's fears were not limited to mythical stories. When Yoshino suggested natural disasters, Mahito responded with a smile and an easy comment about enjoying the conversation. A faint echo carried through one of the tunnels, and Yoshino glanced toward it, but Mahito moved closer and spoke in a softer tone about how humans feared the earth, the forest, and the ocean, and that cursed energy gathered there. He rested a hand lightly on Yoshino's shoulder and said he felt pride in his companions. Yoshino, his voice unsteady, asked what kind of curse Mahito was. Mahito moved his hair aside to reveal scars on his forehead and said that he was a curse born from the hate people felt for one another. At the Shibuya High School detached office, Nanami pointed to a map on the board and explained that recent disappearances and strange deaths had been consolidated into a residuals report, allowing them to narrow the culprit's hideout to a certain range. Izuku reached into his bag for the katana, and Nanami stopped him, emphasizing that the map was only an approximation and that he would continue the investigation. Nanami assigned another task. He pinned a photo of Yoshino Junpei, the teenager from the cinema, and explained that Junpei attended the same school as the victims. Nanami switched on surveillance footage showing Junpei fleeing the scene and remarked that, based on his behavior in the video, Junpei was unlikely to be a curse user, though the connection between him and the victims remained a concern. Izuku asked about what a curse user was, and Nanami described it as the evil counterpart to a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. He said he had left protocols to Ijichi and wanted them to investigate Junpei Yoshino. Ijichi, who had been involved in the matter, noted that he was one of the few who knew Izuku was still alive. Izuku left the office, and before departing Ijichi stepped back in to suggest that the culprit's location might be known already. Nanami acknowledged that the culprit could avoid leaving residuals if desired and that they were likely being lured. He admitted the risks of acting alone versus bringing Izuku along and explained he had chosen to go alone because Izuku was still young. Izuku burst back into the room, playfully pushing Ijichi forward and calling out to Nanami with a wide grin, reminding him to be careful. Ijichi smiled in response while Nanami paused and considered their next move. Nanami told Midoriya that he was not a teacher and should not be addressed that way. Izuku beamed and called Nanami Nanamin, unfazed. Someone thought the nickname would not go over well and another protested, but Nanami threatened to beat him up. The others shoved Izuku to the ground while Sukuna laughed and said he had been right. Ijichi announced that he had found their target as he drove slowly, trailing Yoshino Junpei. Izuku noted that the boy was wearing casual clothes. Ijichi explained that Yoshino had not been attending school recently and said they would need to get out of the car. They parked and stepped out, with Ijichi leading the way. Izuku carried a cage wrapped in a sealing charm that contained low-level spirits as they followed Yoshino. At Kanagawa District Satazakura High School, in the audiovisual club room, the students were talking about a long-running horror series. Yoshino confirmed there were 7 sequels. One of the boys speculated that the 7th installment would be shocking. Yoshino described it as feeling different from the others, more like a sloppy sitcom mixed with family horror. He explained that the story followed descendants connected to earlier films who ended up living together, and that the house turned out to be haunted, so they invited a psychic. The others called it boring, but Yoshino insisted that the fifth and sixth films had interesting elements. Then the door slid open abruptly. A menacing figure entered and demanded to know why they were using the room when it was already being used by someone else. Yoshino stood up and, nervous, tried to explain that the club had not used the room in a while and he thought they no longer needed it. The man responded by throwing movies off the table and smashing one of the cases with his foot. He kicked the table and told them to get out, calling them cockroaches. The other two boys grabbed their bags and urged Yoshino to leave immediately. As they moved to go, the man warned that things would not end easily if they used the room again. Yoshino stopped, conflicted, and knelt down near a disc case. He asked the man to move his foot because he wanted to take the disc back. His friends urged him to stop, but Yoshino insisted and trembled as he reached for it. The man kicked him, and the other boys fled in fear. The man smiled, patted Yoshino on the shoulder, and ordered his goons to close the door. A scuffle broke out inside the room. Loud thumps, shouts, and cruel laughter echoed as the bullies assaulted the students and left them in distress. Later, Yoshino reflected on indifference and hate. He murmured that the supposed antonym of like being indifference made no sense to him. He argued that the idea had been mistranslated and that love had many definitions, which is why some foreigners had said the antonym of love was indifference. Yoshino noted that in Japan the word had shifted and people often muddled meanings, and he accused people of complicating things to find amusement. Mahito responded that people liked to play word games because humans could not live without making excuses. As they walked farther inside, Mahito remarked that people were always testing extremes. He called one object an experiment to test how large humans could become and said that what Yoshino was holding was a test of how small humans could be. Yoshino looked down in shock and asked if it was a human. Mahito asked if Yoshino was used to seeing altered bodies. Yoshino admitted he did not know and said that if the altered being had been his mother he might collapse. Mahito explained that he understood the structure of souls and could change beings by touching them. He argued that emotions were merely products of the soul's processes and that calling them a heart was too romantic. Souls, he said, were mechanical and ordinary. Life, he said, had no inherent value, mere flow between extremes, and both he and Yoshino were equally meaningless. The altered figure made a weak, childlike sound and murmured the word father. Mahito told Yoshino that because life was meaningless, people could choose how to live and survive. He urged Yoshino not to be trapped by ideals of indifference and to accept a freedom that could include violent acts. To demonstrate his point in a cold, deliberate motion, Mahito destroyed the small altered figure in his hand. Yoshino stood frozen, eyes wide, and then began to move forward. He flexed his hand and forced a smile as he processed what Mahito had shown him. Ijichi repeated that he had found Yoshino Junpei as he drove slowly, trailing the boy. IZUKU noted again that Yoshino wore casual clothes. Ijichi reminded him that Yoshino had not been going to school lately. IZUKU thought to himself that he was the same in that regard. IZUKU asked if the others were doing well. Ijichi smiled and said they seemed to be doing all right, and the scene shifted to show Kujisaki being hauled around for her falling practice, a common training exercise. Ijichi then gestured toward the passenger seat and indicated that IZUKU should use what was there. IZUKU reacted with surprise at the presence of a cursed spirit. Ijichi explained that it was a fly head, a low-level cursed spirit below grade 4, and instructed IZUKU to attack it once they confirmed no one else was nearby. Ijichi laid out his rules for engagement. First, if the person they encountered was a normal civilian who could not see the curse, they were to save him. Second, if the person could see the curse but did not know how to handle it, they were to save him and then question him about the incident. Third, if the person eliminated the fly head using a curse technique, they were to arrest him immediately. Fourth, if the person showed the potential of a grade 2 JUJUTSU sorcerer or above, they were to retreat temporarily and meet with Nanami. IZUKU narrowed his eyes and questioned whether they were expected to use force. Ijichi confirmed that they should, saying that they could apologize later if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, but emphasizing caution. IZUKU then said he believed he could handle someone rated grade Sukuna. Speaking from within IZUKU, asked whether IZUKU's confidence came from their shared situation. Sukuna added that they had not yet tested whether he could use IZUKU's technique, and he grumbled that they would have to wait a little longer before resuming their attempts to push each other. IZUKU shivered at Sukuna's words as Ijichi clarified the deployment protocol. Jujutsu sorcerers generally sent someone of the same grade as the cursed spirit, and a grade 2 sorcerer could typically handle grade 2 cursed spirits easily, coming close in strength to grade 1 cursed spirits. Realizing he still needed more knowledge, Izuku asked Ijichi if he could help with important information about cursed spirits and related matters. Ijichi agreed, but said they needed to get out of the car now. Izuku tightened his grip on his bag strap, nodded, and prepared to move. Sukuna, leaning back on his metaphorical throne, muttered angrily about the person who had taken his finger and their ignorance of the jujutsu world. Nanami stood in the sewer, his blunt knife showing signs of recent use, and ordered whoever was in the darkness to come out. He commented that although the victims could look distorted and might be beyond saving, it still felt unpleasant to kill humans. Mahito stepped out of the shadows and said with a smug tone that he would be troubled if Gojo Satoru were present, and that weak intruders would ruin his experiment. Nanami adjusted his tie and admitted he did not enjoy working overtime, thinking he should finish quickly. Even in the tense moment, his mind flashed to memories of Gojo's playful antics, recalling Gojo jumping around and joking that he would kill him in jest. Nanami launched himself at Mahito and they clashed, exchanging rapid, fierce strikes. As they fought, Nanami sensed a familiar combination of flippant attitude and hidden menace in his opponent. Mahito slipped back into the water and Nanami pursued, forcing him to keep moving. When Mahito counterattacked, Nanami dodged and seized an opening to deliver a precise kick that pushed Mahito backward. Nanami followed with a swinging strike imbued with cursed energy that aligned with the trajectory of his attack, catching Mahito off guard and disrupting his guard. The blow broke through Mahito's defense and left his arm badly injured. Mahito, surprised, wondered whether he should have blocked with cursed energy and considered whether this was a particular kind of cursed technique. Nanami pointed his knife and emphasized that he disliked open-ended questions thrown at him. Mahito grinned and noted that Nanami did not dislike talking. Nanami, thinking through the situation, suspected a connection to Gojo's recent reports about 2 unregistered special-grade cursed spirits and found it hard to believe there was no link between them. Mahito then posed a philosophical question about which came first, the soul or the body, likening it to the chicken and egg dilemma. Nanami answered that the soul came first. Mahito insisted the opposite and, as he spoke, his form reshaped itself, demonstrating his technique. He produced a transfigured person as an example and explained that his cursed technique allowed him to touch a soul and alter its shape, a process he called idle transfiguration. He mentioned that he kept transfigured humans and that it was difficult to do, noting that people often died soon after their forms were changed, though the effect might differ with a jujutsu sorcerer. Nanami checked his watch, calculated the time, and reminded himself that he had started working at 10 in the morning and needed to finish by 6 in the evening. Yoshino walked down the street lost in thought when a voice called his name and stopped him. His teacher, Sotomura, emerged and scolded him for skipping school, asking where he had been. Yoshino lowered his head in response. Sotomura then mentioned that Sayama, Nishimura, and Honda were dead and asked if Yoshino had been close to them. The news stunned Yoshino, memories of being bullied by those 3 coming back to him, while Sotomura continued talking as if unaware of Yoshino's reaction and commented that Yoshino had no friends and that those students often looked after him. Sotomura reprimanded Yoshino for not attending their funeral and insisted that he should not behave that way. Yoshino's heart raced. He could not believe his teacher was suggesting they were close. Sotomura suggested they go pay their respects, but Yoshino was in shock, ears ringing as he struggled to comprehend what was being asked of him. Yoshino thought his teacher was crazy and out of touch with the world outside school, and anger rose within him at the implication. Memories of the torment and humiliation he had suffered flooded back, and the bitterness from those times flared up again. He remembered, too, that Mahito had once told Junpei that he acknowledged his entire existence, and that memory steadied him for a moment. Sotomura noticed Yoshino's silence and asked what he was muttering, teasing that perhaps he had lost his mind from staying home, then chuckled. Yoshino's eyes bulged with anger and his face hardened into a scowl. He raised 2 fingers in a hand sign. At that moment, Izuku called out to stop as he fell, clutching a fly head. He noticed Yoshino and realized that Yoshino could see it. Izuku attempted a series of backflips to land but collided with a pole and winced in pain. Sukuna laughed at Izuku's misfortune as Izuku remembered how he had ended up in this situation. Izuku and Ijichi had been hiding behind the pole, preparing to start their mission. Izuku then whispered to Ijichi to wait because someone was coming. Ijichi was caught off guard. He had already opened the cage that had contained the fly head, allowing it to escape. Izuku swore and immediately chased after the cursed spirit. The curse's pulse echoed through the air, dark strands of energy flaring outward like jagged shadows before gradually fading. Gojo observed that she was certainly reckless. Inside the building, Nobara breathed heavily and said that they had won. She then lost her balance and the boy caught her. Izuku teased that she was something else and reminded her to be careful. Nobara blushed and then slapped him, and Izuku complained in surprise. Nobara told him he deserved it and asked what he had been eating to punch through a wall with his bare hand, wondering if it was some sort of quirk. Izuku insisted he had no quirk and added that the wall had not been reinforced concrete. Nobara argued that even if it had been, that would still be impossible for most people. Izuku pointed out that she meant people without quirks and, after noting how many questions she had been asking, asked why she had come to Jujutsu High. He wanted to know her reason. Nobara turned her back to him for a moment before looking at him in a way that unsettled him. She explained that she was from the countryside and had wanted to live in Tokyo. Izuku felt the strange sensation pass and stared blankly at her as she continued, saying that attending Jujutsu High was the only way she could move to the city without worrying about money. She added that she was grateful to him, reaching out to the child's head with a smile and saying there would not have been a bright future if she had died or been the only survivor. Izuku could only stare, and Nobara met his gaze. Sukuna observed that Izuku seemed genuinely interested in that girl. Izuku admitted that maybe he was. At the end of the day, the child waved goodbye to the 3 students and Gojo asked if they could get something to eat. Nobara and Izuku agreed while Fushiguro scrolled through his phone. Nobara told Izuku to fetch her things, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. She framed the request as coming from a beautiful girl and reminded him that they had won the battle thanks to her cursed energy, implying he had no problem with the favor. Izuku stepped closer and said he was not anyone's Dielvoy boy, even if she was beautiful. Then he walked away from the group. Nobara flushed, and Fushiguro and Gojo watched Izuku leave. Gojo said they should follow him, and he and the 2 students hurried to catch up. Log, July date redacted, location West Muzutafu Juvenile Detention Center. An unnamed apparition of potential special grade hovered above the exercise yard, its overwhelming cursed presence witnessed by several non-jujutsu sorcerers. Because of the emergency, 3 first-year students from Jujutsu High were dispatched to the scene, and one of them did not survive. Nanami sheathed his knife and loosened his necktie as a surge of cursed energy flowed through him, visibly intensifying. Mahito noted that Nanami's cursed energy was rising and braced himself. Nanami wrapped his hand with his necktie and announced that he would start working overtime. Mahito realized this suggested a time-related constraint and smirked as he leapt off the rails, intrigued. Nanami explained that his curse technique forced a 7-to-3 ratio when dividing a target into parts, and that he could apply it to many aspects of a target, including non-living things. Mahito watched with a predatory grin, thinking Nanami was serious. Nanami dashed forward with incredible speed. As he ran, Nanami considered how to defeat the cursed spirit. He weighed the slow option of draining its cursed energy versus a single decisive strike to break it apart. He leapt into the air, gathered cursed energy in his fist, and struck a concrete wall with tremendous force, activating his ratio technique, collapse. The wall buckled as cursed energy traveled through it. The collapse sent large slabs tumbling toward Mahito, forcing him to evade. Nanami then closed the distance and his blade struck Mahito's leg, causing Mahito to stumble and fall, clearly injured. Nanami announced that he would retreat for the time being and advised Mahito to tend to his leg quickly, saying they would meet again if they both survived. Mahito watched blankly as the collapsing wall buried him in rubble. Later, Izuku and Yoshino stood together on the riverbank. Izuku noted that the ground had shaken briefly, and Yoshino agreed that it had felt like a minor tremor. Izuku tried to call Ajichi, but the call could not be completed. He wondered whether he should be honest about Jujutsu High and decided that the school should not reveal information to civilians, especially if the person in question might be connected to curses. Ajichi, meanwhile, was seen sprinting after an escaped creature with a net. Back on the riverbank, Izuku rested his chin on his phone, uncertain what to do. Yoshino recalled a previous conversation with Mahito and described being given a vortex button and told that meeting a student with such a button meant they were a jujutsu sorcerer. Mahito had suggested being friendly to them. Izuku grew frustrated and decided to ask directly whether Yoshino had seen anything at the movie theater when someone had died. Yoshino was startled but replied that he had not seen anything and had only begun noticing strange things recently. Izuku accepted that answer and then asked whether it was okay to wait for someone like his boss. Yoshino agreed. They settled into an easy conversation about movies. Yoshino mentioned a re-released old film that had stuck with him because of its disturbing and intense themes. Izuku said he had been watching more films lately and invited Yoshino to bring suggestions and go to the cinema together. Yoshino was surprised by the sudden offer. Izuku offered his phone to exchange contact details, and Yoshino processed the gesture while Izuku fumbled with how to add friends on the device. A voice called from behind them, and Yoshino turned to greet his mother. A short-haired woman holding groceries asked if the young man with Yoshino was a friend. Yoshino explained that he had just met him, and Izuku waved in greeting. The woman cheerfully said that they had just met and could be friends. Sukuna began to respond, but Izuku interrupted, scolding Sukuna for his behavior. Sukuna made an inappropriate comment, and everyone fell silent for a moment. Izuku cut him off while shuddering and thought that Sukuna was really something. The woman smiled warmly and asked them to please play with him more. Yoshino noticed a cigarette in his mother's hand and gasped, calling out to her. Yoshino's mother looked at him quizzically. Yoshino said in a disappointed tone that he had told her not to smoke. Yoshino's mother apologized quickly and put out the cigarette, reminding him that they had agreed not to smoke in front of him. As she approached, Yoshino's mother asked Izuku what his friend's name was. Izuku waved enthusiastically and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. He pointed at the plastic bag of green onions and told her with a smile that the green onions did not suit her. Yoshino's mother responded, surprised that he could tell, holding up the bag and explaining that her goal was to become a woman who did not suit green onions. Yoshino whispered in confusion, asking what she meant. Yoshino's mother turned to Izuku and invited him to come over for dinner. Yoshino looked at his mother with concern and told her she was causing trouble for Izuku. His mother asked if eating her cooking was troublesome. At that moment, Izuku's stomach growled loudly, surprising them both. Yoshino's mother asked if there was anything Izuku disliked or if he had any allergies. Izuku replied eagerly that he had none. Izuku hesitated as he looked toward a nearby bridge and felt as if someone was watching him. He sensed an energy that felt strangely familiar. Geto strolled leisurely through the sewers with his hands in his pockets. He stopped at the scene of the battle and whistled at the sight before him. Suddenly the pile of rubble moved. A worm-like figure emerged from beneath the debris and then reshaped into the form of a man. Mahito laughed heartily and remarked that, despite appearances, the other had been reckless. Geto observed that it had been a great fight. Mahito grinned and told Geto that the opponent had been interesting and instructive. He explained that even if his body were crushed, he would not truly die as long as he preserved the shape of his soul, and that absorbing cursed energy was a form of self-sufficiency. He demonstrated by transforming his index finger into a sharp blade and promised to try something bolder next time, then asked Geto for some clothes. Geto refused and asked where the Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer who had fought with him had gone. Mahito said he had no idea and that the sorcerer had said he was going to retreat for a while and might still be trapped under the rubble. Ijichi spoke with concern to Izuku over the phone, asking if Izuku was going to Yoshino Junpei's house. Izuku responded calmly that he was just going to have dinner, which increased Ijichi's worry. Ijichi offered to come right away and urged Izuku to leave if anything felt wrong. After ending the call, Ijichi told himself that even if Junpei had been involved, Izuku would not be taken down easily, then berated himself for any negligence as Izuku's supervisor and fretted about being scolded by Nanami. Feeling pressured, Ijichi started the car and urged himself to hurry. His phone vibrated. Nanami Kento was calling. Ijichi answered and apologized immediately. Nanami, leaning against a sink with a cloth pressed to his waist, said he had sent his location and asked Ijichi to pick him up so he could return to Jujutsu High for treatment from Yeri. Ijichi asked with concern whether Nanami needed serious care. Nanami reassured him that it was not fatal. Ijichi expressed relief and said he would meet up with Midoriya first and then find Nanami. Nanami sounded surprised and asked whether they were together. Ijichi realized he had given himself away and felt foolish. Nanami ended the call and rested his back against the tiled wall, recalling his opponent's chilling words about practicing many times and finding Nanami's body perfect for experimentation. He reviewed the situation with a steady, clinical mind. The cursed spirit they had faced seemed young and recently manifested, growing quickly and becoming dangerous. The special grade cursed spirit that had fought with Gojo had learned domain expansion. If that spirit were still alive, it would not be long before it grew even stronger. The number of victims was far greater than expected. Remembering a transfigured human who still had consciousness and had been calling for help, Nanami resolved that they must exorcise the threat as soon as possible. Laughter filled the room at Yoshino's house as everyone enjoyed Izuku's childhood story. Yoshino's mother laughed and urged him to continue. Izuku recalled how Takashi had confidently declared an object an alien larva only for it to turn out to be a konjac strip from their lunch. Yoshino's mother laughed so hard she flushed and waved her hand, delighted. Yoshino scolded his mother for having had too much to drink, but she continued to laugh and handed a tray to Izuku, encouraging him to make a joke with it. Izuku accepted the tray and, improvising, used it and some green onions to create a playful skit that made Yoshino laugh and brought a warm smile to his mother's face. As dinner ended, Yoshino draped a blanket over his mother, who had dozed off at the table. Izuku admired Yoshino's mother and Yoshino agreed, remembering advice she had once given about school, that it was only a small aquarium compared to the oceans and larger opportunities out in the world, and that one should choose what one liked. Yoshino had been baffled by the odd phrasing at first but then smiled and accepted it. Izuku described his own mother as the kindest and most trustworthy person he had ever known, the one who had cared for him deeply. At that moment Izuku's phone vibrated. He apologized and answered. He told Ijichi that he was okay and that they were just watching a movie, and that he would see him in 2 hours. From the other end Ijichi started to protest, but Izuku ended the call. Yoshino asked whether Midoriya was a jujutsu sorcerer. Izuku looked at him and acknowledged it. When Yoshino asked quietly whether Izuku had ever killed anyone, Izuku admitted that he had not. Yoshino then observed that Izuku would likely have to fight other dangerous jujutsu sorcerers and asked what he would do in that situation. Izuku replied that, even so, he did not want to have to kill anyone. A brief, thoughtful pause followed. Yoshino insisted that they were bad people, his voice edged with disbelief. Izuku explained that if he killed once, killing would become an available option in his life, the value of life would blur and he feared he would no longer understand the worth of someone important to him. He was afraid of that. Yoshino lay on his bed and thought about the phrase that had saved him, that a human had no heart. The idea had given him strength, but the thought of his soul being stained by taking a life haunted him. The image of his smiling mother flashed through his mind, and he resolved that he could not kill anyone. In the dark dining room, Nagi Yoshino woke with a groggy mutter that she had fallen asleep. She realized how late it was and rose to clean. On the table she noticed a small object that looked like a finger. As she reached for it, something shifted in the shadows behind her. A strange, otherworldly creature with many eyes and writhing appendages emerged, closing in. Nearby, a simple katana gave off a faint glow. After the incident at Satazakura High School, Yoshino Junpei returned home to find his mother Nagi's body and Sukuna's left pinky at the house. Investigators believed that a cursed spirit had been attracted to the finger and attacked her. The scene showed signs of a violent, unnatural encounter. Some of her lower body was absent in a way that suggested something had been taken, and surprisingly there were no outward bloodstains. Her body had been found in the bedroom with several cooling packs placed over it, as if someone had tried to preserve it or stifle the aftermath. Izuku asked Nanami whether he thought he was holding him back, concern evident in his eyes because Nanami had been hurt while Izuku was not there to help. Izuku declared that he could not let that happen again, that he could not be the one left unable to act. He thought of how he had once told himself he was still a kid and could not bear a comrade's death because of that. Nanami responded firmly and without room for argument that being young was not a sin. He explained that the patch-face cursed spirit used transfigured humans and that the world had hopeless people. In their line of work there would be times when some lives would have to be ended, but that moment was not now. Nanami urged Izuku to keep an eye on Yoshino Junpei as he left, and Izuku nodded, his mind flipping through the information Ijichi had given him. He wondered whether he would be able to do it, then recalled opening his mother's wardrobe to take the first black clothes he could find and breathing in the familiar morning air as he took the usual path to school. Mahito told the terrified Yoshino that Sukuna was a cursed object that attracted curses. Yoshino asked why such an object had appeared at his house, his voice broken and weak. Mahito suggested that there were curse users who earned money by cursing people and that someone with hatred or a shady, wealthy person might have been behind it. At the school awards ceremony, Ito Shota received the top prize in the National Book Report competition. He smiled, accepted the certificate, and waved in acknowledgement of the crowd. Teacher praised the honor. As he stepped down from the stage, Ito tapped a classmate on the leg with the rolled-up certificate and teased him for having written too carefully, warning him not to push his luck. The classmate apologized, frightened. As students whispered about Ito's cool demeanor, a strange, dark shape appeared on the horizon outside the window. Mahito began chanting, invoking a veil that seemed to call something out of the darkness. A dark barrier formed and spread, enveloping the school and obscuring the outside world from view. Mahito declared it a success. Geto warned that he could not leave any residuals behind and questioned the usefulness of the veil. Mahito explained that it prevented anyone within the area from leaving but was limited to humans with weak cursed energy. Geto remarked that the veil would be reported soon and hoped the situation Mahito wanted would come to pass. Mahito, confident, planned to let events unfold. Junpei would meet Sukuna's vessel, luck would favor them, and he would force Izuku Midoriya into a binding vow that would assert Sukuna's superiority over him. They discussed the fingers. One had been absorbed by Izuku at the detention center, and Geto wanted Jujutsu Hide to acquire the one left at Yoshino Junpei's house. After a brief exchange, Geto departed and Mahito sat back, grinning at the prospect of watching the children's downfall. In the gymnasium, Sotomura tried to rouse several unconscious students, calling for them to pull themselves together as unease grew. Yoshino appeared beside him and, with an unnerving calm, told him that the students would not die. Sotomura asked why, and Yoshino pushed back his bangs to reveal a forehead marked with cigarette burns. Sotomura stared in horrified recognition at the scars and realized something had happened to Yoshino. Yoshino then approached Ito, who stood frozen in shock. Yoshino spoke about the things that had happened so far and those that would come. Ito took a step back, unnerved by Yoshino's dark expression. Yoshino demanded to know if Ito had placed that object in his house. Suddenly Ito was struck by a mysterious force. Purple marks flared across his arm and spread toward his face, bringing a sharp, burning pain. Ito cried out in agony while Yoshino watched, apparently unaffected. Yoshino declared that the conversation was going nowhere and struck Ito in the face. He closed in on Ito with swift, brutal strikes, his patience exhausted and his anger boiling over. Yoshino insisted that Ito was guilty and that his answers would not spare him. He lifted Ito off the ground with a hand and told him to show sincerity in his final moments. Ito murmured an apology, pleading for mercy. Yoshino responded with a cold, unfeeling challenge. At that moment the gymnasium door slid open and Izuku entered, shocked at the scene before him. He called out at Yoshino as he took in the situation. Behind Yoshino, a jellyfish-like creature materialized. An unseen sorcerer spoke to Yoshino and told him to step aside. Izuku tensed for a fight but realized with frustration that his weapon was back at Yoshino's house. He resolved to rely on his fists and steeled himself to act without his gear. Izuku charged down the hallway after Yoshino, closing the distance and preparing a punch. Yoshino shouted the name of his technique, Moondregs, and a jellyfish-like Shikigami erupted to shield him. The Shikigami blocked Izuku's strike and shoved him back with a powerful force. Izuku recognized the danger. Once Yoshino retreated inside the Shikigami, his attacks were ineffective. Yoshino repeated his order to step aside, insisting that this had nothing to do with Izuku. Izuku refused to let Yoshino decide who should live, anger giving him strength. Yoshino lashed out, commanding the Shikigami to envelop Izuku. He spat bitter words about compassion and value, declaring some lives unworthy and claiming he had work to do. He turned his back and tried to leave while Izuku remained trapped within the Shikigami's grasp. Before Yoshino could walk away, he was stopped. A calm voice observed that Yoshino's curse technique was a form of poison. Mahito hovered near and examined the Shikigami as it drifted through the air. He explained that the toxic element of Yoshino's cursed energy was secreted through the Shikigami's tentacles and that the size, strength, and toxicity could be adjusted. Mahito told Yoshino that while sorcerers usually took years to learn their skills, he could teach him and accelerate his growth. He complimented Yoshino on his talent. As Mahito spoke, Izuku seized the moment. He tore through the Shikigami's binding and freed himself in a fierce, forceful motion, avoiding graphic detail. Yoshino recalled his Shikigami to use as a shield against Izuku's sudden barrage of attacks. Izuku pummeled the Shikigami with punches and kicks. When he finally landed a powerful blow, Yoshino was sent hurtling backward. He crashed through a window and fell from the building. Yoshino fell through the air, bewildered that the Moondreg's poison had not affected Izuku as expected. At the last second the Shikigami managed to catch him and soften the descent, but he still tumbled across the shed roof. Struggling to rise, Yoshino demanded to know why he was being stopped. A memory flashed before him. His mother's smile, then the image blurred and darkened in his mind. The distress deepened into a roar of anguish. Gripping his resolve, Yoshino pushed himself up and made a hand gesture, preparing to continue what he had set in motion. The jellyfish Shikigami produced a pair of spiked stingers on its tentacles. Izuku swiftly leapt out of the window. Yoshino thought that Izuku could not move freely in the air and that, if he wanted to crush him, he would have to strike while Izuku was mid-flight. The jellyfish lashed out with its tentacles, but Izuku dodged with agile movement and slid down one of them. As he landed, he coated his fists with cursed energy and struck the stingers. The impact rocked their footing and left Yoshino unsteady. Izuku admitted that he could not make sense of Junpei's words and told him he did not understand. He recalled Gojo-sensei saying that the best way to defeat a Shikigami was to go after its user. Izuku then sprinted toward Yoshino with his fist raised in anger, accused him of only wanting to believe he was right, and punched him, sending Yoshino flying into the building. As Izuku jumped through the broken window, his face contorted with sorrow. He told Yoshino that he did not know his motives, and that there must have been a reason, but he asked quietly whether it was really worth giving up the life they had shared. Memories of the dinner with Yoshino and his mother pressed on his heart. Yoshino hunched and trembled as Izuku spoke. Soft sobs escaped him. Izuku's voice cracked as he reminded Yoshino that he had called the human heart a delusion, and then he asked, with rising anger and pain, whether Yoshino could say that to his mother. Yoshino clenched his fists and whispered that people did not have hearts. Izuku began to protest, but Yoshino cut him off, screaming that they did not, and asking in a broken voice whether Izuku was saying that his mother and he had been cursed by people with hearts. Yoshino's voice cracked as he confessed that he could no longer tell right from wrong. The jellyfish Shikigami materialized again and Yoshino raised 2 fingers to command it. The Shikigami's tentacles struck Izuku's shoulder with a sharp impact. Izuku gritted his teeth as pain flared through him. Yoshino watched in shock as the Shikigami disappeared behind him and, voice barely above a whisper, asked why Izuku had not evaded the attack. Wincing from the strike, Izuku moved toward Yoshino slowly, his face drawn with pain. In a hoarse, regretful voice, he apologized and told Yoshino that he had spoken without understanding. He asked Yoshino to explain what had happened and promised he would never curse him. Kneeling, Izuku took Yoshino's trembling hands and, eyes full of grief, pleaded for the truth about his mother. He looked into Yoshino's eyes and urged him to come to Jiu-Jitsu High, promising strong teachers, reliable comrades, and the chance to work together to find whoever had cursed his mother and to seek justice. Footsteps on the stairs interrupted them. Izuku turned as Mahito appeared at the top of the stairs, arms spread and wearing a twisted grin. Izuku demanded to know who he was, senses on high alert. Mahito greeted them, then finished with a sick smile, calling Izuku Sukuna's vessel. Yoshino tried to intervene, but it was too late. Before Izuku could process what was happening, Mahito's left arm ballooned in size and he struck Izuku, slamming him against the windows. The impact shattered glass and sent shock through Izuku's body. In that moment Izuku realized he was facing a cursed spirit exactly as Nanami had described. A human-looking cursed being with a patchwork, unsettling face. Izuku shouted for Junpei to run, pleading that he did not know their relationship and begging him to flee. Yoshino tried to calm Izuku, but images of Mahito's previous experiments froze him and his voice failed. A hand on Yoshino's shoulder sent chills down his spine. Mahito remarked to Junpei that he was smart, his smile full of menace. Izuku choked and begged Mahito to stop, shaking his head. Mahito said that deliberation could bring worse consequences than rash action and that Yoshino was the perfect example. Izuku struggled against the massive hand that gripped him as Mahito taunted him, calling him as foolish as those he had looked down on. Izuku shouted for him to stop. Yoshino's eyes widened with fear as Mahito warned that Izuku would die. Mahito activated his technique, idol transfiguration. Yoshino's features warped in an unnatural way and his appearance became monstrous, a disturbing change in the style of Mahito's transformations. Izuku froze as Mahito released his grip. Mahito spoke excitedly that it was time for the second round. Yoshino charged forward, moved by the transformation. Izuku muttered Junpei's name and took the first blow to the face. He endured the relentless attacks, refusing to abandon his friend. Izuku called Junpei again, reached out with both arms to encircle Yoshino's head, and held him to try to restrain him. He pleaded for Junpei to come back to himself and promised to help and treat him. Yoshino's assaults continued. Izuku bore another strike to his side and cried out for Sukuna, his voice raw with desperation. A moment later, another eye opened beneath Izuku's own and a menacing mouth appeared as the presence of Sukuna made itself known. Sukuna asked what Izuku wanted. Izuku pleaded for Sukuna's help, begging him to heal Junpei as he had once helped Izuku in a different, emotional way. Sukuna's reply was a single refusal. Izuku stared in stunned disbelief at Sukuna's refusal. Izuku shouted in frustration while Selina sighed and refused to help, explaining that Izuku lacked the skill with reverse cursed energy. Izuku begged for instruction, but Selina pointed out that even if she taught him, he might not be able to help the wounded. Sukuna's voice cut in with cruel amusement as he taunted Izuku, calling him miserable, and the two curses laughed menacingly together. The laughter filled the hall, and Izuku froze, overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. A cold realization settled on him. They were nothing but evil curses. Yoshino, grasping weakly, called out for Yuji with a trembling voice and tears in his eyes. His grip loosened and his body fell back, limp on the ground. A dream of what could have been flashed through his mind, standing shoulder to shoulder with friends at Jiu-Jitsu High, laughing like they used to, and that hope slipped away as Yoshino appeared to be beyond help. Mahito laughed uproariously, savoring the moment and remarking that he had altered him too violently for recovery. Suddenly, a punch struck Mahito, forcing him to turn and land up the stairs with skill. He noted the attack as strange and interesting, confident that his shape would protect him as long as he maintained it. Then he staggered as a sudden disturbance affected him. He touched his face in confusion and realized that Izuku could influence the form of his soul. Mahito deduced that Izuku was a vessel for another soul. Izuku held out his hand, and a faintly glowing katana appeared in it. Mahito recognized the weapon from Junpei's home and was taken aback. Izuku stared down at the motionless Junpei with a sad look and vowed that he would not let him die. His cursed energy surged, and his expression hardened with ferocity. Izuku's thoughts flickered back to earlier lessons about reverse cursed technique, the conversion of negative cursed energy to positive. Using a metaphor he barely understood, he told himself that two negatives could become a positive. With that understanding, he made a deliberate, controlled cut on himself with the katana to channel energy, and the sword flared with intensity. Izuku then guided the blade to Junpei. A great silhouette rose. Behind him, strange and imposing with eyes that brought Sukuna's vessel to mind. The silhouette enveloped Junpei and drew in a glowing, crimson energy. The form absorbed the corrupted state and then released a restored, human Junpei. Mahito watched in disbelief as Izuku checked Junpei and found a pulse. Junpei was alive again. Izuku felt a rush of exhilaration and gratitude for the mocking that had driven him to try. He resolved to confront Mahito and end the threat. From the depths of his being, he vowed that he would end him. Mahito's grin widened as he taunted the Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, commenting on Izuku's disregard for his own life. He reflected on the implications of what had just happened. Izuku's unexpected success complicated his plans and might impose a binding vow that would ultimately favor Sukuna. Mahito considered that to influence events he would have to become stronger. Confronting Izuku now felt like facing his most dangerous opponent. He concluded that Izuku had expended a great deal of cursed energy in the attempt. Mahito analyzed that Izuku was not accustomed to the soul removal and demon head techniques, guessing it was the first time he had used them. That explained the heavy drain on his cursed energy and why he seemed vulnerable. Izuku gripped his katana as cursed energy surged through him and his body trembled with determination. Despite his injuries and the fog of pain, he lunged forward with a powerful strike aimed at Mahito. The blow left craters where it landed, but Mahito was too quick to be caught. Mahito reshaped his hand into wing-like forms and evaded Izuku's slashes with fluid grace. Izuku poured blue arcs of cursed energy from his blade, but Mahito only grinned and danced around the attacks with the ease of a bird in flight. Izuku paused to analyze his opponent. He noted that Mahito kept reshaping his soul and worried that continuing to draw on the katana's power would consume even more of his life force. Still, he resolved that he would keep striking no matter the cost. Mahito, meanwhile, decided not to become a larger target and instead shifted into a streamlined, lethal form, his right hand transforming into multiple razor chain whips. Izuku narrowed his eyes as Mahito swung the chains with obvious enjoyment, gouging deep marks along the hallway. He leapt and parried each strike with precise katana work, moving quickly enough to avoid serious hits. When a section of the wall collapsed, Izuku vaulted through and landed on the school grounds. Mahito's arm morphed into a spinning drill and launched toward Izuku, who dodged with a fluid sidestep and grabbed the outstretched limb. Izuku warned Mahito that he could not stretch forever, then flinched as sharp spikes erupted from the arm and struck his hands. Pain flared, but he held on, pulling Mahito forward. He channeled cursed energy into his leg and kicked, forcing the curse through the wall and out into the open. Izuku followed, unleashing a barrage of slashes. Some connected, others missed. He stomped hard to kick up dust and create a smoke screen, then pushed off the ground and launched a large arc of cursed energy from above. Mahito sidestepped and the energy struck the ground, detonating and sending him skidding back. IZUKU slammed his fist into the earth, creating a shock that left a crater, and then drove a foot down to pin Mahito's head briefly before retreating as spikes erupted from the curse's body. Mahito sprang back to his feet, turning his hand into a heavy club. IZUKU blocked the swing with his katana, which shoved him into a wall, and then slammed his fist into the ground again to obscure Mahito's vision. As the smoke swirled, IZUKU moved silently and struck from behind with a powerful divergent fist to the gut. Mahito doubled over, then answered with the same eerie grin he always wore. Spikes erupted from Mahito's form and struck IZUKU with fierce force. When the smoke cleared, IZUKU grimaced in pain. Several large spikes had hit him and his cursed energy was noticeably depleted. Mahito taunted that IZUKU could not defeat him and urged him to switch to Sukuna, pressing his palms against IZUKU's chest. The contact triggered a shift in the area. A forbidding domain spread out, and Sukuna appeared seated upon a throne of bones. Sukuna accused Mahito of touching his soul and reminded him that they had both mocked the brat, declaring that he would offer no second chances. Mahito froze, stunned by Sukuna's presence. IZUKU seized Mahito's head and told him he would not switch. He made clear he intended to end the fight. With a sudden, forceful headbutt, IZUKU hit Mahito and followed with a rapid string of close strikes that left Mahito reeling and clearly injured. When IZUKU released his hold, Mahito staggered to the ground, and IZUKU delivered a roundhouse kick that connected with Mahito's face, leaving him badly bruised and dazed. IZUKU readied himself to press the advantage, only to be surprised when Mahito reappeared behind him. He felt the katana drawing more from him than before and cursed inwardly at how hungry the blade seemed. Mahito's arm reshaped into a mace as he prepared to strike at Itadori, but Nanami suddenly intervened, blocking the blow with his knife. Mahito recoiled, grinning at the interruption. Nanami told them that he would lecture later and ordered a report on the situation first. IZUKU, still shaky, reported that he had been able to save Junpei using reverse cursed energy. Nanami noted to himself that IZUKU always put others first. Nanami asked how IZUKU was doing physically, and IZUKU replied that he was fine, wiping a smear from his lips. Mahito observed that he had a lot of holes. Steam rose from his wounds, but his cursed energy remained low. Nanami muttered his concern about how that could be fine. IZUKU informed them that everyone from the school was unconscious in the gym. Mahito greeted them with a casual tone, noting their apparent energy and suggesting a celebratory hug while he failed to notice a small trickle of blood at his nose. Nanami pointed out the nosebleed and asked Midoriya why it was happening. IZUKU replied bluntly that he had punched Mahito at the very start. When Nanami asked if Mahito had touched him with his hand, IZUKU confirmed that he had. Nanami processed that his own attacks had no effect on Midoriya and reasoned that Mahito might not be able to use his ability on Midoriya and might have a reason not to kill him, either of which would be an advantage. Nanami decided they should stifle Mahito's movements, create openings for one another, and take the opportunity to exorcise him there. IZUKU responded and prepared his katana in a reverse grip, silently urging his body not to fail him. Another voice offered help, but IZUKU thought it was not yet time. Mahito launched himself into the air and transformed his body into a porcupine-like form. Nanami and IZUKU dodged as the sharp, pointed ends pierced the ground. Mahito remarked that his attack was only useful against small opponents, and when IZUKU and Nanami began shaving away the weaker points, he reverted and landed. Nanami and IZUKU seized the opening and coordinated an attack that produced a powerful blast, shrouding the area in a cloud of dark smoke. Mahito emerged from the smoke in a childlike form. Nanami warned that they had to act before Mahito changed shape again, and IZUKU observed that Mahito would charge cursed energy first. Mahito giggled as he ran in a smaller form, admitting to himself that even small forms still risked being taken down by IZUKU Midoriya. He acknowledged Midoriya as a nemesis. Nanami noted that Mahito still had some transfigured humans stored and would waste no time in issuing orders. Mahito commanded the transfigured humans to kill the short-haired boy. The transfigured humans charged at IZUKU while Mahito attacked Nanami, transforming a hand into a long blade. Nanami was quick to dodge, and Mahito taunted that the boy could not bring himself to kill humans. The transfigured creatures latched onto IZUKU's legs and shoulders. He shook them off and vaulted onto the roof of a nearby corridor to distance himself. One creature tried to leap at him, and he instinctively grabbed its neck, recoiling in distress when he realized what he held. The creature suggested playing, then another pounced and pinned him to the ground. As a creature on top of him pleaded for release, IZUKU was horrified, steadied himself, and used precise strikes with his katana to incapacitate the transfigured beings and end the attack. He apologized to himself and struggled to stay on his feet, resolving to keep moving. Mahito taunted Nanami, asking whether the boy would cry this time, and pinned Nanami against the wall with an enlarged hand, charging it with cursed energy while calling Midoriya a foolish brat who could not reconcile ideals with reality. Nanami calmly countered that Midoriya was trying and told Mahito that he was the foolish one. IZUKU leapt from an upstairs window and forcefully kicked Mahito's massive arm aside upon landing. Mahito asked whether IZUKU had killed the transfigured. Nanami struck from behind with his blade as Mahito considered changing shape. IZUKU was too quick, slamming a fist into Mahito's face and following with Nanami's blade. Mahito found himself on the receiving end of a relentless barrage, each blow landing with crushing force. IZUKU and Nanami pressed the assault without giving him a moment's respite. Mahito realized he had no time to create a substitute and felt a sudden, wild inspiration. He laughed maniacally as his eyes rolled back and his mouth formed a seal. 2 small hands appeared and made a hand sign, and a domain manifested. Multiple large, dark hands pushed IZUKU out of the way. More hands emerged and clasped together into a flower-like formation. Intertwining arms created a net that closed around Nanami, trapping him inside. Mahito proclaimed the self-embodiment of perfection and then softened his expression as he spoke, saying that he only wanted to thank them. Outside the domain, IZUKU pounded on the barrier in frustration, his fist injured from the effort, and demanded to know why only Nanami had been trapped. Hopelessness crept in as he feared the worst. He tried to figure out how to crack the situation and glanced upward, glaring at the hands above as a sharp retort came back at him from within the domain. Nanami reflected on the nature of domain expansion, recognizing it as an enclosed space constructed with cursed energy that enhanced its owner's strengths. He realized that to use techniques that transfigured the soul, Mahito probably needed to touch someone with the palm of his original hand, and being inside the domain felt like being literally in the palm of his opponent. He cursed inwardly at the disadvantage and frustration of the situation. Nanami said that sometimes they had to force comrades to accept and sacrifice their lives for others, his brow furrowing as he explained that this was why he had quit, or rather, why he had escaped. The girl behind the bakery counter asked if he liked the snack the shop sold. Nanami looked bewildered at her question. The girl smiled brightly and noted that he always bought the same thing. Nanami replied flatly that the nearby convenience store had stopped selling it. The girl insisted that their bread was better than what one would find at a convenience store and began to place his purchase in a bag. Nanami stated bluntly that, after all, this was a bakery, and handed over his payment. The girl reacted that his remark had been harsh. Nanami left the shop while the girl called for him to return. As he glanced back, he muttered to himself about the small cursed spirit perched on the girl's shoulder. He decided it was best to leave it be. Interfering and doing a poor job would only make her suspect him of being a shady medium. Their supervisor went around greeting everyone cheerfully. Nanami sat with a newly hired employee and offered practical advice about dealing with clients. Nanami emphasized that when clients entrusted their money, it was important to balance benefits and risks, and that initially the newcomer should focus on meeting clients with sincerity. The new hire nodded eagerly. The supervisor approached behind them and warned Nanami not to be so rigid lest he scare the newbie, reminding him in a teasing tone that the company's profit ultimately benefited their clients. Nanami bluntly asked if that included persuading clients to buy stocks that would not rise. The supervisor affirmed that it did, claiming it as the legitimate reward for those who watched the market around the clock, and encouraged Nanami to relax now that he was in his second year. Nanami reflected that he had no clear sense of what was worth living for. He planned to earn money until he was 30 or 40 and then live aimlessly in a low-cost country. His daily routine had become a never-ending cycle of work, overtime, and exhaustion. 4 years after graduation, money occupied his thoughts constantly, and he told himself that with money he could keep curses and troublesome people at a distance. Back at the bakery, the girl asked if he had been sleeping well and noticed he looked tired. Nanami observed that she looked fatigued too. She admitted she had been feeling pressure in her shoulders and had trouble sleeping. Nanami reflected that his job was to let the rich entrust their money to him and make them richer, and that nobody would necessarily be sad if he disappeared. A bakery, by contrast, would leave people sad if it closed. He found it strange that the job outside that human cycle paid better. The girl asked hesitantly if he was showing off. Nanami denied it. The girl laughed awkwardly and apologized, saying she had difficulty understanding. Nanami requested the girl step forward and fixed his gaze on the small cursed spirit on her shoulder. The girl complied with a puzzled expression. Nanami brought his arm up and removed the cursed spirit in a swift motion, then asked how she felt. The girl was taken aback but moved her shoulders and said she felt lighter. Nanami advised her to go to the hospital if she still felt unwell. He prepared to leave. The girl hurried after him to thank him, waving her hand and inviting him to return. Nanami felt a quiet gratitude at her thanks. Later, Nanami placed a call to Gojo Satoru and announced that he would return to Jiu-Jitsu High the next day. During the conversation, the situation around him shifted suddenly. Mahito spoke about idol transfiguration and accepted thanks that Nanami offered with a small smile and the claim that he had no regrets. A sudden sound of something being forced through a barrier drew both Mahito and Nanami's attention. A fist punched through the barrier as IZUKU broke in with a forceful kick, fully entering the enclosed space. Mahito's eyes widened in surprise at how IZUKU had gotten inside. Nanami realized that the stronger a barrier focused on closing itself, the more susceptible it became to blunt external attacks. Domains that merely sealed their interior could be vulnerable to invasion. Nanami also sensed that there was something inside Midoriya that must not be touched. A sinister aura manifested as Mahito faced Sukuna, the air growing heavy and oppressive. Sukuna made it clear that there would be no second chances, his manner commanding. Mahito's shoulder was struck and he staggered, visibly injured and reeling from the impact. Nanami thought that there was no one more proud and self-centered, living only by pleasure and displeasure. Sukuna observed the chaos with apathetic detachment, as if the choice was indifferent. Sukuna began to fade into shadow as the domain's barrier shattered into countless fragments. In the aftermath, Mahito knelt on the ground, writhing in agony from his injuries. IZUKU took in Mahito's wounded state and dashed toward the cursed spirit with the single-minded intent to stop him. Mahito snarled inwardly. He grimly reflected that domain expansion had drained too much cursed energy and had been a true last resort. Sukuna, he thought, remained the bigger problem, but this was the critical moment and he had to squeeze out the last of his power. With fierce determination he pushed his cursed energy to the limit. Mahito's body swelled into a gigantic form. IZUKU sprinted toward the towering figure and assessed the situation with a sharp eye. The target was large, the flow of cursed energy was slowing, and there would be no counterattack. This was his last chance. With his katana coated in cursed energy, IZUKU executed his divergent slash. He struck at Mahito's midsection, but there was no solid resistance. Mahito's form burst apart in a scatter of energy and reshaped into a smaller figure that darted toward a nearby drain. Mahito waved as he slipped down the drain, declaring that it had been entertaining before vanishing from sight. IZUKU shouted for him to wait, but it was too late. Nanami struck the drain with a swift blow from his blade, shattering it, but the cursed spirit had already escaped. Nanami clicked his tongue and reached for his phone. He called out and reported that the target had fled into the sewers, asking the person on the other end to conduct a thorough search southeast of their location and to handle the exorcism. After ending the call, Nanami turned back to see IZUKU collapse to the ground. Nanami rushed to him, alarmed. Inside his mind, IZUKU pushed a failing body, trying to force movement, urging himself to finish the job. Exhaustion and injury had finally taken over, and his limbs would not obey. As Nanami called his name, IZUKU's consciousness slipped away, his thoughts scattering. He reached for the reassurance that Junpei and his mother were all right and felt a comforting presence tell him to rest. He thought that he was glad before blacking out. Sukuna sighed and reflected that the situation was both interesting and annoying. He could hardly believe his luck, and his tone carried sarcastic amusement. Mahito crawled through the dark sewers, dragging his injured body toward an exit. He hauled himself up and leaned against the wall. Observing the power he had encountered, he mused that Ryaman Sukuna's cursed energy might be weaker than Jogo's in raw output, but Sukuna's presence and soul were on an entirely different level. Even if they were all wiped out, Mahito thought, the era of curses could begin if Sukuna were resurrected. Anticipation curled through him as he flexed his fingers. His thoughts turned, unpredictably, to IZUKU Midoriya. Mahito inwardly complained at how troublesome IZUKU was and admitted to wanting to kill him, clenching his fist. He stretched and allowed a cruel smile. Killing the soul, he reminded himself, could be attempted many times. IZUKU woke slowly in a makeshift infirmary. His body felt sluggish as he pushed himself upright and noticed a katana floating nearby. He was puzzled by the weapon. It seemed to resonate with him. He reached for it, and it vibrated faintly as if in response. Nanami entered and asked sternly whether Izuku had been told to rest. Izuku sighed and asked if this was a lecture. Both of them stood in a quiet morgue, rows of body bags laid out on the tables. Nanami told him that the opponent's curse technique could interfere with other people's souls. Because Izuku had made their enemy touch Sukuna's soul when invading the domain, Nanami explained that interference had saved him. Sukuna had not taken over. Instead, their adversary had been drawn in. Izuku admitted that his focus had been scattered during the fight and offered an awkward attempt at humor about being glad Sukuna was alive so he could look at his jawline more, which earned an exasperated reaction from the other man. Later, Izuku confessed with guilt that people had died in the battle. He wrestled with the thought that, if lives are lost, he wanted their deaths to mean something. He had once believed the good should die peacefully and the bad should have terrible ends, but now he acknowledged that most people fall between those extremes. Nanami listened and said he did not have a clear answer, only that guiding souls would be an arduous task and not one to take lightly. He warned Izuku simply to be careful not to die. Izuku gripped the railing tighter. Nanami reminded him that if Izuku had not been there earlier, he himself might have died, and that in the future Izuku would find more people in need of help now that he was a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. Izuku asked Nanami to allow him to take Junpei home and spend a week with him so he would not be alone after everything that had happened. Izuku intended to give Junpei space and time, and when the boy was ready they would have a calm conversation about joining Jujutsu High. He emphasized that he would not pressure Junpei and would make sure the boy understood what he would be getting into. Nanami's initial instinct was to refuse the request outright, yet he also recognized that it was wrong to shield a child from opportunities to grow and mature. Nanami told them that being overprotective could stifle a child's growth, so he would allow it only on the condition that there be 24-hour surveillance on both of them and that they submit a full, detailed report of the day's events as soon as they got home. Izuku gave his word with a firm nod. Nanami instructed them to wait while security was organized and warned them not to leave until then. Izuku sighed and pulled out the katana. He wondered whether he should name it. The sword vibrated faintly as if responding to his thoughts, and Izuku chuckled at the idea. He decided on the name Ryoba and, when finished, put the weapon away as instructed. The teacher reminded the students to place their completed questionnaires about bullying into the box and noted that they did not need to write their names. Sotomura sat across from Ito with a serious expression and accused him of injuring Yoshino. Ito answered with sarcasm, suggesting they forget about Yoshino since he had quit school and moved away. Ito's face was heavily bandaged, and he said his left hand had lost use since the incident. Sotomura held firm, clarifying that he was not focused on the injury itself but on the crime Ito had committed, and that Ito needed to reflect on it and accept punishment. Ito laughed dryly and asked what Sotomura's punishment would be. Sotomura replied that his own reckoning was coming. He needed to examine what he had missed. Whether it was his failure or Ito's actions, he said, they would bear responsibility for what happened to Yoshino. He looked at Ito with conviction and vowed that he would be watching him. Izuku walked the school hallways, wrestling with a concept he did not yet understand, the meaning of a justified death. Memories of everything he had endured flashed through his mind, and he steadied himself thinking of his friends. Determined, he promised himself that he would never lose again. When he reached the end of the hallway, Nanami and Gojo were waiting. With his resolve firm, Izuku told Gojo that he wanted to request a temporary transfer to UA High. Sukuna reacted with a dramatic spit take, unable to hide his shock. At the villain's bar, Kurogiri asked Shigaraki if he was curious about Yagi, since Shigaraki still held the picture from the sports festival. Before Shigaraki could answer, a gray-haired man named Jiren entered with new recruits. Shigaraki tore the picture and turned to face them. One recruit was a young man marked by prominent scars and metal staples. He sneered that Shigaraki looked unpleasant. The other recruit, a girl in a high school uniform, bounced with excitement at the thought of the league and begged to join. Jiren, who had brought the recruits because the league had been getting attention lately, stepped forward to introduce them. He described the blonde girl as a suspect in a number of deaths and identified her as Toga Himiko, who spoke eagerly about wanting to make the world easier to live in and expressed a twisted admiration for Stain while also claiming she wanted to confront him. Shigaraki asked if she was crazy. Jiren replied that she could at least hold a conversation. Jiren then introduced the young man, saying he had not committed flashy crimes but was attracted to Stain's ideology. The young man called himself Dabi and questioned whether the league truly had a just cause. He was skeptical about being grouped with the excited girl beside him, And when Shigaraki pressed for his real name, Dabi refused to give it until the right time. He pledged to follow Stain's ethics. The mention of Stain unsettled Shigaraki, who began to complain about the constant talk of the man. Sensing Shigaraki's agitation, Kurojiri urged him to stop, but Shigaraki lunged at the new recruits with hostile intent. The attack was abrupt and forceful, but Kurojiri intervened, using a series of portals to separate everyone and defuse the situation. Kurojiri told Shigaraki to calm down and reminded him that they needed to grow their numbers if they hoped to achieve anything, and that they should at least consider the recruits. Quietly, he suggested they also make use of what Stain had left behind. Shigaraki stepped back, told Kurojiri to be quiet, and stomped out. Jiren observed that Shigaraki was still young. Toga admitted she had expected Shigaraki to be more violent and seemed excited by the possibility. Dabi said the man made him uneasy. Kurojiri asked the newcomers to wait for an answer, confident that Shigaraki would come to the correct decision despite his youth and that the influence of figures like All Might and Stain had humbled him. High in the mountains, wind swept over a deserted hot spring where fog and steam rose around the pools. Jogo sat at the edge, smoking from a pipe. He was interrupted by laughter as Geto and Mahito approached. Mahito shed his outer clothes and stepped into the water, carefree and enjoying the warmth. He observed that Jogo's condition appeared nearly restored, and Jogo agreed that life in this secluded place felt comfortable. He warned that no humans could come close as he tossed his pipe behind him. Mahito, casually enjoying the hot spring, observed that being without a body made things inconvenient and that self-regeneration was inefficient. Geto sat nearby while the two conversed. Jogo noted that Mahito seemed to have used up a lot of cursed energy as he watched Mahito floating in the water. Mahito replied that Ryaman Sukuna and his vessel were his nemesis and that the whole game had started when he met his new toy. He reflected that it had not gone well. At first it had not been bad, and he wondered if he should have taken the toy hostage and forced Midoriya to make a binding vow. He pictured taunting Midoriya into surrendering his body to Sukuna and imagined Midoriya protesting. Geto pointed out that a binding vow could only be made by the person themselves and that initiating one by intervention was not simple. Mahito blew bubbles in the water and mused that perhaps it would have been better to deliver a fatal blow instead of transfiguring him, and that Sukuna might have treated him with reverse cursed technique. Sukuna's condescending expression flashed into Mahito's mind and he recalled that Sukuna would refuse, and that the boy could heal after learning the reverse technique. Emerging from the water, Mahito said that after coming into contact with Sukuna he thought it was better to follow Geto's plan first because Sukuna was worth the effort. Jogo narrowed his lone eye and, growing serious, proposed collecting all the fingers and offering them to Sukuna even if they all died in the process. He added that he was fine with that, as long as curses could live as humans. Mahito cheerfully agreed and began to dress. Geto suggested they collect all 6 fingers kept at Jiu-Jitsu High School. Jogo questioned whether that was necessary. Geto explained that Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers were keeping IZUKU Midoriya because they wanted him to swallow Sukuna's fingers. They could not yet judge his strength as a vessel and did not know how many fingers it would take for him to lose control, so they would likely gather all the fingers before making him swallow them at once, though there was one exception. Gojo's jolly face briefly appeared on a screen making a peace sign and he expressed that he wanted Midoriya to eat the fingers quickly. Geto then warned that in a worst-case scenario the higher-ups might kill IZUKU Midoriya. Jogo shrugged that nothing ventured, nothing gained, and rested his chin in thought. Geto reassured him that he had made arrangements and had let Jiu-Jitsu High retrieve the fingers they desired. In a tall building, a man sat in a chair hooked up to medical equipment while a well-dressed man whose face was indistinct reflected on recent developments. He considered Shigaraki to have gained conviction and intended to let Shigaraki decide everything, promising to help the young man if asked and preparing for the possibility that Shigaraki could become the next him. He looked over a room of tanks holding Nomu-like creatures that glowed eerily. He also examined a container holding an object suspended in liquid and said he had been surprised to find something so powerful that seemed drawn to him and moved without an obvious source. It was regrettable that he could only use it on people. Stain had been an example, but he wanted to ensure the Nomu could handle it and thought another person might use its power if given the right push. He rested his hand beneath his chin as the object in the container revealed itself to be a beating heart. Vlad and Aizawa discussed the upcoming summer training camp and how they were working to keep the location secret. Only upper management would be informed and students would not know the details until arrival. The scene then shifted to the league's bar where Shigaraki and Kurojiri spoke about how their master had figured out the camp's location when Shigaraki had not. Jiren entered and reported that he had contacted the union and secured the items Shigaraki requested. Kurojiri apologized for demanding so much so quickly. Jiren explained that the union complied because they had high expectations for Shigaraki and that the League's movement would prompt others hiding in the dark to take action. If more villains became active because of the League, his business would increase. Shigaraki predicted he would soon be too busy to stop moving. Jiren left looking forward to it, and Shigaraki declared that his pieces and prey were in position and that it was time to start the game. At UA, Mizuki listened as her teacher announced that although the semester had ended and summer vacation had begun, the heroes in training would not rest. The summer training camp would push them toward greater heights under the motto Plus Ultra. Mizuki stood outside the UA building with her classmates in their uniforms and their bags already loaded onto the bus. Since the incident involving the hero killer Stain and her brother's involvement, Mizuki had driven herself to become stronger, to think faster, and to improve in the way IZUKU had advised her. His look had made her want to keep pushing forward. Two classmates had noticed the change and knew why she was different. Mizuki stared at the sky, lost in thought, wondering if he would join. What if you had stayed with me so that we could be a family again? Mizuki wondered if, had she reached out her hand, he would have accepted it. She turned her head as Ochako approached. Ochako greeted Mizuki with a close-eyed smile and asked if she was excited about the training camp in the woods. Mizuki nodded and said that she was, though she kept looking up at the sky. Ochako noticed Mizuki's frown and asked if she was all right. Mizuki admitted, with a sigh, that she was not really okay. A voice full of smugness interrupted before Mizuki could say more. Monoma taunted that students from Class A were taking extra classes and implied they must have failed the finals. Mizuki recognized him immediately and rolled her eyes at his show of arrogance. Monoma continued to jeer loudly and sarcastically about how Class A should be better than Class B, growing louder as he stared with an arrogant grin. Kendo stepped forward and delivered a swift, precise strike that knocked Monoma out, then tossed him onto the bus in one smooth motion. Kendo apologized to the class with a smile and suggested the boy might sleep through the rest of the trip. Some students exchanged anxious glances, while others muttered that he should not be left to wake up unattended. Mizuki lightly joked that they should ensure he stayed asleep, and Ochako laughed nervously. Aizawa called for everyone to get on the bus, and the class answered in unison. Class A boarded and the bus rolled away toward the training site. Mizuki sat by the rear window, listening to the chatter of her classmates as she rested her head on her hand and gazed out. She daydreamed of a memory of her and her big brother laughing and dancing together, watched over by three protective figures. The thought made her smile, until the image of her brother's face shifted to one that begged her to run. She jolted awake, hand instinctively over her racing heart and breath coming fast. Questions flooded her mind. Why had he looked ready to kill? Who were those people? Why had IZUKU acted that way? And what had driven him to that extreme? The stream of questions left her shaken, and she focused on calming her breath as she felt her power respond to her emotions. The bus shuddered and came to a slow stop. Shoto stood and noted that this must be their break. Mizuki pressed a hand to her forehead and reminded herself that she needed to calm down and improve her strength so she could handle one for all more effectively. Class A stepped off the bus into a small dirt rest area ringed by wooden fences. Beyond the fence, a vast forest stretched away, insects buzzing and the sun warm overhead. Kaminari yawned and welcomed the break, while Kirishima wondered aloud whether the area really counted as a resting spot. Mineta lingered behind the others and watched silently. Jaira asked where Class B was when no other bus came into view. Mizuki noticed an unfamiliar black car nearby. Aizawa commented that there was no point in stopping without reason. The car doors opened and three people emerged. Aizawa bowed in greeting and explained that they were pro-heroes who would be working with the students during the camp, the Pussycats. Two of the Pussycats stepped out with energetic poses. One was a young woman with burgundy red hair, brown eyes, and red facial markings resembling whiskers, wearing the team's red costume. The other was a blonde-haired woman in the blue variant of the costume. They struck synchronized poses and announced themselves in high spirits. The class watched with a mixture of awe and confusion. Mizuki could not hide her excitement at seeing Mandalay and Pixie Bob. Mizuki excitedly explained that they were part of a four-person hero team who had set up a joint agency. Jaira smiled to see Mizuki animated and noted that she seemed back to her usual self. Mizuki continued, saying they were a veteran team that specialized in mountain rescues. Pixie Bob flinched at the word veteran and gave Mizuki a partial glare while keeping a practiced smile. When Mizuki began to mention how long the team had been active, Pixie Bob's gloved hand snapped up to clasp Mizuki's face, muffling her words and pinching slightly at the head with the glove's pads. Pixie Bob insisted that she was 18 at heart, fixing Mizuki with a stern expression. Mizuki, surprised and flustered by the sudden interruption, managed to confirm that fact while trying to speak through the grip. Aizawa instructed the class to greet the visiting team. The students silently wondered why their teacher was not intervening. The boy with the red hat shot a glare at the group before looking away, feeling increasingly irritated. After Pixie Bob loosened her grip and the situation calmed, Mandalay pointed toward the forest. She explained that the school had access to the whole stretch of land and that the students would be staying at the foot of the mountain. Some students thought they had already gone far enough. Ochako asked why they had stopped there, Tsu pondered the implication with a finger to her chin, and Sato muttered that it seemed unlikely. Siro wondered when they would reach the bus, and Kirishima urged everyone to move faster, earning a few nods. Mandalay, with a mischievous grin, noted the time and suggested that if they were fast they might make it by noon. Mizuki sighed inwardly, thinking she should have expected such a start to camp. Mandalay then warned that students who did not arrive by 12:30 would miss lunch, prompting most of the class to sprint back toward the bus. Mizuki, Ida, and Todoroki exchanged looks and realized that running back would be futile. They decided on a different course. Aizawa announced that the training camp had officially begun. Pixie Bob landed in front of the bus to block the students' return and pressed her palm to the ground, causing it to glow faintly blue and tremble beneath their feet. Mizuki bluntly told the others to run, and Todoroki agreed. Mizuki, Ida, and Todoroki turned away from the rest of the class and dashed toward a wooden fence. They leaped over it and slid down a diagonal dirt slope to the edge of the forest. Behind them came the panicked shouts of classmates as a massive wave of displaced earth surged across the hill and flung several students into the air. Kirishima yelled in alarm as he fell, and Mina cried out in surprise at being sent skyward. Mizuki looked up to see one classmate falling straight toward her and instinctively reached out, catching Momo in her arms and holding her steady. Mizuki checked for injuries and kept calm as she supported Momo. Momo blinked, realized where she was, and felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. She quietly asked Mizuki to put her down, and Mizuki complied, setting her on her feet. Mina, rubbing her head, chastised Mizuki for not catching her as well, and Mizuki dryly pointed out that she had only 2 arms. Mandalay called down from above with a smile, explaining that because the area was private land, students could use their quirks freely. She set a 3-hour time limit and instructed everyone to make their way to the facility on foot, warning them that they would have to pass through the beast's forest. The students reacted with a mix of disbelief and dismay. Kaminari compared the name to something from a fantasy game. Mineta suddenly ran into the forest in a hurry. Mizuki watched him disappear into the shadows and then began a quick countdown. On the final number, a loud impact sounded as Mineta was thrown back out from the trees, unconscious and sprawled on the ground. The class turned toward the forest and watched in shock as a huge dirt-like creature emerged on all 4s from between the trunks, stomping heavily and sending vibrations through the ground. Kaminari and Siro reacted with alarm. Koda attempted to calm the creature with a gentle call, but it did not respond and instead growled. Mizuki noticed a chunk of the creature's outer surface crumble away, confirming her theory about its origin. She realized that Pixie Bob's quirk could create those monsters. Narrowing her eyes, she focused her power. Her skin warmed with energy, faint red lines of strain appeared, and subtle sparks shimmered as she prepared to move. Mizuki activated her quirk at full capacity to enhance her speed and strength. Todoroki acted at the same moment, shaping ice to freeze the creature's legs. He sent a heavy block of ice into the frozen limbs. When it shattered, the impact nearly toppled the beast, but it steadied itself with powerful arms and continued to press forward. Ida and Bakugo launched themselves toward the beast's arms at high speed. Mizuki decides not to hang back and jumps into the air. Ida activates Reciproburst, striking and disabling the beast's left arm. Bakugo detonates alongside him, blasting the beast's right arm and rendering it immobile. Mizuki dives from above and delivers a focus strike to the creature's head, causing it to crumble into a shower of dirt. Aizawa and the members of the Pussycats watch the distant dirt explosion. Pixie Bob studies the students through her visor, visibly impressed. Aizawa bows and tells Pixie Bob that he will continue to count on her. Pixie Bob grins broadly, raises her paws in excitement, and flicks her tail. A mischievous smile spreads across her face as a small flicker of energy plays around her, and she rubs her paws together eagerly. Aizawa tenses slightly at the intensity of her aura. The students begin to get up and move into the forest. Sato beams with pride at how quickly the team handled the creature. Shiro congratulates Todoroki, and Kirishima praises Bakugo. Bakugo snaps that they are not done yet as he notices movement farther ahead. The ground trembles and more dirt and stone beasts emerge in the distance, one even leaping into the air. Ochako anxiously looks around and asks how many there are. Sato warns that if they do not reach the facility by noon, they will miss lunch. Momo insists they take the shortest route, and Hagakure notes that it will not be easy. Mizuki climbs onto a toppled tree trunk and surveys her classmates with a serious expression. She orders Shoji and Jiro to scout how many beasts are coming and from which directions. She directs those with long-range quirks to support from behind and urges people with close or medium-range quirks to work together on the front line. She turns back to the class and tells them to show what Class A can do. The students cheer in agreement. Shoji reports 3 beasts straight ahead and 2 on each side. Jiro confirms 7 in total and warns that they are coming. Mizuki focuses on the approaching enemies as Kirishima and Sato activate their quirks and rush forward. They land a rapid barrage of blows that destabilize 2 nearby beasts and finish them with powerful uppercuts, reducing them to piles of earth. Mizuki and Ida decide to take the right flank and dash forward using their quirks. Ida runs alongside her, encouraging her to move. Mizuki leaps from tree to tree with one for all and closes on a beast that looks like a turtle with a long, snake-like neck. She targets its neck with a precise kick. The creature collapses and disperses into clumps of soil. She follows through with full cowling to ensure it is fully neutralized. Mizuki exhales but still feels they could do better. Ida delivers a heavy kick that breaks a second beast's form, then spins to scatter the rest of it. Mizuki praises his work. Ida begins to respond, but he suddenly widens his eyes and points. Mizuki follows his gesture and sees more beasts approaching. 2 booming sounds cut across the forest as 2 cannonballs streak overhead. Each cannonball slams into a beast, breaking them apart and sending dirt flying in every direction. Mizuki and Ida turn to see classmates catching up, including Momo, who stands proudly by a cannon. Mina teases that they should not be left behind just because they are fast. Mizuki and Ida exchange smiles and nods, then move forward to engage the blasted beasts. In the resting area, Pixie Bob hops excitedly and calls out placements as she watches the students' progress. A child wearing a red hat stares down over the fence at the distant explosions. Mandalay tells him that they are moving out. The boy, Koda, keeps his gaze fixed on the forest, thinking the whole effort is pointless as he squints in irritation and wonders if the students are being reckless. Aizawa walked off, thinking that they claimed they wanted to be heroes. He paused on the road, waiting for someone. A vehicle approached at alarming speed and stopped. It was a Kawasaki Ninja. The rider wore a helmet and a full black suit with a large bag on his back. Aizawa told him he was late. The rider put his hands together in a small apology and explained that he had to finish an arrangement because this had come up suddenly. Aizawa sighed and said that whatever the rat was doing was his business. The rider could come with him and the others until the rest of Class 1A arrived at the area where they were staying. Aizawa called the rider Yuji Itadori. The young man removed his helmet, revealing pinkish hair with an undercut and deep brown eyes, his face clear of freckles or blemishes. Aizawa called him yes sir. Inside, IZUKU restrained himself from acting against the cursed presence he carried. A few days earlier, IZUKU had told Gojo about arranging a temporary transfer. Gojo expressed surprise, and Nanami simply observed the exchange between student and teacher. Gojo asked what had prompted the request. IZUKU explained the incident with Stain and how it had led him to suspect that someone with a quirk had access to cursed energy similar to Sukuna's. He said he wanted to transfer to UA because the proximity of Class 1A to trouble might lead him to the object that contains Sukuna's cursed energy, and he suspected that being connected to All Might and UA would draw the attention of those who wanted to harm the hero world. Gojo and Sukuna asked if part of Izuku's motive was to see his sister. Izuku admitted that was part of it, but that his priority was to get to the bottom of who had the object. Gojo hummed, then laughed and agreed to organize the transfer. He told Izuku to find a way to disguise himself since, officially, he was supposed to be dead. Sukuna offered to help with the disguise, claiming he could do it better than any half-baked idea Izuku might come up with. Izuku sighed and consulted Nanami about suitable techniques while helping Junpei adjust to the sorcery world. A week for Gojo to put things in order. Izuku picked the alias Yuji Itadori, hoping it would let him feel a little more normal. Sukuna laughed from within his domain at the choice. Gojo bought IZUKU a bike, and IZUKU rode toward the meeting point, trying not to think too much about everything. In the present, the young man leaned against his motorcycle with his bag stowed, having removed the upper part of his black suit to reveal a dark red short-sleeved shirt. Aizawa warned that they were being watched. Pixie Bob stared at him with open interest. IZUKU tried not to dwell on it, and Sukuna, who was far more amused than appropriate, made his own, private comment about the situation. A brief neutral note was added to bridge the tone. Aizawa reviewed Yuji Itadori's file and noted that he had little field experience, having focused on his studies rather than combat. The file showed that his high school teacher and principal had insisted he get more physical training. Aizawa wondered why the boy chose UA instead of another hero school. He was curious about the reasoning. The clock hit 5:20 p.m. at the main building and the students began arriving, exhausted and bruised from recent trials. They complained about the 3-hour time limit they had been given. Representatives from the hero work performance team explained that they had set the time based on their own experience and had actually expected the students to take longer. Pixie Bob singled out Ida, Mizuki, Todoroki, and Bakugo as especially impressive and expressed enthusiasm for seeing their progress in 3 years, teasing them playfully as she danced around them. Mandalay said the teasing had developed over time. Mizuki, however, kept glancing at the boy leaning on the motorcycle, and several of the other students watched him as well. When Mizuki asked her teacher who he was, the young man decided to introduce himself as Yuji Itadori. Aizawa confirmed the alias and motioned for him to join the group. Yuji Itadori introduced himself with a warm smile and said he was the temporary transfer student until his school decided it was time for him to return. Mizuki stared at him while the others exchanged confused looks. Aizawa explained that the transfer had been a late decision by the principal, who wanted his son to experience the life of being a hero after focusing mostly on studies. Bakugo brusquely suggested that Yuji should have stayed where he belonged, which made Mizuki glare at him. Yuji simply smiled at Bakugo, and a shadowed grin appeared behind him as Sukuna watched from within. Mizuki asked who the boy was. Mandalay introduced Koda as her cousin's child. Mizuki went to introduce herself. Koda acted out and Yuji stepped in to stop him. Koda then declared he would not be friends with anyone planning to be a hero. Bakugo smirked and called Koda a precocious brat. Todoroki remarked that the kid reminded him of Bakugo, which prompted Bakugo to shout again. Aizawa cut through the tension and told everyone to gather their things and settle in. They would have dinner, then bathe and sleep. Training would begin in earnest the next day. Yuji stood apart for a moment, staring up at the sky with a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Inside IZUKU, Sukuna muttered about the situation and complained that he should be restrained, while IZUKU argued back about responsibility and timing. They traded curt, private barbs about the circumstances and about keeping certain things under control. The mental argument subsided as IZUKU walked toward where the food was being prepared. In the camp cafeteria, IZUKU expressed his thanks with a bright, grateful gesture. Both classes sat on benches, awed by the spread of food laid out before them after a long trek through the forest. IZUKU chose a seat farther from the others to observe quietly, keeping an eye on his younger sister Mizuki, who sat at the center of a table surrounded by friends including Ida, Todoroki, Momo on her right, and Ochako on her left. He smiled at the tired but content expression on his sister's face as he enjoyed his meal. Unseen by most, Sukuna's attention flickered toward the food, and IZUKU subtly offered a taste. Sukuna sampled it and hummed in appreciation, remarking that it was decent but not as good as some things he remembered. IZUKU privately told Sukuna to remain hidden until they knew whether anything would happen, and Sukuna grumbled that it felt like a waste of time compared to training. IZUKU reminded him that they could train after they bathe. A few students glanced toward IZUKU, and when he met their eyes he returned a courteous smile. They then turned their attention back to their meals. At another table, Bakugo sat with a serious expression and ate sparingly. Kaminari asked whether he was going to eat, and Bakugo snapped that he would eat when he wanted to. Later, under a crescent moon and a scatter of stars, the students gathered at the hot springs. Lanterns lit the area and reflected off the steaming water. The Class 1A students relaxed in the warm water with towels, appreciating the comfort and the quiet of the night. Almost everyone let themselves unwind. Siro asked where the new transfer student was, and Kirishima scanned the group, unable to find the pink-haired newcomer in the springs. Ida suggested that the new student preferred to keep his distance despite his energetic presence. Kaminari admitted he had hoped to talk to him, since he had only briefly introduced himself earlier. Ojiro added that they were curious why Itadori had joined their camp at all, given his focus on studies rather than quirks. Katsuki snapped that their curiosity was annoying and that they should leave him alone, clearly trying to enjoy the springs despite his tone. The others conceded for the moment but continued to wonder about Yuji Itadori and what he might be capable of. Shiro suggested that they could at least make sure the new student did not cause any trouble for them, himself, or the girls. Ojiro pointed out that the same could be said about Mineta. Mineta protested that he had heard them. Several of the boys called out that they knew and did not care. On the other side of the hot springs, the girls relaxed in similar fashion, letting the warm water ease their tired muscles. Their skin caught the light from the night, and most of them rested towels over their heads to help them unwind. Mina closed her eyes and murmured that it felt very relaxing. Tsuyu commented that they had certainly had a rough day, and Momo nodded in agreement. A brief silence fell, before Mina's expression turned mischievous. She reminded the others that the boys were on the other side of the wooden partition. Jiru raised an eyebrow and asked what Mina was thinking. Mina suggested that, with her acid, she could create a small hole in the wall. Ochako flushed and reacted with embarrassment and concern. Mina hushed her, warning that they should be quiet so the boys would not hear. Tsuyu asked if Mina really intended to make a hole to peek through, incredulous at the idea. Momo and Jiru both warned that this was not a proper thing to do and that getting caught would be a problem. Mina pouted but then attempted to persuade them by saying the new student was probably on the other side. A few of the girls turned to look at Mina with surprise. Jiru questioned why Mina singled out the new student, noting that none of them really knew him. Mina urged them to be a little curious and asked Mizuki if she was at all interested. Mizuki admitted she was not, which frustrated Mina. Mina tried to explain that she found the new student's unusual hair interesting, but she did not mean anything improper by it. Momo reminded everyone that it would be disrespectful to invade someone's privacy or let curiosity override their better judgment. Hagakure internally noted that Mina seemed more curious than usual. When the others hesitated, Mina decided she would act alone. She climbed out of the water, wrapped a towel around herself, and moved to the far end of the partition where she thought the boys would be least likely to notice. Hagakure called after her, unsure if it was a good idea. At the wall's edge, Mina used a small amount of her acid quirk to carefully melt a tiny observation hole. The other girls watched from their side of the spring, wrestling with their curiosity while trying to decide what was right. Mina leaned in and peered through the opening, smiling as she scanned the room of boys and noting how several of them were clearly athletic and had trained hard to get into UA. The girls unconsciously edged closer to the wall, each feeling the pull of curiosity. Mina searched carefully to find the specific new student she had mentioned. The longer she looked, though, the more her smile faded. After a long silence, Mina removed her eye from the hole and told the others that he was not there. Confusion replaced the earlier amusement, and Mizuki suggested it was time to leave. Before anyone could move, someone on the other side of the wall called out that walls were meant to be climbed over. Plus ultra. The girls recognized the voice and felt disgust. They identified Mineta. Near the forest, IZUKU stared at the night sky with narrowed eyes. After a moment he focused on a few trees, moving his hands in a swinging motion as if practicing a form, and mouthed an inaudible word. He sighed, looked up again, and then headed deeper into the woods. When he said the name Ryoba, the katana floated to meet him and he took it, moving further into the trees and leaving a few split trunks in his wake. Sukuna watched with a spark of excitement and thought that Izuku's technique was not bad at all. The camp bell signaled the start of the second day for both classes. It was 5:30 a.m. Jiro yawned while Class 1A assembled outside. Aizawa explained that today they would begin earnest training to increase their strength and prepare everyone for provisional licenses. He emphasized that the camp would prepare them for more real dangers and warned them to proceed carefully. He then tossed a ball to Bakugo and instructed him to throw it. Aizawa reminded the class of Bakugo's previous record from the fitness test and asked to see how much he had improved. Ashido observed that they were checking progress. Shiro mentioned that a lot had happened in the past 3 months and joked that Bakugo might now be able to throw a kilometer. Kirishima cheered him on. Bakugo smirked and launched the ball with an explosion. Mizuki watched him with a disapproving expression. Aizawa announced the new distance as 709.6 meters, which surprised the class. Aizawa noted that while everyone had improved mentally and technically, their quirks themselves had not increased much. He said they would work on improving quirks starting today and warned them it would be grueling. Leaves rustled as a newcomer emerged from the edge of the trees. Yuji Itadori. The class was surprised he had been outside already. Aizawa observed the dirt on Yuji's clothes and remarked that someone had an early start to training. Yuji yawned and scratched the back of his head. A soft ball fluttered toward his face and he caught it, confused. Aizawa asked Yuji to throw the ball as hard as he could. The rest of the class watched, some doubting his strength. Yuji took a pitcher's stance and sent the ball flying. The device in Aizawa's hand registered the distance and he chuckled, noting that if Yuji trained his quirk he might go even farther. The device read 1 kilometer, and the class burst into reactions, which Aizawa quickly hushed with a glare. He reiterated that the training was meant to improve quirks and ordered them to begin. IZUKU, who had been looking at the sky earlier, reflected that he had held back some strength and decided it was better not to show his full abilities. He noticed someone watching him and felt uneasy. Sukuna made a leering mental remark that IZUKU dismissed, and IZUKU's internal protest was cut off by Sukuna's insistence. IZUKU mentally refused to engage. A warehouse door creaked open elsewhere and Toga skipped inside, announcing that Tamura had sent a DLVI and there was enough for everyone to bring along. A cloaked man hummed about urgency. A kid reminded them that they should avoid anything flashy early on. Dabi grinned and spoke of their plan to shake the empty heroes and create a different future. Back with IZUKU, he narrowed his eyes. Sukuna voiced a hope that they would soon encounter something worthwhile. IZUKU nodded slightly and sighed at the intensity of Sukuna's attention. He felt uncomfortable being watched and rejected the intrusive ideas in his mind. Class 1B gathered outside the facility for the training camp, some students yawning. Kendo asked about developing their quirks. Vlad urged them to hurry, noting that Class A had already started and hinting that Class B would have their turn next semester. Tetsu apologized loudly for disappointing everyone. A green-haired girl asked how they could possibly develop 20 different quirks at once. A student with a beetle-like appearance asked for specifics. Vlad explained that quirks were like muscles. The more they were used, the stronger they would become, and if unused they would waste away. His simple instruction to push past limits made the class groan. Bakugo demonstrated his power by slamming his hands into the water and producing a large explosion with his quirk, reminding everyone that he would not be held back. Present Mike explained that Todoroki was plunging both hands into boiling water to expand his sweat glands and creating controlled explosions repeatedly to increase the scale of his attacks. Bakugo cursed as he put his hands back in the water. Present Mike continued, describing Shoto Todoroki alternating between ice and fire to make the bathwater temperature uniform so his body would get used to freezing while he practiced controlling the temperature of his flames. Todoroki took several steady breaths before slapping his right hand against the bucket, spreading ice over the flames he had produced. Siro stood on a cliffside and fired tape from both elbows as Present Mike noted that Hanta Siro was producing tape continuously to increase capacity, strength, and shooting speed. Present Mike added that Mashireo Ojiro was training with Kirishima. Kirishima called to come at him as he re-hardened his arms, and Ojiro used his tail with his hardening active so they could strengthen each other's quirks through coordinated hits. On a hill, Kaminari anchored himself to a huge battery and let electricity arc around him while Present Mike explained that Denki Kaminari was routing his current through a large-capacity battery to train his body to handle greater amounts of electricity. A few yards away, a student practiced vocal exercises to increase the reach of his Ani voice and build confidence. Nearby, Koda continued to call out while Yuga Aoyama repeatedly fired his naval laser as part of training to get his body used to the technique, increasing range while managing discomfort. In a dim cave, echoed shouts marked Fumikage Tokoyami's training to keep Dark Shadow under control even when the darkness made it more volatile. Uraraka rolled downhill inside a zero-gravity bubble, clenching her mouth as she trained her inner ear to reduce nausea and increase the maximum weight she could effect. Tenya Ida ran in long intervals to build leg strength and stamina. Tiu Azui climbed a rock wall, stretching her long tongue to strengthen all her muscles while she trained. Rikido Sato worked out while eating the sweets he needed to activate his quirk for extra power. Momo Yaoyorozu sat at a table, eating while she used her quirk to produce small nested figures repeatedly to improve efficiency and amplify her creations. Kyoka Jiro plugged her earphone jacks into a rock wall to strengthen the quality of sound from her ability, and Mina Ashido stood beside her intermittently producing acid to toughen her skin. Minoru Mineta focused on strengthening his control over his quirk. Toru Hagakure and Mizo Shoji trained together, with Shoji quickly creating multiple duplicate arms to search for Hagakure while she practiced remaining undetectable. Vlad explained that operative types would have to raise their maximum limits and heteromorphic and composite types needed to train the specific parts of their bodies related to their quirks. Aizawa added that although normally this would occur as their bodies grew, there was no time now, and he urged Class 1B to move quickly as well. Aizawa reassured a worried student that reinforcements were why the support team had come. A green-haired woman beamed that the four of them were united, and Mandalay danced as she encouraged everyone to lock on with focused gazes. Pixie Bob winked and struck a cat-like pose, and the four posed together to introduce themselves as the Wild, Wild Pussycats. Bakugo let off a large explosion into the air in frustration, and another student announced that his quirk was Search, claiming he could gather information about up to 100 people just by looking at them. Ragdoll explained that she could locate people and discover their weaknesses. The words Ragdoll quirk, Search appeared beside her name. Pixie Bob added that her Earthflow quirk could shape terrain to create ideal training grounds, and she raised the ground as Uraraka rolled past, nearly colliding with them. Mandalay noted that her telepathic ability allowed her to advise multiple people at once. A man introduced himself as Tiger, saying his role was assault through punching and kicking and that he intended to outmatch them in training. The words Tiger quirk, Pliabody appeared. A student from Class 1B said he had questions about Tiger. Tiger called the power-up types over and announced that Tiger's boot camp had begun. Heavy breathing filled the area as everyone watched Mizuki and Yuji spar. Both wore jackets packed with sand and had weights on their wrists and ankles. They were sweating as they continued, exchanging pushes and blocks and trying to use their legs to unbalance one another, each anticipating the other's moves. IZUKU observed how hard Mizuki was working and reflected that she was giving it her all. He thought she trained so she would be stronger and would not need her older brother to rescue her when she met someone important again. He also reminded himself that, even if she became stronger, he would still feel responsible for protecting her as her older brother. IZUKU finished the thought and blocked a punch aimed at his chest. The force pushed him back a little. Yuji remarked with a smile that IZUKU's block had some power behind it. Mizuki had to catch her breath and asked whether he was holding anything back. He explained that they were strengthening their bodies to prevent their quirks from causing muscle damage. Tiger ordered them to give everything they had. Mizuki pushed her power up to 5% and launched a controlled Detroit smash toward Tiger. Tiger dodged and countered with a punch that sent Mizuki into a tree. Before she could be driven back further, Yuji stepped in to reduce the impact. He checked that Mizuki was all right, and she nodded as she got back to her feet. Tiger challenged Yuji next. Yuji moved with surprising speed. Tiger barely avoided a punch and then was sent back by a quick kick from the boy. Tiger complimented the kick but insisted they train as if everything depended on their effort. Mizuki and Yuji answered their instructor in unison, louder the second time when Tiger demanded to hear them. A student from Class 1B thought Tiger was scary. Tiger glowed with a strange aura and reminded them of the motto to go beyond their limits, urging them to push further. Both teens responded enthusiastically. Vlad explained that UA was busy and could not spare resources for an extended first year's hero course. Aizawa added that, based on track records and varied quirks, those four were the most logical choice to train the incoming students quickly. Vlad encouraged Class 1B not to fall behind Class A, and the class responded in agreement. Mizuki took a drink of water and watched Yuji continue his training. She thought about Itadori and how capable he was, and she wondered whether she had grown at all. She questioned whether she deserved her power, considering how being All Might's child had gotten her here and how she had only recently learned she had a brother. She finished her water and took a deep breath. Tiger urged them to stretch and break through the weak points in their quirks. Mizuki answered, then both students raised their voices together when called on again. Koda stood behind a tree listening to the coach and Mizuki, feeling that the efforts were pointless, unaware that a pair of red contact-like eyes watched him from the shadows. After a long day of training, both classes and the newcomers trudged back to the facility as the sun set. Pixie Bob and Ragdoll stood at a table laden with food. Pixie Bob reminded everyone that this was the only day they would do special things for the trainees, and Ragdoll urged them to at least make their own food, suggesting curry. The students sighed in response. Ragdoll laughed at how exhausted they looked and joked that no one could make sloppy cat food. Ida observed that part of rescuing people was keeping the stomachs and spirits of the exhausted filled. He encouraged everyone to make the most delicious curry they could. The students began to cook. Ashido asked Todoroki if he could provide warmth for one of the stoves. Siro asked Bakugo to use his explosion to light another, and Bakugo used his quirk, though his attempt blew the handmade stove apart, leaving only ash. Todoroki quietly used his own ability to light another stove after Yaoyorozu advised not to rely only on others' quirks. Uraraka cheered at the result. Ashido chanted in a playful way about cooking, and Uraraka reminded her not to literally burn everything. When they finished, Kirishima declared that while the meal didn't taste like something from a restaurant, in that situation it was delicious. Shiro chided him for the comment, and Ishido noticed that Yaoyorozu ate a lot because her quirk converted lipids into atoms to create things. The more she ate, the more she could make. Shiro made a crude comparison, which made Momo look downcast and curl her knees to her chest. Jiro scolded Shiro, who then apologized. Kota began to walk away from the facility. Mandalay called out that it was time for dinner. He kept walking. Mizuki noticed Kota walking away and felt a tug of concern. Yuji followed the boy as well, wondering what to say. Both of them felt something odd lingering around Kota. Kota sat on the cliffside, watching the night sky as his stomach rumbled. Mizuki walked up carrying a plate of curry and offered it to him, thinking he looked hungry. She was also briefly puzzled, believing Itadori had gone another way. Kota demanded angrily how she had found the place. Mizuki admitted she had followed his footsteps and thought he might want something to eat. Kota snapped that he did not need company and ordered her to leave his secret hideout. Mizuki scanned the small shelter and murmured that it was a secret hideout. Kota accused her of showing off her quirk and trying to improve it, which he found distasteful. Mizuki asked if his parents might have water-related quirks. Kota reacted with surprise and asked if Mandalay had told her. Mizuki stammered an apology. Kota looked away and complained that people were crazy, calling each other heroes and villains and hurting one another, all because they wanted to show off. Mizuki observed quietly that Kota hated quirks and the way society treated them. Mizuki then told Kota, with a sad expression, that she had lost her brother a few months before. She remembered holding him and how little she had understood him, and that he had been quirkless. She recalled how he admired heroes and how he had done what he could to help others even without a quirk. Mizuki believed he would have risked himself to spare others from the pain he had known. Unbeknownst to her, someone nearby listened with a smirk. Mizuki went on, gently suggesting that rejecting everything so harshly would only make things harder for him. Kota barked at her to shut up and leave. Mizuki decided to go, but she set the plate of curry down and told him to eat it before she walked away. Kota muttered that everyone should be quiet and clenched his fist. A dent marked the cliffside where something had landed. Kota turned to find Yuji Itadori standing there with a smile. Yuji suggested that Kota eat the curry so he would not start whining. Kota glared and asked why he should listen. Yuji stepped forward, and an invisible force suddenly struck near him, forming a small crater in the rock. Yuji stepped back, smirked, and told Kota that he had been right about something. He would leave them to eat in peace and noted that Kota's parents still seemed protective. With that he walked away, leaving Kota looking sad and thoughtful. Elsewhere, a masked woman adjusted a mask over her mouth and nose and complained that she did not like it. A kid in a gas mask explained that the designer had arranged everything behind the scenes and that appearances did not matter as long as it made sense. A few others joked and fidgeted while one of their number readied a poll. Dabi counted their group and emphasized restraint, saying they would wait until all 10 of them were present and that a small group of experienced members was better than gathering many reckless fighters. In the facility building, Aizawa and Vlad talked privately. The group planned to make others realize that the peace they enjoyed rested in their hands. In the girls' room, everyone slept with cards scattered across the floor. In the boys' room, most slept, but Yuji stood on top of a tall tree with a serious look, feeling that something was about to happen. Kota screamed from the top of a hill while Sato, Kaminari, Shiro, and Ishido dozed nearby during an early morning training session. Aizawa called for the extra lessons group to keep going and used his scarf to pull Kirishima into position. Kirishima responded with determination. Ishido admitted she was sleepy and almost toppled, only to land in Yuji Itadori's arms. Yuji was confused until he saw the dreamy look in Ishido's eyes. Aizawa then used his scarf to steady her as she whined about the early start. Shiro and Sato groaned about the late-night extra lesson and the early morning beginning. Aizawa reminded them that training would be tough and that they needed to work on their quirks. Aizawa ordered the students to work on the weaknesses exposed during the final exams and to think carefully about why they were more tired than their classmates before making any moves. The students acknowledged him nervously. Aizawa turned and addressed Uraraka and Aoyama, noting that they should work on those weaknesses as well. They had not failed but had been close, scoring only about 5 points above the passing mark. Uraraka reacted with relief, and Aoyama sighed as he stepped out of the bathroom. Aizawa emphasized that they needed to understand where they had come from and to always remember why they were sweating and being pushed. Bakugo stared at his reflection in the water, clenching his teeth as he thought about his origins. Todoroki widened his eyes at the same reminder. Mizuki gasped and echoed the thought inwardly. Midoriya walked over and reminded Aizawa that it was already the third day of the camp. Aizawa rebuked Midoriya for approaching so casually. Mizuki asked whether All Might or the other teachers would be joining them, and Aizawa explained that they had kept the group as small as possible to prevent villains from discovering their location. He added that, especially since they believed All Might be a target, All Might could not attend because he stood out. Mizuki watched Aizawa go and felt that the downside of that decision seemed greater than the upside. Pixie Bob announced that night, there would be a test of courage pitting the classes against each other, promising a chance to relax after hard training. Kendo muttered that she had forgotten, Jiro admitted her dislike of scary things, and Tokoyami murmured that it felt like revelry in the dark. Students from Class 1B commented on the usual training camp activities, and Monoma sighed at the prospect of being matched against the other class. Pixie Bob urged everyone not to slack off and to continue training immediately. The students responded enthusiastically. Mizuki muttered a thought about where she had come from and about her father, feeling conflicted. She could not forgive him, but he was the only family she had. Tiger narrowed his eyes at her and asked where her determination was, which prompted Mizuki to refocus with Yuji nearby, concentrating on the tasks at hand. Later, both classes prepared their meals. Uraraka remarked that Bakugo handled a knife very well, which surprised her. Bakugo snapped defensively about how anyone could be competent with basic tools. Kaminari observed that they were seeing a more capable version of Bakugo, and Kirishima commented on how energetic everyone seemed. Yuji laughed as he helped start the fire. Todoroki asked Mizuki whether she had been asking about All Might because she needed something from him. Mizuki admitted that she had, and that it was about a boy named Koda, Mandalay's cousin, who seemed to have disappeared again. Mizuki set some logs under a stove and explained that Koda hated heroes and the whole quirk-based society and that she had been wondering what All Might have said to him. Todoroki questioned whether words would really matter. Mizuki insisted that it did matter to her. Todoroki explained that words needed to be backed by action to move people and reflected that, when family was involved, he had been able to act because of that personal connection, and he hoped his own example had shown that one could become a hero. Mizuki smiled softly and acknowledged that she felt like a stranger who might not be able to say much, and Todoroki cautioned her against poking into a delicate situation without care. Mizuki apologized nervously. Todoroki told her not to worry and continued to watch her. Yuji observed the exchange and felt a flicker of unease as he tried to avoid imagining anything untoward. He focused back on helping with the meal instead. Ida took charge of preparing the main stew and the potato stew, piling potatoes for the pot. Night came and the classes gathered in the forest. Pixie Bob declared that their bellies were full and the dishes were washed, which meant it was time for the test of courage. Ashido cheered, and Kirishima, Siro, Kaminari, and Sato joined in the excitement. Aizawa then announced, somewhat regretfully, that the extra lessons group would be having class with him that night. Ashido reacted in horror at the cancellation of the camp activity. A man laughed as a notification identified Juzo Hananuki and his quirk, softening. Kendo noticed a burning smell and faint purple gas beginning to spread around them. Hananuki started to say that it suddenly grew smoky and wondered if Bakugo and Todoroki had panicked and used their quirks, but he collapsed before finishing. Kendo called out Hananuki's name as he fell, gasped, covered Kodai with her hand, and urgently warned Yui not to inhale. Kendo realized that the smoke was poisonous. Pixie Bob sniffed the air, puzzled by the burnt smell. Mizuku and Yuji also registered the change. Mineta pointed out the black smoke rising from part of the forest. Ida asked if something was burning, and Ojiro worried about a fire on the mountain. Dabi materialized blue flames in his hands and smiled as the situation escalated. Pixie Bob felt a pink aura and moved away from the others, bewildered. Mandalay called for Pixie Bob, but before anyone could reach her, a villain wearing a gas mask surrounded himself with purple gas. Dabi ordered the villains to take them down. Azui and Uraraka moved through the woods with Toga watching nearby. A black-clothed villain trudged through the trees, declaring that the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains would condemn the false brilliance of the title of hero. Pixie Bob lay unconscious with a thick pole across her, and one villain sneered that the rescuers were merely obstacles. Mineta backed away in shock and questioned why villains had appeared despite the precautions. Mizuki ran toward Pixie Bob but was restrained by Tiger. Mandalay whispered that things were bad and then noticed Koda among the students. Yuji edged away from the group and took something from his pocket. He decided to change his appearance and removed a temporary hair dye. He joked inwardly about the color and then, more seriously, questioned whether revealing himself now was wise. IZUKU washed the dye from his hair and explained to Sukuna that he was there to watch over his little sister and to find the person responsible for the strange energy. The katana Ryoba reacted when called and floated back to its owner. IZUKU pulled his hoodie over his head and leaped high into the air, ready to see what was happening. Meanwhile, an observer at the edge of the scene, Koda, failed to notice a dark figure slipping from the shadows toward his hideout. Koda sat in his hideout, haunted by Mandalay's words telling him that someday he might meet someone who would risk everything to save him. He doubted such a person existed but could not shake the memory. A black-clothed figure moved silently closer. Back in the clearing, Mineta, Ojiro, Ida, Koda, and Mizuki took cover behind Tiger and Mandalay. They wondered aloud why villains were present. Mizuki called for Pixie Bob as he ran toward her but was stopped by Tiger. Mandalay warned that the situation was dire and then noticed Koda among the students. Several minutes earlier, Ashido, Kaminari, Sato, Siro, and Kirishima walked with Aizawa after complaining about missed rewards. Aizawa lectured them about staying aware and behaving during an emergency, comparing DSPLN to a small, helpful treat. Monoma burst into the classroom, puzzled about mismatched test results between classes, and provoked the others. Kaminari asked how mentally strong someone could be, and the group prepared to adapt. Mandalay's telepathic voice interrupted them with an urgent warning that they were under attack by at least 2 villains and that everyone who could move should return to camp immediately and avoid engaging the enemy directly. Monoma questioned why villains would be here. Aizawa left the students with Vlad in charge and rushed outside to investigate, troubled by what he might find. He stopped at the sight of blue fire and choking smoke. Dabi appeared beside Aizawa and used his blue flames to make a bold show of force. Aizawa began to call to his allies as blasts of flames surged toward him in an explosive, anime-style attack. Dabi taunted him, saying that the pro-heroes were not his target. In the clearing, one villain pinned Pixie Bob with his pole while another, reptilian villain stood nearby. The lizard-like antagonist mocked UA High School and the League of Villains revealed itself. Ojiro recognized them and asked why they were there. One villain threatened Pixie Bob in a menacing but non-graphic way, trying to provoke a violent response. Tiger moved to intervene, but the lizard villain held back, urging caution and suggesting that their actions should align with their ideology. Mizuki's expression hardened at the mention of Stain, and Ida understood that these attackers were inspired by that ideology. The lizard-like villain pointed at Ida and accused him of being responsible for the end of Stain in Hosu City. The tension rose as the heroes and students braced themselves for the confrontation. A brief, neutral pause followed as everyone prepared for what would come next. Spinner apologized for the late introduction as he grabbed the huge sword behind his back and declared himself Spinner, the one who would spin his dreams into reality. Tiger angrily explained that Pixie Bob had been worrying about getting married recently and was trying to find happiness despite her age, and that nobody could damage that woman's face and then laugh about it. Spinner shouted that ordinary ideas of happiness did not interest him and charged toward Mandalay and Tiger. Mandalay broadcasted instructions, ordering the students to leave their safety to Ragdoll while she and another would hold the villains here. She looked back at Mizuki, Ida, Mineta, Koda and Ojiro and told them to go, listen carefully, and not to fight, appointing the class representative in charge. Ida acknowledged the order and began running with Koda, Mineta and Ojiro following. Ida noticed Mizuki not moving and yelled for Yagi. Mizuki told them to go on ahead and then called out to Mandalay, explaining that she knew where the villain was. Purple gas had filled the forest. Kendo kept herself from breathing it in as she carried Kodai and Hananuki with her quirk. She turned at the sound behind her to see Tetsu carrying Shiozaki while both of them wore masks. Tetsu explained that Yayorozu from Class A had been nearby and made the masks for them. He added that one of their classmates had gone with her to show the locations of Class B so they could be rescued, and offered Kendo one of several gas masks strapped around his waist. Kendo accepted a mask for herself and Kodai and said they needed to get back to camp because it was dangerous out there without knowing where the villains were. Tetsu insisted he would fight as well. Kendo reminded him that they had been told not to fight, and Tetsu replied that he felt a difference between their class and Class A. He reflected that both classes had entered UA by the same exam and studied the same curriculum, but Class A had learned to turn crises into opportunities. He insisted that a hero could not turn his back on wrongdoers, vowed that if they did not stand now then when would they, and stated he would find the villains and defeat them as his arm took on a steel-like appearance. Kendo reacted in surprise. Mandalay's telepathic call echoed, pleading with Koda to return to camp. Koda was backing away from a villain in a white mask and black cloak. The masked man said he had been searching and found an unexpected face. He commented on the boy's hat and mockingly offered to trade it for the mask he wore, then began to remove the mask. Kota ran in terror. The villain tossed the mask aside, leapt in front of Kota, and flexed as he grinned, saying he would land a hit to cheer himself up. Kota's mind filled with a news report about heroes called Waterhose whose bright lives had been cut short by a criminal who remained on the run, and the reporter's warning about a dangerous suspect whose quirk was of a power type and who might have an injury on his left eye. The boy cried out for his parents as the villain raised his fist to strike. A protective warmth suddenly covered Kota, and when he opened his eyes he saw IZUKU Midoriya without disguise kick the villain away from him. IZUKU checked if the boy was all right. A flash of green caught his attention and he recognized his little sister, who reacted with shock before smacking him on the head in a familiar, rough way that made him smile despite himself. The siblings told each other they would discuss things later and turned their focus to the villain while Kota watched them, bewildered. The villain got back to his feet and noted that Kota had been on the list. Mizuki, standing nearby with her brother, narrowed her eyes. She realized she had come without her phone and without informing anyone, which meant she could not expect reinforcements like before. She worried about protecting Kota on her own, but her brother, already preparing his weapon, tapped her head and assured her that she was not alone and that he would help. The reassurance lifted a weight from Mizuki's shoulders and she smiled, resolved not to give in to fear and determined to do what she had to do. Mizuki glowed with one for all and whispered to Kota that it would be okay, that she and her brother would save him. IZUKU smirked at her determination and narrowed his eyes at the villain. He noted that the presence was faint and wondered if this enemy might lead them to the mastermind, Ryoba vibrating in his hand as he readied himself. Bakugo covered his mouth as he and Todoroki moved through the forest, Todoroki carrying Tsuburaba on his back. Bakugo swore in frustration. Todoroki said they needed to worry about the others but had no choice. They would avoid the finish line and return to camp, leaving the halfway point to ragdoll. A figure in black bent over, one hand on the ground. Bakugo asked who had been ahead of them. Todoroki answered that Tokoyami and Shoji had been in front. The villain muttered that he had work to do and moved on, glancing back at Todoroki and Bakugo. Bakugo lowered his hand from his face and grinned at the situation. In the clearing, Mandalay and Tiger faced two villains while Spinner fought nearby, declaring that those who only cared for themselves would be purged. Spinner swung a huge sword at Mandalay and she dodged, her telepathic voice telling Spinner that, despite everything, his presence surprised her. Spinner reacted with a brief, confused shout. Spinner accused Mandalay of trickery as she began to glow with a faint pink aura similar to Pixie Bob's and advanced toward Mag. Mag attempted to bait them, and Tiger shoved Mag out of the way, breaking the effect. Tiger vowed not to fall for the same trick twice and engaged Mag in close combat. Mandalay mentioned she had not received a reply from Ragdoll, and Tiger's attention sharpened. Tiger identified Kenji Hikishi, villain named Magna, listing his crimes as he fought, then landed an uppercut that Magna barely stopped. Magna taunted at being recognized. Nearby, the area where Ragdoll had been showed signs of a struggle, evidence that something had gone wrong. Back at Kota's hideout, the villain mocked the idea that they could save Kota, calling it the sort of talk a hero would use. IZUKU challenged him, glaring. The villain admitted that IZUKU had kicked him and called him strong but mediocre, drawing IZUKU into a ready stance. One of the villains warned that a child was present. Another remarked that the child had likely heard worse. Mizuki stepped closer to Kota as the villain focused on her and identified her as Yagi, saying they had been told to take the initiative and kill her. IZUKU reacted with a low, angry growl. The villain demanded they reveal their bloodline and threw off his cloak, revealing a heavily muscled arm as he prepared to attack. Mizuki braced herself as the villain leapt forward. IZUKU moved in front of her and used the full length of Ryoba to block the villain's blow, feeling raw power that still seemed oddly restrained. He taunted the enemy at the same time he closed in, snagging the villain's hand in a quick motion. Mizuki followed with a punch to the face that pushed the villain back, and IZUKU added a harsh insult as he pressed the attack. The villain only laughed and demanded to know where Bakugo was, which made Mizuki tense. The villain insisted he still had a job to do and launched himself toward Mizuki. She dodged while IZUKU kicked the enemy back, and she stumbled into her brother's arms, a small cut marring her cheek from the impact. The villain laughed at the sight of injury and mocked their promise to save Kota, taunting them for running. Mizuki struggled to keep her focus on Katsuki but steadied herself. She asked IZUKU for help, and he reversed his grip on Ryoba to support her. He said he would help and charged the villain with Mizuki close behind, powering up one for all and pushing past him. She landed a solid strike to the villain's midsection. The villain observed her quirk and blocked with his armored arm before explaining that his ability allowed him to dramatically increase his muscle power, giving him enhanced speed and strength by temporarily altering his muscle fibers. He boasted that they were inferior to his power and moved with reckless confidence. The villain lunged for the two teenagers and landed a heavy blow that sent them both to the ground as he taunted them about their promise to save Koda, questioning how they intended to do it. IZUKU watched the villain carefully, thinking that the enemy must be hiding something and that the timing for a switch with Sukuna was not right yet. Mizuki would need to set up the finishing move. The battle continued, tense and fast-paced, each side testing the other's limits. The villain taunted them not to spout lip service they could not actually pull off. A rock struck near his neck and he glanced back at Koda. Koda demanded whether the villain had tormented Waterhose's parents before killing them. IZUKU intervened with a quick kick to the villain's chin and pulled Mizuki close as she coughed and tried to steady her breathing. The villain rubbed his chin and said that his left eye had become artificial because of the parents' intervention. Koda accused him of being to blame, and the villain dismissed the accusation, claiming that people only got hurt when they wanted to do things they could not. He insulted Koda's parents and lunged for the boy. IZUKU dashed forward while the villain laughed, mocking him for not using his katana. Instead, IZUKU formed his hand and uttered the single word cleave. Deep within IZUKU's mind, Sukuna's presence stirred, delighted that someone had used one of his techniques and thinking that IZUKU could be bent into an ideal image. The villain collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm as if it had been badly damaged, and he shouted in rage. IZUKU imagined that should have finished him. The villain tried to staunch the injury with unnatural effort, then forced himself up and charged again. Mizuki stepped forward to intervene. The villain sneered and attempted a punch, which Mizuki narrowly avoided by putting herself between the attack and her brother. She bristled at being insulted and declared that a hero's duty was to risk everything to make words worth more than promises. The villain blinked at her resolve. IZUKU warned Mizuki to wait, but she had already braced herself. She pushed her power to its limit and unleashed a massive burst of energy, a full-force smash. The blast threw up a cloud of dust and debris that covered all three of them. Koda struggled against the dust and was swept toward the cliff edge before IZUKU grabbed the back of his collar and hauled him back to safety. Mizuki landed with relief written on her face, and IZUKU put Koda down, scolding her for risking herself. A massive boulder hurtled toward them and IZUKU sliced it cleanly with his blade. Mizuki watched in disbelief as the villain stirred and rose to his feet. He mocked the effort as mere practice and walked toward them with casual menace. Mizuki demanded to know what the villains wanted. The antagonist replied that he did not care about reasons. He wanted to fight and unleash his quirk. He reminded them that up until that moment it had all been a game, but now he would take them seriously. As he spoke, IZUKU sensed something in the villain's body that resonated with Sukuna's cursed energy. The villain produced a red pill from his pocket and attempted to swallow it despite IZUKU's rush to stop him. IZUKU lunged to grab the object, kicking toward the villain, but missed. The villain swallowed the pill and then choked briefly before laughing as a concentrated aura of cursed energy swelled around him, his strength and speed surging. He leapt at them with terrifying force, slamming his fist into the ground and causing it to quake. Mizuki watched her older brother with worry as IZUKU's expression hardened. She saw the same look he'd worn in other life-or-death fights and wondered whether he would be willing to do whatever it took to stop this threat. IZUKU ordered Mizuki to take Koda and retreat. She refused at first, refusing to leave him alone, but the villain launched another attack before IZUKU could finish. IZUKU shoved Mizuki and Koda behind him and used his body to shield them from the blow, signaling that he would not let them be harmed while he held the line. The villain noticed IZUKU's restraint and taunted him for holding back as he prepared to press his assault. The villain taunted them, daring someone to try cutting his arm again as his appearance shifted into something more monstrous. Thick muscle fibers moved beneath his skin as if they had a mind of their own, dark markings spread across his face, and a strange red glow filled his eyes. IZUKU glared at the villain, and he was not the only one to react. IZUKU indicated that the villain would not be facing just him, and then switched control. The sudden change sent the villain crashing into a wall, but the impact barely seemed to bother him. He only laughed and mocked their efforts. IZUKU stared back at Mizuki and Koda with narrowed eyes while Sukuna slipped into control and took hold of Ryoba in a reverse grip, announcing his intent to take back what was his. Sukuna charged the villain, who met him with equal ferocity and a crazed grin. Mizuki watched, teeth clenched and fists tight, feeling helpless until a quiet resolve settled over her. She did not want to back down again. A faint glow surrounded her injured arm as she prepared to act. The fight continued in fast, brutal motions. Sukuna and the villain exchanged rapid strikes and blows. The villain laughed as he healed from many of the wounds Sukuna had inflicted, and Sukuna coughed and staggered, barely holding his stance. He had expected his domain expansion to be decisive, but the villain had resisted. At one point Sukuna used Ryoba to block and then struck hard enough to disable one of the villain's limbs, leaving the villain enraged and sending a forceful kick that pushed Sukuna back. Sukuna attempted to patch his own injuries, knowing his time and stamina were limited, and that Izuku's current state meant they could not rely on him alone. Mizuki, meanwhile, remained on the ground near Koda, resolving to buy time and protect her friend. She told Koda that she would help her brother and asked him to return to camp as fast as he could. Koda protested, worried and unsure, but Mizuki reassured him with quiet determination. As the villain lunged for Sukuna again, Mizuki sprang into action. She launched herself with a giant leap, pouring everything she had into her legs and channeling one for all at full force to reach them. Ryoba moved on its own toward Mizuki. She grabbed the katana and delivered a wide, shadowed slash that forced the villain back and left him screaming in fury. Mizuki landed near Sukuna, and Sukuna looked at her with surprise. She told him that she would not leave this time. She was stronger now and intended to fight by his side, to prove she would not lose him again. Sukuna searched his pocket and found the tablet the villain had used to boost his cursed energy. He agreed to let Mizuki fight alongside him but demanded she buy him time and put everything she had into the effort. Mizuki smiled and promised not to disappoint him. The rumble of the battlefield continued as the villain glared at her, a deep wound across his chest that did not seem to heal. He vowed to kill them and charged, and Mizuki pushed herself forward using one for all at full power even though it hurt, feeling stronger and determined not to lose. Sukuna called out to Koda and entrusted him with protecting Mizuki, sensing the need for every ally. With the markings on his body lingering but Izuku's green eyes returning, Sukuna produced the same kind of capsule the villain had used. He swallowed it, and within a second he succumbed to unconsciousness. Koda clutched his shirt and remembered Sukuna's words, tears falling as he resolved not to let anyone die because of him. He thought of his family and of helping the others. Two dark shapes seemed to gather behind him, offering a warmth that felt familiar and steadying. Mizuki cut through the thick, animated muscle fibers the villain sent at her, and the villain howled in anger when one of the strikes left him hindered and unable to heal as quickly as before. The villain shouted in frustration, demanding what was happening, while the battle around them continued to surge and roar. Mizuki thought she should already be healing. She smiled inwardly as a sudden surge of energy eased her wounds, erasing even the injuries from the sports festival, and she told herself she could win. She then blitzed toward the villain with Ryoba ready. The villains were surprised by her speed. Ryoba struck cleanly, disrupting the enemy's muscular strikes and forcing him back with a heavy blow that made him cry out. Muscular slammed his fist into the ground, and tendril-like energy erupted from the earth aiming for Mizuki. She jumped to avoid them and poised Ryoba, but an unseen force blasted the tendrils aside. Mizuki found herself lifted and gently set down beside Koda, who glowed faintly with a bluish light. Two pale, sorrowful figures hovered above Koda, chanting that they wanted to help and to protect. They looked human, with light blue skin, dark hair, hollows beneath tear-filled eyes, and black robes. Mizuki wondered who they were, but her attention snapped back to Muscular, whose face had turned wild. He demanded to see their power, and the two spirits growled in response as he advanced. Mizuki readied herself, carrying Koda on her back. Koda clung tightly, his expression determined. Elsewhere, Izuku Midoriya lay weakened and trembling as strange markings on his body pulsed with light. In his subconscious, he and Sukuna were bound by shackles. Sukuna remarked that the situation was interesting and that he did not care for such games, and Izuku urged him to be serious. Sukuna brushed it off with a warning not to damage his possessions. A figure seated on a throne smiled and formally addressed Ryomen Sukuna and Izuku Midoriya. The mysterious person snapped his fingers and the shackles fell away. Sukuna lunged at the newcomer, but the man calmly extended a finger and stopped him. The stranger told Sukuna that he did not intend to fight. Sukuna clicked his tongue and glared. The throne's occupant had hair that rose like Sukuna's, dark as night, and eyes the color of the sun. He wore a glossy black kimono edged in red with a red scarf and black shoes. Tattoos marked his arms with 3 pyramid-shaped symbols on each side, lines traced along his neck and beneath his eyes, and he bore marks on his shoulders, chest, and forehead that echoed Sukuna's own. IZUKU noticed that the man appeared to have an extra pair of eyes. Sukuna watched IZUKU approach with a serious expression and wondered who the man behind him could be. The stranger slipped in behind IZUKU and wrapped his arms around both of their shoulders, smiling as he introduced himself by actions rather than words. He wanted to help them. Sukuna lashed out with a blade, but the stranger easily avoided it and chuckled. He explained that Sukuna and IZUKU had taken a capsule to learn the location of a certain object, and that he did know where it was. He asked, with a playful tilt, what would happen if he simply told them. He admitted he wanted to enjoy himself a little while lending his aid, and hinted that the object tied to Sukuna's curse energy had been beating and waiting for a very long time. Silence fell until IZUKU realized the implication. The cursed object they sought was Sukuna's heart. The stranger nodded, and Sukuna clenched his chest with his teeth grinding in fury. His innate domain rumbled as his anger rose, but IZUKU placed a calming hand on the King of Curse's shoulder and vowed that they would retrieve the heart for Ryaman Sukuna. Sukuna stared at the stranger and demanded to know whether he would help. The stranger laughed and, after a moment, agreed to assist on the condition that they speak his name. As he spoke, his eyes began to glow. IZUKU and Sukuna found their mouths moving against their will as a bright sun-like light rose within the domain, and together they pronounced the name that the stranger revealed. The man smiled kindly and was known from then on as Hitachi. Elsewhere, Mizuki and Koda fought Muscular with the aid of Koda's protective cursed spirit parents. Mizuki's strikes disrupted Muscular's power and powerful surges of water forced him against the rock, leaving cracks in the stone. Muscular, furious that his newfound strength from the capsules was still insufficient and that one capsule had been taken from him, watched the boy who had stolen it lying shaken on the ground. He almost laughed at the boy's weakness, but a precise strike that grazed his face forced him to react wildly, sending out tendon-like manifestations of his power. Mizuki grabbed Koda and leaped away to put distance between them and Muscular. She worried that despite their efforts Muscular would not fall, and that the spirits aiding them were starting to fade. She told Koda that he needed to rest and that she would finish the fight. Koda protested, but a reassuring presence interrupted them both. IZUKU appeared, placing a calm, warm hand on their heads and telling them that they had done well and could rest. He touched Mizuki's forehead gently, and she relaxed, exhaustion taking over her. IZUKU then took hold of Ryoba, the katana, sensing a different energy within it and feeling the power align with his own. He asked the blade for its strength. Muscular snarled and lunged, screaming for blood and the thrill of combat. IZUKU narrowed his eyes, moved with decisive speed, and struck Muscular in the gut, leaving him reeling. Two of Muscular's arms were rendered useless as IZUKU's attacks neutralized them, and IZUKU drove Ryoba forward to pin Muscular against the wall, holding him fast. The villain struggled to break free, but his efforts were futile. Hitachi watched the scene with a trace of sadness. He reflected on the tragedy of someone who only wanted to keep fighting and harm others, and he expressed a wish that such a person could be stopped without causing further suffering. He then raised both hands and invoked a simple but powerful phrase, expanding a domain that filled the space with a gentle light. Within that held space, Muscular felt warmth and was forced to relive a flood of memories, joy, sorrow, regret, and rage until his resistance collapsed. His form dissolved into the light of the domain and dispersed, leaving no violent gore, only the quiet aftermath of a sealed threat. Hitachi exhaled and noted that while this threat was over, their larger battle had only just begun. He sheathed Ryoba and walked over to Mizuki and Koda, with the young boy watching the entire exchange. Koda struggled to understand what had happened to his parents. He remembered Mandalay's words, telling him that although his parents were gone, lives had been saved because of what had happened to them, and that one day he would meet someone who would help him understand. Hikari stood before Koda with a gentle smile, and Koda, overwhelmed by the echo of those words, choked up. He wondered aloud why someone would do so much for him, and as the reassurance and memories washed over him, tears rolled down his cheeks. Hitachi placed his hand on the boy's head and helped Mizuki to her feet. Mizuki glared at her brother and struck him in response for what he had done, and Hitachi laughed at the exchange. Koda watched the scene with a smile and thought that these two were his heroes. Koda finished that thought as sleep took hold, and Mizuki was quick enough to catch him before he fell. Mizuki noted that everything that had happened had really taken a toll on Koda while Hitachi scanned the forest. Hitachi then prompted Mizuki that it was time to go, and she nodded. Kurogiri asked Shigaraki whether the others would be all right by themselves. Shigaraki explained that it was not his moment to take center stage and that the situation had changed, Up until now it had felt like a role-playing challenge against a final boss while at level 1, but now, with the pieces in place, he could break through to higher ranks. He intended to put cracks into the superhuman society and create fear with the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. Kurogiri questioned whether those people were merely sacrificial pawns, and Shigaraki dismissed the idea, insisting he was not heartless and that their strength was real. Even if they faced different directions, they were comrades he could rely on. Shigaraki picked up a piece of paper from the counter, looked at a photo of Bakugo from the sports festival, and murmured that in a society bound by rules they were not the only ones being oppressed. He said he was praying for their success. Mizuki busied herself making Kota comfortable while Hitachi watched the fire. Hitachi observed that if all the villains attacking that night were that strong, then everyone was in danger. Mizuki, worried for her friends, told Hitachi they needed to inform Aizawa and the Pussycats and move anyone they could to safety. Hitachi nodded, regretting that Kota was asleep because his quirk might have helped with the flames, but agreeing it was better for him to rest. He pulled his hoodie over his head for a moment, which confused Mizuki until she realized he was not wearing a disguise. Hitachi then quickly steadied Mizuki and prepared Kota so they could move more efficiently. He said they would be faster with him running, and he leapt off the cliffside with Mizuki and the sleeping Kota secure. Mizuki wondered where the boy called Bakugo was and felt a bad premonition. A few minutes earlier, Aizawa had rushed down a hallway, dreading what might happen. When he reached the outside he stopped, taking in the blue flames and smoke and worrying that the situation was bad. Dabi appeared beside him, summoning blue fire. Aizawa reacted quickly as the flames burst out toward him, and smoke swirled from Dabi's hand. Aizawa managed to hang on to the building as Dabi's assault cleared. Aizawa used his scarf to capture Dabi and, with swift, practiced movements, pinned him and restrained him until he could question him. Aizawa demanded Dabi's purpose, number, and positions. Dabi asked why, and Aizawa warned that he would incapacitate him further if he did not cooperate, explaining that disabling Dabi's limbs would make him easier to transport. Dabi smirked and sparked a small flame at his hair, and Aizawa responded with a decisive move to disable Dabi's other arm. A sudden loud explosion then drew Aizawa's attention. Ida, Kota, Ojiro, and Mineta called out to Aizawa as they arrived. Taking advantage of the distraction, Dabi tried to break free from the scarf's hold, but Aizawa still had him restrained. As Aizawa tightened his grip, the scarf passed through Dabi in an unusual way and Aizawa watched in surprise as Dabi's form began to shift into a liquid-like state. Aizawa realized that the blue fire from earlier had not been Dabi's quirk. Dabi, in that altered form, taunted Aizawa and then transformed completely into a malleable liquid-like substance before dispersing. Aizawa ran into the forest, telling Ida and the others to get people inside and safe. A masked villain called out that they had been beaten and identified himself as Twice while standing near the altered Dabi, whose hand burned a tree. Twice encouraged Dabi, insisting that even if they were dismissed as weak they should keep trying. Dabi told Twice to make another duplicate, and Twice vowed to persist, determined to stop the pro-heroes from leaving. Hitachi ran through the forest carrying Mizuki and Kota and reported that they had a visual on Aizawa. Mizuki looked up and saw Aizawa heading straight for them. Mizuki called to Aizawa, and he stopped and turned to see Mizuki, Kota, and Hitachi. Aizawa began to address someone nearby but could not finish before Mizuki interrupted. Mizuki explained that she had something she needed to tell Mandalay and implored Aizawa to take care of and protect Kota. Aizawa noted that Mizuki did not appear injured but was unusually agitated. Mizuki finished her appeal and started to run off, but Hitachi stopped her and then urgently called out to Yuji. She insisted they had to go, making sure to use IZUKU's alias. He responded seriously that they needed to listen to their teacher. He noted that IZUKU did not appear severely injured, which was fortunate, but reminded them not to forget what had happened in Hosu, and that uncertified individuals causing injury with their quirks without supervision was a clear violation of the rules. Mizuki began to speak up in protest, but Aizawa instructed her to tell Mandalay the message. In the clearing, Pixie Bob lay unconscious while Tiger and Mandalay fought Mange and Spinner. Magna taunted from a distance, prompting Tiger to swat and kick at her, but she dodged nimbly and continued to keep her distance. Tiger inwardly cursed at Magna's ability to predict his cat-like combat moves as he pressed the attack. Mandalay stepped back as Spinner swung his sword and shouted that she was not a real hero. He continued to press the attack, the blade repeatedly flashing close enough to make Mandalay react. Mandalay gritted her teeth and rebuked his persistence. Spinner replied that she was persistent too and shouted that she should be purged, but Hitachi intervened with a smirk, commenting that one should not use a weapon on a lady. Spinner widened his eyes but was pushed back when Mizuki delivered a strong kick that broke Spinner's sword. Mizuki received praise for her action. Hitachi also acknowledged Yuji's help, and Mizuki slid across the ground to tell Mandalay a message from Aizawa. Aizawa ran through the forest carrying Koda and thought to himself that the way their adversary had spoken made it clear the students were the targets. He resolved that raising the students' survival chances was unavoidable and that he would take responsibility for whatever punishment followed his choice to act. Mizuki authorized both Class A and Class B to engage in combat in the name of the pro-hero Eraserhead. Mandalay stared for a moment before nodding and sending her telepathic message out, echoing Mizuki's authorization while scenes of students running and confronting villains unfolded. When she finished, Mandalay wondered inwardly if this was what Aizawa wanted, and Aizawa urged the future heroes not to give up while they still did not fully understand the situation. Aizawa reflected on Yagi's personality and how she would probably defy orders to help classmates. He found himself worried but also quietly relieved that Itadori was there for Yagi. Koda, waking up in Aizawa's arms, asked if the students would be okay. Aizawa told him that although they had been beaten up, they had no intention of giving up, but as a teacher he would have to scold Yagi and Itadori later for acting without permission. He advised Koda to tell them how he felt when this was all over and to put effort into the thank you part. Mandalay ordered Mizuki and Hitachi to return to camp immediately, insisting they had been through enough. Mizuki refused and powered up one for all as she ran. She asked Hitachi to tell everyone one more thing via telepath. At least one of the villain's targets was Bakugo, known as Kaken. Mandalay questioned who Kaken was, then relayed the target information over telepathic channels. Magna noticed the rumble of the ground earlier and thought about the two in their number who could fight in flashy power battles. If something had been revealed, perhaps Muscular had been defeated. Tiger watched in horror as Magna moved toward Mizuki and resolved inwardly that the girl needed to be stopped. Spinner called after Magna, but Hitachi kicked the villain and forced Magna back. Magna felt the force of the kick and realized Hitachi had held back, which let Mizuki slip away. Magna glared at Hitachi and prepared to dash forward, but Spinner threw a knife to free him, and the moment passed. Magna protested that the girl was a priority target, and Spinner defended his reasoning about ideals and worthiness, but Mandalay kicked Spinner in the head and Tiger struck Magna, knocking both villains out. Mandalay breathed that she finally landed a good hit and told herself she had to inform everyone. Mandalay's telepathic message broadcast that one of the villain's targets had been identified as Bakugo, known as Kaken, and she advised Kaken to avoid combat and acting independently. Kirishima and Ida reacted with disbelief and concern, while Bakugo bristled and ran toward a villain despite the warning. Blades erupted toward Bakugo until Todoroki used ice to interpose and stop the attack. Todoroki warned Bakugo not to rush into danger, reminding him that he had been told he was being targeted. Bakugo snapped that the girl had been inconsistent, telling them to fight and then to hold back, and he reacted with surprise and anger as the situation shifted. The villain shouted that he did not care what anyone said and slipped into the trees. Todoroki gritted his teeth and noted that the attacker was skilled at using the terrain with his quirk. Bakugo snapped that the villain only looked like a scrawny small fry and cursed him. The villain re-emerged among the branches, blades in hand, and announced himself as an escaped death row convict calling himself Moonfish while humming a chilling phrase about flesh. Todoroki warned Bakugo that using any large flames could spread fire through the area and trap them all. Bakugo snapped back that he already knew as sparks danced along his palm. Todoroki glanced behind them and realized that even retreat would be difficult because of a drifting gas designed to herd them into a corner. He turned his attention back to Moonfish as the standoff stretched on. In another part of the forest, Tetsu ran with a grin and told Kendo that they had permission to fight. Kendo chased after him and explained that Mandalay's telepathic feed recorded nothing about the gas, which meant it had not spread as far as the clearing where Mandalay stood. Kendo pointed out that the gas was flowing slowly in a single direction and seemed to be swirling around a central source, like a miniature typhoon. A bright red glow pulsed in the center of the purple cloud, leading Kendo to deduce that someone at that point was producing and controlling the gas. Tetsu admired Kendo's deduction, and Kendo sighed that he had come along for that reason. Kendo warned that the denser the gas became, the faster their mask's filters would fail, and they needed to reach the source before their protection ran out. Tetsu boiled his plan down to a single-minded assault: run straight for the dense gas and hit the source as hard as possible. Kendo noted his teammate's one-track mind but respected his determination. They both agreed to push forward. At the center of the swirling gas, a villain identified as Mustard stood and watched them approach. He muttered that a few precise individuals still managed to notice and make it through, as befits students from a prestigious school, and then gave a tired sigh about the limitations of quirks. Tetsu surged forward, his body turning to steel as he aimed for Mustard, while Kendo stayed alert to cover him. Mustard reached into his pocket and produced a small firearm. He fired a shot as Tetsu closed the distance. Tetsu leapt in, taking the impact meant for Kendo. He staggered and clamped a hand over his mouth as his gas mask cracked free. Kendo reacted with concern and shouted for them to retreat, but Mustard only laughed, taunting them for their predictable plan and warning that the gas responded directly to fluctuations and was under his control. Kendo bent down to check on Tetsu, who urged her to fall back and prioritize retreat. Mustard taunted the students' reliance on straightforward tactics and the reputation of their school, then fired again as Tetsu tried to press the attack. The shot struck Tetsu and sent him to the ground. He covered his mouth and struggled to stay conscious. Kendo called out in alarm and tried to pull him back to safety while Mustard continued to mock them about endurance and exposure. Nearby, Mizuki noticed a sound and realized it was a gunshot. IZUKU arrived beside her and teased that she was hard to keep up with, and the two siblings increased their pace toward the source of the commotion. Mustard continued to taunt the students, remarking that simple brute force tactics often devolved into tests of endurance and that their approach made them easy targets. As Tetsu lay incapacitated on the ground, Kendo distracted Mustard and dragged her friend out of the immediate area. The tension in the clearing stayed high as other heroes and students converged, prepared to counter Mustard's gas and protect their classmates. Mustard sighed and said that he found it strange as he reloaded his gun and fired again at Tetsu. He remarked that a world where someone with a one-track mind like Tetsu was celebrated just because of where he had gone to school felt wrong. A shot struck Tetsu's arm and another hit near his head. He staggered, breath coming short, his vision fading at the edges into muted tones. Kendo smashed through the gas toward them, and Mustard told her that he could read her movements from the flow of the gas. Kendo enlarged her hand and struck Mustard, insisting that it did not matter if he could predict her movements. Mustard complained that he could not believe she could look triumphant with what he called a pitiful quirk. Kendo answered that whether it was pitiful depended on how it was used, and she gestured through the gas to disperse it. Mustard panicked as the gas thinned and noticed Tetsu charging at him. Kendo said that when others thought they could not go on, those from UA would take another step and push beyond it. Tetsu smashed into Mustard, breaking his mask and slamming him to the ground, then warned Mustard that he would make him pay for ruining their training camp. The gas dispersed and Tetsu flopped down beside the unconscious Mustard, gasping for air and scolding the villain for wearing a mask. Mizuki thought that Katsuki and Todoroki had started second in the test of courage and, if they had not moved from there, they should not be far. She and IZUKU ran through the area. IZUKU hoisted Mizuki out of the way as a dark hand slammed into the ground where she had been, throwing dust into the air. Mizuki heard someone call Yagi and turned to see Mizo Shoji landing nearby with one of his arms missing. Shoji, winded, scolded Mizuki for always thinking first about saving her friend and warned that this time they were dealing with something more dangerous. He explained that they had been ambushed by villains and that, in covering them, he had triggered a quirk he had been desperately trying to hold back. Shoji added that his ability grew stronger in darkness and became harder to control. A huge shadow began to swell around Tokoyami and roared as it broke loose. Tokoyami warned that the shadow would become dangerous in deep darkness and urged the others to get away. Shoji had stepped in during the ambush to protect Tokoyami. In the struggle, one of his duplicated arms had been taken in the attack. Shoji reassured them that it was not permanent, since his duplicating power could recreate what had been lost. Shoji explained that the shadow had been holding back but now reacted wildly to sound and movement, lashing out without discrimination. Tokoyami begged them to forget him and find the others, then tried to calm the shadow. Shoji said that the shadow's weakness was light and that if they could lead it back to the fire or toward camp, it should settle. He told Mizuki that no matter the circumstances, he did not want to become someone who left a suffering friend behind. Itachi observed the sentient quirk and noted that he could sense an unusual energy around Tokoyami. He considered asking the boy to join them, but IZUKU, in his mind, was already opposed to pulling anyone else into obligation. Itachi decided instead to focus on doing what he could to calm the boy's quirk. Shoji guided Mizuki and Tokoyami toward the light as the shadow roared and tore through the trees. Mizuki kept her attention on her brother and the others, worried but resolved to help them reach safety. Shoji explained that he would draw Dark Shadow away and open a path. Before Mizuki could respond, a low chuckle came from IZUKU, who was in fact Hitachi. Hitachi offered to calm the savage shadow. Shoji reached to stop him, but Mizuki placed a hand on Shoji's shoulder and indicated that they should let Hitachi handle it, trusting that he knew what he was doing. Hitachi jumped over a nearby tree and whistled, drawing Dark Shadow's attention and causing Tokoyami to panic. Tokoyami protested, but Hitachi ignored him and smirked as he decided to try a technique. He drew Ryoba and pressed the blade near his arm until it glowed a faint blue. As Dark Shadow closed in, Hitachi focused and slowed his breathing. He channeled the sword's energy into a bright, purifying light that startled Dark Shadow. Shoji and Mizuki covered their eyes against the glare. When the light subsided, they saw Hitachi and a tired Tokoyami. Dark Shadow had returned to a subdued state and offered an apologetic gesture. Shoji and Mizuki descended to join them. Tokoyami apologized and thanked them between heavy breaths. Hitachi sheathed Ryoba and noted that Tokoyami was stronger than he looked. Shoji and Mizuki checked on Tokoyami as he admitted that he had let his anger take over and released Dark Shadow, which had led to Shoji being hurt. Shoji suggested leaving the matter for later, and Mizuki smiled, prompting Tokoyami to nod in agreement. Hitachi smiled and suggested they go look for their firecracker classmate's classroom. Shoji thanked Itadori for helping Tokoyami. Hitachi nodded but felt inward confusion that no one questioned his hair color. He realized it was like times when people could not tell him and another person apart. He remembered that the pink hair dye had been reapplied when he had taken control, which explained their lack of notice. Sukuna reacted to something in Hitachi's mind, surprising both Hitachi and IZUKU, and Hitachi ended the internal conversation to focus on the group before him. Mizuki urged them to move, and the group set off toward where they expected to find Bakugo and Todoroki. While running, Hitachi felt his time almost up and signaled Mizuki with a hand movement. He asked her to be ready to fight another villain and requested that she take Ryoba. Mizuki glanced at the katana and then at her brother, asking if he was sure he did not want to keep using it, since he had already fought earlier and might be tired. Hitachi chuckled, showing warmth, and reassured her that he wanted her and everyone else to be safe. Mizuki sighed, nodded, caught the katana, and strapped it to her waist. She silently asked Ryoba to watch over her brother, unaware that the sword shifted slightly and gave off a faint glow in response. Bakugo cursed as Todoroki raised a wall of ice to block him and Tsuburaba from Moonfish. The two argued about how to approach the fight. Bakugo insisted on blasting with everything he had, while Todoroki warned that the blasts could impair his vision and that their opponent had the advantage in reach and moves. As they argued, Moonfish kept firing blades at the ice until a boom drew their attention. Mizuki's faint voice reported that she could see ice and that people were fighting there. Moonfish turned toward the sound as IZUKU and Mizuki approached at high speed, their arrival cracking the ground. Shoji and Tokoyami were close behind. Shoji shouted for Bakugo and Todoroki to get out of the way. Moonfish shot a blade at Mizuki, but IZUKU used his legs to kick the blades aside and lunged at Moonfish, forcefully pushing him away and warning him not to hurt Mizuki. Mizuki called out Katsuki, and Bakugo's eyes widened as Todoroki took in the unexpected allies Shoji, Yagi, Tokoyami, and Itadori. Hitachi kicked Moonfish toward the ice, shattering it. Moonfish protested angrily that he was the only one who could study those children and accused them of stealing from him. He fired more blades at Hitachi, who smirked while Mizuki intercepted and dismantled the blades with Ryoba, a determined glare on her face. Bakugo and Todoroki watched in surprise as Mizuki handled Moonfish's attack with skill, and Moonfish recoiled in stunned disbelief while dismissing them as insignificant. Mizuki watched as Hitachi rushed toward Moonfish. Hitachi punched Moonfish through the trees, then raised his leg with glowing eyes and shouted that the villain would be wrecked before slamming his leg down on Moonfish's head and knocking him unconscious. Hitachi recoiled in disgust when he saw two capsules that Muscular had carried earlier. He cursed Muscular for giving the villain more of the modified capsules and vowed that if he ever saw him again he would end him. Someone else in the group promised to make sure Hitachi would have the chance. Hitachi sighed as his allotted time ended, thinking it had been fun and that he hoped to see everyone again as the markings around him faded and his eyes returned to normal. IZUKU, who had been in control, placed a hand over his heart and promised he would see Hitachi again, then turned to the others and slipped the two capsules into his pockets. He noted that it had been lucky the villain had not taken one of the capsules. Inside his mind, IZUKU exchanged barbed, teasing remarks with Ryoman Sukuna before concluding the inner conversation and moving to rejoin the group. Mizuki tossed Ryoba back to Itadori. She thanked Itadori for lending his weapon, and Itadori smiled in return. Midoriya confirmed that one of the villain's targets was Katsuki. Tokoyami asked whether the villains were trying to kill him, and Mizuki said she did not know, but she thought the camp would be the safest place because 2 pros, Vlad King and Aizawa, were stationed there. Tokoyami agreed that their mission was to escort Bakugo to the camp. Mizuki explained that the Pussycats were still fighting at the clearing and that returning along the path would draw the villains' attention and cost them time, so they should cut straight across. Todoroki warned that they did not know how many villains they might encounter suddenly. Izuku suggested using Shoji's search ability, Todoroki's freezing, and Tokoyami's dark shadow under controlled conditions. Mizuki nodded at the plan. Katsuki gave a confused look at the discussion. Todoroki hoisted Tsuburaba onto his back, and Mizuki remarked that with this group they might even be able to face All Might. Izuku turned his head slightly at that, thinking that he was quietly relieved All Might had not been part of his life. Bakugo snapped that he did not want to be protected, which drew a sigh from Mizuki. Shoji told them to move, and the group began to walk. Bakugo continued to shout for attention as they went. Todoroki told him to keep up and ignored the yelling. Izuku asked him not to shout every few seconds, and Katsuki shot back that just because Izuku had taken down a villain did not make him stronger. The exchange left a short silence before Tokoyami, Shoji, and Mizuki fought to keep from laughing while Todoroki observed Izuku's katana and Katsuki clenched his teeth so tightly sparks seemed to appear. Mizuki narrowed her eyes and resolved to get everyone back safely, knowing that if they did, they would succeed. 5 minutes earlier, Uraraka clutched her arm, which had a shallow cut. Azui asked if she was all right. Toga examined a knife with a little blood on it and noted that the wound was shallow. Azui demanded to know who had attacked them. Toga introduced herself and, pointing the knife at them, called them cute and recited their names. Uraraka realized Toga knew who they were. Azui suggested Toga might have remembered them from the sports festival, which put them at a disadvantage. Toga observed there was not much blood and said the device she had would collect what she needed quickly as she reached behind her back and produced a can with a needle at the top. Azui threw Uraraka into the air and urged her to run back to camp, reminding her that they had permission to use their quirks to protect themselves rather than to defeat villains, following Aizawa's rules. Uraraka called for Azui to follow. Azui began to move but looked back to see Toga closing in and making a sudden, unnerving motion with her tongue. Azui jumped back while Toga paused and repeated a sing-song phrase. Azui stared at her in disbelief. Toga smiled, removed her mask, and said she would call Azui by a cute nickname. Azui replied that only people she wanted to be friends with would be allowed to use such nicknames and jumped away. Toga then threw the can, and it struck Azui and pinned her to a tree. Toga cheered that this meant they were friends, and Uraraka ran back to help. Toga leaned close and noted that Azui was bleeding and that she liked blood. Uraraka shouted for Toga to get away and moved to defend Azui. Drawing on close combat techniques she had learned during her internship, Uraraka grabbed Toga's wrist and the base of her neck, then pulled and pushed down with all her strength, slamming Toga to the ground and finishing the maneuver with the gunhead martial arts move. Uraraka asked Azui if restraining Toga hurt. Azui said she needed a moment to steady herself. Toga stared at Uraraka and told her she was wonderful. Uraraka looked back, surprised, when Toga said she felt a connection and sensed something similar about her. Uraraka swallowed. Toga asked if there was someone Uraraka liked and whether she wanted to be like that person. Uraraka resolved to win and be like Mizuki. Toga smiled and said she could tell because Uraraka was a maiden like her. Uraraka wondered what was with Toga. Toga spoke about how people copy those they admire and sometimes wish to become them. She admitted to having a dark fascination with people marked by struggle and hinted that her interests could be dangerous. She teased about sharing crushes. Toga had been holding Uraraka when leaves rustled and Shoji, Mizuki, Izuku, and Todoroki appeared. Shoji called Uraraka's name. Azui and the others reacted in alarm. Toga threw Uraraka aside, released her hold, and leaped back toward the trees. Before leaving she muttered that there were more people now and she did not want to be caught, then she turned away. She glanced back, met Izuku's narrowed eyes, flushed briefly, and disappeared into the foliage. Azui warned Uraraka to stop and not pursue because Toga's quirk and intent were unknown and dangerous. Izuku also urged restraint. Uraraka protested that Toga might go after the others, but Izuku asked her to trust him. The group exchanged worried looks. Todoroki asked who the woman had been. Azui answered that she was a villain and unstable. Mizuki hurried to Uraraka and checked if she was injured, Uraraka smiled and assured her she was fine. They shared a relieved moment. Shoji told everyone to move quickly. Mizuki said they would protect Katsuki as they headed back to camp. Azui questioned whether they would be protecting Bakugo and asked where he was. Mizuki turned and found Bakugo gone. A man with a cane stepped forward and explained that he had taken Bakugo with his ability. He introduced himself as Mr. Compress and said the boy belonged to no one. He intended to take him to a place where he could shine. Mizuki felt rage rising and demanded that he return Bakugo. Mr. Compress dismissed the demand and called Bakugo his own person. Mizuki shouted and rushed him, but he easily avoided her attack and commented on her motivation. Todoroki warned Uraraka and sent a wave of ice toward Mr. Compress, who jumped aside. Mr. Compress said their aim was to show the boys that the path they were on, with its extreme values, was not the only one. Shoji realized Tokoyami was missing as well. Todoroki suspected Mr. Compress had taken 2 students quietly. Mr. Compress admitted he had been an entertainer and had improvisationally taken Tokoyami too, revealing another marble. He mentioned an associate known as Moonfish, a dangerous man whose appeal had been overlooked. Mizuki demanded they not take anyone. Shoji told her to calm down, but she refused, determined not to allow the kidnappings. Izuku watched, resolve hardening. Todoroki slid a tool to Uraraka and told her to engage the villain. Uraraka accepted it. Todoroki slammed his foot down and sent a large wall of ice toward Mr. Compress. Mr. Compress declared he would not fight students and announced into a device that the target had been collected, ordering his team to head to the retrieval point within 5 minutes. Todoroki reacted in disbelief and Mizuki refused to let them escape. Todoroki charged after Mr. Compress and the others hurried to follow. In another part of the forest, Twice cheered about the success while Dabi warned that things did not always go according to plan. Aoyama hid behind a bush listening to their conversation and resolved to go help the students from Class B. Yaoyorozu instructed Aoyama to carry the 2 back to camp. Jiro and Hagakure lay unconscious beside him, gas masks covering their faces. Aoyama peeked behind a bush and found Dabi staring straight at him. Aoyama panicked when their eyes met and ducked back into cover as Dabi began to walk toward the foliage. Twice called to Dabi and asked whether they should avoid calling the Nomu, since it would only respond to Dabi's voice. Dabi replied that the Nomu was a monster given by Shigaraki and that it had likely already killed someone. The implication worried everyone. Awaze ran desperately through the trees carrying Yaoyorozu as the Nomu advanced. Awaze shouted for them to run while protecting Yaoyorozu. The Nomu lunged, but its chains halted and it started to walk away, causing Awaze to question why it was leaving. Yaoyorozu wondered if it had already completed its task, then quickly refocused and issued orders. Her hand glowed as she told Awaze to use his quirk to attach a small device to the Nomu. Awaze sprinted forward, murmuring that he did not understand what was happening, and fastened the small circle to the Nomu before retreating to hide behind a tree. Afterward, Awaze breathed that it had been terrifying and urged Yaoyorozu to get away. She agreed. In a nearby clearing, Magna shouted accusations at Spinner. Tiger wrapped Magna tightly to restrain them, and Mandalay pinned Spinner down. Spinner declared that Stainswell would live on through him and insisted he would defeat the heroes and the boy with glasses. Mandalay demanded to know if Spinner had used his quirk. Spinner kept struggling and shouting to be released. A faint humming voice made Mandalay gasp as a dark purple mist manifested and pressed at the edges of the confrontation. Mr. Compress leaped through the trees, breaking toward the retrieval point while Todoroki, Shoji, Mizuki, IZUKU, Uraraka and Azui chased after him, Uraraka dragging another student along. Todoroki cursed at the maskwearer's speed and Uraraka regretted that Ito was not there to help. Mr. Compress judged the Hero Corps students to be less formidable than expected, and Mizuki felt a surge of anger that pushed him forward. Izuku glanced at his sister and saw her determination. He urged her to catch up and keep going. Then he planted his foot and sprinted, accelerating past the others until he launched himself in a long leap that carried him over the tree line. Voices of alarm rose behind Mr. Compress as he tried to escape. At the retrieval point, Himiko arrived and reported that she had collected a sample from one person. Dabi and Twice argued about the number of samples. Twice complained that only one had been taken and expected more. Toga, speaking casually, said the situation had gone as it did and that she had thought the students might kill her. Twice's erratic mood shifts made his reaction unpredictable, and Dabi ordered them to be quiet. Then Dabi noticed movement in the sky and widened his eyes. Mr. Compress was slammed to the ground as a new intervening figure arrived. Twice exclaimed in surprise at the newcomer. IZUKU closed quickly on Mr. Compress, grabbing the back of the man's neck and holding him under control while keeping a katana ready. Dabi, annoyed, told Compress to get out of the way. Compress shimmered and dematerialized from beneath IZUKU, reappearing elsewhere. Dabi unleashed a torrent of blue flame toward IZUKU. IZUKU evaded the flames and then had to deal with twice erratic attacks. Toga hurled a spray of knives and leapt at IZUKU, brandishing a blade and announcing that she had been watching him. An intrusive, chaotic voice flickered through Izuku's thoughts, urging him to take advantage of the moment, but he pushed it aside and focused on the fight. Izuku moved fluidly to avoid the knife throws, then drove a solid kick into twice that pushed him back and created breathing room. More knives came his way, and one struck Izuku's arm, producing a shallow cut. He used the opening to push Toga away, extracting the blade and glaring with resolve. Toga reacted with an unnerving smile rather than any romantic response. Izuku surged forward, seized her arm, and slammed her to the ground, knocking her back. He immediately defended against incoming strikes, blocking a heavy fist from Twice and parrying other attacks as the battle continued. Twice laughed and found the exchange easier than expected as the clash pressed on. Izuku narrowed his eyes, stepped back, and made a precise slashing motion with his hand. The movement left Twice staggered long enough for Izuku to close the distance, seize his face, and slam him to the ground with a hard impact. Mr. Compress materialized from a marble and taunted Izuku, calling him a brat and an unrehearsed amateur. Dabi asked what they had planned now that their target was still fighting. Compress reached for the marbles in his pocket and found them missing. Izuku revealed 2 marbles in his hand and made it clear he had snatched them, mocking Compress as he did so. Izuku thought the encounter had been too easy, and Mr. Compress laughed and offered an insincere compliment. Dabi moved to use his fire but Compress intervened to stop him. Izuku turned his head and registered something he had hoped was gone. A purple portal opening nearby. He realized instantly that the warp villain had appeared. The warp villain announced that it had been 5 minutes since the signal and ordered Dabi to move. Izuku's expression hardened. Tired of the situation, he let the other presence within him take command. That presence answered, and a binding energy swept through him as it asserted control. Himiko Toga waved and apologized to Izuku before stepping toward one of Kurogiri's portals. Izuku was suddenly beside her, catching her by surprise. One look into the cold, unreadable eyes of the King of Curses made her go slack, and the King of Curses caught her with a small, cruel smile. Someone shouted for Toga, but the King of Curses pushed the attacker into the portal with a swift, decisive move and offered a derisive taunt. Dabi reacted to the King of Curses' sudden assault and was stunned as the king closed in. The king struck Dabi hard enough to leave him bleeding and stumbling. Mr. Compress' eyes widened as the king turned toward him, an icier tone in his voice as he demanded the release of something Compress held. Compress trembled and tried to retreat, but the king gripped him and applied terrifying pressure. The force forced the marbles out of Compress's mouth, and they glowed and shifted back into their human forms as Bakugo and Tokoyami. Compress, terrified, snapped his fingers in a last attempt to save himself, but the danger only intensified. The King of Curses ordered them gone, then sent Compress and Dabi through the portal and kicked the Nomu into it as well. He watched Kurogiri lead the King of Curses away and sighed faintly while looking down at the girl perched on his shoulders. He allowed himself a short moment, then stepped back into the trees. Within minutes others arrived at the clearing and found Bakugo and Tokoyami on the ground as Aoyama ran toward them. From the treeline, the King of Curses surveyed the scene and admitted inwardly his dislike for the camp, though he acknowledged that he had gained what he had come for. Izuku, furious, directed a threat at him. The king replied with a casual, mocking remark and departed. Vlad King called emergency services, and 15 minutes after the villains left, ambulances and fire trucks arrived. Of the 40 students present, 15 lay unconscious in serious condition from the villains' gas, and 12 others had sustained major or minor injuries. 13 students were uninjured, but there had been 41 people at the camp and 1 was missing. Of the 6 pro heroes on scene, 1 was in serious condition after a heavy blow to the head and another had lost a great deal of blood and was missing. On the villain side, 2 were captured and arrested while 2 others were unaccounted for. The remaining villains disappeared without a trace. As his consciousness slipped, Mizuki realized he likely had no major injuries, though some external power might have helped him recover. He remembered the words of Tamura Shigaraki warning him to be careful and suggesting that their next encounter could be lethal. Mizuki reflected that the summer training camp everyone had looked forward to had ended disastrously. The next day, still during summer vacation, reporters crowded UA's closed barrier, demanding access. Inside the empty halls and classrooms, Midnight, Present Mic, All Might, Snipe, and Principal Nizu met to assess the fallout. Nizu expressed his frustration that an attack had been carried out during a camp intended to prepare students to fight villains and remarked that they had underestimated the revitalization of villain activity. Midnight questioned whether, even if they had understood the threat, they could have defended against it, given how rapidly developments had unfolded. Present Mic argued that the heroes had grown complacent in peaceful times. All Might privately admitted his anger at his own inaction. Snipe insisted that, despite everything, at least no students had been kidnapped. If that had happened, it would have been UA's greatest failure. He added that the villains had stolen the public's trust in heroes. Nizu noted that news outlets were full of criticism of UA and explained that the villains had specifically targeted Katsuki Bakugo. If Bakugo had been turned or taken, it would have been catastrophic for the school's reputation. Nizu held up a newspaper and a tablet showing the coverage as he prepared to address the issue of trust further. Present Mic lowered his voice and announced that there was a traitor among them. Present Mic slammed his hands on the table and argued that the Pussycats had known where the training camp would be held and that cell phone location information, including the students, made the situation look suspicious. Midnight told Mike to stop. Present Mic pushed back, insisting they needed to clean the place thoroughly. Snipe asked Present Mic whether he could prove he was completely innocent and warned that if they began to suspect one another they would destroy themselves from within. Nizu explained that none of them were entirely without fault, but as a school their priority had to be the safety of the students. He added that with the suspected leak, he had been considering a course of action for some time. All Might's phone rang and he excused himself to take the call. Present Mic scolded All Might to turn off his phone as he walked outside. Midnight thought the ringtone was lame. All Might clenched his fist, worrying silently that the symbol of peace could not even protect his own students, and then answered the call, asking Tsukachi what had happened. Tsukachi informed All Might that statements from Aizawa and Vlad King had arrived and that an unexpected lead might point to the League of Villains. A subordinate had reported seeing a man with a patchwork face enter a building that should have been empty. The man had been in his 20s. After checking with the building's owner, they had discovered a hidden bar and initially dismissed it. However, one of the villains who had failed in a kidnapping attempt bore the same markings. Tsukachi said that once they confirmed evidence they would move immediately, and he asked All Might to lend his power to a coordinated rescue and cleanup operation, stressing the matter's secrecy and appealing to All Might personally. Aizawa and Vlad exchanged a look behind Tsukachi. All Might began to assume his muscular form and told Tsukachi that he had a wonderful friend and that when he met those responsible he would announce his return and counterattack. News reports covered the incident across every channel. Shigaraki watched the coverage with a grim expression. He lamented that they had failed to capture Katsuki Bakugo while noting the publicity their actions had generated. Clutching a photo of a pink-haired young man, he tore it in half and vowed to make that individual pay for ruining their chance to turn a student to their side. Meanwhile, in a two-story apartment, IZUKU dried his hair now back to its natural color. He decided he should pay his little sister a visit and reached for the clothes he planned to wear. Before he left, he glanced at the person lying in the bed and muttered that he hoped what Sukuna had done would not come back to haunt him. Sukuna's voice came from the left side of Izuku's head, telling him not to be dramatic, that the necessary actions had been taken and that they needed the girl's help to find what they were after. Izuku sighed that the sooner they completed the task, the sooner he could see his friends again. He closed the door, leaving his katana and the sleeping person behind. Izuku walked the streets with a bag, his hoodie pulled up and wearing contacts to hide his natural eye color. At the hospital, Mizuki later recalled being brought there the day after the attack. She had been in and out of consciousness for 2 days with convulsions and fever. Recovery girl had treated her, and the police had visited, though Mizuki could not remember much of the PRD. Mizuki opened her eyes slowly and sat up enough to glance at the bowl of fruit on the table. She picked up an apple and savored its sweetness as memories of the intense confrontation with Muscular and fighting alongside her brother surfaced. She wondered aloud whether Kodo was all right, finished the apple, and tossed the core into the trash. A knock came at the door and Kaminari entered with a bright smile, noting that Mizuki was awake. Almost everyone from her class followed, bringing with them an awkward mixture of concern and levity. Kaminari mentioned that the media were swarming the school. Sato observed that the situation felt worse than the spring incident. Mineta proudly presented a melon they had brought together. Tokoyami offered an apology for the trouble he had caused Mizuki. Mizuki returned that she had also caused trouble herself. They explained that not everyone from Class A had recovered. Jiro and Hagakure remained unconscious from the villain's gas, and Yaoyorozu had suffered a heavy blow to the head and was still hospitalized here, though she had regained consciousness the day before. Ida explained that everyone but those three had come. Uraraka scoffed and added that there were 15 of them. Todoroki bluntly noted that Bakugo was not there. Mizuki laughed, and the warmth of her laugh eased the tension among her classmates. Mizuki then pointed out that there was someone they had neither seen nor heard from, and Ida widened his eyes, asking if she meant Itadori. Mizuki nodded. Ida recounted what Shoji, Tokoyami, and Todoroki had said. Itadori had gone all out to make sure Bakugo was not left in the villain's clutches. Mizuki smiled as her classmates praised her brother despite his using a false name. She could see how heroic IZUKU had been. Mizuki stretched and, noticing the concern around her, asked Kirishima if something was on his mind. Kirishima, surprised, sighed and admitted he could not escape observant eyes. He said he, too, had something to tell them. Todoroki and he had been at the hospital yesterday. Kirishima remembered gasping at the sight of Todoroki there. He explained that he could not sit still at home, and Todoroki agreed that he had felt the same. Walking down a hallway, Kirishima recalled seeing All Might and a police officer speaking with Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu had told All Might and Tsukachi that, with a ways from Class B, she had attached a tracking device to one of the villains and had given the device to them for their investigation. All Might praised her growth, and Yaoyorozu admitted feeling frustrated by how little she could do. All Might reassured her and asked them to leave the rest to the professionals. Back in the present, Ida asked if they planned to have Yaoyorozu make another receiver. Kirishima shook his head and said he had only mentioned it because he felt they would have done anything to help if one of them had been kidnapped. Todoroki added that if any of them had been taken, they would do whatever it took to save them, which drew wide eyes from their classmates. Ida took off his glasses and said he understood and would have done the same, but since none of them had been kidnapped, this situation had to be handled by the professionals and was not a place for them to act. Kirishima and Todoroki both nodded. Tsuyu suggested giving Mizuki some space. The students placed get-well cards on the table beside her and offered their goodbyes. Mizuki sighed to herself, thinking that if Bakugo had been taken she would not hesitate to save him, even if he resisted. A warm voice then reached her, the kind that made her feel safe and like a child running into trusted arms. Mizuki turned toward the door and saw her brother, IZUKU, smiling at her. Tears filled her eyes as she greeted him. IZUKU set a bag on the table beside her bed and hugged her. He suggested they get to know each other better while enjoying something he liked to eat, and Mizuki's eyes brightened. IZUKU revealed 2 containers filled with the savory smell of katsudon. The siblings talked and ate together, quietly aware that the calm would not last long because IZUKU would have to leave soon. A short while later, a woman informed Endeavor that Mr. Tsukachi from the police had called requesting urgent assistance. Endeavor acknowledged the message. At Best Jeanist Agency, Best Jeanist announced to his sidekicks that he had received an emergency summons and would be leaving for a while. He urged them to remain strong and keep the streets safe in his absence, and his sidekicks agreed. Several pro-heroes were contacted as the situation developed, and more were called in to assist. Meanwhile, IZUKU was in Mizuki's room, gently parting a few strands of her hair as she slept. He smiled at the sight of his little sister and, after slipping a few pictures into a get-well card and signing his name, he placed the card beside her and kissed her forehead. Mizuki smiled in her sleep. IZUKU told her that he would see her later, then left the room. Outside the hospital, IZUKU stood beneath the night sky. A young girl in black jeans, a red long-sleeved button shirt, and a cropped black hoodie with red sneakers stepped up to him and asked what had taken him so long. IZUKU explained with a sigh that he had wanted to spend some time with his little sister, Mizuki. Himiko smiled and tossed a katana named Ryoba to IZUKU, who caught it easily. Himiko, holding a burner phone, said she would get on with her mission and that he should take care of his own task. IZUKU noticed the receiver in his hand, a device Yaoyorozu had made at his request. He felt a small gratitude toward Yaoyorozu for trusting him despite knowing what he had done. Sukuna mused that it was surprising the girl would hand over the receiver so readily and suggested she might want a reward, but IZUKU dismissed the thought. He put on his hoodie and checked the receiver. IZUKU noted that he already had one location thanks to Himiko and felt the next location would be where they would find what they were looking for. He set off. At a strategy meeting, Police Commissioner Tsukachi gathered pro-heroes including Empty Lady, Kamui Woods, Gang Orca, Tiger, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, and All Might to begin their discussion. In the League's lair, Shigaraki hummed after receiving a message that Toga had managed to escape and was returning to their location. Twice cheered that Toga was safe and coming back. Dabi remained indifferent, while Spinner, Mr. Compress, and Magna were pleased by the news. On the bullet train, Izuku sat with his hoodie up, watching the receiver. He checked the coordinates: Kamino Ward, Yokohama City in Kanagawa Prefecture. Leaving Nagano would take about 2 hours, so he expected to arrive around 10 o'clock. He stared out the window as the scenery blurred, thinking about how drastically his life had changed. Sukuna remained quiet in his mind. Arriving at Kamino Ward, Izuku walked through crowded streets in awe of the city. Sukuna, in a mischievous mood, suggested targeting people who seemed like troublemakers, but Izuku rebuked him and focused on the mission. His attention shifted to a jumbotron displaying an apology press conference from UA High School. The broadcast showed Nizu, Aizawa, and Vlad bowing on screen and apologizing for an incident that had harmed several first-year students. Aizawa expressed remorse for the school's unpreparedness and for causing unease in society. A reporter from Yomiuri TV asked about the multiple encounters UA students had with villains this year and how the school had explained the injuries to the students' families as well as what specific countermeasures were being taken. Nizu answered that they would increase policing in the surrounding area and review school security to ensure student safety. People in the crowd watching the broadcast murmured that the students were not being protected, and Izuku watched with narrowed eyes, thinking that the commentators did not understand the full situation. Back in the League's lair, the TV feed shut off. Shigaraki reflected aloud that heroes were being criticized despite making mistakes, and he questioned the idea of heroes becoming mere paid figures. Spinner echoed Stain's teachings about heroes being more than paid protectors. Shigaraki considered past events, the USJ incident, Stain, and the summer camp, and felt a mounting dissatisfaction that stemmed from constant interference with their plans. He wondered about a green-haired boy he had seen in past conflicts and about other figures whose connections did not make sense to him. Shigaraki spoke. The door opened and Toga arrived, removing her cropped hoodie with a manic smile. Twice greeted her enthusiastically. Tice scolded Toga for taking so long and claimed that nobody wanted her there, prompting Toga to laugh. She apologized for the delay, saying she had needed to hide from prying eyes but was back now. Himiko asked Shigaraki what the plan was as he removed the hand that had been on his face. Shigaraki replied that he believed his teacher would handle it. Himiko clenched her jaw and urged him in her head to hurry, addressing him mentally as her king. During the broadcast of the interview with Nizu, Aizawa, and Vlad, a reporter asked about the students' safety and noted that Aizawa had seemed to urge them to fight. Aizawa responded that they had been unable to fully grasp the situation and that urging action had been necessary to avoid the worst possible outcome. The reporter pressed whether Aizawa considered 26 victims not to be the worst possible outcome. Aizawa clarified that by worst possible outcome he had meant the students being overwhelmed and facing mortal danger. Nizu added that the attack had been caused by a sleeping gas from an enemy quirk and that, thanks to the quick response of Ms. Kendo and Mr. Tetsutetsu, there had been no serious physical injuries. Nizu also explained that the students did not appear to be suffering serious psychological trauma. The reporter pushed back, asking if that made the incident a bright spot in a tragedy. Nizu answered that the worst outcome would be anything that infringed on the students' futures. The reporter then questioned what would have happened if a student who was not part of the school Katsuki Bakugo had been involved, suggesting the villains might try to recruit or break him. Vlad feared the reporter was trying to force them into saying something inappropriate. Aizawa rose from his chair, visibly angry, and Vlad thought the reporter was exploiting Aizawa's dislike of the media. Vlad silently urged restraint and Aizawa bowed his head. Aizawa accepted full responsibility for Katsuki Bakugo's violent behavior as an educator, explaining that Bakugo's actions at the sports festival stemmed from his concept of ideal strength. Aizawa said the villains might have thought they had an opening but that such a view was short-sighted. The reporter demanded to know whether they had a concrete plan. Nizu assured them they were not idle, that investigations were underway with the police, and that they would do everything to get their student back. The TV feed meanwhile showed the League's lair. Shigaraki sighed as he listened to the interview. Magna muttered that it was a total lame fest. Himiko watched Shigaraki scratching his neck in irritation as he commented that the heroes always found a way to look at the bright side. He observed that if Bakugo were present he would not join their side and would be of little use, and he warned that with the heroes continuing their investigation they did not have time to be leisurely. Shigaraki turned to the screen and asked his master to lend him power. All for One grinned on the other side of the feed and signaled approval of the decision. In Kamino Ward, IZUKU followed the receiver to a back alley and spotted a small window. He leapt, grabbed the ledge, pulled himself up, and broke through the window to get inside. He acknowledged that his entry might cause problems but felt he did not have time to waste. He landed and quickly looked around, trying to remain unseen. At the heroes' coordination meeting, Endeavor complained that he did not want to be cleaning up after UA. Best Jeanist addressed Endeavor through a screen and reminded him that everyone had to consider the bigger picture. Tsukachi explained that the incident could become the impetus for the destruction of hero society and that they needed to give everything to resolve it successfully. Other heroes listened intently. Best Jeanist recalled inviting Bakugo to his agency in an attempt to reform his behavior and reflected that Bakugo's stubbornness would likely have led him to refuse any villainous offer. Gang Orca questioned whether even Best Jeanist had managed to change him, and Best Jeanist admitted Bakugo had been inflexible. Tiger noted personally that a comrade, Ragdoll, had been taken and that he could not overlook it. Tsukachi described that tracking data from a student's device indicated multiple hideouts and that their investigations had identified likely locations. He said they would send the bulk of their forces to those sites to prioritize recovering the victim while also moving to secure other locations to cut off escape routes and arrest the villains at once. Gran Torino called to Tashinori, prompting All Might to respond that if the villains were recruiting someone like him, they would certainly act. All Might cut Gran Torino off and noted the seriousness of the developments, agreeing that the enemy would move. Tsukachi explained that, at the press conference earlier, they had worked with the principal to feign distress to deceive the villains into thinking a rushed response was unlikely. Police then burst through doors and took to the streets as Tsukachi urged swift retaliation, asserting that the villains would not expect them to strike that same day and that they should capitalize on that advantage. All Might called for the counterattack, urging the heroes to overturn the tide. The police and selected heroes gathered outside the League of Villains hideout. IZUKU moved through the warehouse, narrowly avoiding the Nomu. He thought he still could not believe there were so many and that he needed to find Sukuna quickly because they were running out of time. A teammate on the comms said they would try to pinpoint the location, but warned there was a chance someone had obscured it. Himiko waited and sighed that it was about time. A knock sounded behind Bakugo, and a DLVI person announced that they were from the Pizza Kamino store. The villains stared at the door in confusion. Twice insisted loudly that he had not ordered pizza and hoped they still had pineapple. Without warning, All Might punched through the wall behind Spinner and declared a smash. Spinner tumbled to the floor in surprise. Shigaraki ordered Kurojiri to open a gate, but All Might ducked as Kamui Woods appeared in his place. Kamui Woods used his roots to bind the villains, finishing with a lacquered chain prison that held them fast. Dabi groaned at the sudden tree restraint as flames flickered over his body, and Gran Torino appeared and knocked Dabi unconscious with a swift kick. Gran Torino advised the villains to stay put, praising the restraint and coordination of the heroes. All Might praised Kamui Woods and Gran Torino for their efforts and told the League of Villains that they could no longer run because the heroes were there. Mr. Compress reacted with disbelief at how apparent the arrangements had been. Twice complained about being pulled by the tree and asked to be pushed instead. Himiko protested, but she only acted out her part. Edgeshot then slid into the room using Foldabody and unlocked the door for the police, saying that outside the villains were surrounded by capable heroes like Endeavor and the police. Endeavor demanded to know why others were allowed to rush in while he held the perimeter. Shigaraki glared at All Might and demanded why the heroes had come to confront him directly. All Might told Shigaraki that he was still inexperienced. All Might accused the League of underestimating the thorough investigations of the police and the heroes' resolve. Best Jeanist reported that they had the Nomu hangar under control and used his strings to restrain several Nomu while Tiger found and secured Ragdoll. All Might declared that the time for childish pranks was over and that this was the end for Tamura Shigaraki. Spinner noted that Shigaraki had been acknowledged by Stain. Shigaraki spat back that this was only the beginning. He intended to destroy the corrupt ideas of justice and peace that the heroes upheld and had gathered others to his cause. He ordered Kurojiri to bring as many as he could. Kurojiri reported that the Nomu that had been expected to be at a fixed location were not there, and he sounded nervous. Shigaraki frowned at this information. Meanwhile, IZUKU ran through the dark warehouse until a truck smashed through a wall. The lady had used the truck, lifted it, and brought it down to create an opening, sending debris and wind that nearly knocked IZUKU over. He was shaken but steadied himself and pushed onward. Back in the lair, Shigaraki's outburst seemed to strike through Kurojiri. Kurojiri collapsed, and Magna screamed in alarm. Edgeshot explained that he had used a non-lethal technique to render the man unconscious. He announced the name of his technique, Ninpo, 1,000-sheet piece, and said the man had been a nuisance and would be kept asleep. Gran Torino reminded the villains that he had warned them to stay put. Gran Torino and the others, Gran Torino, Magna, Mr. Compress, Spinner, Toga, and Twice, were identified by their real names as the police worked through the night to determine their identities. Gran Torino told them there would be nowhere to run and asked Shigaraki where his boss was. Shigaraki's eyes widened at the question. Footsteps echoed as a man approached the younger Shigaraki, who was slumped against a wall. The man said no one had come to save him, asked whether everyone had ignored him, and reached out to call him Tenko Shimura, telling him he had done nothing wrong and that he was there for him. Shigaraki felt conflicted and tensed against the words. All Might demanded again where Shigaraki's boss was. Shigaraki told him to go away and to disappear. All Might called Shigaraki's name, and Shigaraki shouted that he hated him. Kamui Woods called for backup and glanced over his shoulder, then gasped when he saw Nomus filling the area. Endeavor reacted with a sharp shout and unleashed flames at one of the creatures. Inspector Tsukachi ordered the evacuation zone to be expanded and asked Best Jeanist over the radio whether the other hideout had been secured. When no answer came, Tsukachi tried again, calling Jeanist's name. Gran Torino kicked a Nomu aside while All Might sent another flying with a heavy blow. Gran Torino remarked to Tashinori that these Nomus should not have been able to warp like that, and All Might agreed, uneasy at how quickly the villains were escalating their tactics. Shigaraki stood apart from the chaos and hummed a short, satisfied sound while looking toward the group he called Master. 2 minutes earlier, IZUKU had been watching the heroes from a distance and cleared his throat, thinking that finding what he needed would not be easy. A lady frowned at the sight of the creatures and asked Best Jeanist whether their task could really be this simple. Best Jeanist told the newcomer not to mix thoughts of difficulty and importance, then ordered the riot squad to prepare the maidens and to keep pushing forward. Tiger called for Ragdoll and Gang Orca moved toward her. Gang Orca noted with relief that Ragdoll showed signs of life, but Tiger demanded to know what had been done to her. IZUKU and Sukuna both felt a chill as they sensed an energy like that of the King of Curses. Footsteps echoed through the warehouse. A voice apologized to Tiger, admitting that the situation had been too good an opportunity to pass up. Tiger and Gang Orca peered into the dark as the voice and approaching steps continued. Gang Orca asked whether the speaker was affiliated with the League, and Tiger requested a light. The man stepped into the light, prompting Best Jeanist to act quickly and bring the man's clothes under control to prevent movement. MT Lady worried aloud about the possibility that he might be a civilian, and Best Jeanist explained that hesitation at that moment could decide the fight and that they had to prevent the villains from taking advantage. Red energy gathered around the man and a powerful burst of force sent dust and debris scattering. When the dust settled, IZUKU was holding Ryoba tightly, breathing hard and aware of his human limits. The man nearby observed that Tamura had begun to make his own decisions and sighed about the interference. IZUKU heard Sukuna urging him to take control, and after a tense moment he steadied himself and resolved to act against their opponent. He told Sukuna that he would handle the enemy. All for one moved with a calm amusement, narrowly avoiding a blade swung in his direction and commenting scornfully on the presence of a child confronting him. IZUKU stood with his hoodie up and Ryoba in hand, adopting a sword stance and preparing for the confrontation. IZUKU could only grunt and cough, shaken and struggling to remain upright. All for one noted with a dismissive amusement that IZUKU still had enough strength to stand, then sent a broad gust that hurled IZUKU through the air and into a wall of rock. IZUKU was knocked back and the impact left him reeling. At the same time, Toga expelled the same strange gray matter that had been used earlier, drawing the attention of the heroes. The gray masses began to surround several villains, and Gran Torino exclaimed in alarm as they advanced. All Might shouted orders and moved to repel the threat. Kamui Woods apologized as several villains vanished in a swirl with Shigaraki. Edge Shot reassured him, explaining that they had misjudged the nature of Kurogiri's warp and had expected ordinary teleportation rather than a path-opening effect. More Nomus leapt into the fray, and Gran Torino called for All Might. All Might launched into action with a powerful Oklahoma smash that sent 3 Nomus flying clear of the building. Officers on the scene continued to open fire and try to control the onslaught. Endeavor directed flames at the Nomus and speculated about their origin, worried that the Nomu might have come from deeper within the enemy's network. Tsukachi reported he could not reach Best Jeanist or the others and fretted that they might have failed to secure the Nomu factory. At the factory, the heroes lay beaten on the ground while a slow, mocking applause echoed through the space. All for One praised Best Jeanist's speed and decision-making, noting how he had manipulated clothing to pull heroes aside and create openings. Best Jeanist stared at All for One, assessing him and thinking that the League clearly had a mastermind of its own, someone as strong and cautious as All Might, and someone who would not reveal himself unless he felt secure. Best Jeanist resolved that capturing Shigaraki and the others quickly was the priority, even as he acknowledged that the situation was not what he had been briefed for. This was not what he had been told, Best Jeanist thought, but he pushed that aside and focused on the task at hand. Best Jeanist insisted that a top hero should not use excuses for failure. His clothing fibers helped him sit up, and he directed them at All for One. All for One, floating in the air, unleashed a sudden gust that struck Best Jeanist and knocked him back hard. The light in Best Jeanist's eyes faded as he fell to the ground. All for One observed that this strength came from extensive practice and experience, noting that the quirk did not suit Tamura's disposition as he shook his hand. As he turned his head, he was caught by a well-placed kick that pushed him back and sent the attacker to the ground. IZUKU was the attacker, his face marked by unfamiliar streaks that belonged to Hitachi rather than Sukuna. He thought that he had the power but could not hear clear guidance. A voice urged him to focus on the enemy in front of him and promised that Hitachi would return, advising him to use the power in the meantime. IZUKU nodded, but before he could move, a portal opened and several villains appeared. Spinner lay on the floor, sticking out his tongue in disgust. Toga covered her mouth in surprise. Twice commented that something smelled odd and then brightened at the scene. Shigaraki addressed All for One as master. All for One moved toward Shigaraki, reached out his hand, and told him to try again as many times as needed, that he was there for him and that everything was for him. As All for One spoke, an energy slash suddenly cut through the air. Tamura was pushed out of the way as the villains who were still conscious turned and saw IZUKU, and Tamura's fury flared. Shigaraki yelled in rage while IZUKU smirked and taunted him with a sharp, confident insult aimed at Tamura's defeat. IZUKU glanced toward Himiko, who nodded, then exhaled and addressed his father, noting that it had taken him long enough to arrive. All Might heard and flew down, striking All for One, who blocked the blow. All Might demanded that All for One return everything he had taken, and All for One provoked him by asking if All Might intended to kill him again. IZUKU shielded his eyes from the gust of wind as the combat intensified. All for One remarked that the commotion provided cover for someone to hide, though he noted that the situation remained complicated. Tamura screamed in rage that when he next saw All Might he would tear him apart, and IZUKU watched with a detached, amused expression. IZUKU then declared that Tamura lacked a hand to fight with and that he should finish him this time, the markings on IZUKU's face glowing with resolve. All Might pushed All for One until debris flew up, and All for One taunted All Might about his slower arrival. All Might shot back with a cutting remark about All for One's appearance and mask. IZUKU, a little winded and bruised from the fight, kept moving to avoid Shigaraki, Magna, Mr. Compress, Twice, and Himiko, who pretended to aim her blade at him. IZUKU thought that the villains were managing to keep All Might occupied and regretted not giving his all earlier. All Might vowed not to repeat past mistakes and promised to imprison All for One and the League of Villains under his control. All for One sighed that there was a lot to do and that it would be difficult for both of them. His arm glowed with red energy as he raised it, using wind to halt All Might and blast him into a nearby building, sending others sprawling. All for One enumerated internally the quirks he had combined for this attack. IZUKU clicked his tongue as Himiko sprang at him and pressed a knife threateningly to his neck. Himiko whispered an apology for what she had to do, and IZUKU chuckled, telling her that she was just playing her part. His calm tone made her flush slightly. All for One instructed Tamura to retreat and take IZUKU with him, saying that the boy seemed to have potential. He then ordered Kurogiri to evacuate their allies, explaining that his transport could only send people to or away from him and only to destinations he knew well. A massive portal appeared above Kurogiri as All for One activated a forcible quirk transfer and commanded everyone to go. Magna protested that some of the transported allies were unconscious, but All for One explained the limits of his transport and insisted that they move quickly. As the portal formed, the air filled with the noise of the retreat. A loud boom signaled All Might's reemergence from the debris as he leaped toward One for All, while All for One urged Tamura to keep growing and thinking. All Might slammed his fist into All for One's arm as Shigaraki watched, murmuring that All for One was his master. Mr. Compress urged Shigaraki to move while the pipe mask held All Might back. He turned Dabi into a marble and then focused on IZUKU. IZUKU pushed Himiko away to free himself, and Mr. Compress told the group to take their opportunity. The villains turned their attention to IZUKU, who grinned and muttered that the situation was a nuisance. He made a decisive hand movement that sent cracks racing across the ground, forcing several villains back. IZUKU surged toward Shigaraki and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the portal, telling Tamura that he could not finish him yet and daring him to grow stronger so they could face each other later. He repeated the maneuver against other villains, avoiding their counterattacks and forcing them toward the portal, though Himiko remained nearby near the clash between All for One and All Might. IZUKU narrowly avoided a kick from Gran Torino. Gran Torino scolded the boy for the risky situation he had caused, and the boy only chuckled in response. IZUKU asked if he could have a bit of fun, and the way he said it made Gran Torino see, in his mind, the silhouette of the man who had killed his friend. IZUKU moved straight toward All Might. Gran Torino shoved himself into the boy's path, and All Might rushed forward to stop him, but a dark veil spread across the area and shut down the space between them. All Might slammed his fist in frustration as the barrier sealed him out. IZUKU turned his attention to All for One and declared that the villain's time in this world ended there. He smiled to himself and prepared to switch control. All for One laughed at the attempt, and then a blade moved as if of its own accord. Himiko Toga stood nearby holding Ryoba. Toga clicked her tongue, amused by the chaos. Efo warned her that betraying him and Tamura would not win her an easy death. Toga smirked and warned him to be careful where he looked. Suddenly Efo flinched from a sharp strike to his chest and staggered, clearly hurt. Sukuna stepped forward, removing his hoodie so his hair stood up and his eyes glared. He mocked the century-old villain for remaining weak and vowed to take back what was his. Sukuna dashed at Toga and asked her to lend him her strength and become his weapon. Toga flushed as Sukuna grabbed her and Ryoba floated beside the King of Curses. The capsule she had taken responded, cursed energy building around her and changing her form. Sukuna chuckled and rushed toward AFO. Sukuna launched into the attack. All for One tried to avoid the visible and invisible arcs of energy, but several strikes found their mark and left him reeling. AFO warned Sukuna that he had made a grave mistake, but Sukuna pressed forward. When AFO sent a wind-based counterattack, Sukuna used Ryoba to deflect it and struck AFO in the face, knocking him back onto the ground. AFO coughed and was then struck again by the edge of a blade. He was lifted and pinned by that weapon, struggling to speak, and he unleashed a blast of air that pushed Sukuna back a short distance. Sukuna taunted AFO's appearance, laughing at him, which only made AFO angrier. AFO reached into a pocket and let out a sudden laugh, but Himiko's voice reminded him that the true priority remained, and Sukuna signaled with a gesture that stopped AFO's movement. AFO cried out when one of his hands was sliced and then was grabbed by his face. Sukuna warned him not to think about using whatever he had hidden, and then disarmed him further so that AFO could no longer rely on his arms. AFO kicked Sukuna away in a desperate reaction and screamed his fury. Sukuna looked at AFO with cold disinterest and dismissed him as a disappointment. Then a large silhouette moved into the scene. In a swift strike, AFO found his legs disabled and was left unable to stand. He felt panic as his quirk failed him and he was cut off from the object he had clung to for control. Sukuna planted his katanas in the ground on either side of him and told AFO that he was fortunate Sukuna would not finish him. AFO clung to the hope of survival and promised to do whatever it took to live. Sukuna's laughter turned to the revelation that it would not be his hand to end AFO, but the boy's. Sukuna said it was IZUKU's job to finish this. The timed limit expired and IZUKU took control, standing over the defeated figure. IZUKU declared that, as Sukuna had said, AFO would die. AFO begged for mercy and offered resources and followers, insisting they both hated the same society and that he could help bring it down, pleading for a chance to join forces instead. All for One's call to join him rang out, but IZUKU remained silent and pressed his hands together. He refused to let anyone hurt someone precious to him and invoked Malevolent Shrine, the technique he had been holding back. A single droplet seemed to hang in the air as All for One's breath hitched. Chains wrapped around his remaining body, and the eyes he had once lost opened wide at the sight of the shrine. IZUKU stood over him, flanked by two allies who each held a katana that represented them. All for One's memories flashed before him: triumphs, failures, and the face that should have been at his side. He whispered Yoichi's name before a swift supernatural strike felled him and he collapsed without a graphic sound. IZUKU stepped forward, rifled through a scattered jacket, and retrieved what he had been searching for. He returned the relic to Ryomen, stating that Ryomen had his heart back. Sukuna watched quietly as the boy dropped to the ground, catching his breath. He noted that using such a technique took a toll on the body and promised himself he would become stronger so he could use it more often. He rose, sheathed the 2 katanas he carried, and in Himiko's case wrapped the blade in cloth for protection. IZUKU waited until the scene was set and the curtain of the moment loosened. As he slipped away, the first heroes arrived and discovered the fallen all for one. Hours later, IZUKU leaned on his bike and watched the waves move. Footsteps approached, and Satoru Gojo appeared. Gojo offered a ride, and IZUKU agreed, securing his bike onto the pickup truck Gojo had obtained. As Gojo prepared to drive, he asked whether IZUKU intended to say goodbye to his sister and friends. IZUKU explained that he had already said his goodbyes to Mizuki and that was all he needed. Gojo started the engine and the 2 of them drove away. Meanwhile, Mizuki sat looking through a stack of photos from summer camp. The most recent showed her and IZUKU smiling together. She wiped away a tear and smiled, promising herself she would see her big brother later. Chapter end. IZUKU reunited with Junpei and recounted everything that had occurred during his absence. Junpei felt a bitter mix of relief and devastation. His mother was safe, but the revelation that a former friend had betrayed him, killed his mother, and manipulated him into becoming a pawn had left a deep wound. Junpei's desire for vengeance grew, and IZUKU refused to let him face that path alone. Having walked a similar road, IZUKU stood by Junpei and pledged to help him prepare. A week later, Junpei had committed to training not only to confront Mahito but to fight all cursed spirits and those who abused cursed techniques. IZUKU explained that seeking vengeance did not mean giving up the good things in life, friends, family, and moments of peace, but it did require the strength to protect them. Together they began a rigorous training regimen. Mahito had taught Junpei to rely heavily on his shikigami, and IZUKU focused on correcting that dependence by teaching hand-to-hand combat and weapons work, drawing on his own precision with a katana. Gojo informed them that they had roughly 2 months before the Tokyo and Kyoto interschool tournament and that he had arranged an extension to allow proper preparation. Given the time frame, IZUKU lent his katana, Ryoba, to Junpei to help accelerate his training, even though the sword had been temperamental lately because of events that had occurred a few days before. A few days earlier, IZUKU had held a cursed relic, the essence of Sukuna, in his hand. The relic pulsed with power and a presence that suggested consuming it would grant greater strength. Sukuna's voice urged that course of action. IZUKU balked at the idea of such a literal choice and questioned how he could possibly carry it out. Sukuna countered by asking if he had any better plan. A short pause bridged the moment, and then IZUKU set the relic aside to focus on more practical preparations. The training resumed, and with their goals and grievances clear, IZUKU and Junpei pushed forward toward the tournament and whatever confrontations lay beyond. Sukuna remarked that they would get to reunite with someone who would be there permanently, and IZUKU sighed as he looked back at the heart. IZUKU muttered to himself that it was like before and decided to get it over with. He forced the heart into his mouth. A sharp, unnatural heat flared through him as he swallowed, and his body reacted violently for a few seconds. The markings associated with Hitachi appeared across his skin and sweat drenched him. Sound and vision blurred. He could barely discern Himiko and Ryoba, who glowed like human-shaped lights moving toward him. Inside his mindscape, a warm aura surrounded him. He found himself on a white sandy beach with a clear sea and an empty, cloudless sky. Turning around in surprise, he saw Sukuna and Hitachi lounging on chairs, wearing swim trunks and sunglasses, each with a small glass in hand. Sukuna greeted him with a teasing tone and Hitachi offered a calm, friendly acknowledgement. IZUKU chuckled and walked toward the 2 cursed spirits. He told Hitachi about the battle with the villain to reclaim the heart, and Hitachi laughed, wishing he had seen the villain's face. IZUKU then regained consciousness in a bed, shirtless and disoriented. Movement under the sheets told him he was not alone. He opened his eyes to find Himiko with her hair down and Ryoba in human form watching him with attentive expressions. Ryoba addressed him as master. The 2 cursed spirits celebrated enthusiastically in the background at the news of his S-tier status, and one of them remarked, amused, about Ryomen's behavior. IZUKU groaned as he tried to sit up, but Himiko and Ryoba gently held him in place. Back in the present, IZUKU accepted that because Ryoba would follow only her true master, training and coordination could be difficult. He made a promise related to the katana that he would likely come to regret, a promise Sukuna found endlessly amusing while Hitachi offered quiet reassurance. Junpei needed to increase his curse energy reserves quickly and learn hand-to-hand combat and weapon use in a short time. To do the first, IZUKU agreed to share his energy through Ryoba whenever Junpei was depleted. To do the second, Ryoba would heal Junpei's injuries and replenish his stamina so he could train far longer than usual. The plan worked. In 2 months, Junpei's hand-to-hand and weapon skills improved dramatically. As his curse energy grew in both quantity and quality, they discovered that his Shikigami, Moondregs, could manifest in a much larger true form, exponentially larger than a skyscraper, and could split into many smaller versions. Depending on the amount of curse energy he channeled, Junpei could summon variations in size and number, creating numerous clones of varying power. Like IZUKU, Junpei developed immunity to all forms of poison, making him exceptionally proficient with poisonous techniques. With this in mind, IZUKU arranged for Gojo's help in finding a proper cursed tool for Junpei. They settled on a gigantic, special-grade cleaver sword named Blade Shifter. The head of the cleaver was practically indestructible and could cut through almost anything. If it were somehow broken, it could regenerate when supplied with curse energy. IZUKU imbued the weapon with traces of his own technique as well as Sukuna's and Hitachi's, granting it a self-regenerating property. The tool also functioned as a curse energy conductor. It could increase in durability and sharpness through applied energy and could unleash compressed, destructive, or penetrative cursed energy for mid- and long-range attacks. The sword could shift forms to extend Junpei's attack options. Its default form was a broadsword, and it could change into a slim, double-edged katana with a purple handle and a sheath striped black, purple, and white. Because Junpei could make his curse energy poisonous, he could infuse long-range attacks through the sword to afflict opponents. With the new weapon and his enhanced abilities, Junpei was more than ready in terms of power. What remained was battlefield experience. He had not been idle. They had already completed 2 missions since training began. Naturally, IZUKU had been pushing himself rigorously as well, training relentlessly alongside Junpei to prepare them both for what lay ahead. IZUKU trained to fight with 2 swords and to imbue them with his cursed energy to send out multiple long-range arcs. He also spent time learning both of his cursed weapons, which were in truth girls. He had to put up with their constant bickering and their clinginess when they were not in weapon form, but none of that stopped him from continuing his training. He also practiced inside his mindscape within Hitachi's domain, the beach, where the open space helped him work toward a technique he had been planning for a while. IZUKU managed to use one of Sukuna's techniques, cleave, but Sukuna knew that was not enough. The boy wanted to get used to wielding the King of Curses' deadly edge while Hitachi helped him sharpen his senses. Meanwhile, IZUKU and Junpei were sparring while Himiko, Ryoba, Gojo, and Nanami observed. Junpei used the slender form of the bread shifter while IZUKU gathered cursed energy around his fist. IZUKU asked if they were ready and Junpei nodded, taking a stance. The two charged at each other with smiles, the timer they had set signaling the start of the match. The following day, Kujisaki dropped her magazine in shock, eyes wide as she clutched her suitcase and backpack. She exclaimed in disbelief at why everyone else appeared empty-handed. Maki, Fushiguro, Inumaki, and Panda exchanged puzzled looks and asked what she meant. Panda questioned why she had so much luggage. Kujisaki replied that she had been preparing to go to Kyoto for the sister school Goodwill event. Panda clarified that the event with the Kyoto school was actually being held in Tokyo and that it was hosted by the school that had won the previous year. Kujisaki reacted with frustration, asking what her preparations had been for. Maki rested a hand on her hip and observed that this explained why their recent conversations had been a little tense. Fushiguro agreed. Kujisaki protested loudly, calling the situation a fraud. Panda explained that Yuta had been the only representative the previous year, joining to fill numbers. Maki recalled that it had been before Rika was freed and that Yuta had dominated the competition. Kujisaki declared that she would never forgive Okatsu Yuta, despite never having met him. As the group spoke, one of the students announced that the Kyoto team had arrived. Maki signaled that she had noticed them. Mai took the lead among the newcomers, approaching with an air of arrogance and taunting the Tokyo students for being present. The mood shifted and tension rose between the groups. Mai Zenin, a second-year student, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and suggested that any greetings would be distasteful. Amidadu, a third-year student, rubbed his head and pointed out that Okatsu was not present. Mai demanded that someone hand over the boxes of cakes and traditional sweets. She indicated specific confections: cinnamon sweets, jelly noodles, and buckwheat cookies, and did so with a threatening gesture. A short girl with blonde hair bound in a witch-like style tightened her grip on her broom and flinched at Kujisaki's formidable presence, commenting that the first-year student was frightening. Momo Nishimiya, a third-year student, voiced that fear quietly. The robot-like ultimate Mechamar, a second-year student, remarked that having Okatsu absent was fortunate but that 2 first years on the Tokyo side still represented a handicap. Kujisaki exclaimed at the sight of the robot. Noritoshi Kamo, a third-year student with dark hair, asserted calmly that a sorcerer's strength had nothing to do with age and noted that Fushiguro's bloodline gave him an edge. Mai clicked her tongue in disdain when Kamo questioned her reaction, and she returned a cold glance. A blue-haired second-year student, Kasumi Miwa, stepped forward and urged everyone to calm down. Yutaheim Iori, a semi-grade 1 Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer in a traditional shrine maiden outfit with a prominent scar across her face, climbed the stairs and called them to order, asking where a particular teacher was. Panda answered that Satoru was late. Maki agreed that he was rarely on time, and Fushiguro sneered that no one expected him to behave like Gojo-sensei. A pole cart announced Gojo's arrival as he ran up to them with a boyish grin, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting. Yutaheim clicked her tongue in disapproval at his behavior, while Miwa reacted with excited admiration at seeing him. Gojo announced that he had just returned from a trip abroad and claimed to have brought souvenirs for the Kyoto team. Panda noted the suddenness of the gesture, and Maki speculated that jet lag might be the reason for his odd behavior. Gojo proceeded to hand out pink voodoo doll trinkets as gifts for the Kyoto students. When he reached Yutaheim, he teased that there was none for her. Yutaheim responded by insisting she did not want it. Maki then confronted Gojo angrily, scolding him for giving the opposing team souvenirs while giving his own students nothing and accusing him of trying to demotivate them. Gojo laughed at the commotion, taking the disruption lightly. Gojo announced that he had an even better and more useful gift for his students, 4 gifts in fact. Footsteps approached, drawing everyone's attention. 3 teenagers appeared, 2 girls and 1 boy wearing the traditional Jiu-Jitsu school uniform, with a few of the girls choosing pants instead of skirts. The Tokyo and Kyoto students exchanged confused looks until they followed Gojo's gaze upward. A few people who knew IZUKU Midoriya recognized him immediately. Many of the Kyoto students and some Tokyo second years had no idea who he was. IZUKU hovered a little above the ground, smiling as gravity pulled him back down. He landed with composure, taking in the shocked faces of his friends. IZUKU greeted Megumi and Nobara and told them he was back. Nobara barreled toward him in disbelief and attempted to strike, but IZUKU gently caught her punch, spun her around, and held her in an embrace. Nobara shouted in surprise until she met the amused expression he gave her. He apologized for keeping them waiting, and Nobara blushed and tried to hide her reaction, insisting it was not like she had missed him as she turned away. IZUKU chuckled and released her, then turned to Megumi. IZUKU introduced the 3 newcomers as reliable and powerful friends and the newest first years, Junpei Yoshino, Himiko Toga, and Ryoba Samiskai. Megumi stepped forward and landed a punch to IZUKU's gut, which IZUKU caught with a smile. Megumi scolded him for being absent for 4 months despite being alive the whole time. IZUKU scratched the back of his head and explained that he had many complications to deal with and that he had not been allowed to return until it was safe for him to do so. He revealed that his disappearance had been part of a setup in which his friends had been intended as collateral. Keeping his survival secret had been necessary for his protection and theirs. The secrecy had also motivated everyone. IZUKU had trained so he could protect himself and others, and his friends had become more determined to get stronger to prevent similar losses. Megumi asked if IZUKU was now strong enough to protect himself from any threat. Gojo interjected enthusiastically, boasting that he had sparred with IZUKU many times, that IZUKU had defeated tough opponents including 2 special grade curses in a recent 2-on-1 battle, and that IZUKU's Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer card had been upgraded. Gojo declared that IZUKU had earned the rank of special grade sorcerer on his own merits, insisting it had nothing to do with being a vessel. Gojo directed the proclamation at Principal Gakuganji, making sure the information was widely heard. IZUKU inwardly winced at Gojo's announcement. He worried that revealing his rank would attract even more dangerous attention. Sukuna laughed, offering the briefest condolences to IZUKU's youth, which made Hitachi, Himiko, and Ryoba suppress their own smiles. IZUKU considered that the disclosure might also cause others to back off. If the reputation attached to his new status brought even a fraction of the fear that Gojo inspired, things might settle. Students reacted with disbelief and speculation. Many found it hard to accept that IZUKU had grown so much. Some attributed his power to other factors while others compared him to familiar strong figures. Gojo also mentioned Junpei as a first-year grade 1 sorcerer with obvious pride. IZUKU cut Gojo off and asked him to stop, not wanting any more details about the 2 girls to be given out without his explanation. He preferred to introduce them himself to their upperclassmen. Junpei then offered a polite greeting, saying he had heard good things about Megumi and Nobara and that he was looking forward to getting to know everyone. The room remained quiet as many students processed the revelations. Izuku thought that the situation was not unfolding exactly as he had imagined, but he kept his expression steady and prepared to explain more to his friends when the moment was right. Junpei thought Izuku insisted they were kind people who would welcome a new comrade, but the tension and hostility in the room made that impossible to imagine. Junpei decided that as long as he had Izuku and his companions, he did not need anyone else. Izuku acknowledged that everyone had questions and suspicions. He made clear that Junpei had earned his unconditional love and trust and was like a brother to him. He understood that trust could not be won instantly and that people would be wary despite his endorsement. Izuku added that no one hated cursed spirits more than Junpei. If they could not accept his affection, they could at least believe in his hatred. He spoke gravely, intending to ease the tension but only deepening it. Izuku then stepped away from his peers and addressed Principal Gakuganji from about 1.5 meters away. He admitted he did not know for certain whether the principal had been directly involved in what had happened, but his instincts told him Gakuganji was not completely uninvolved. Izuku said he would not be surprised if the principal tried to kill him and that he could understand the reasoning behind such a choice. Megumi reacted with disbelief, asking whether Izuku had lost his mind. Izuku responded that he understood Megumi's reasons for protecting him and was grateful for her help. He explained that Megumi and Teacher Gojo had saved him not only because they were good people but because they could count on Teacher Gojo's strength. If Sukuna ever took control and regained full power, they were relying on Teacher Gojo to stop him. Others did not have that luxury. They lacked Gojo's godlike power and the close bond of faith that came with it. Izuku said he considered himself fortunate to understand both the weak and the strong, whereas Teacher Gojo did not know what it meant to be weak. For that reason he understood why the council and the major clans had acted as they did. But Izuku made clear that he did not approve of involving his friends or innocent people in assassination plots or using them as collateral. Assassinating him, the vessel, was one thing. Placing the lives of innocents and his friends on the line was another. He promised Principal Gakuganji that if the lives of innocents or his friends were intentionally jeopardized again, he would bring down the principal, the council, and the heads of the major clans. The intensity of his vow silenced the room and made everyone uneasy. Even Principal Gakuganji appeared shaken, though he held his composure. Gojo watched with a mix of elation and apprehension. He reflected that he had not seen Izuku train, spar, or fight in the last 2 months because Izuku had focused on Junpei's development, but Gojo suspected Izuku had been training hard on his own. Given how quickly Izuku had improved before, Gojo anticipated that their next sparring match would be a serious challenge. With a burst of childish exuberance, Gojo tried to lighten the mood and steer the group back to the interschool event, asking when the fights would begin. Principal Yaga announced that the exchange event would take place that afternoon at midday, giving everyone just over 1.5 hours to prepare. Chapter end. 30 minutes later, the Tokyo contingent from Jujutsu High had gathered. Izuku knelt and sighed, holding a frame and apologizing because he had not chosen to keep certain things secret. Teacher Gojo and Teacher Nanami had insisted he not tell anyone. Junpei, Himiko, and Ryoba bowed in respect to Izuku. He returned their reverence with a blank look while Sukuna laughed within his mind. Panda wondered aloud why Toge and Maki seemed upset, noting they had only just met the Kyoto students and did not understand the coldness. Toge shook his head and indicated with a gesture that he was thinking of bonito flakes, signaling denial of any hostility. Maki, sounding bored, said she neither hated nor liked the newcomers. They were simply strangers. Panda then decided to break the silence and pointed out that one of the Kyoto students had a broom. He joked that, given how strange jujutsu could seem, it looked like a flying broomstick, which suggested that she might be their scout. Izuku suggested that they let Junpei pursue her and neutralize her before she either revealed the location of the Grade 2 cursed spirit or exposed their position, arguing that Junpei was the best choice since he could fly with his moon. Panda asked why Izuku himself would not go. Izuku explained that he was the muscle of the group and admitted he did not know much about the Kyoto students. To-do, in particular, felt dangerous. Izuku preferred to handle To-do if the Kyoto team was encountered. Junpei observed that To-do was not only muscle but also an excellent scout who could read situations in many ways. He wondered why To-do had not disclosed that ability, perhaps because he did not trust the second years and had not met them before that day. Maki explained the night parade of 100 demons from the previous year, when thousands of cursed spirits were unleashed in Kyoto and Shinjuku. In that incident, To-Do had defeated a special grade cursed spirit and 5 other grade 1 spirits on his own, making him extremely dangerous. Before IZUKU arrived, the team had worried that To-Do alone could rout them. Their plan had been for Megumi to play a holding role while the others focused on exorcising the grade 2 cursed spirit. Maki acknowledged that if IZUKU were truly a special grade Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, he could not only hold To-Do off but might even defeat him in theory. Junpei spoke confidently that his brother had defeated 2 special grade curses on his own, including one that had once escaped Gojo himself. He believed his brother would easily defeat To-Do if he went all out, and even without full effort he should still win comfortably. Maki laughed and said that made things simple. Toge responded with his usual food word and a thumbs up. Maki apologized to Megumi for changing the plan and explained it seemed more logical to have 1 scout on the ground and 1 in the air rather than both airborne. Megumi accepted the decision calmly and said he did not mind so long as they won. Maki commented that Megumi's low-key demeanor was unnerving, but Megumi barely registered the remark. Nobara then asked what roles Ryoba and Himiko had in the plan while indicating them. IZUKU suggested a spar with Maki since she appeared to be a weapon user. Maki gave IZUKU a sharp look but smirked, intrigued by the first year's challenge. Panda and Toge watched with concern, while Junpei shivered as he remembered previous spars with IZUKU. They walked a few minutes to a field that had just enough space. Some watched and silently hoped they would not overdo it. On the field, IZUKU faced his upperclassman Maki while Ryoba and Himiko stood nearby. Maki spun her staff and asked if IZUKU had any sword training. IZUKU chuckled as he stretched his arms and said he had some experience. Maki was pleased, glad she had no reason to be disappointed, and prepared to test him. IZUKU then called on Ryoba and Himiko to assist. Both girls grinned and their bodies glowed in bright light, drawing wide eyes from the watching students. IZUKU emerged wielding 2 katanas, adopting the 2-sword style stance. Maki shook off her surprise and focused, matching the boys' serious expression. Later, in Kyoto, the school team convened with a grim air. Gakuganji ordered that IZUKU Midoriya, whom he called Sukuna's vessel, must be eliminated and instructed that it should be handled discreetly and treated as an accident to avoid hesitation. Miwa hesitated, unwilling to carry out such an order. Mai pointed out that IZUKU was still present because he had not died. Kumo explained that to prevent Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers from becoming curses after death, they were killed with cursed energy. Gakuganji agreed that eliminating IZUKU with cursed energy would avoid future problems and noted that, with Sukuna suppressed, IZUKU was just an ordinary first-year student and therefore an easy target. To-Do abruptly kicked through the sliding paper screen and dismissed the tension with a rough remark, then attempted to leave the room. Kumo called him back, insisting the principal had more to say. To-Do turned, menacing, and complained that he wanted to watch both the premiere and the recording of an 11 o'clock walking show featuring Takada. Kumo told him to simply record the show and return. To-Do bellowed that he would watch both and accused them of looking down on him. Mai inwardly thought that wasn't the point. To-Do then declared his disappointment in everyone's poor taste in women and told them to use whatever strategy they wanted, making it clear he cared little for the planning at hand. To-Do's voice grew menacing as he challenged them to give him another order and then threatened to kill them, his eyes bulging with fierce intensity. Miwa hesitated and warned that he seemed unwilling to follow the battle plan and that the principal was gone. She admitted she did not want to be killed by him. Nishimiya intervened and assessed that To-Do would confront the Tokyo students regardless, so the others should concentrate on the match. Mai insisted that they had to eliminate IZUKU Midoriya, though she admitted she doubted To-Do would actually kill him despite appearances. Mekamaru, speaking in his mechanical voice, said they had to keep an eye on To-Do and be prepared to deal a decisive blow to IZUKU if necessary. Miwa inwardly recoiled at the idea and suggested that, because they also had to handle cursed spirits, a 2-on-1 approach would be more appropriate. Kumo responded firmly that the presence of someone like IZUKU Midoriya among the Jiu-Jitsu high students was a serious matter and that, as a member of the Kumo family, he could not ignore it. He declared that everyone from the Kyoto side would attack IZUKU. Nishimiya raised a concern about Inumaki being with Midoriya, pointing out that Inumaki's cursed speech could take them all out at once and that their worst-case scenario was total defeat. Mekamaru agreed. Kumo shook his head and argued that if they knew Midoriya's approach, he would be less frightening to face. Mai volunteered to handle Maki and asked to take the brown-haired first year as well, prompting Kumo to scold her for sounding like To-Do. Mai bristled at the comparison. Yutaheim asked what the real issue was. Gojo glanced at her with mild confusion and suggested she was angry. She denied being angry but her frown deepened. Gojo then revealed that someone within Jujutsu High might be colluding with either cursed users or cursed spirits. Yutaheim expressed disbelief at the idea of collusion with cursed spirits. Gojo explained that recently higher-level cursed spirits had begun to appear, showing coordination and communication beyond mindless instinct, and that the person involved might not realize the full extent of their partners. He asked Yutaheim to help investigate the Kyoto campus. When Yutaheim half-jokingly wondered if she might be the mole, Gojo waved dismissively and teased her lack of nerve. Yutaheim responded by throwing her cup of tea in his direction, but the liquid never reached him thanks to his infinity technique. Gojo playfully remarked that no man liked a fierce woman, while Yutaheim loudly reminded him that she was his senior. A short while later, IZUKU and Maki both caught their breath after their exchange. IZUKU smiled and suggested calling their contest a tie for now. Maki, returning her swords to their human-like forms and gritting her teeth, conceded that they would call it a draw for the event and hinted at wanting a rematch. They walked back to their group together and received light teasing from the second years. IZUKU fist-bumped Junpei as Himiko and Ryoba chatted with each other. IZUKU then told his friends that they all knew their roles and urged them to move forward. Megumi nodded quietly, and Nobara voiced enthusiastic support, rallying the group to fight for Maki's sake. Maki sternly told them not to make a fuss. Panda joined in the teasing, echoing Nobara's cheer, which made Maki exasperated. IZUKU laughed and tried to turn the moment into team spirit. Junpei, Himiko, and Ryoba chimed in and Maki chased after the four teens as they laughed. An hour later, To-Do mused aloud that the plan to have someone distract him while the others advanced was not a bad strategy, but he warned it might not go as they hoped. He dismissed the significance of ranks when facing someone with a curse inside them, mocking the idea that a special grade ranking meant anything in such a matchup. IZUKU deadpanned that Gojo had clarified his ranking had nothing to do with Sukuna. Sukuna, however, pointed out that IZUKU himself was growing stronger on his own, which prompted IZUKU to sigh. To-Do angrily insisted that rankings did matter, arguing that IZUKU had not even been able to perceive spirits before becoming Sukuna's vessel and that his ranking owed a great deal to that fact. To-Do declared that he would not acknowledge IZUKU until IZUKU had proven his skill and mettle in battle. IZUKU responded with a bored tone and posture, hands in his pockets, making it clear he did not care about To-Do's acknowledgement and that they were not friends, even as his katanas remained sheathed at his waist. To-Do announced his name, year, and affiliation. Aoi To-Do, third-year student and first-grade Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer from Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High School, with the goal of becoming the strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer who had ever lived. He then asked IZUKU what kind of woman he liked, speaking with a dead serious tone. A chuckle echoed from one of the cursed spirits, and the other sighed before both of them shouted something crude, which made IZUKU wince. He felt a sudden headache from the absurdity and tried to focus on To-Do. IZUKU wondered aloud how the conversation had veered so far and reminded himself that they had been about to fight. To-Do brushed that off and explained that he was evaluating IZUKU's potential as both a sorcerer and a friend, insisting that IZUKU should answer the question. IZUKU decided to stall and loosened the strap holding his katana sheaths, setting them down gently and instructing them to stay where they were. He gave a casual, non-committal answer to the personal question, which drew bizarre reactions from the cursed spirits but left IZUKU concentrating on his opponent. He noticed the shock and excitement on To-Do's face, followed by a vacant expression and then an immediate outpouring of friendly delusion about being best friends since childhood. IZUKU thought that, while they might share tastes, To-Do's leap into imagined history was a clear sign of eccentricity. To-Do, however, declared IZUKU his new best friend and warned that friendship would only make him fight harder, asking IZUKU, with unsettling earnestness, not to die on him. IZUKU prepared for a fight and was about to say he only needed a fraction of his power when To-Do closed the distance far faster than expected. IZUKU's reflexes held. He deflected To-Do's straight hand to the side with his left shoulder, causing To-Do to overreach and stumble, leaving himself open. IZUKU followed with a precise counter that sent To-Do flying through a tree. To-Do crashed to the ground, skidded, then flipped to his feet a short distance away, shaken but still standing. To-Do thought through what had happened, analyzing IZUKU's use of a shoulder roll-like defense that traded raw power for timing and precision. He realized IZUKU possessed both timing and power, which made him dangerous, and considered using his curse technique to gain the upper hand. IZUKU, impressed by To-Do's toughness, noted that it would take much more than a single blow to defeat him. To-Do laughed and claimed that the hit had not been enough to finish him, wiping his face as if to clear himself. He remained upbeat and eager to continue. IZUKU assessed To-Do's combat skills, superior boxing ability, speed, and timing. He questioned how well Tadu's overall martial arts repertoire compared and how Tadu would handle a shift in tactics. The clash was far from over. Suddenly, a bullet zipped past Izuku's head and several more rounds followed. Izuku dodged with precise movement, and the source of the gunfire became clear. Mai Zenin, a schoolmate of Tadu's, had opened fire. Mai resembled her twin sister Maki but with shorter, mid-length green hair and dark brown eyes. She maintained a composed expression as she engaged from a distance. Mai's school uniform was the standard design, altered into a baggier cut that concealed the revolvers and ammunition she carried as her chosen weapons. Izuku dodged every shot with effortless acrobatic flips. Mai adjusted quickly, deciding to stop trying to hit him directly and instead steer him toward her sword-wielding schoolmate, Kasumi Miwa. Kasumi attempted a hyper-accelerated slashing technique using a shadow-style domain, but Izuku leapt and flipped over the attack, vaulting entirely above her. Kasumi watched in disbelief, thinking that he should not have been able to avoid that attack under the circumstances. Kasumi was a young woman with long, light blue hair that framed her face, dark triangular eyebrows, and asymmetric bangs. She wore a dark jacket over a light button-down shirt, a tie, pants, socks, shoes, and carried her sword on a belt. Izuku noted two more opponents arriving, a robot-like figure and a long-range specialist who used a bow. They took up strategic positions intended to block his exits. Izuku considered the possibility that Principal Gakuganji had again orchestrated an attempt on him and was surprised that students were being used this way. He wondered how they had tracked him so quickly. Junpei, their scout, should have handled that. If Junpei had done his job, then another tracking method must be in play. Before Izuku could act, he suddenly found himself standing on the tree where the bow user had been, looking down at the bow user who now occupied Izuku's previous spot. Everyone else shared the same stunned confusion, except for Tadu, who appeared composed. Hitachi told Izuku that he might be able to analyze the unfamiliar movement technique but would need time. Both Izuku and Sukuna registered the confusion on each other's faces, and Izuku agreed to wait while Hitachi worked. A heated exchange erupted nearby between Tadu and Noritoshi Kumo. Tadu accused Kumo of interfering, and Kumo replied that he had only said they should not be ordered around. Noritoshi Kumo was a tall young man who stood above most of his Kyoto High peers. He kept his gray eyes ordinarily narrowed and wore his dark hair partly wrapped in front of his face with the rest flowing down his neck. He wore a dark version of the school uniform and Zori sandals with white socks, and he carried a quiver and a bow as part of his fighting style. Tadu warned Kumo not to interfere in his battle, delivering the warning with a menacing tone. Kumo retorted sharply, pointing out that Tadu's nose appeared injured and that the other opponent, Sukuna, did not show visible wounds, implying Tadu was losing. Mai interrupted with an accusation about Tadu's intentions, then trailed off as Izuku moved with impossible speed. Without any visible motion to observers, Izuku appeared behind Mai and drew close, his movements so swift that nobody saw him approach. He placed a hand securely at her waist while holding his blade in a position that made clear he could act if necessary. Izuku warned the Kyoto High students that they should yield the Spirit Bash race to Tokyo High or he would force them to surrender. Before he could finish, Tadu clapped his hands. In an instant, Izuku found himself in Tadu's previous position while Tadu stood behind Mai. Tadu reproached Izuku, publicly shaming him for hiding behind a woman. His tone mixed genuine reproach and a touch of anguish about a perceived betrayal of friendship. Mai lashed out in anger, accusing him of trying to harm a skilled opponent, and then tried to clarify that she had only sought confirmation. Izuku noted that it had not been her intention to cause harm. Hitachi confirmed his analysis of the swap technique to Izuku. Others watched in realization. Tadu's ability allowed him to swap the positions of two people. Noritoshi Kumo recognized how dangerous such a technique was when combined with Tadu's physical prowess. Izuku adopted a familiar stance again. The others stared at him, puzzled at first. Mai was instantly returned to the position she had occupied moments earlier, with Izuku holding her firmly at the waist and his blade hovering a hair's breadth from her throat in a dramatic, controlled warning. He made it clear that if anyone attempted another sudden swap, he would retaliate immediately and force them to yield. Hitachi warned that deciphering the technique was taxing. Ryaman remained quiet as everyone processed the situation. Some argued about whether Tadu had actually swapped people or teleported them. Izuku and the others realized that what had happened in the moments before had left the group unsettled and uncertain about the limits of the opponent's abilities. In the end, the students stood in tense, anime-style standoff, each wary of the other's skills and the unpredictable nature of the battlefield. Deku wondered whether IZUKU could teleport others to any location or only to where he stood. Shock and confusion froze everyone. The situation was so insane and diabolical that none could move or plan how to rescue Mai. IZUKU considered his limitation. Unlike Deku, he needed physical contact or cursed energy on a target to teleport them. He thought that when he had the chance he would use a different method, perhaps infusing cursed energy into weapons like knives to mark places and people so he could teleport them from a distance. Mekamaru pointed out analytically that kidnapping the girl did not guarantee victory, at best creating a stalemate and at worst killing her, which would lead to disqualification and severe punishment. IZUKU corrected him, saying that killing was not strictly prohibited but frowned upon, and that killing could be argued as self-defense given their assassination goal. IZUKU explained that his intention was not merely to hold Mai hostage but to negotiate. All of them were to go down on their knees, bow their heads, declare forfeiture of the Spirit Bash race on behalf of Kyoto High, withdraw any involvement, and abandon the assassination mission until the competition ended. In exchange he would release Mai. He added gravely that refusal would mean he would kill her and then kidnap the next person. IZUKU began a countdown. Everyone hastily prostrated themselves and made the declaration as he had instructed, all except Aoi Deku, who glared at IZUKU with unbridled anger. Noritoshi demanded that Deku surrender for Mai's sake, but Deku snapped that he had been told to stop taking orders. Mekamaru, still prostrated, insisted they could not let a comrade die for a meaningless competition. Deku retorted that surrender was foolish and weak, arguing that giving in to a cursed spirit's demand would eliminate any chance to survive and exorcise it. Noritoshi countered that surrendering now would lead to everyone's safety and accused Deku of preferring pride over Mai's life. Deku declared that surrendering then would mean surrendering later against a curse user, accused IZUKU of using her life as a bargaining chip, and announced that he no longer recognized IZUKU as a sorcerer or as a friend. Deku vowed to avenge Mai no matter what it cost him. IZUKU then teleported Mai back to Deku's side and told Deku he had passed his test, calling him his new best friend. Everyone was stunned, including Deku, who stammered in disbelief. IZUKU explained that he had been testing them and that, despite the assassination attempt on his life, none of them were inherently evil. He said he was relieved. He praised Deku for understanding that hard choices sometimes had to be made and for being willing to hold himself accountable. Mai angrily accused IZUKU of using her as a pawn and pointed her revolver at him, though she knew it was futile given his abilities. IZUKU noted that the others had been willing to forsake their mission and surrender for Mai's sake, which he understood and respected even if he did not agree with it. Mai expressed how hurt and manipulated she felt, and IZUKU tried to explain that he understood her feelings but that she was not listening. IZUKU explained that he had been testing all of them, including her, and that he only knew her name because Nobara and Maki had talked about her and it was easy to tell she was the twin rather than the other sword-wielding teammate. Mai reacted with surprise, eyes wide. IZUKU told her it had been a test of courage and honor, which she had passed. Mai's face hardened into anger as she demanded what Maki had said about her. IZUKU answered that he had only overheard Maki and Nobara saying that Mai and Maki disliked each other for some reason. Mai refused to believe that he could judge her bravery without knowing her past. She admitted that she had always been terrified of curses and had never wanted to be a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, but had been forced into it because her sister had defied the family. She explained that her curse energy was weak, and that her innate technique was limited. She could only construct a single bullet each day and the effort left her vulnerable afterward. IZUKU listened with a mixture of sympathy and analysis. He thought that she must feel especially vulnerable right now, and that her innate technique, while limited, was interesting enough that there might be a way to help her. IZUKU apologized for the pain she had endured and said he did not pity her. Instead, he felt proud and inspired by her. His words surprised everyone. Mai flushed and called him an idiot, embarrassed by his praise. IZUKU teased that she should pick up a dictionary now and then clarified that courage could not exist without fear. He explained that bravery meant overcoming fear to do what needed to be done. If Mai faced crippling terror every day and still completed the same missions as the others, then by definition she was extraordinarily courageous. He pointed out that he had witnessed her composure during the hostage situation. When he had taken her hostage and threatened her, she had been terrified but had signaled Kamo to fire arrows in a way that forced him to hesitate, and she had signaled to her friends not to surrender when he offered to spare her life in exchange for their yielding. Despite her fear, she had not acted selfishly. IZUKU praised her courage and kindness and declared that she was one of the most remarkable sorcerers he had met. Mai broke down in tears at his sincere acknowledgement, letting them fall openly for the first time in a long while. It was the most meaningful recognition she had ever received. IZUKU added that he wanted to discuss her fighting style and abilities before she returned to Kyoto, promising some information and ideas that might help her improve. He said that if his ideas worked, she could reach grade 1 quickly. Mai accused him of ulterior motives and worried about creepy experiments. IZUKU laughed it off, assuring her there would be no dangerous tests and suggesting they talk over dinner at a restaurant he had noticed nearby, mentioning that he had earned money recently by driving off 2 special grades. To-do interrupted to remind everyone that he had not forfeited and still intended to fight IZUKU, declaring himself ready to take him on. IZUKU shrugged that the whole trial had been a test and welcomed the challenge, getting into a fighting stance as his excitement grew. To-do then loudly stated, possessively, that Midoriya was his alone. To-do ordered everyone to get out and then fell silent as a large explosion erupted on the far side of the forest. A veil began to form around the woods, and To-do's eyes narrowed at the sign that something unusual was happening. IZUKU narrowed his eyes and assessed that things were about to get hectic. Sukuna offered to join him, and IZUKU unsheathed both Himiko and Ryoba. He considered the idea but suggested letting Hitachi take the lead this time. Hitachi chuckled at the suggestion and welcomed the chance to act. IZUKU allowed himself a short chuckle in response. Noritoshi voiced a grave concern that echoed what everyone was thinking. Something was wrong. IZUKU moved to take a closer look. He tossed Ryoba high into the air and shaped his cursed energy, his eyes glowing as he scanned the veil. He detected the return of a cursed spirit and noticed Junpei heading in that direction. 2 other presences within the veil were unoccupied for the moment. Analytically, IZUKU determined they would have to split up and deal with each threat accordingly. IZUKU announced that they were under attack by 2 grade 1 curse users and 1 special grade curse. He revealed that the special grade was the same entity that had once gotten away from both Gojo and himself, and that it was now attacking the Tokyo students. The team reacted with surprise and concern, recognizing both the danger and IZUKU's unusual ability to detect and evaluate cursed energy across a wide range. Miwa, wary, asked what their next move should be. IZUKU outlined a plan. To-do and he would pursue the special grade curse. Kasumi and Mai would take on one of the grade 1 curse users. Mekamaru and Kamo would handle the other. Upon arrival at each scene, IZUKU intended to provide medical support and then redeploy allies to back up their teammates if necessary. He expressed confidence that he and To-do together should be sufficient for the special grade. Miwa bristled at the casual team labels and introduced herself as Kasumi Miwa. Mekamaru likewise clarified his name. IZUKU reassured them that the teams were balanced close to mid-range fighters paired with long-range precision support and reminded them that backup would arrive soon, easing some of the tension. To-do pointed out that Noritoshi and Mekamaru were semi-first-grade sorcerers while Miwa and Mai were both grade 3, suggesting that the teams might be better balanced if switched. IZUKU acknowledged their grades but explained that Kasumi and Mai worked better together as partners and that he had a plan to boost Mai's effectiveness. Mai, incredulous, asked how he intended to enhance her abilities. IZUKU guided her aside to speak privately. Mai hesitated briefly, remembering that he could have harmed her at earlier moments if he had wanted to, which made her willingness to listen more guarded than fearful. IZUKU critiqued Mai's commitment to her fighting style, suggesting that her grade stemmed from a misallocation of cursed energy. He explained that sorcerers divide their cursed energy among speed, strength, durability, and technique, and that as a long-range fighter Mai was using a distribution better suited to close-range combat. Mai reacted defensively at the idea of leaving herself vulnerable. IZUKU clarified that he did not want her unprotected but proposed a different defensive approach. He recommended reallocating energy, shifting the portion used for raw strength towards speed and reflexes, converting the part used for durability toward enhancing the speed and PNTRTN of her projectiles, and dedicating a smaller percentage to sharpening her senses and reaction time. The result, he explained, would make her exponentially faster and more precise, with improved attack speed and perception advantages that favored a long-range style over brute strength or heavy durability. IZUKU explained that their defense would rely on evasion and quick counters with firearms. Even if an opponent closed the gap, speed, reactions, and evasiveness would let them avoid attacks while re-establishing distance. That was what he meant by commitment to the fighting style. He referred to as saying that it was better to master one technique thoroughly than to know many half-learned moves. Mai considered the idea that practicing a single technique to such a degree that those with many techniques could not contend with it was an unorthodox but intriguing way to view Jiu-Jitsu sorcery. Mai then declared that she understood what she had to do and promised that she and Miwa would deliver victory without fail, confident that reinforcements would arrive too late to change the outcome. IZUKU replied that it was time to take care of the situation. He reached for the handle of Ryoba and took hold of Himiko, coating both with his cursed energy. Two arcs of energy extended and connected, forming a portal. IZUKU looked at the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers with a serious expression and instructed them to join their partners. The portal would take them to the specific location and there was no time to waste. Kamo observed that IZUKU was capable not only of teleporting himself and others instantly but also of opening portals between places. Kamo found the idea believable that Gojo had not been able to defeat him consistently. IZUKU took a deep breath and invoked Hitachi. As he exhaled, his demeanor shifted. The change caused Himiko and Ryoba to vibrate slightly, which made the one controlling them chuckle. Earlier, Junpei watched from a distance while carrying an unconscious short, blonde-haired girl on moondregs, using her as a makeshift flying platform. He knew from what Izuku had told him that the cursed spirit had saved one of their own and that Panda, Inumaki, Kujisaki, Maki, and Fushiguro were attempting to deal with it. They were holding it in a stalemate while trying to escape the veil, but Junpei could not tell how long that would last. He worried most about Inumaki burning out. Inumaki's ability to immobilize the spirit was essential, and maintaining that against such a powerful entity would take a heavy toll. Junpei felt conflicted. He could not leave the girl unattended, but he also could not drift above the battle while others fought. He decided not to interfere immediately. The others seemed to know one another and their strengths, and joining now could disrupt their teamwork. He would follow them from a distance and only intervene if they were about to be overwhelmed. His indecision ended abruptly when Inumaki showed clear signs of reaching his limit. The cursed speech user began coughing violently and staggered, no longer able to keep the spirit immobilized. Junpei re-evaluated whether to step in when Inumaki rose and shifted tactics. Instead of trying to freeze the spirit with immobilizing commands, he used a blasting command to push the special grade away. The blast did little lasting harm because the spirit's rapid regenerative ability healed the superficial damage almost immediately. Junpei noted that the spirit appeared to have an automatic, nearly instantaneous regeneration, which complicated matters. Panda, Maki, and Fushiguro adapted from a defensive retreat to coordinated attacks as they realized escape from the special grade was impossible without Inumaki's immobilizing power. The spirit was simply too fast and durable. For a time, the trio seemed to have the upper hand. Maki's skill with the special grade weapon, Panda's strength and durability in his gorilla mode, and Fushiguro's merged divine dog combined effectively, and Junpei briefly wondered if a full offensive from the start would have been better when Inumaki had still been at full strength. The fight unfolded like a match between a top team and a mid-table team. The underdog could dominate early by pushing beyond limits with adrenaline, but that performance could not hold. As the students tired, the special grade maintained a consistent level of combat that the exhausted students could not match. Gradually, the tide turned. Panda appeared to have been taken out. Junpei thought he had been disabled. To his surprise, Panda recovered after what had looked like a potentially lethal strike. Junpei suspected that Panda's core had been damaged and wondered if Panda might possess more than one core, noting also that Panda no longer seemed able to shift into gorilla form. It was clear the special grade had been weakened by the previous strike. Junpei trailed off as Fushiguro fell as well, leaving only Maki on her feet. A root shot from the cursed spirit as if aiming for her heart, but she evaded at the last moment and the root slammed into her left shoulder before a tangle of roots wrapped her up. Junpei noted that until that moment the special grade had relied on hand-to-hand combat rather than its curse technique. Now, believing victory secure, the curse revealed its ability. Junpei judged that the spirit was a humanoid plant. Seeing Panda unable to intervene, Junpei decided he had to step in. He leaped from his jellyfish shikigami toward the ground, drew his sword and shifted its shape. He performed his divergent slash, a bluish, compressed cursed energy forming a large crescent that descended and severed the roots binding Maki. A large explosion of water and debris erupted, momentarily blinding the special grade. Taking advantage of the debris, Junpei retrieved Maki's special grade curse tool, Playful Cloud, and threw it toward her. Sliced through the remaining roots so she could regain her 3-section staff. Junpei then channeled poisonous curse energy into the buds growing inside Fushiguro. The buds reacted by wilting and dying after absorbing the poison. Megumi expressed disbelief and asked how Junpei had done it. Junpei explained that his innate ability was poisonous cursed energy and that he could give his curse energy the properties of various poisons. This time he had tuned it to target plant life, which caused the buds to absorb the energy and decay. He admitted he could not heal their injuries. He was not skilled in reverse curse techniques. When the debris cleared, the special grade addressed Junpei and observed another combatant had arrived, wondering if Junpei would also fall and become a sage. The special grade noticed the buds were gone and questioned how such a thing was possible given how deeply the roots had been embedded. Maki urged Junpei to do to the spirit what he had done to the plants, believing that if he could, she and Megumi could finish it. Junpei assessed their conditions. Maki, Megumi, Panda, and Inumaki were all too injured to help. He resolved that protecting them by lying about the danger would be cruel. He had to be honest and firm to keep them safe. Junpei apologized to Maki and told her they could not assist. He emphasized he was an offensive sorcerer and not capable of the healing they needed, and that their presence would only get in his way. He had watched their entire battle from above and believed they were not strong enough to contribute. He manifested another jellyfish Shikigami above his head and lowered it so the others could board. He identified the Shikigami as moon dregs and described it as a magic carpet that would keep them out of range while he dealt with the special grade. Junpei also mentioned he had a personal history with this spirit and a score to settle. Maki bristled but relented when Megumi shook his head to indicate they should observe. Junpei was a grade 1 sorcerer and their battlefield superior. They could not disobey his orders. The special grade asked if Junpei held a score against it. Junpei accused the spirit of working for the same organization as Mahito and of Mahito's responsibility for his mother's murder and an attempt to have his brother turn Junpei into a monstrosity. The special grade identified itself as Hanami and conceded Junpei's accusations without apology. Junpei vowed to make Hanami answer to Mahito and ordered Maki, Megumi, Panda, and Inumaki onto the jellyfish immediately. His cursed energy surged, compelling the injured trio to comply and fly to a safer vantage point. Maki inwardly protested at letting Junpei handle the fight alone, but she and the others accepted that they had been bested by Hanami and were not in a position to help. Junpei, watching intently, prepared to confront the special grade with the resolve born of past wounds. Panda retorted that if he had survived previous encounters with them, they had to assume he knew exactly what he was doing. Maki gritted her teeth in frustration. Megumi looked down at the battlefield with a vacant expression, which annoyed Maki further because Megumi rarely showed emotion in these situations. Hanami considered the situation with cold calculation. His comrades were getting away but had stayed close to watch the battle. If he killed the boy, the Shikigami they used to fly would vanish and they would fall, allowing him to eliminate them quickly. He extended dozens of thick roots that spread across a wide area, leaving little hope of dodging. Junpei responded with a rapid technique, slashing his sword multiple times at different angles in the span of a few heartbeats. The consecutive strikes released a barrage of slashes that intersected the roots, slicing them into countless small fragments and dispersing the attack. Hanami and the Tokyo students watching were shocked by the sudden turn. Junpei admitted to himself that he was still weak and reminded himself that IZUKU would have needed far fewer attacks to destroy those roots. He resolved to get stronger. Junpei taunted the enemy, asking if that was all he had. Hanami was stunned. He expected only the strongest to cut through his root barrage so cleanly. He considered that the boy might be a grade 1 sorcerer, one of the strongest, and worried he had underestimated him. A spiraling portal opened at Junpei's left side, which was Junpei's right, and Junpei, feeling the cursed energy, recognized who it belonged to. Junpei trailed off at the sight of IZUKU and Tadu emerging from the portal, which raised both curiosity and wariness in the special grade cursed spirit. IZUKU's demeanor had shifted drastically. His hair stood on end, his eyes were sharper, and he wore a confident expression. He remarked smoothly that they had arrived at the party halfway through. Hanami considered retreat. If Sukuna's vessel could create wormholes, that made the situation unpredictable and dangerous. Junpei had already caused him stress. With Sukuna's vessel and another unknown factor present, retreat might be prudent. He wondered if he had bought Mahito enough time to complete the mission. Hitachi, who had been controlling events, looked toward Junpei. Junpei returned the glance and smiled when Hitachi inclined his head in acknowledgement. Tadu called out that he could not find the others and asked where they were, worried they might be dead. Hitachi reassured him that they were fine and pointed upward. 2 jellyfish Shikigami floated high in the air, confirming that Junpei's technique could indeed create more than one and was useful for evacuating injured comrades. To-do assess Junpei's curse energy with intrigue. The boy appeared to have a lot of energy and potency. He also remarked inwardly on Junpei's taste in women as a sign of discernment and good judgment, and decided to follow Hitachi's lead for now. Hitachi explained that the curse spirit they faced was connected to another involved in a plot that resulted in the murder of Junpei's mother. He emphasized that this battle was personal for Junpei and that they should not interfere yet. To-do agreed with an exaggerated indifference but was clearly concerned. Hanami bristled at To-do's dismissal but recognized the confidence in To-do's energy. It was not delusion but a sign of a troublesome technique. Hitachi told To-do to stay and watch the battle while he went to heal the others so they could support those fighting the curse users. He instructed Junpei to focus on defeating the cursed spirit. Junpei promised to handle things until he needed help, and Hitachi departed with a sonic boom, moving upward at incredible speed. To-do covered his ears and eyes as a shockwave washed over him. Hanami noted the speed and realized his chances of victory had diminished now that Sukuna's vessel and the other man had appeared, though he still hoped he could manage to kill this one. Hanami judged that he had to close the distance quickly to stop Junpei from using that troublesome attack. He sped toward Junpei, and the two met in the middle. Each clash sent out violent, destructive shockwaves, forcing To-do to retreat and watch from a safer distance to avoid being caught. Meanwhile, up above, Hitachi landed on the familiar with a smile as his two blades returned to human form. Himiko folded her arms while Ryoba looked to his master, waiting for orders. Megumi asked in disbelief what IZUKU and his brother had been doing and how IZUKU had suddenly become so strong. Hitachi explained that it was the result of a lot of training, a blunt answer that drew looks from everyone else. Hitachi directed Maki, Nobara, and Mishimiya to back up Mai and Miwa, explaining that the two of them were currently facing a grade 1 curse user and should win comfortably if Mai had taken his advice to heart. This was only a precaution. Maki protested that Mai and Miwa were only grade 3 sorcerers and questioned how they could defeat a grade 1, pointing out that Nobara and Mishimiya were unconscious and that her own injuries might make her a liability. Hitachi reassured her that he and the girls would heal them all. Panda asked what Megumi, Inumaki, and he should do. Hitachi assigned Megumi, Inumaki, and Panda to back up Kamo and Mekamaru and then moved to heal the injured students. Megumi could only think that the change in IZUKU over 4 months was astonishing. He had trouble believing the talent on display. After healing, Hitachi noted that Kujisaki and Mishimiya had also woken up and that Himiko and Ryoba were briefing them on what had happened and on the plan of action. Megumi thanked IZUKU, expressing genuine gratitude, and offered to send his tracking dog to find the others. Hitachi declined, saying he already knew where everyone was. Miwa was injured but would live, Mai had her opponent on the run and was chasing him down, and Kamo and Mekamaru were having a harder time but still appeared to have the upper hand against an opponent who refused to back down. Maki asked how Hitachi knew all of that from so far away. Hitachi credited Ryoba for relaying fast updates. Hitachi thought that it might be better to help Junpei, since Izuku's body had not yet done that. Maki demanded to be sent in, insisting they had to make sure their enemies did not escape and that an example be made so others would not attack Jujutsu High. Toge voiced his agreement enthusiastically with his usual coded word. Hitachi agreed to let them act and snapped his fingers, producing 2 spiraling portals, one behind the familiar that Toge, Panda, Megumi, and Maki rode and one behind the familiar that Mishimiya and Kujisaki rode. When Maki complained about how to get into the farther portal, Hitachi smiled, reached for her, and guided her waist so she floated smoothly toward the other group. She was surprised, unable to form an insult as she found herself gliding across the sky. Hitachi reminded the remaining male students not to kill their opponents, noting they needed at least one for interrogation. Megumi agreed, recognizing the likelihood that the attack was part of a larger plot. Hitachi wished them luck in a cheerful tone. Megumi warned Izuku with a threatening undertone that if he died again he would be killed. Izuku reassured him that he would not leave them again and intended to stay. Megumi then departed through the portal, followed by Panda and Inumaki, and Hitachi closed both portals. Hitachi observed that Junpei had dispelled his familiar summoning and that, even in the heat of battle against a special grade, Junpei seemed fully aware of everything happening to his familiar and the surrounding space, a convenient ability. He refocused his attention on the battle. Aizawa apologized as he dragged the 5 away, explaining that their training during the day had not been good enough, so he had to use this time. The 5 protested as they were pulled away from the others. Pixie Bob explained that Class 1B would try to scare Class 1A first. Tokoyami muttered about revelry in the dark, and Uraraka noted to herself that he had said it again. Pixie Bob continued by saying they would see how scary everyone was with their quirks. Tiger added that the class that frightened the most people through creativity and imagination would win. Ida observed that the competition was meant to refine their ideas and give them more options for their quirks, praising UA for the challenge. Pixie Bob announced that they would draw lots to determine partners and held up slips of paper. Mizuki muttered, puzzled by the numbers, since there were 20 students and 5 in extra lessons. Mizuki read the slips and realized the team breakdown: first team Tokoyami and Shoji, second team Bakugo and Todoroki, third team Jiro and Hagakure, fourth team Yaoyorozu and Aoyama, fifth team Uraraka and Azui, sixth team Ojiro and Mineta, seventh team Ida and Koda, and an eighth slip listing Yagi alone. Mizuki internally realized there was an extra person and felt singled out. Ojiro tried to comfort Mizuki by saying that drawing lots meant someone had to end up with that fate, but Bakugo grabbed Ojiro's shoulder and demanded a switch, pointing toward Todoroki. Mizuki felt blue for a moment, then felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to find Yuji Itadori teasing that he had been forgotten and was hurt. That made Mizuki chuckle and glad Yuji was sticking with him. Yuji smiled and said he was glad to be at Mizuki's service. Mineta pleaded for Aoyama to switch with him, but Aoyama shook his head. Bakugo shouted again at Ojiro to switch, and Ojiro asked Bakugo what he had called him. 12 minutes later, screams echoed through the forest. Pixie Bob called for the fifth team and announced that Uraraka and Azui should go. Uraraka shivered at the many screams as she stood beside Azui. Azui suggested they hold hands and reassured Uraraka that it would be fine and that she was not afraid. Uraraka accepted and took her hand. A black-haired girl stood in the forest and laughed with a classmate as Kendo and the girl popped out from a bush. The classmate congratulated Kodai on scaring people so far, and Kendo gave Kodai a thumbs up. Kodai nodded, and another student laughed about how funny Bakugo and Todoroki had been. A moment later, Bakugo and Todoroki arrived at the spot, and Kodai's head poked up from the ground, surprising them. As if on cue, gray shapes materialized near Shigaraki and figures resembling Nomis began to emerge. Kamui Woods exclaimed that the Nomis had appeared from nowhere and demanded to know what was happening. Gran Torino called for a report about Kurogiri. Edgeshot replied that Kurogiri was still unconscious and had not caused this. Gran Torino warned that the Nomis kept coming. All Might ordered Kamui Woods to prevent the Nomis from escaping under any circumstances. Kamui Woods acknowledged the order, but then All Might saw the villains beginning to vanish. He lunged to grab Shigaraki, only to catch air as Shigaraki slipped away.